Welcome in, everyone! I hope that you got your try-hard boots on because we're going to be running through the EU HCS Series Open number 3. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Seal. It is a space race to see what space is left at the table for everyone trying to get an open pool play. It is the road to Arlington. Seal, how you feeling, my man? We got to see a lot of crazy fun last week, some drama, some theater, but I'm hoping the cinema is all competition running into this one.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's always interesting to have a little bit of spice going on, but you'd prefer things to run smoothly when you can.
Yeah, so as we go into it, we will be if you want to stick around for at least a couple hours or maybe even more, you have the ability to actually get a Helljumper Spartan ID. So stick with us here with European Halo, but we'll be going straight into our first matchup. It's a round 1 matchup, and actually I've been told by a little Seal that there's some familiar faces that will be coming back around. So Seal, as we have Nylon Warriors and the Allies, tell me all about them.
I mean, this is basically a UHL 8s match, including Deimos, who tends to show up there. But we've got Theo, Square Melon, Deimos, and Nebula. Theo and Nebula both from the London Legion team. Square Melon, who's just sort of been around quite a bit. He's an up-and-coming player. Meanwhile, we've got Orsted, Jams, La Catarina, and Wabam. Once again, all of whom very good players. Orsted, pretty new to the scene. The other 3 been around for quite a long time. So I'm quite looking forward to seeing what this team cooks up. I think they've been playing together every week so far, so they've got some reps under their belt, and that will hopefully do them good in this series.
Well, we're going to be see how all of that coordination does work out, because we will be going into our first map of Fortress CTF, and after that will be followed no matter what by Slayer on Aquarius. If we go to the end of this, which I'm gonna ping and pinch your brain and see if it wrinkles for me, if we'll be making it to a map number 3 of Strongholds Recharge. But let's first start off with things for Fortress. Seal, how have you felt now that we've actually seen kind of several renditions now of Fortress, not just from everyone's favorite game type map mode combo of Neutral Bomb, but much more to CTF? It feels like this is the motor speedway of an express lane for playing CTF on a map.
Yeah, Fortress can be a very, very fast CTF map, and it can get out of hand very quickly. I'm quite excited to see, hopefully, Square Melon cooking with the sniper rifle, because he is very, very good with it. And on the other side of things, Orsted, I was recently told always no scopes, including when he's like cross mapping on Fortress. So I'm interested to see whether that's true or not. Because if it is, will he be effective with it? Only time will tell.
Are they a mouse and keyboard player? I need to know.
I'm not actually sure. I don't think so, but they might be.
Because if that's the case, I have found, and from experience as well as from other players, that no scoping is actually pretty easy, or at least it feels more kind of point and click adventure when you're playing more MMK.
But at that distance, cross mapping.
Some people are crazy. All right, I don't know. Like sometimes it just ends up kind of working out. Either way, we'll be going into our first map mode and overall matchup today. If you're a local that loves some UHL, well, you're being given a treat, as it is exactly as Seal defined here as a UHL 8s squad matchup. But you know what? That's cool, because I'm excited to see even more of the uni scene. I get to see some of that on the North American side here in just a little bit. But either way, Seal, we go into this first matchup. Do you have a lean as to who may come out better on this match?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the side of Jams, Orsted, Bam, and La Catarina, they have played together every HCS Open, I think. So whereas the Allies has been a bit of a fluctuant squad. I played with them one week, which went about as well as you'd expect, because I'm rubbish. So the side of experience definitely goes towards the Nylon Warriors. So I'm going to expect to see them putting in a pretty good show here. But the actual skill level on the Allies is definitely high enough that they can give them a run for their money. But Orsted has the overshield off the rip.
Overshield is very indicative of early success as well, because as soon as you get that, you basically become untouchable, especially on a Fortress map that is so just defined by what you can get as an early pick system, as well as 2 snipers that get really well used and abused, and they're already going to use that repulsor, and it basically becomes a free run for this first Cap, that's as quick as you like. 45 seconds in, we already have one here for the Nylon Warriors.
Yeah, as you say, the overshield there really coming in clutch. By the time his overshield was dropped, he was already around the corner. Without an overshield, he would have been an easy cleanup, but with it, he was still full health, and it meant that they just didn't really have a chance to stop that flag. Now we see Bam with the sniper rifle. He isn't going to manage to find any faces with it, but even just having this sniper rifle puts so much pressure on the other team. They can't just peek. They can't try and take control of top mid until they neutralize this sniper player, managing to body that player bottom armory. But not managing to find the kill. Theo is going to clean up the no, Theo isn't going to clean up the flag runner, sorry. And Auster's going to be one shot. And it looks like another flag is going to be going in for Nylon Warriors.
Oh my goodness. As soon as you get one of these cycle systems all set up, it becomes almost impossible to stop, especially when you have that initial overshield. Then you have just great slays that are being brought down. You honestly just can't do too much with it. Now, finally, we get a pull here by the allies, but a reversal right now off of Jamsey. And just as they wanted to get it onto the ledge, they have a chance to maybe pull it in at the last second. But a couple of big slays. Oh, and eventually becomes a counterplay. So the allies will get their one. Very fast action here in the first 2 minutes.
But you do have to worry if they gave up too much for that flagpole. They've given up the overshield, and they've gave up so many numbers. Deimos going to get caught out as well. They're in a prime position for a counter cap here, but it doesn't seem like it's going to happen. Most of the Nylon Warriors are on the wrong side of the map. They might be able to take control of tower side, but the allies have managed to prevent that counter cap, which is really good going. But Austin has pulled the flag now.
Tower plays, they go up underneath blue, they're going to be called out that they're rotating around, and even though you eat a frag blast, it's going to be just enough of a decoy play. This one is as over as you blink. 2.5 minutes and maybe 4 seconds more. Nylon Warriors bringing the fight very early. What went wrong? What went right? What in the world? That game was just so fast.
Yeah, it just came down to control of the map and power weapons. Those first two flags went in so fast because the pressure that the overshield, the top mid control, and the sniper were all putting on the side of the allies. They just couldn't stop those flags. Even when they got the damage in, they weren't able to gain the control in order to shut them down. And you know, as we said before, Fortress can go so fast, it can get out of hand so fast. Yeah. If you lose that initial sniper duel, it can very much snowball straight into a flag cap, and that's what we saw there.
Yeah, I mean, it always kind of burns down to me whenever we see, obviously, the initial OS. If you can secure that and they don't burn through at least half of that shield, you have such a powerful position and player that exists on the map. But then it always feels like you end up with if you win the OS fight, you've won both of the snipers, because you'll have the one that you'll set up from your fortress, and then you'll basically just kind of overpower whoever went for that first snipe on their half. And it always, one team will have literally everything. It's a cash grab, it's a treasure trove, and so they just run away with that first map. So Fortress, I hope that you guys weren't looking to see it early, because if you didn't take a seat, have your snack ready, and kicked up your feet to see some European Halo, you missed it. It's gone. But we go to Aqua. It's Slayer. Do we expect the same level of volatility? They have to be here for at least 50 kills, so it's going to take more time, right?
Yeah, Aqua's one of our fastest Slayers, but it's like I say, it is one of the fastest Slayers. It's not obviously going to go as fast as that, because, as you say, you do have to. They are going to have to tough it out for at least 50 kills. That does mean there's time to make that comeback. But on the other hand, because it's a relatively small map, because it's sort of separated very clearly into these different areas of the map, it means that collapsing on spawners, predicting enemy spawners, is quite easy, and it means that playing defensively, knowing when you're at a disadvantage, and being able to stabilize yourself by finding trades is so important. And currently, from that first map, it just doesn't seem like the allies have that capability, have that coordination and that discipline to recognize that they need to play defense. They need to stop trying to take fights and start trying to force the enemy to come to them, so they can find those trades, so they can build from that. So right now, I'm not sure. Like I said, I'm not sure if the allies have really shown us they have that capability, but hopefully I will be proven wrong.
We'll see how that all works out. First Blood, in fact, does go over to Nylon Warriors. And again, in case you guys hadn't seen all the changes over the last couple of weeks, actually the last month and more, we do have, instead of OS, you have that early camo that was picked up by Jamsey. I have been seeing a lot more use of Heatwave, kind of like an area check type of weapon, to see if they happen to have a sixth sense and they can't see exactly where that pixel is, they'll use that Heatwave in that horizontal configuration to try and just kind of down check who's nearby, and then kind of get that spread damage, then follow up and get go in for a frag. So sometimes that's been used, but it's all about info. And Jamsey, they've already got a 3-0, and Nylon Warriors trying to extend this lead.
Yeah, I think Heatwave is also has been GA'd again by most players. But so we probably won't be seeing it very much. They're getting taken out. And, you know, unfortunately, a case of lapsed comms there. If these two players inside this blue base fought together, they probably both survive with the kill. But instead, two are going to get taken down. It might be a third. It will be. An excellent teamwork coming in from Nylon Warriors to get an assist there. And as I say, maybe a slight lapse in comms from the allies. They need to start finding these trades.
And full-on friendship here out of Nylon Warriors, as the allies are playing as anything but just trying to catch their breath as they are being sprinted around and hunted down. Deimos finding at least one, but he will be traded almost immediately. From behind them, Wabam actually gets taken down as well, but Jamsey will see the rest of that occurring. They're going to have to reload, and they're just trying to play cat and mouse around these top planters, around overall mid, but I mean, everyone is pretty calm and kosher right now with the way they're getting these individual one-on-ones. A couple of perfects coming out right now for Wabam, and the allies have not been able to keep track, but they're only 6 behind, so it's just pretty much the early game. Oh, hey, I love the back smack.
Yeah, I really like that play from Deimos to rat in the base and find that back smack, and it's going to be 3 dead on the side of the allies off the back of a similar play from Theo. And it's exactly what I want to see from the allies. I want to see them playing this a little more tight, a little more sneaky, a little more ratty, because that's how you win Slayers. Slayers aren't just about getting kills yourself, they're about denying kills to the other team. And recently they've just been taking too much damage, as Camoplay is going to have to back down, but is going to find the kill onto La Catarina, who found herself out of position whilst one shot, and the allies could be about to swing the momentum here.
I feel like for a time, Neb almost kind of forgot they had camo, because they were definitely taking some long distance fights, and like you mentioned, utilizing that in a much more kind of like flank mentality allows you to get even more play as well as just more information. So they're just kind of straight up taking regular gun duels, and I was like, well, that's gonna fall off, but they end up with 3 kills. So Neb actually is making the most of it, and they'll go to even 500 right now between their slays and their deaths. But still, it's kind of holding by the nose. Nylon Warriors only up by 2 now. It was a much more substantial 6-point lead, and the allies, they've been able to keep this field generally balanced.
Yeah, the allies have done exactly what I said I wasn't sure if they were going to be able to, and they've managed to stabilize the situation. That player trapped into Fridge now is going to make himself such a nuisance. Deimos living in a situation he probably had no right to survive, really. But it's a massive boon for the allies that he has managed to do that. It's still going to be a 2-kill game, but a 2-kill game is very much is a lot better of a situation than we saw at the start.
See if they can continue to creep along. You've seen some of these games go late term into the 30s and 40s mark, and it feels like it suddenly becomes a breakaway. And you definitely feel like Nylon Warriors have let off the gas. They're definitely playing much more into these crossfires, and the allies are actually getting some of those better comms. And look how they're actually invading the bases. You have one man that kind of sticks around as basically a point man, finding some information, and then 2 will rush in, and then they have that cross. Trying to use that jump, can't quite get it to work out. The fat melee will end up being just fine. 2 will fall for the allies. This is the second camo found by the Nylon Warriors. This has actually been a balanced utility spread between both these teams, but they have the better information, and that's now turning into a greater point spread.
Yeah, we are seeing very good value coming out of the camo plays from Nylon Warriors. Wabam there, working with his team, managing to find a really nice collapse there. I think they got 3 and didn't trade a single kill, and that's given them a 4-kill lead now. But the allies are back up on the map. They haven't managed to collapse on them off spawn. So we're into a pretty even fight, trading evenly. Bam now going to be looking for a flank through blue util. Does he know that the player is over towards car 2? He doesn't seem to know about that player, but unfortunately Deimos doesn't turn around in time. It may be a trade here.
Can he get him?
And
Oh my goodness.
Deimos isn't going to manage to trade the kill, which leads to a 5-kill lead now. Probably going to be 4 in a second. Yeah, 4-kill lead for Nylon Warriors. We seem to have stabilized at that 4-kill lead. And though the allies are managing to maintain that distance, they're not managing to close it.
I do like the Jet. They're able to get that quick kind of dash away and make sure not to stay too deep in the pocket because they were sighted out earlier under S2. So the allies, it's been about being close, but they've not been able to smoke that cigar. Nylon Warriors need to be anti-tobacco as they just take some of these extra fights. They do have that extra assist, and now it's just 2 points. You're starting to see all of that extra kind of calm that was happening around in the 20 mark begin to really get into a roaring 30s position. Jamsey does not want to go for that fight. They're hoping that if they just simply look at the wall that the allies would too. That is 3 down against the Nylon Warriors, and for the first time this map, we did have a lead, and now it's still there. It is dead even. 6 minutes to go.
The Wakatarina there probably should have just turned and run away. They're not going to get punished for it too hard. They will still have a narrow 1-kill lead, but Neb has gotten the camo off of this. This is a really important situation now. He cannot afford to squander this camo. He's not going to manage to find the kill just yet. He does manage to take down Orsted with the assist. He gets the player of P1 one shot and will trade them out. It's still a 1-kill lead for the allies though, as 2 go down on Nylon Warriors. Now it's a tied game.
It's so close. We'll be able to say a number, and then it will immediately change, and it's just going to be a change of 1. The thing that I see most often at the end of these kinds of Slayers is that it'll be balanced forever. It'll be dead even, and then suddenly it will ramp up. So how can they control that? You don't want to go into 1v numbers. Feel like that was an errant life given up by Off. So can they continue to just play a calm game? They are going back into yellow base and playing actually for these 2v1s. Neb gives themselves up, and as the allies look for information, they know where they are, but they're giving up so many of these kind of free moments where they're just losing 1vx, and that's why this has been now propelled to a 5-point lead, what was even at 39 a moment ago.
Yeah, that's a textbook example of how devastating slightly off timing can be. You have Neb pushing from one side, Theo and another player pushing from the other. Sounds like a great plan, but their timing is off, and instead of being multiple attacks coming from multiple different directions, instead it's one attack at a time coming from these different directions, and the players just get caught out. It's a 3-kill lead now for Nylon Warriors, and we're at a very dangerous point in the game. The allies cannot afford untraded kills now.
Either go to strongholds on recharge, or we end this series here. The allies fought back from what was a pretty steep decline, but still, it'll come down to some sweaty moments. Horsted just trying to survive. They will make it around the corner. That could be a bait and switch as they have someone in that blue fridge, and now they go for the kill. The hunted becomes the hunter, rather, as the allies now can only afford, well, none. Camo will be picked up. It's all of a bait. Orsted will burn through it. They now deny the allies any extra utility information, and that'll be a cleanup from off screen. Nylon Warriors, it got scary for a bit, but the lead they established early on, Seal, ends up being the one that they held at the very end of the game. It felt like it just kind of burned down when we were at that 39-39 mark, and you mentioned it before, just couldn't quite get the timing on it. The allies ended up just kind of falling through.
Yeah, it was unfortunately not a repeat of 1945. The Allies did not emerge victorious on this occasion. I do think, considering the fact that Nylon Warriors have so many more reps in, the Allies should be holding their heads high about how well they played a lot of that Slayer. So much of it did just come down to slightly unfortunate timing, but it is what it is. They're going to be looking to take a crack at the losers bracket. Definitely have a solid chance there, depending on who they match up against. Meanwhile, the Nylon Warriors are going to continue on the upper bracket.
Well, we have a lot of EU HCS to be able to play today, Seal. We got that first flavor of it. I love that we got some local eights. If you were looking at that, 9 times out of 10, you might see Nylon Warriors win, but maybe there's one of those supreme moments where they find their way through on the side of the allies. Might be able to get it. Do you think there's going to be a lot of UHL banter and chipping at each other after that match?
Probably. I mean, we like to yap a little bit, to be fair. And Deimos eliminated that Allies team a few weeks ago. So when I was on that team, so and he had some words to be said next time I spoke to him. But
well,
yeah.
Well, we'll see if any of that kind of banter comes chipping and chawing here in the chat. You guys can stick with us. Remember, if you do stick around, you'll have that Helljumpers Spartan ID with EHL. But we're going to take a short break. More of the EU HCS Open number 3. We'll be back in a moment.
And I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back, so...
Theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in editing as well, like it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this is gonna look sick. It's like, I don't know, it's just, that was way more prevalent in Halo 3 because, as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading these montages onto their computer and were able to just stream it, all of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and then it became the Halo forum. And then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special, but everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there'd be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something, so like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage, like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like that's how much people cared back then. Like you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin' to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together. And it was 10 different editors, all editing 1 minute, where every part of the, like everyone's edit transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, like, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly two of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays, what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came to an end, the cross-section of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just aligned so well for the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think like if like I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like, you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros coming throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation of montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy, your Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com, when it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed, and then in that transition I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was, and so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game I think was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the like, there's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still had Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of NoobSlayer343 releasing trailers for their newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed18 making montages like it's 2006. Or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I have linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG.
Space Station.
I think OpTic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG. That was SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
OpTic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase. Phase.
Phase Clan. Phase.
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 Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a Phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station. That'd have been
OpTic.
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 Was it OpTic?
Was it OpTic?
OpTic.
OpTic.
That was us.
OpTic.
That was OpTic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
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 that one was SSG.
The SSG Invitational was won by SSG.
SSG.
SSG. SSG. SSG.
SSG.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG.
SSG. SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase.
I'm gonna say OpTic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
Phase.
OpTic.
Phase. That was Phase.
OpTic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that OpTic?
No, it's Phase.
I believe Phase won that one as well.
It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase. Also Phase.
Phase again.
Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think OpTic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
OpTic.
That was OpTic because they won the, yeah.
For some reason that was OpTic.
OpTic.
OpTic. That was us.
Charlotte was OpTic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was OpTic.
OpTic.
OpTic. That was us.
OpTic.
OpTic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was OpTic.
OpTic.
OpTic as well.
OpTic.
OpTic. Easy enough.
And that was OpTic.
OpTic. That was us.
OpTic.
OpTic as well.
OpTic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been, was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs. Because those were like the two big ones. And I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode? The Chiefs? Barcode. Barcode was on there, right? Yeah. Mind Freak? No, it was the Chiefs?
Mind Freak?
Chiefs.
Mind Freak?
The Chiefs.
Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons team, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights. Luminosity? Knights?
LG.
PK. Luminosity.
LG.
The Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights?
I know they were space station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend. I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
That was Ascend. Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend.
Ascend at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend. Valencia? Ascend. Ascend?
Ascend.
Ascend.
Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by FaZe.
Sentinels.
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 That was Sen.
Sen. Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
Sen.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9. Cloud9. Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9. Cloud9.
Cloud9. Cloud9.
OpTic.
That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as well. Cloud9.
Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9. Cloud9. Yeah. Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI Ship Administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop. I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just rewatched those cutscenes so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Correct.
The answer? Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's Holy City, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreigner key ship.
See, I knew this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner Key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I've never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal vector.
Hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only... Welcome back, everyone! It's time for more of the EU HCS Series Open number 3. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside Seal. Seal, it was a quick one, so we took our time. That's Slayer at the very end felt very promising, but we move on to better promises and better starts and better narratives as we go into round number 2. This one's going to be between Kusamo and I believe, yes, Lahazi. So a banger that you've been saying the entire time in the green room. Tell me about the squads that we're getting on the old screen here.
Well, I'm not an expert on the players from Kusamo personally, although I do know of them. They're all pretty solid, and I expect they'll be able to give Lahazi a pretty solid run for their money, or at least I would hope so. I believe they are Finnish, so should be an interesting one. Meanwhile, I'm much more familiar with the side of Lahazi, Knuckles, Yume, Finners, and Sticker, all mainstays of the European Halo scene, and players will expect to go pretty far in this tournament.
Well, I mean, I know last week there was a little bit of drama, but even with this team right in the thick of it, we're going to see if they can find themselves some footing moving through these maps. We've got Solitude, King of the Hill, and then at minimum, you have Street Slayer. I feel like with the vibes going into this matchup, we may actually find ourselves onto a third map early with Oddball Recharge. So this is, again, still best of 3. After this one, we will still have one more round of BO3 before we ultimately hit that BO5 marker that will be starting in the semifinals. So, in case you're looking for some more Halo, maybe to stick around with us and maybe get that Helljumper ID, you have some of that coming up. But we'll go into our first one. It is King of the Hill Solitude. Solitude Hills. So, of all the maps, what's your favorite King of the Hill map mode combo? Need to know.
Oh, I mean, I can't pick Streets anymore because someone decided to remove it from the game. So I think I would probably go with either Recharge or... Honestly, that's really hard. I don't think there are any bad King of the Hill maps. I think King of the Hill is one of our most... King of the Hill is one of our most solid and enjoyable game types. King of the Hill is the only objective mode we have on Solitude now, unfortunately. Rip Solly Strongholds, gone but not forgotten. Especially not by OpTic Gaming fans. Anyway, that's beside the point. I think Solly Strongholds is Solly Koth, is a really interesting game type, and since we do have that shock rifle now, maybe a little less snowbally than it was before, but I don't really know if I actually agree with that. I think it's can get out of hand. Fighting for this top mid camo control. Got to be worried about getting shot in the back here, and he does not manage to escape. And the camo is going to be down bottom mid, but 3 have gone down for Kusamo GG. And so that camo will probably be going into the hands of Lahazi, but not if Knuckles have anything to say about. Wait, no, Knuckles is Lahazi. What? Did Knuckles just kill his teammate, or am I an idiot?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. We'll someone pull that up at the bottom. We'll check that out one way or another. But the early camo control, then into shock rifle, we've seen that combination be so well puppeteered and so good to just get an early kind of domination, and instead you lose the shock. That goes over to Crossman, who they got shocked first, but it was a shock and awe campaign the other direction. Early points half the hill over to Kusamo, who've spun all this first contact right around. They put him in the box over there towards the lift, and Lahazi, oh wow, they had the utilities and the tools to find success, but they are getting just taken down.
Yeah, I mean, Lahazi had such a good start. They got 3 dead off the rip and somehow managed to throw away both the shock and the camo. Pretty disastrous there, and you know, that's snowballed straight into a hill. Shock rifle is going to be out of ammo, which is great news for Lahazi because it means the Crossman isn't going to be able to bully them with it quite so hard. That being said, the spawns have come in over towards the nest side, which is probably a good thing if you're Lahazi at this point because they're already pretty far up the map, managing to find the first picks, but unfortunately, 3 of them going to go down. And it's going to be a hard time now for Lahazi to get into this hill, even if this trade does come through, which it will.
You're talking about how you get, instead of having to be on the furthest point, maybe towards that shock rifle lift spawn, or maybe even towards blue, where you'd be directly in that sightline of Kusamo, they'd have a chance maybe be able to rotate up this map a lot faster, especially to that U-bend. Well, instead, it became immediate death, systematic murder, as they're already up to 7-2, trying to be able to win this. Instead, it is a turnaround, fair play. Some of those nades kind of going off angle and errant. Follow-up kill here by Systematic, who has been brutal, but this hill is anything but in correct hands. If you're Kusamo, Lahazi has been able to steal it, and then being able to tie up this this first couple of hills.
Yeah, the players on Kusama now looking to fight up towards this ledge, try and get an angle onto hill, but a trade coming through there isn't what they need. You need untraded kills in order to break into this position, and Lahazi turning around the momentum there. Knuckles now going to be heading towards that window side, probably trying to push up towards tower. Meanwhile, these players in blue are going to be looking to try and shut down this push. That damage is going to be good for a trade, and it should mean that Kusama is going to get early time onto this hill. Well, maybe not, actually. There's no one there.
Yeah, everyone's kind of playing neutral to reestablish overall kind of spawns. You're forcing them to have to go towards that opposite side and get towards either that would-be fourth hill or maybe even just towards U-bend. They have that shock rifle on the mind, trying to be able to get, again, some power utility. Still, now as points finally begin, Lahazi, they're making up for lost ground after that first hill went kind of embarrassingly too tough and sideways against them. Knuckles will be holding on to shock here from top tower. They know at least one is over towards that other side of ramp, so they're giving some good information, but they're going to be infiltrating here from blue. But one will go down as Marvies is found out. Systematic will follow, and Lahazi's set to get a second hill in a row.
Yeah, some potentially questionable objective efficiency from Kusamo there. Not managing to put a second time on the board, despite the fact they had the spawns and the position for it. And it's going to really come back to bite them. Lahazi now getting that hill 0 to 100, and it's going to be 2-1 to Lahazi.
That was so quick. Okay, so as fast as that mistake was, it has been quickly corrected here, Seal. That is actually a great sign considering what was before. Oh, getting the camo, and if they can get back up to this bridge, they will also have shock rifles. So that's a deadly combination. Lundy, see what they can do with it. Well, it's free dab, and trying to dab and get a second if they can. The follow-up won't be there, but they will have early points getting scored for Kusamo, who has to stem the bleeding after what was a great steal to start off this game.
Yeah, I really like the patience there to wait to pick up that shock rifle, preserve his own life with camo, but unfortunately it's not really going to pay off. Maybe hanging around top mid a little bit too long there, not getting to where his team needed him to be. It's going to result in 3 dead on the side of Kusamo. The spawns coming in over towards the S1 side. We already saw how dangerous that can be when it was Lahazi spawning there. Are they going to be able to do it? Finna's still with 1 shot left in this shock rifle.
One big shot will pan out. The rest of it is gone. They're going to use some quick nades to clear out that top window. Love basically the full commit to be able to at least get rid of a Systematic, but they do have their man fall off points. So both these teams are about a third of the way through, trying to hunt them down from behind. Lundy will be able to get another big trade, and so that means that at least half the team went down for Lahazi. So they can start it all over again, and I love that they keep basically playing Jack in the Box from outside of this point. You come up, you get a kill, you go down, a killing spree acquired by Lundy, and he was actually one of the few that was actually in the negatives. They have gone ultra positive as they lead the lobby.
Yeah, Kusamo here really striking back, managing to break open this hill. I thought we might see a repeat of what happened previously on the Yard Hill, where Lahazi manages to break the setup and just hold it, but that hasn't happened so far. It looks like Lahazi's push is going to get shut down here, unless a hero play can come through from this Yard BR player. There's 2 of them there now, and they have managed to find one of the kills. Can they find the second?
Ooh.
No, they can't, as a double kill comes in from Systematic.
Splashing them with some all explosives. That was huge. That's the kind of a grenade that you want to be able to have all the time. They do, in fact, get the camo for Lahazi. So what can they do with that play? See if they have a chance working off from truck, at least to get some early information. This is going to go over towards that shock rifle spawn as we go 2-2, 5th hill unlocked. We're guaranteed to at least go 6 hills. So whoever gets this one will have map 1 point. It's going to be a big trade. They try to use that repulsor, but all it does is give time to Finners. He's over at 13 and 10. They're trying to continue chasing him down with all these extra frags, so the camo is no longer up, and this is a tough hill to unwedge a defense from. It's already halfway getting us up to score.
Yeah, it's going to be 2v1 on the map now, Crossman, with the mission of trying to get through to that S1 side. They don't seem to know exactly where he is. They were pre-nading that, but didn't manage to find him, so he's going to be lurking now, waiting for his opportunity to strike. And that early time from Kusama means that they have time, but Crossman is going to peek maybe a little bit too soon. His teammates don't have an angle for him, but he's forced to back down. I don't know exactly where he went, but now there's going to be people pushing from the truck side. Lahazi now 75% of the way to the hill, but 3 are going to go down on that side. This truck player has to live, maybe even find a kill, but he won't. He will find the kill, but he won't manage to trade, and that means Lahazi now has to break this hill. They have 1 attempt at it.
Systematic has gone right back up to being a murderer at 18 and 10, but in opposite, Lundy has continued actually sticking with it. You have a chain lightning as they get all of that happening from off of the ramp. They jump up from truck. They're going to end up giving their life for the assist. So now map point has gone over to Kusamo. Just as that happens, all 3 fail, fall, and die. Same thing for Lahazi. So we go back to true neutral with this one, Seal. From up on top tower, Lahazi, they dropped this first hill whenever we kicked off Solitude. They've got to find a way to get it to force a final hill.
Yeah, we actually saw a really good break going in from Lahazi there. Unfortunately, it was too late and the hill had already moved. 3 of them went down for that. And even though the camo's in their hands now, it's going to be 3 dead. Knuckles, they already know roughly where he is. He can't really afford to start shooting. He needs to reposition himself. You have time. You don't need to chow the hill yet, bro. But he's gonna find that kill. He's gonna back down that player. He is gonna find the kill onto Dip, and that's probably a mistake from Kusamo there. Not prioritizing killing the camo player, Knuckles. It's 1 shot, still alive, somehow, absolute bottom mid. He doesn't find the kill onto the truck player though, and he is going to get taken down. It's 3 dead for Lahazi. Finners is a spawner. I don't know where Yume is.
Oh my gosh. That I feel like he cleared 3 separate shields with only getting maybe 1 between it. It was a lot of damage. It was a lot of basically zoning. Ooh, so a crouch battle happening right now as Marvies ends up coming up on the top of that one. But if you're Lahazi, you feel like that was maybe an opportunity that will go by the wayside, and now they have 1 last rush. They've got to get here. It's going to be about 7 seconds. They are holding this hill. They're going to be right behind at least this low obstacle, and if you can't get from that top level, it's going to be done. They basically C9 this one. They never got back to sight. Lahazi will fall on the first map twice, and that one will be what hurts them the most, as that first one goes over to Kusama. What a way to be able to start off this series.
Yeah, I mean, that camo play at the end there, I think, unfortunately, it was such a bizarre play because he played it so well, with the exception of the fact that his team was all dead. Everything he did would have been perfect if he'd had someone to follow up on the damage, but there was just no one there. So he's just tagging up these players, drawing attention to himself, but there's no one to take advantage, and unfortunately that means that he eventually got taken down, and there were no more chances for Lahazi to break that hill. But still, a very good showing from both of these teams there, a lot closer than the 4-2 scoreline makes it look, and I'm very excited to see what map 2 is like.
Well, Systematic and Crossman both cresting over 5k damage. Same for Finners and Knuckles. It was actually very close for both sides. You had a lot of great kill completions, though. I think, like you mentioned, just from Kusamo, a lot more collaborative in their overall kind of slaying, and that definitely ended up being the difference. So, if that is basically to be expected as we walk over into our Slayer match this time around. We go to Slayer Streets. No more Bulldog. You still have, well, I guess you put the sidekick over there. You got the red gun, good old stalker rifle that will be coming through. So, obviously, you can get a lot of slays and a lot of damage when you know the objective that you got to go to, because, you know, King of the Hill, someone has to be there. For Streets, feels like there's a lot more ebb and flow about how you want to rotate and really kind of pincer a lot of these teams in.
Yeah, I think the main thing about Streets is your team is always the wolf or the sheep.
Yep.
You know, you'll have these neutral moments where you're sort of poking and prodding at someone, but as soon as you have an advantage to push off of, you have to take it. You have to start flying. You have to find those kills, find those trades, find that and capitalize on that damage. And equally, you need to recognize when you're in a bad situation, and you need to play for those trades. You need to play further back, because the thing about Streets is it can get out of hand so fast. Because the map is quite narrow, it means that flanking through another lane, you can collapse on the other team if they find themselves all in a corner. You can be 4 up and 4 dead before you even know it. So I think both of these teams have the capabilities here. It's just going to come down to whether or not, when one team has an advantage, they can capitalize on it, and when whether the other team can stabilize. Similar to what we saw in that Aqua Slayer earlier.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said about the visual information for this map, because if you try to go to maybe the outside perimeter third lane that is equal but opposite from you, you know exactly where that you're able to find them. It's very difficult to sneak by somewhere. The early red gun goes into the hands of Lundy, and want to give a lot of love to them. They were able to ramp up in the moments when their team needed them most. Very much clutch up style player. Crossman actually came out the best for that, but they're playing around this mid camo, seeing who can be able to get hold of it first, and just throwing out as many shots as you absolutely can. We have some early splash damage, but Lahazi will hold a thin lead.
Yeah, Lundy here, putting out a lot of pressure with the red gun, finally managing to pick up a kill, but finding himself absolute bottom mid is going to get taken down, unfortunately. Sticker with the camo. This camo is such a valuable tool on this map, not least because the map is so small, but he's going to get taken down already, which is a shame. That being said, Lahazi will find themselves with a 2-kill lead off the rip here, despite a strong start from players on Kusama.
Love the electrical box play. It's the tightest little corridor, and you can make so much good value out of it if you can, but they actually jump straight into the Shroud as well, as there was 2 separate fights happening in the same area, basically from that sidekick spawn. 3 fall out for Kusamo as Lahazi maintains again. It was just a 2-kill lead. We saw a very close quarters combat style from that Aqua Slayer a little bit ago. They will spin around, get that quick melee. They actually want to follow up for another one, but they end up in a numbers game. They can't compete and complete a kill. So Lahazi with a decoy play will find another one. We've kind of slowed down here on streets. This map is also kind of prone and vulnerable to, you know, a change of pace just at the drop of a dime.
Yeah, Crossman there, Living and Laundry was a really big play. You could sort of see the plan forming in his head as he got a player towards PD to try and collapse on those B Street players. Unfortunately, they weren't really there anymore in order for that to be a huge play, but they still did manage to find a pick. Sticker here, fighting against this PD player now. 2 are going to have gone down for Lahazi. Sticker going to find himself in a similar situation to Crossman, but unfortunately they know where he is and he will get taken down. Knuckles now, trying to live on that pink streak. Needs to find a trade, and he is going to manage to do it. Still a 2-kill lead for Lahazi, and make that 2 again, as Sticker picks up another kill.
Fighting through evens and odds right now. That's pretty much how it is. You find that early melee, you realize you're kind of caught, and then you end up getting a stick. So now Lahazi is just been by 2. Very similar to what we saw before, but remember, as soon as we get to see any of that continuing to happen, feels very difficult for the team that is behind to really kind of establish an overall lead. Love the combo that we got out of Lahazi there, just on this pink street narrow. So if anyone comes through from this corner, they basically can kind of give range fire to everything. You do have that red gun now picked up by Kusamo. Everyone's hanging out from window. As pop goes the weasel time, they're stuck in this corner. Might be able to catch a few. Maybe not just a few, but how about 3 as Kusamo drops out, and that becomes a 6-kill lead in an instant.
And that's exactly what I was talking about before we loaded in. This map is so dangerous. If you find yourselves all on the same lane, then you need to expect that to happen. It will always will, because you've given up all of that map control. And so they're just going to collapse on you from all directions. It's going to be 3 dead again from the side of Kusamo. They know that there's another player towards the PD, and they are going to find the kill. It's an 8-kill lead now for Lahazi. They have answered back in this game.
Ozzy looking very strong right now. Kusamo was able to get that King of the Hill by structure and by teamwork, but you know, when the team sits together, they often die together from the full-fledged flurry of nades from behind. Maybe looking for a double kill. They try to fight a war on 2 fronts. It will be a double, but unfortunately for them, they end up dropping. Lahazi will go and get rid of 3, and that's a huge look for Kusamo as they try to just nip and bite at this lead. That camo will be online. Whoever wants to be able to get to it first is going to be a tough task considering, so they're going to go from that window section, fighting from arcade, protecting their teammate. It's a 10-point lead at this time, and Finners will come up as the invisible man as Kusamo is starting to see this really run away from him.
And he's going to be taking down Lundy as well. A really well-played camo from Finners there, putting out so much damage, denying it to the other team as they just flung themselves at it. Maybe a slight misplay from them, but it's not going to matter. Finners is on a killing spree as he finds a perfect kill.
So much time and information. They know where these guys are. They're going to be able to back up, getting caught from overhead. So play that one cool and calm, eventually using up the rest of that camo, but Lahazi is in a position of strength And it feels like we are almost in a point of inevitability to go into a third map, seeing Recharge for the first time. Nice coordination and rotation to get around for that back smack. Will Marvy's fall? No. In fact, he'll find at least something to keep this team alive, but it's Trade City, baby, here on Streets, as all Lahazi has to do is find at least a 1-for-1 against Kusamo, and they'll be pushing this series to go the distance.
Yeah, you know exactly how Kusamo feels now. It's just one of those games. They got 3 dead on Lahazi, and the 4th guy still manages to find a trade. There's just nothing they can do at this point. This game is basically over. They would have to play absolutely perfect. Halo and Lundy gonna get back smacked. That's gonna be the final kill for Yume. A very, very dominant performance from Lahazi to answer back after their map 1 defeat.
Yume showing up at the very end, and of course this team showing up now. They recognize that the first hill of King of the Hill and Solitude, they lost out to that twice. First one felt like highway robbery. The second time around, they were just being slammed. So going into this Slayer, everything was very tight-knit. I don't think at any one point, correct me if I'm wrong, Seal, that Lahazi gave up a lead at all. Even when it was like 1 or 2 kills, they still kind of kept just that much ahead before they really built it out there for Streets.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I would say you're correct. It's possible it did happen early on. The game was a little bit scrappy, but you know, once Lahazi really cemented their control, it just didn't feel like there was any point where Kusamo GG had the opportunity to get back into that game. But going to Recharge is going to be different. I'd say Recharge. We are on Recharge Oddball, yes. I believe. Probably plays a lot more similarly to Solitude. It's a very structured game type, a lot less brawly than we saw the Streets Slayer game be. So it might be the case where that maybe leans towards Kusamo a little bit. On the other hand, maybe Lahazi just needed a warm up, and now they're gonna continue to be on fire. I suppose we'll just have to wait and see.
It's kind of like what you and I were talking about earlier about players that they can execute really well individually, be able to get some big slays, but unless the team is actually working together, then it's not exactly going to be the same kind of overall outcome. So going over into Recharge, we've seen a pretty similar concept of where you end up wanting to go if you have a moving point concept. And what I mean by that, going from batteries to long haul over towards that spiral and hydro, and then that's your reset point. You drop off and you do it again, and it feels like separating that half of the map gives such a, it's like having, I think I said this last week as well, instead of having just a password, you have a passphrase, and it's so much harder to be able to crack down on. Whereas if you go to like what, top gold, you try to protect from elevator, eventually an invasion ends up working out kind of in a 50-50 concept.
Yeah, I think Recharge is such a cross-mappy map, if that makes sense. It's something that you don't see that much of on Streets. It's more about playing your own lane, protecting yourself, and you know, that's one of the sort of golden rules of Halo is when you are alone in a lane, you have to focus on your own thing. Whereas Recharge is the kind of map where if you've got a person top A, a person top gold, you can shoot for each other, you can rely on each other a lot more. And especially when the ball is being held like in A, having that player over in gold is so valuable. Sticker now, I'm going to be looking for that camo. A great teamwork there to shroud it off. Is he going to be able to stay alive? Maybe shooting there was a mistake, but he does look like he is going to be able to escape. He takes the kill onto the Stacks player, and he manages to escape. Massive play from Sticker there to get himself that camo. Now he's going to be looking towards the gold side, probably trying to find that shot.
That was such a cheeky fadeaway to get these, like, all right, I see you two, I'm finally surviving. Also, haha, you're dead. Trying to be able to get one more here if they want that perfect shot. Ends up being a nice assist, and they've got some information that at least 2 players over from Kusamo were trying to invade from top glass. But this ball now has to get picked up by Sticka. He's doing the slaying, he's doing the objective. He's kind of doing everything, trying to get their team involved as well, which they have been. Early points, the first 10 right now sitting with Lahazi as they'll play from this top gold position.
Yeah, this gold position though, not really tenable to hold it for long. They are going to play the ball out. Really well played there. 3 dead on the side of Lahazi, but they did manage to play the ball out. They managed to deny it a little bit, but Crossman has managed to scoop that away into gold. Yume now looking to get control of A, but he's going to get taken down by Lundy with the shock rifle.
Well, boy. Now from that glass position over towards Attic. See if they continue to run it down. Systematic trying to just keep Lahazi, you know, basically decoyed out. And you play from down to this battery's position. 3 fall and a stagger with Kusamo. So Lahazi and the gang, they will take over control just as Kusamo was able to get even points between them. So Systematic and the gang, it feels like they continue to chase tail against Lahazi. You'd asked before, maybe that was all of a Kusamo concept of greater teamwork, making the dream work. It feels like they definitely got to live through that as they more than doubled up this lead.
Yeah, it's a pretty scrappy game so far. Lahazi has come out with a lead, but they're going to go down, all 4 of them now. Rotating this ball through towards A, I quite like that play. Systematic, just hanging around in Whirlpool with the camo. I maybe would have liked to see him go gold with it a little bit, but he does pick up a kill. He's going to find the player on stacks as well with his teammate. And now, not really much opportunity to push here from Lahazi, but they do take out the camo guy, which is very fortunate.
Ooh, big slide and ride. End up dying. Let's see this one picked up again, and now this is going to be another lead change as Lahazi aims to steal it away. We're just basically directly into that elevator position. That was a weird grapple. Doing it twice, Spider-Man learning how to use their webs, and it went 2 different directions. They end up falling at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Lahazi has to deal with another invasion there by Systematic, even dropping the nade right behind him. That'll be Knuckles that throws hands. Crossman, oh, good double kill by Knuckles as he just uses it straight into top A. So they want to rotate this around. They want to bring it towards this Hydro position, see if they can get away with it. He's going to be invaded on, maybe some extra damage, hoping to drop out a frag or 2, but instead they will be fragged out. And that's all of Lahazi going down as Kusama will be able to start building up some points.
Yeah, that's pretty good break there coming in from Kusamo. They are going to manage to equalize that score, although maybe that setup from Lahazi probably survived a bit longer than it should have done. Players there filtering into A one at a time a little bit, but the 2 kills going down for either side on the map now. This player C-Steps is dead to rights, and it's going to be a lot of points now going on the board for the side of Kusamo. Lahazi really has to try and figure out a way to break this setup soon. Going to take down Systematic, but trading out that kill isn't what they need. It's 70 points now for Kusamo. They're closing in on this round 1 victory.
We got BO3 for a final BO3. See if all of Lahazi can force into a final fight. Weren't able to get to that final hill last time around when it was King of the Hill. And this time around, they're definitely losing out on this fight. This could end up being a reset. You got to watch out if you are Kusamo. That's exactly why they tossed it to go and reset back over towards batteries, because they knew even if they got it, they don't believe that they would be able to handle it for the latter 50 points, and Kusamo will be able to chase them down. On this camo play, they are sneaky. They're going to be able to get the assassination. Nice little back tap. They're going to force everyone to have to focus in on where that is in top gold out from the side of red. Oh, but the pipe play. They're just dropping bombs on them, and they got 15 points to go.
It's a fantastic camo play from Crossman there, managing to completely shut down the attempted setup from Lahazi. He's going to find another one. Crossman absolutely destroying Lahazi in the final moments of this round. Going to be able to probably get the melee onto this Battle Edge player as well. They're not going to be able to find the ball guy. Excellent rotation there. I don't see which player that was, but a very well played ending to that map from Kusamo GG.
All right, first one goes over to Kusamo. So Lahazi, they started off well, but it didn't end well. See if that ends up being a different tale of the tape. Remember, it actually was Kusamo that, or rather Lahazi, that got that early first camo. You're gonna get that Shroud picked up, and Crossman and Kusamo will start things off first. Oh, you slide, it looks cool, but then you just get a bullet to the back of the helmet. Not exactly where you want to be. And we get some good jumping around from Crossman, who continues just, you know, they have not slowed down from what they've seen before. They actually were behind enemy lines and between multiple Lahazi players. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Crossman picking up right where he left off in the previous round. He ended that one with an excellent camo play, and he started it again. Sticker there. I mean, they could just leave him. He's not doing anything. But they do need to try and get their hands on this ball at some point. And in fact, he's managing to put down a lot of damage. Maybe these players are getting a little too antsy to take him down there, not managing to find multiple angles onto him. This player bomb tower, Crossman gonna manage to evade him for a while, but Finnish should be able to take him down, hopefully. Maybe. Someone needs to put an end to this man's reign of terror. There you go. They finally did. But Fid is going
Wow.
to get taken down as well, and Lahazi not managing to get the better of this sort of brawly stage of the game. Umane here now wants to try and get into gold, but even when he does, he's just going to get picked up by this gold player. Oh, maybe not. The gold player's gone, but there's another one.
Wow, the first 80 seconds, about to be 90, has just been pure Slayer. No one is playing off the ball, and this is pretty typical, especially into round number 2 of Oddball. You want to establish overall kind of spot control. You're gonna have this 2v1 here in top glass. That's a nice quick trade as well, as Kusama will have one drop. Lahazi has half the team out, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's almost this weird gentleman's agreement at this point. All right, where we weren't gonna touch the rock, it does eventually get tossed up an NBA style into the hoop, as Kusama will begin getting some points, but it took nearly 2 minutes before anything began, as they just were consistently going for these big slays. 3/4 of the team dropping out for Kusama. Now this is out into open hallway again.
Yeah, I am a little bit concerned about the lack of efficiency we saw there from Kusama. It felt like they were dominating that brawly side of the map there. They should have been able to pick up at least a little bit of time, but they really didn't. And now, you know, Lahazi's managed to overtake them almost immediately because they only had 5 seconds. Don't just stand still in front of the shock rifle guy.
Really trying to be able to take on 2, and that's a quick camo play. Look, they're making the best of this camo. They're able to at least get the ball out of sorts. And even with that shock rifle, Lundy has not really been a major threat, and they will be traded out immediately. See if they continue to do this, they get another trade. Lahazi should be able to start getting some big points, and they've got shocks. There's so many frags that have to deal with bouncing right in front of Knuckles.
Yeah, it feels almost like a repeat of what we just saw from Kusama, though. So many kills going in on the side of Lahazi, but no ball time being found. The ball just sort of stayed towards C-Plat, and now it's found itself rotated back up towards gold, apparently, which is a play that I really like. I didn't even notice that happening. A really, really smart play there. Conventional wisdom is always to rotate it towards somewhere where you can play it off the map, but instead they rotate it back towards long haul as the push comes through tower, and they managed to find almost 30 seconds off of it.
Yeah, they definitely kind of just strung Kusama there by the nose. This one has the makings, if Lahazi can stay consistent, for being able to move over into a round number 3 of Oddball. But Kusama loves top gold. They've been playing around this red pipe section so often. They definitely know how to keep Lahazi kind of at bay. And right now, Marvies is being able to build up and chases away Lundy in the objective time fight there on the same team. It looks like they will at least be getting a lead. So we'll have 1 point more. Lahazi was nearly fully reset. They've lost some early information as all these extra fights are happening much more towards control room and long haul. Slowly starting to chip away at this defensive side, but systematic, as long as they can say Mr. Automatic, Lahazi's going to struggle.
Yeah, now a pretty substantial lead coming in from Kusama. It feels like Lahazi need these Herculean efforts and really smart rotations to get the points on the board. Meanwhile, Kusama just pick up the ball in gold, and it takes Lahazi so long to manage to find them. But two more gonna go down for Kusama. Now these players spawning up towards A, gonna have a hard time here pushing through to gold. It looks like the rotation's coming in through C plat. They are managing to out-rotate the players on the other side. They are going to tie up this game, and they have the ball in position to be played, which means this should be, at least for a little while, a lead for Lahazi.
Chucking it off from Spiral, and you're going to have one man drop out. That actually becomes a power play position here for Lahazi, because they knew that the play was going to be coming through, so they're already in that top glass attic position. You're going to have two rush down. One's going to go low hull. One's going to try and take that high ground. It's covered up from that A elevator position. They do have shock rifle here for Systematic. Now, can he be lethal with it? He'll have half his shield go down, so hasn't been able to live comfortably. Remember, so the first couple of minutes of this game was a Slayer. The last couple of minutes might in fact be that. A 4.0 lead. That's a huge stick. That will be 3/4 of Kusama out, but they still have one man leaving it up, and that's Crossman. But Lahazi is walking around and away into top gold. It's going to be a photo finish at this point here, Seal, because Kusama has some work to be done if they want to end this out in 2, but Lahazi wants a 3rd.
Yeah, we've almost reaching the 70-point mark now on the side of Lahazi. Knuckles finding himself as the last man standing, but he's still milking time. He manages to... Oh, he does not manage to stay alive, in fact, as an excellent grenade comes in. It's 4 dead for Lahazi, with probably a free rotation through to C. Slightly interesting route that they're taking there. They're just going to play the ball out towards Stacks. I'm not really sure what's going on here. I know they want that camo, but there doesn't seem to be anyone in position to look at it, and they've given up so much ball time to try and fight for a camo that it doesn't look like they're going to be able to get anyway.
We've seen bait and ball time out of some of these plays in the previous couple of weeks, seeing what you can just get everyone to go for, especially when it comes to that power utility with camo going online. It feels like that was actually a massive just bumble stumble. Finners off of this camo should be able to give them the best callouts possible, and they can actually bleed it directly into winning time as long as they have just enough. They'll have maybe a 1v2, a double kill on its way, and guess what? Signed, sealed, delivered, and it's got the name Finners. Lahazi, they just need 5 more points. It looks like it's good to go, and that'll do it. We're going to a round number 3. You wanted a barn burner, you wanted an instant classic. Round number 2 is going to be exactly that as we go the distance out of distance here for our round 2 best of 3. Let's go to one more oddball seal.
Yeah, tragic misplay at the end though, and it looked like Kusama were going to be able to equalize the round. Instead, they couldn't decide whether to play for ball or camo. They played for neither, and they lost the round off of it. Now Sticker has the camo again, but he's going to get hunted down. We're seeing these players really prioritizing taking down that camo. They know how big of a threat it can be. Systematic now looking for this player in blue pipes. He is going to find it. That was 4 dead for Lahazi very briefly. The spawn's coming in on the A side.
Samo, it feels like they were trying too many things at the end of that previous round. They're like, all right, you know, this is going to be the biggest brain play. I'm like, all right, I totally get that, but felt like you should just play more instinctual Halo. Play just kind of to your strength and just getting these massive slays and kind of play away. You have such great setups, especially when you've been working much more towards the spiral position. So, Lahazi, they've really kind of brought it to rock against Kusama. They don't want to waste this opportunity if they can, hoping to get over towards that shock rifle one more time, but they know such a favorite weapon as it is. They have to kind of take their time getting over to it. Sticka will find it first. Also, shout out to our top slayers right now here in the lobby as you have Lundy that's at 26 and 21. But Lahazi's been kind of sharing the load, equidistant from each other, except for Yume, who's been much more just kind of getting info as much as they can. Shock rifle for Sticka as he covers on top A, and they want to set up for that spiral, but everyone invaded from Kusamo.
Yeah, Sticker here doesn't seem too worried about these back C players. That might come back to bite him. Then again, they don't really seem to be playing for him either. Seems to be a very temporary ceasefire going on in back C. They finally decided to start shooting each other, and Sticker is going to have to back out.
More like everyone decided to finally just die at the hands of Lahazi. Three quarters, actually, everyone kind of ends up being stacked. Oh my goodness, slap to the face. That's lightning bolt, and that immediately hits a critical. Oh, and another one to add to the stack. Systematic will go straight down to the tarmac. They're trying to find at least a connection for that last little mag. It does end up with a shock and awe campaign found by Lahazi. Finners will go down, and they've gotten up to 30 points. Reset out from batteries. Kusamo is getting some play calls. They're going to get that grapple, and they're going to go back to work. The camo man will be holding on to ball. Feel like that might be not the best use of the utility, but you know what? They've got it for now.
Yeah, for some reason, Systematic doesn't want the ball there. He's like, you know what? I'm going to go fight. I don't care that you have camo. And you know what? It seems to have worked out pretty well for him, so I can't I can't knock it. I suppose Systematic there kind of acting as bait on the bat ledge position. They don't really want to potentially give up a play ball to the other team. They have managed to close this gap a little bit, finding the first kill onto Knuckles. This push into top 8 isn't going to go very well, but that player just enters the Matrix or something. I don't know what the hell just happened. I don't know if it's just me, but he very much looked like he teleported. But even so, it's still going to be time on the board for Kusamo GG. They haven't quite managed to break the space-time continuum enough to break this setup, as the ball is going to be rotated through long haul. Sticker going to be looking for it, but the player hiding top glass is going to manage to make him one shot and force him to back out.
That's one of those Doctor Strange moments where everyone just got Eye of Agamotto'd and they were put into another dimension. So see if the MCU continues to find some of these players out here. So
was that a camo just down in long haul?
Yeah, it's just chilling. It's kind of... I have no idea what's going on.
It must have been oh, it was a shroud. Okay, never mind. Right. I just saw a glowy blue thing on the ground and look, I was like, we just left that there.
Look, at this point, they're just like, you know what? Camo has not been their greatest friend. It's also just been their greatest enemy. They're like, I'm not friends or cool with you anymore. Just leaving it out. But no, Shroud is just the cooler side of the pillow. Oh, big pickup, and it was a threat by Kusamo to finally get that lead. Lahazi held it by a point, and now they're trying to navigate this one down Blue Hall. They want to put it into more treacherous waters, at least towards that pit side. Systematic cannot get there freely. Their entire shield is down, but 3/4 of Lahazi is down, and we're back to neutral as we play some TDM.
Yeah, Lahazi there, maybe seemingly making the exact same mistake that we saw Kusamo make at the end of that round 2. Deciding to get a little bit greedy there, not wanting to play the ball and focus on Camo, instead trying to play for both. They get neither. It's time on the board for Kusamo. This Camo player just lurking in long haul, waiting for the push. He doesn't seem to know this sneaky player is there. Giving away his position here could be dangerous, but there's not going to be anyone who knows where he is. He is going to get taken down, though.
Well,
4 dead.
4 dead. A way to reset. Lahazi has a chance to be able to get back in control. They're down by 14 points. Gonna aim to go back up towards top gold. They're gonna stick into that corner, actually. Finners is being told to just kind of chill out for the moment. They're gonna get chased down. And even with those 4 dead, Lahazi drops 3. Ball goes nowhere. They're going to try and enforce this here from C Plat, but they will be reversed almost immediately. Marvy's fallen out. Sticka just kind of chilling, seeing if anyone wants to get slapped in the back of the head. Just a, high five, but, to the rear of you. See if they can get this one out of blue pipes, but it becomes a funnel. We're playing ARAM, and everyone has decided to choose to just immediately get inted. Lahazi is finding it difficult to get a hand on the rock. They've gotten at least a couple points, and they'll play it from backside spiral. Marvy's going to try and force this reset. Can they get it dead even? No, but they'll only be 2 points from.
Yeah, it feels like both teams there just sort of gifted the other team a setup, and then both of them also managed to fumble it. So we're back to basically an even game now. 1.5 minutes on the clock. The fight, they're going to be fighting over towards gold here. Marvy's over in tower, maybe not really quite where he wants to be. He's going to get taken down, but it's going to be Kusamo who's putting time on the board here. Huge damage coming in from Crossman to back that tower player down. The players of Kusamo all over in gold now. They left the ball in long haul, and someone from Lahazi could be a little sneaky wizard here and just sort of yoink it away before anyone's ready for it, but they're not going to manage to do that as Yumi gets taken down in gold, and it's going to be 3 dead for Lahazi.
One man that is up, I believe, has the camo, so that could be very detrimental for Kusamo if they do not identify them. Depends on how that all goes. So actually, they ended up falling away from that. So Lahazi and the gang, they end up winning this long haul fight. Can they rotate and get this ball back? It has been the toughest place to infiltrate. They definitely have just gone for Fortress setup here for top gold. They want to run away with it. It's 20 points to go. They want to use this shock rifle at point blank range. Lundy will receive the lightning this time around. Lahazi, they have to get a hand on the ball, and they're playing now from distance as Kusamo is going into the CQC, infiltrating on several different fronts as Lahazi trying to keep themselves up and on.
Yeah, it's going to be another 2 dead for Lahazi here. Very much winnable for them, but they have to try and get themselves some map control. This has been so scrappy recently. That play from Yume to get the kill onto the top goal player might have saved them for the time being, but they still have to win at least 1 team fight, probably 2, in order to close out this game.
30 seconds. Neutral timers coming through. Lahazi's being cleared out. They're going to have a little bit of time to try and reset. They've got about 15 points. They're actually going to make this so difficult. They've decided to throw the ball out into open batteries with only 15 seconds approaching. Lahazi has got to get through their respawns, and they've got to get some fights as Kusamo now can play this purely as bait. They're getting fragged away. They can't even win this into a top fight from that window, and it's just going to be a net too far to reach. They have to get a hand onto the ball, and that was the smartest play that Kusamo could have made. They'll be taking this one 2-1 in this oddball and 2-1 in the series. Seal, Kusamo, they made up for that previous setup mistake at the end of round number 2, and in round number 3 played as smart and as wise as you really could ever.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fantastic series from both teams. It really did come down to the wire, and unfortunately just a few misplays from Lahazi there did cost them it, but I'm excited to hopefully we'll see them again.
Yep, we're going to go over into the scoreboard. 41 kills from Lundy. Clearly was warming up in that previous King of the Hill. Everyone cresting over 30, save 1 for Yume on the side of Lahazi, but just finding that time on ball, time on pressure, and it was one single setup that went against Kusamo, and Lahazi just felt like they never truly established ultimate control. Well, that was also that was a long series. That was a long best of 3. I'm glad of what we were able to get from it. But we'll be going into round number 3 here for HCS EU as well. Look at all the damage that was done early on. I mean, you kind of look at those numbers, feels like Kusama was definitely going to be in that that driver's seat for the entirety of that. But final thoughts, Seal, before we go to a short break.
I do want to shout out Marvy's 27 assists and about 30 kills as well. Wow. He participated in almost 60 kills that game. A phenomenal performance from him, a Herculean effort. Even though he had actually the lowest damage on his team, he was tagging up absolutely everyone apparently. So fantastic play from him and from everyone on the side of Kusama.
Hey, you know what? Team players apparently work together, and they will stay along. They will stay in the upper bracket, but for how long, you'll get to find out. More of the HCS EU Series Open number 3. We'll be back in just a moment. This designation, and fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stella makes eternal lasting?
Why does the brain just go into overdrive when asked a question? Like, you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas? Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd-Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillian.
Okay.
Maythrillian.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillian. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows, as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen-Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir-Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sanshayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? Zero. Oh, the Banished. That was 0, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Oh, Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maethrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maethrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
The answer? The Timeless One, which was found on Charum Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension, their alliance with the Sanshayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck Twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan.
Welcome back everyone to the HCS EU Open Series number 3. I am still Hail Monkey Man. That is still Seal, and you are still seeing some of the best Halo in all of Europe. In fact, you are going to witness the reigning kings of HCS 2025 as Nemesis will be here playing against Kusamo. We got to see Kusamo piece out that entire series against Lahazi. It was a great start. The Slayer got a little bit wonky, and then they ultimately showcased that they are great into team play. Well, now the measuring stick has been, it goes from about yay to about yay, because they have to deal with Nemesis. Seal, the expectations, it's going to be pretty tough against them.
Did you bring that specifically to do that?
It's just been on my desk for like 3 weeks. I don't know.
Fair enough. But yeah, Team Nemesis, they need no introduction. You know who they are. If you don't know who they are, you're about to find out who they are. We've got Wootum, Glory, Snapdrone, and SLG. All of these players have been at the top of European Halo for a long time. Apart from Wootum, he's been at the top of European Halo for as long as he's been playing European Halo, which is about a year, and he's been fantastic that entire time. Meanwhile, Kusamo, if you watch the previous series, we know that they're pretty solid, but they're against an entirely different beast in the form of Nemesis.
Yeah, we're going to see if maybe that ramp-up period for Lundy can happen a lot faster. Can Crossman continue to find good execution? Does Systematic stay automatic? It is going to be a very tough tape to have to be going against. We go to Bombqua. That's some neutral bomb on Aqua, which, I mean, every single OBJ that's really been coming in, especially across this three-map set, is very well tended to by Team Nemesis. I feel like they've been doing so much kind of just overall custom game science as to how they want to play it. A live fire Slayer and an Origin CTF if we get there. If we get to that, kudos to Kusamo, because I feel like no one's expecting that. But both of these objective-based map mode combos right now, this is definitely going to be one of the toughest for Kusamo to have to deal with. And Nemesis, they definitely have been in a position of strength every single time they played on those maps.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think I think the chances of us witnessing a map 3 here are probably about the same as the chances of your cat getting to Onyx this season. But you never know.
He's good at the game. His name is Master Chief. There's no
He's
way
got no
he can't
thumbs. He literally has no thumbs.
I've seen people beat Elden Ring on dance pads. He can use the same thing, right? So it's
good point.
Yeah, it is 360 no scope using all paws and claws if you can. So Nemesis, obviously, we kind of know how they play. We know exactly how this is at least expected to be for this this very, very fine team. Obviously, they've won the last couple of opens, and it feels like they are on a pathway to get a triple crown through our first half of split number 1. Pippa is on the other side of the bracket. They're ready to stand against them. But right now, in round number 3, Kusamo would love to get 1. And I think there's a lot of peeps that would, especially they're cheering and screaming and hoping that Kusamo's able to pull it out. We'll see how Bombqua starts off, because I will admit Team Nemesis starts slow, but once they get that bomb and once they get spawn control, boy, are they hard to stop.
Yeah, I think the good news for Kusamo here is that Aqua Bomb is more scrappy than its Fortress contemporary. You can sort of scrap a bomb in a little bit more on Aqua. If you control that util side, it's pretty hard to actually on the bomb, even with the new jump to the base. We're going to be kicking things off now with Wootum. He's going to be looking for these cross-map shots onto the other side of the map, forcing that player to back down, and they're going to already be finding kills on the board, trying to take down this P1 player and hopefully get their hands on that camo.
You know what's crazy too is that whenever I see those early fights and someone doing exactly what we get out of Wootum at the beginning of these, your back base or your front base spawns to see if you can get some shots, I'm like, oh, that feels like a waste. But considering that they have to bring the bomb to you, it's actually a very smart and strong position to play from, because you're going to be able to get so much slaying power and the potential to really kind of bring this into a rough position. So Wootum does it from end to end. They want to try and finish this off, but they eventually get taken out before the detonation and the arming is complete.
Yeah, Wooten there, wanting to see if he could one-man army that bomb plant. Not going to be able to do it, unfortunately. You can't really. Even if you are Wooten, you can't quite get that one-man army. I don't really like the fact that the players on Kusamo haven't disarmed that bomb. As you see, there's still that bar around it. If you hold it, that will go down if it was armed by the other team. So I'm a little bit concerned by the fact that they haven't actually done that, because it means that if Nemesis is able to find control, it will plan all the faster. That being said, it does look like Kusamo are managing to fight for map control here. They're pushing up towards that P2 side, but this player's just going to sneak away with the bomb. But he's disarmed it himself, actually. It didn't occur to me that that would happen, but it did. So you love to see it, and it's going to be a bomb on the board for Nemesis now. There's no one in a position to stop it. Wooten taking this fight in the back base, because why not? And it's going to be 1-0 for Nemesis.
Well, even though Nick Senni is betting against his brother's squad, Kusamo, they weren't able to at least keep him away. Hoping for a ninja. They don't slide all the way through. 2 will go down for Nemesis as Kusamo's now playing to neutral field. You know, what you're kind of saying, I think they were expecting that some of their extended slays and fights were going to at least force the reset out of that bomb, maybe to mid-map. You do have Camo that is online as well. Shout out over to our Zerbers, giving us the picture-in-picture, and that's going to be another pickup there by Team Nemesis. It's information, it's execution, and it's really a sly and slick way to also move this bomb around, because unlike Oddball, you don't get that marker if the Camo guy has the bomb. Now, they won't be using it for that. They're simply going to give a full spread picture of where everyone's from Kusama is trying to come back in from, and it allows Team Nemesis to just fully control this map.
Yeah, this top mid control here is absolutely devastating. Even without Camo, it'd be devastating. But with it, it is practically insurmountable. That being said, Glory might get taken down by the grenades. He isn't going to. He's going to manage to put that bomb on the board. It's going to be 2-0 now in the favor of Nemesis. Kusamo still has an opportunity here. It does take a while to get a bomb in, which means that they're going to have the opportunity here to strike back. But unfortunately, 3 of them going down. Glory already moving that bomb back towards their side of the map.
There's always a sense of calm that I get to witness from very, very good Halo players. They're playing this one far less frantic than what I go into. I am just being an aim gamer, and they're kind of the name gamer. They know exactly where they want to go for each of these callouts, for each of these comms, and it's just so considerate of where their team is going to be as well. So far, so good. The glazing will end for the moment as Kusamo, they want to try and get something going. SLG will bring this one from outside utility from yellow. And this may be the beginning of the end here for our first Bombqua, but the SLG does not want to give up their life early. They're going to call on to Woodham to get some extra damage. That's what he's known for. But both of them will fall out, so Team Nemesis is not exactly free.
Yeah, SLG getting taken down in util there. Really big for both sides of Kusamo. Unfortunately, 3 of them going down anyway. Not going to be able to put a stop to this player, although Glory one-shot might not want to try and plant this bomb just yet, but they are going to be able to do it. Probably that kill is going to be enough. Glory 10, 1, and 5 is going to put the final nail in the coffin of this game and give Lundy a kill just to be charitable.
Well, Kusamo, it was a tough one for him. We definitely got to see that one be a very methodical and measured approach as to how to deal with a neutral bomb on Aquas. So definitely the objectives have gotten so much stronger for this Team Nemesis and Kusamo. Even with their teamwork that we got to see before, didn't exactly see the same level of execution. You can see the 10 kills spread across at least 3 of the players, and opposite, you get the 10 deaths for Kusamo. So tough way to start. A couple times that they tripped them at the doorway, but they stubbed their toe, only got angrier, and ultimately, well, they will find that first map win.
Yeah, I think it was impressive how much of a process Nemesis had. And something else that I thought was impressive is that they weren't relying on the Camo to get those bomb plants, like, at all. The Camo guy was always off doing other stuff. They weren't trying to sneak those bombs in. They had their process, they had their structure, and that's really good to see because it means that they're not thinking... You know, they probably could have won that game even faster if they'd done that, but they're not thinking about this game that they're playing right now. They're thinking about the future. They're trying to get those reps in. They're trying to have that structure that they play at, and that will serve them well, I think, against Peeper in the future.
We go over to Live Fire Slayer, so Snipefest QT galore, as well as some camo. I think that this is one of the few that has one of the most kind of dual utilized utility that just can be such big playmaking. You obviously get some stuff like some OS and as well as the repulsor for like Fortress, but for me it all comes down to like how well you can kind of freewheelingly with camo as well as QT have a big chance to get just big plays off of both of them. So either way, we go on to what could be the final map here for our best of 3 between Nemesis and Kusamo, maybe catching up our timeline. It's all about how you lay people on the ground. Snipe drone, they'll find first blood. Kusamo, though, they'll get themselves an early lead. They just quick screenshot. They're like, hey, look, we're leading.
I actually love the fact that Lundy just ran straight for the snipe off spawn there. Obviously, it does get taken down eventually, but I appreciate what that says about their mindset for this game. It says, we know that we're sort of outclassed here, but we're gonna play this to win. We're gonna keep fighting. We're gonna believe in ourselves, because the thing about having a sniper is it doesn't really matter how good the person you're playing against is. See, Nemesis saw that they'd had a disadvantage off spawn there and decided to end the game. I'm not really sure what went on, but probably someone had texture bug, if I had to guess. And they are going to be resetting the lobby.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, we saw, I think at the very beginning of that spawn, that someone literally just kind of sat there, shot at the ground, walked forward. So pretty sure that meant that there was something of issue, and they didn't think that that lobby would continue. So they were short to getting to the sniper. So that delay will go into kind of a reset of the lobby, and we'll make sure to re-rack and stack and get back into this overall. Remember, if you are watching us over here with the European Halo, well, first off, welcome. Shout out to all of you that are here early on, and that will be going into our best of 5 structure after this round into the semifinals, and then ultimately the winners finals, the collision course possibly expected between our top 2 teams in Europe at this point. As well as, if you are here for a hot minute, you can get the Hell Jumpers Spartan ID, which is actually the same one, at least insignia that I put onto my Spartan all the time. It's actually one of my favorites. So make sure to stick around with us. We'll be covering the entirety of the bracket today, and I think that if Nemesis gets the triple crown, they may or may not even kind of show up to that pool play, depending on how that kind of goes for our 4th straight week of this overall. So it has been confirmed that they did actually have that bug, so we'll be going back into this lobby in a moment. But I mean, Seal, what are your thoughts? I mean, obviously Pippa has been kind of the bridesmaid, never the bride for this kind of a rivalry between themselves and Nemesis, and as they both hold top 2 in terms of points going towards that 4th week of this first half of the splits, is there a way for them to maybe upend any of that ranking at all going into that pool qualifier?
Well, I mean, I think, as far as Pippa's concerned, looking at the recent scrim results, it's not been looking great for them. But to be fair, they've always been a team, all of Jimbo's teams have always been much better on LAN. I think, if you look at last season, ITB had generally stronger performances on LAN than Quadrant did, even though Quadrant absolutely smoked them in basically all of the online tournaments that we had. I think we saw them win 1. Toward around the middle of the season. So I don't think it's in any way. I feel like we shouldn't necessarily judge this new Pippa roster from the perspective of what we see from these onlines and from scrims. That being said, I do think that they have the capability of coming out and winning. Like I say, it's just as a general rule when it comes to these online events, I do rate Nemesis a bit higher.
That's true, and also it feels like this squad for Nemesis has been so strong now for so long, and they were cooking so well from not just off season but through this online segment for these open series. They look like they're going to be challenging the top of not just Europe, but as well as going into the big lands themselves. Arlington better watch out, because this team looks even stronger than the compositions that was coming out of EU HCS in 2024. So I'm very excited for late March and how all this is going to end up panning out into land. Still, though, I think the other more compelling kind of stories is who's going to end up looking at that 3rd place position, because we've seen a lot of lift and shift of some different players. And even from off season, feels like some of it is definitely up for grabs. That 3 through 5 definitely is a conversation to be had. I don't know who may end up in to either pool player to that big open bracket played. So, or even who's going to end up being on which team come the end of the day. So some of that, I still think it ends up being kind of those storylines. And in case you were late for all of a couple of moments ago, we were just waiting for Snipe Drone actually to come through and make sure that they were settled, ready for our second map of this best of 3. It's not just to elongate this series. So, I mean, looking at Kusamo, does this team have a chance to kind of work their way into that 3 through 5? Do you feel like there's still some maturing that's needed? What can they find here on this live fire maybe to make that happen?
I think third place is probably out of reach for this Kusamo roster, just looking at the other teams we have to playing today. But I don't think it's impossible for them to find themselves in that 4th or 5th spot. They are a very good team. We do have the VVS roster, who I believe got disqualified last week due to some shenanigans and even maybe some tomfoolery that went on. But you never know. Like, that's one thing that's, I think, interesting about the European Halo scene as a whole, is that because we only really have 2 pro teams, we have this, you have that kind of top 16 to top 4 zone where basically anyone can end up anywhere depending on how lucky they get with the bracket and how well they show up on a certain day. So you never know what's going to happen, but it looks like they are going to be playing pretty aggressively for this sniper once again. Marvy's finding himself trapped behind the vent. SLG picking up a double kill off spawn, and it's going to be 3 dead on the side of Kusamo. Crossman, last man standing. Can he take down SLG? Yes, he actually can.
That is 15 kills in 20 seconds. That is a lot of just quick skirmish. Holy cow.
It is, and I'm not quite sure how the maths adds up there, because there's only 5 kills on the side of Team Nemesis on the...
Do they keep the previous kills from the other
Oh yeah, they probably have, yeah, that's a good point.
Okay.
I was going to say, maths is not is not matching right there.
Oh!
But it's going to be an overkill for Marvies against Nemesis. Xbox record that. That one's going on the Twitter, almost certainly, as Kusamo GG are going to find themselves only 1 kill down from Nemesis right now.
Overkill there for Marvies to establish the pecking order. And I mean, if there was anything that needed some improvement from 2024 to this year, it was definitely that mid-level of the series for some slays. Oh, a pixel too wide here for Glories. He doesn't connect except for one. It was a body shot, and ultimately that sniper will change hands and change lanes. Team Nemesis, feels like this one, it's being led by the nose. Some early game antics, and Kusamo's definitely brought the fight.
Yeah, some rare misses there coming in from Glory, not managing to get the value from the sniper that he normally would have. And that's, you know, once again, putting us into an uncharacteristically close game from Team Nemesis. It has ballooned now to a 6-kill lead, right as I said that, as is the nature of the caster's curse. But we're still seeing Kusamo really fighting back.
I mean, even with these long distance fights, the comms are huge. Woodham can be able to take on 2 separate targets. That's what MNK does for you. You don't have to wait for the stick spin. You simply get the job done, and he's able to take it on from 2 separate callouts. So job well done there for Team Nemesis as they will establish this by 6. Kusamo will kind of take themselves into a bait and switch situation, but it's only so that 2 more fish land in the bucket. Another double kill, this one by Glories. They've now stretched this one out to a 9-point lead. They took that first overkill, and they took it personally.
Yeah, it does look like Nemesis now have certainly turned on their monitors. They're looking like they're trying to close this one out pretty quickly. Wootum now has the camo, going to be jumping up towards Nest to take out this player, but the QT is going to be kind of huge. Not going to be huge enough, because I think they did die eventually, but Marvy's going to find himself as firstly the only player on Kusamo who isn't negative yet, and secondly, he's going to find himself dead again. But still not negative.
That's true.
We take
dead,
those.
but not dead on to rights. Glory's gonna take another crack at the old baseball bat as they will pick up the S7. See what happens as they try to land at least one great follow-up. That's how you get those body shot, quick combo off of the Evo as well. So right back to some crispy sniping is Team Nemesis, and they will go for tower control and force Kusamo to have to come to them. They know at least one guy is around that spike spawn, as everyone has been basically sequestered towards this turbine lane. They want to try and cover down for them. One of their teammates does fall as SLG tries to go straight into the mouth of the beast. 10 points remaining, using that repulsor. Glory just holding this stack. It's basically a tower defense game. Hope you're ready for some more balloons. As an overkill. Wow.
Yeah, Wutamancer's back with his own overkill. Didn't quite see that. Might have to hop in theatre later and find out exactly what happened. But Glory still going to be finding himself some more kills. Marvies does manage to escape the roving bandit of sniperness. I don't know what I'm on about. Glory going to be finally out of ammo, but the damage is pretty much done. Kusamo has managed to avoid getting staked. Marvies is still positive for the time being, so good on him. As Systematic gets taken down as well. It's only 3 kills now for Nemesis.
Oh, so they've tried to re-QT twice. That's going to be a bouncing nay. They drop right into the splash. It is 1 kill to go. What was close became not, as it is Team Nemesis that broke away just so fast. 2-0, and you know, they kind of kept us teased as we had to wait for one of the players from out of Team Nemesis just to kind of chill out. So ultimately, that's them going 2-0 as expected, but still Kusamo got a parting gift with at least Marvy's overkills. So I'm sure that they will take a fat picture of that one and say, look, Mom, I did that. That looks great.
Yeah. We're going to go straight to break, but we should be back with another match very soon, so stay tuned.
First, at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah, 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 because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and cons were like, oh, we're going to go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter and Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo to
Seal is not one of those lying land mammals. He told you it'd be quick and short, and it definitely was. We're right back into it as we go further into the bracket with the HCS EU Open number 3. We're going into what is seemingly a banger top 2, but very much secured number 2 versus VVS number 3. From Pippa to VVS Seal. This looks like the closest composition and overall matchup that could contend for a top 2. Let's jump straight into these rosters.
Yeah, we got Sunriz, Pantho, Mose, and Bastos. Basically, you know, a sort of all-star lineup of our not quite pro-level players in Europe. Although these guys, I believe Sunriz, Mose, and Bastos were all at Worlds last year. I don't think Panther was, but I could be mistaken about that. These guys are very good, and we'll be looking to give Pippa a run for their money.
See if this kind of all-star clash can go against the real stars of Pippa, as Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighties want to continue to counter for the throne. They have some work to be done, and they're definitely being given the tougher task when taking on VVS, unlike Nemesis, who kind of made quick work out of the other side of that bracket. We will be going over into best of 5, so why not make this series that is set to be a banger even more so? Live Fire Strongholds, we immediately will return there after that Slayer we had a moment ago with Solace Slayer, with Solitude. Recharge King of the Hill, still. And if we go further, we got Street Ball and Origin Slayer at the end of it. This is actually one of my favorite 5-map runs. Feel like this is going to be a great measurement for both these teams.
I think we're very likely to at least see a map 4. I think I rate the ability of this VVS roster to take a Slayer pretty highly. They definitely have the individual talent. They have that ability to win a sort of scrappy game type Solitude. Not our scrappiest Slayer by any means, but I do think that we might well see them take at least a map. Although I think Peeper has proven over the years, all of these players have shown that they mean business, and I don't think we'll see VVS win the whole series.
Hippa's going to try and treat this as another day at the office, but VVS is going to try and simply bring hands to this fight, showing that there is not just 2 teams, but there's more. There is talent, there is depth here for the European continent. Can we get VVS to force this to go just beyond 3? You said it would go at least 4. I'm hoping for a banger the entire way. That could be exhaustive, though, for both these squads, because the eventuality, inevitability might very well be Nemesis. A high percentage say yes. We go to Strongholds. See how things crack open and crack on with our first map of the series.
Yeah, kicking things off with Mighty's, I think one of the more underrated European pro players. He's just sort of been casually amazing for the past 3 years, and people don't really talk about him in the conversation of best European pros. But I think they should. He's very, very good. And we are going to see B not quite getting converted over towards the side of Pippa yet. His player with the sniper in there, Jimbo, is going to find the kill, managing to put B on the board there and survive, despite the fact that he seems to be getting caught out. A going to get flipped, but C as well. Pantho is trapped in Nest, and he will get taken down. It's a triple cap for Pippa, but A not actually being converted. They stepped out of it. Bastos having to go back. Might he get caught by Jimbo? Oh. Yes, he will! And it's 4 dead for VVS.
You don't typically see a defensive sniper position play from outside of green or really inside of it either, but Jimbo has been just turning this into a clinic on how to subvert expectations and then run Rot and Riot over towards A. They're going to use that repulsor to try and at least guard themselves, and we have had Trip Cap online and open for a hot second, count them 30. They use the final bullet. We're hoping to get at least a body shot off of it, but VVS have found it so difficult to get a footing literally anywhere because they have this Trip Cap. You know that every single play that they run into has some extra information for Pippa for free. Are we gonna see a 250 nil?
It's not impossible. I absolutely love the aggression we're seeing from the side of Pippa. I think when you look at Pippa compared to Nemesis, a lot of the time you look at them as a more sort of fundamental roster, a more structured roster, a team that you don't expect to necessarily play like this, but they are proving very much that they absolutely can. 2 more kills going on the side of Pippa, make that 3. We might be seeing another triple cap from them, and we are yet to see a single point on the board from VVS as they go 3 down again.
This has been tough scenes right now for them because they had C for free, got stolen from them, they got it back, but A has not been stolen. B has been consistently under control. Chick is treating this like we're playing Quake 4, just all over the map as we have Bunny Hop City. So they're going to have Camo that will be coming up here as well, and VVS is finding this one to be rough shot. Look, at minimum, you can use this map as a measurement of what kind of speed you have to bring into this series. Finally, someone will fall out, but it's going to be a stick in opposite as Sika with that camo gives solid information. Yet again, they know that they're going to be spawning towards this A site. So even if they get this ultimately in hand, it is still nearly 200 points, and climbing is all big stonks for Pippa.
Yeah, and it's almost disrespectful the way Sika plays that camo there. He just shoots them. Like, he doesn't try and sneak up on them, he doesn't try and get behind them. He just sees the guy on the scoreboard and goes, yeah, I'm just going to shoot this guy. And then he does, and then the guy dies. And we might, in fact, be about to see a 250-0 in favor of Peeper on this live fire Strongholds. An absolutely phenomenal performance from them, proving me wrong when I said that I thought that VVS had a chance here. They say you have no chance. There's only 5 seconds now for VVS to try and get something on the board, and they can't win the 1v1 against Mighties. I don't think there's going to be an opportunity to even get a point on the board. B gets reset, and that is going to be map 1 in record time.
Man, just man, Mike Tyson beating up old people in the old folks' home, just windmill punching as hard as he can. That's exactly what this comparison is. Just bringing a fight, a full drubbing onto VVS. Job well done to be able to get it done. 250 to nada. So we go to a Slayer where obviously if you're VVS, you're going to have to, they at least have to get the 50 points. You're going to hope to try and neutralize some of that fight. But look at the slays that we got from pretty much everyone. Jimbo keeping things so efficient. 9 and 4. We got to see them out of that B position playing that defense from a place. Basically, they did not think the sniper would happen. And then everyone just was like, you know what? Let's keep running it down. Don't give VVS any time or space to think.
Yeah, Peeper was just showing no respect to VVS at all. They were just absolutely dominating them the whole time, just beating them into submission. And it's, like I say, it's not really the type of playstyle we so much associate with Peeper. But then again, we now have Seeker and Chick on this team, 2 members of that old Quadrant roster that used to play like this. So maybe we're seeing that type of playstyle bleed into Peeper a little bit more. And we're seeing them get more aggressive, seeing them push up the map a lot faster than we maybe used to.
I feel like you're falling deeper into space, by the way. I don't know. Every time I look,
I might be.
Yeah, every time I see you over there, it just seems like there's more stars. Just like slowly. Actually, if I look back, maybe are you coming from beyond?
I could be. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm past where that like nebula in the background is.
Like this one, right? Wait, hold on. I think it went further. No, this.
But that also is how it goes. Like if you look at the sky at night, like you see one star, and then all of a sudden, like the longer you look, the more appear. So maybe that's what's going on. You never know.
Just slowly becoming just eyes absorbing all of the solar array, just all that.
Yeah, they're like ants in that respect, except glowing fireballs in space.
Yeah.
And not little insects. But you know what I mean? Like you see one ant, there's never just one of them. Like the longer you watch it for, suddenly you see another one and another one and another one. And that's what it's like when you look at the stars.
That's what happens whenever I put a biscuit on the ground. I'm like, oh, here you go. And then he tells his friends, and then it's a swarm, and then suddenly
and then they pick it up and carry it off.
Yeah, well, and then I need to call pest control because they're in my house. So it's, change that up. We'll be going over to our Slayer here in just a moment. We had another player in reset of the lobby, making sure that they get in and get out. We will be going over to Slayitude. So you said it's far less scrappy. So at least on Solitude, because you do have the camo as well as the shock rifle setup, does that play against what we kind of need to expect out of VVS? Does it need to be scrappier for them to get kind of a 50-50 and a chance above Pippa?
Well, previously I would have said yes. Well, given what we just witnessed in that live fire strongholds, I'm not sure if it's going to matter at all. I think this map is a bit more structured. It has these power positions that you want to control. It's a little more cross-mappy than, for example, Streets and Aqua, which are the Slayer maps we've seen so far. Mm-hmm. They're very brawly, whereas this one's maybe not quite so much. But like I say, I think as a general rule, I'd say that kind of map would favor these guys more. But that stronghold was just complete domination the entire time, and it didn't really. I don't even think there was really a setup in that entire game, because people just sort of never stopped holding down the W key, and they're not even on keyboard and mouse.
They have a third hand that is also holding W key. They're holding all sticks forward and W. Someone is just literally holding it off to the side. So using every peripheral possible to punch down into the faces of VVS. Can they continue to do so? And you know what? I like that mentality. If you're in this semifinal, and if this is a measurement of what's kind of right behind the top two here in Europe, establish yourself. All right, you're not going to take any licks. You're not going to give a single inch to a team that you know that you need to beat if you are ready to take on Nemesis. So I like the mentality. Can they keep it up? Does the pace run against them? Is it too swift? Or does VVS simply not got the wheels to keep up? We go into Slayer. We go into Solitude. We go to map 2.
Yeah, kicking things off with Pantho here. He's going to be looking to control this window position. But players from VVS already forced to back down. Already getting taken down is Bastos. 2 dead now for VVS already. And the camo is in the hands of Mighty. He's going to be picking up the shock as well. And this is exactly what you didn't want to happen if you were on the side of VVS, but a beautiful grenade there does take him down, and that is a godsend for VVS. It prevents this from getting out of control too quickly. Pantho here, if he can find Jimbo, he might be able to get his own hands on that shock rifle, but unfortunately he's getting tagged up. Jimbo does get taken down, but not before Sunriz also goes down, and 3 dead now for VVS.
That was actually one of the few mistakes that we've seen Mighties kind of play into. They actually, like you had mentioned before, off of the camo, they shot too early. They couldn't confirm the kill, and instead they got a bit greedy just trying to lay out some damage, so they ended up not being able to get that shock rifle play. Trying to play kind of a bait and switch around this from blue into yard position, and VVS got to watch out because they are trying to match the speed and the pace of Pippa, and they've actually done so quite well to be kind of to upend what are basically their set piece play ideas. They've got a 3-kill lead, but one does solo die as they try to get not just information but their own slay. Pippa's starting to slowly scratch their way into this.
I love how Jimbo and Mighty's played that up towards G side there. Mighty's just hiding behind that box, letting Jimbo act as that hook, and then once they've been drawn in, Mighty's peeks out, and suddenly it's 2v1 Sunriz, finding himself as the last man standing now towards S1. If he goes up in this lift, he's probably going to get taken down, but he's got Chick hunting him down as well. Can he win the 1v1? No, he can't, and that's going to be a tied game now.
Chick ends up winning both of those fights from top dip and from just around from that truck position, so that's a huge turnaround right now for Pippa as VVS sees themselves highly segmented, and Pippa now climbing into the driver's seat, at least by 1 kill. Outside of this dip, Chick is sprinting all the way around and long. They get the good call out that there is a weak Spartan, but that so are they after exchanging a few quick fights and flights. It becomes a dead even scrap. Again, VVS, they have forced Pippa to not go into their methodical approach. They've gone into the bin. Sika will now have camo. It was Mighty's the first time, Sika this time. Let's see what he can do with it. Oh, he catches a player sprinting right by him.
That was almost a very, very sneaky backpack from Panther, but unfortunately he didn't quite bump into that Camo player. Instead, he just swung straight past him. Seeker now. Camo running out at a slightly inopportune moment there, but he is going to be able to pick up a kill onto Sunriz. And if you're Sunriz there, you can't afford to die in a 2v1 gunfight. But unfortunately he will. Bastos now, last man standing towards the yard BR. I don't think Jimbo actually got the melee there, which means that Bastos should be able to... Shouldn't be too easily cleaned up, but Mighty's now with the shock rifle in hand, it's going to be looking to make them hurt.
We saw 0 shock rifle play last time around, and it was with Mighty's on camo and having it. This time, they give them a new haircut, and they will lay their body to rest, all electrified and fried. So VVS got to be put on notice. They're going to be playing much more into close quarters combat around the perimeter, so they don't give themselves up in mid, considering that Mighty's wants to make up for what was that earlier possession. Try to get that camo up if they can, but VVS is hunting, but not to prevail. About less than 20 seconds to go until this camo does ultimately come up, and that's why Mighty's is trying to hold up together with his teammates and kind of corral and patrol around this bridge. You get one fat trade, so VVS better be ready, because Mighty's is coming.
Yeah, Pippa will be perfectly happy with taking trades here. They're 6 kills ahead. Not an insurmountable lead, but they can't afford to be getting traded out here. Mose with an untraded kill onto Mighty's actually really massive there to potentially flip the momentum here on the side of VVS. But Bastos is unfortunately going to get traded out, and even though Mose manages to pick up a kill on the other side of the map, it means that there's not going to be a big resurgence from VVS. But the camo in the hands of Sunriz could change everything. It's only a 4-kill game. He's finding some damage and that mark assist. We might actually see a swing here in favor of Pippa if these 2 Yard BR players both get taken down untraded. Jimbo finding a trade there is pretty massive. It means that the momentum won't be swinging quite too hard in VVS's favor, but Sunriz still has this camo. Can he find a kill with it? He manages to find the assist and more damage onto Seeker.
I don't mind any of that camo play. You were able to freely walk up into windows, see if anyone was there from Pippa, and actually reset their spawn to go onto the opposite side towards that C-plat from shock rifle. So job well done to being a utility player if you cannot be the ace, the slayer, the main man. Chick knows that he has Pantho caught in a corner, and even with him catching up to about within 1 or 2, VVS now sees that Pippa still has these huge momentum swings of control. And if you go on to their half of Solitude, you're going to be finding yourself into a party you were not invited into. Try to get that Peeker's advantage. It doesn't work out for them, so they're still within 4. But it's starting to really crest into that 40 mark very quickly, and they lose this fight in Yard.
I'm sorry, Jimbo. We went on to your POV at the wrong time there, my friend. But it happens to the best of us, evidently, as the spawns are going to be coming in back tram, and it feels like Pippa have kind of just lost their mojo a little bit in the last minute or so. They're in a tied game now. Jimbo taking so much damage in a fight that he's really not going to be able to clean up the kill from. He is going to stay alive for now. No one really pushing him very hard. Managing to break the ankles of this player on S1, but what the movement from Bastos managing to evade Jimbo. Are we going to see a 3-kill lead for VVS?
This has become so tough right now for Pippa. VVS, that first map was so hurtful to their pride and all at 250 to nothing. Definitely doesn't feel great. And with Pippa seeing themselves starting to squander what was a nice lead, it's become 5. Now, if there's what we've seen from better teams is there's a ramp up period, a slowdown, and then suddenly a burst. Can Pippa pick up where they left off? Can VVS continue to keep them on their heels? All 4 are in Yard. It's going to be the Blue Man Group invasion. They throw 1. They'll get a stick. No, it will fall straight through. There's so much splash damage. It ends up being a 2-for-1. VVS only ahead. Well, now by 5. They are winning so many 1-and-1s. The trades are coming through. VVS trying to send this at minimum to a game number 4. With a shock rifle in hand, Pippa, they don't have this one in their control.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea of that play, trying to just isolate a kill with all 4 of you, but unfortunately it just doesn't quite work out for them. Sunriz finding the kill onto Seeker now. It's only 1 more kill for VVS, and the players on Pippa know they've kind of screwed up this game. It is going to be a VVS victory, and unfortunately for Jimbo, 5-14, an absolutely disastrous performance from him. Tragic after the first map we saw them have. And also me saying earlier that Jimbo's usually positive in Slayers. Not on this occasion.
This is your fault, man.
Yeah, it is. I jinxed him. I wasn't even casting at the time and I jinxed him. But I mean, a massive performance there from Mose. Mose it's basically always been a mainstay. Whenever we've had a 3rd place team, Mose has almost always been on it. He is a very, very solid player. 18-13. 14-10 from Pantho, and decent numbers of kills and assists from the other players on this squad. A very, very good performance from VVS, managing to answer back after an absolutely disastrous game 1.
If there was ever a game type that often between the top teams that ends up being 50-50, it is Slayer, because you get caught in the moment emotionally and just mechanically. And I think it was at least 3 or 4 times we saw VVS members that either got reversals or just simply won their 1s where there was initial contact from Pippa players. And sometimes it was Jimbo, unfortunate, he'll see it. Yeah, but it was kind of across the board. And so VVS, they will at minimum force this to go out into, let's see, what was our 4th map set? It was an Oddball Streets. We will have King of the Hill Recharge walking into this. So you get Strongholds, you get King of the Hill, similar but not. Instead of the set it and forget it, it's definitely actively kind of use case on site with it. So Pippa should be bouncing back from this if they are much objective focused, right?
I think so, yeah. And King of the Hill was always a very strong game type for that faux ITB roster that we had last season. So I expect to see them come out pretty hot in this Recharge King of the Hill, especially since it is, once again, one of the more structured game types, one of the more setup-heavy game types. It does reward aggression to a certain extent, but it also rewards holding your crosses. This first hill, though, can always feels like a bit of a coin toss to me whenever I play this map and mode. I still don't really know exactly how you're supposed to play it, so I'm interested to see how both of these teams are going to go about it, as the kills are going to come in favor of Pippa bottom mid. A player onto C-plat, though, going to take down the hill player is Chick. Going to be looking for the shock rifle with camo.
Feels like they've also decided, I mean, obviously whoever is able to actually acquire the camo, that's who they end up playing kind of from initially. But the key thing that I think VVS has definitely taken in stock is that there is a key setup that Pippa wants to play from and how they kind of have just, all right, this is the science behind it. You know, we've gone to the lab. This is what we want to do. And if VVS is actually recognizing that, especially with this double kill now by Bastos as Jimbo and Chick both fall from outside of red pipes, they just know to go and disrupt that. If they can at least half the time turn those moments into resets against Pippa, then they'll have a chance to be able to at least keep them on their heels. So same segment of the hill is now being picked up, and Pippa finds himself at least on site from the moment.
Yeah, Pippa probably not finding as much hill time there as they would have wanted from that camo and shot. We're seeing a pretty even game here, and I do wonder if there needs to be a bit of a mental reset from Pippa. After that first map, wiping the floor with them so thoroughly, you might have sort of been just kind of running it down a little bit in that Slayer and feeling potentially a little overconfident. And, you know, part of me wonders if that that kind of cost them the Slayer there a little bit, as they didn't quite believe their eyes when they were seeing them. This other team striking back. Now it's a very slight lead for VVS in terms of the hill time. Fighting for gold control here is going to be huge, and Bastos will win that with the help of a teammate. Now Pippa, they need to start finding their way into this hill very soon, otherwise this hill is going to be going in favor of VVS.
Fantastic reads at this point by VVS. They recognize that Pippa wanted to come in from that top window towards that shock rifle spawn, and they actually have a chance to take this first hill with the last portion of it perhaps uncontested. They've had great overwatch from that top side of A. They will confirm hill number 1. They took Pippa out of what was basically 2 entry points from that top window and over towards this outside of batteries. And Pippa, they have been shock and awed as we go to blue pipes.
Yeah, camo there in the hands of Sunrise as well. The player going to be looking to try and catch up these players on their rotation through gold or Whirlpool. It looks like Chick isn't going to have much opportunity to survive here. He gets caught out bottom tower, turning to try and take the fight. He will not manage to win it. Seeker looking to hunt down this camo player. Is he going to be able to do it? No, he's not. Sunrise winning such a huge 1v1 there, but the hill player does get taken down. This is, you know, a massive boon now on the side of Pippa. A killing spree for Sunrise before he gets taken down. Seeker now with not really much choice but to fling himself at this hill and try and get a trade. He does manage to take down Mose. The hill player has backed down, but it doesn't look like Seeker's going to be long for this world as 2 players come through long haul.
VVS has done fantastic work at this point. BR, my love, comes back to at least get some damage, but has done fantastic work of these off-site plays to force Pippa to try and come to them, and they are losing it from every entry point. Hill number 2 is about to be there. A Hail Mary! That one takes forever to get, and Gangsta, they got it to window and more. They're going to actually have the Shroud go up 2 hills in a row. I had asked you if maybe because this has much more of a methodical approach to it, that maybe VVS would be in a weaker stance, but feels like they've just reduced it to simple slays, skirmishes, and on-site fights. But Pippa, they now have to claw their way into this game.
Yeah, Jimbo with a really nice heads-up play there, recognizing that he needed to be here to block those A spawns. He needed to contest that tower push, and he has done so. Unfortunately, means there's no one in the hill. No one fighting for that, and the grenade isn't going to land on Bastos, and unfortunately the setup's been broken.
Nothing's landing right now. They're being cleaned up before they can get anything started. The camo will be available. Can they even use it? Just turn it and burn it. Yep, they will make sure that Pippa does not have any utility or strength to move into this site without being directly seen. So good navigation right now, as Pantho is pretty much a lone man on the totem pole, and they will eventually fall out nearly halfway through hill number 3. Pippa, they've got to find themselves a way to kind of take general control. They knew that Bastos was hiding over towards elevators, so they were not going to let him go uncontested. And it's Jimbo and the gang's turn to finally go and take some of these fights from off point. They're starting to fall out. We're over halfway through hill number 3. Can they continue to survive out? Looks like they might be able to get this.
Yeah, Seeker there with a crucial 1v1 win. Basically saving the setup there after Jimbo and Mighty's got taken down in tower. This hill now should be going in favor of Pippa. I don't think there's anyone even close enough to contest it. There isn't. And now suddenly, what looked like a massive deficit is only 1 hill, and there's still 3 minutes on the clock, meaning that time is not going to be a factor anytime soon.
Yeah, no, 3 minutes is basically a year, but I've seen this clock also get neutral burned a lot more when it comes to the C plat instance, so I wonder how much of that will come to be. Pippa is actually not in control since they have to chase down getting so many of these hills. Oh my goodness, fat assists all the way around. Last shot, triple kill. Sika, he's looking for the Ovi because why not? He's got last man in the basement. It will be unofficial, and unfortunately, no medal for you, but great works all the same as they're halfway through this 4th hill. Definitely something that Pippa needs to ramp up into. VVS has given them no respect as they continue to just win out these fights, and now they've turned this entire story around.
Yeah, I absolutely love the way the Hill player played that. Recognizing that those players in tower, he knew that he had a teammate there to help, so he just flies straight at it, and he manages to pick up 2 assists onto those tower players, giving Seeker the unofficial overkill. Really well played there from him. Chick winning this 1v1 is going to mean that VVS isn't going to have an opportunity for a proper setup here, as they still have Chick in their backline.
Just kind of waiting it out, seeing if anyone presses in from long haul. That's where the majority of numbers will come through, and that's why Pippa will slide together. Jimbo hoping for at least to kind of parlay and waylay and melee. They actually have shock rifle in hand. 3 will fall out for VVS, and because they got some players, at least 75% of VVS, to commit up to a final C plat fight, they know where they can basically reset them to. Now this pit fight will be very telling. We saw the first 2 go for VVS. Pippa grabbed the most recent. This is for that hill point.
Indeed, it's now a tied game. Bastos going to be taken down first here in this situation. Not ideal, and Panther's going to have to back down as well, but this hill is very scrappy. Depending on how scrappy this hill gets, it may be the last hill of the game, as both teams are fighting really hard to keep the other one out of the hill here. 4 are going to go down for VVS, though that will be hill time for the side of Pippa.
Fun fact, this hill on King of the Hill Recharge is the most recent, like the last year, of me getting my overkill. So shout out to this map mode concept. Love it, live it. Trying to see if this shock rifle comes through. No, that's gonna be Mighties and Chick holding down and seeing if they can hold out a little bit. VVS, they will take over hill time. It feels like it's been forever since Spartan boots in the form of red Mjolnir armor have been able to get at least to sight, but they are easily repelled out as shots are coming in. They can't quite get to safety either. VVS, were those first hills all for naught? Pippa looks like they're repelling them, but they've also got to win their ones.
You know, if people win this fight, and win this map, it's going to be like a repeat of last map, where but the other way around, where we see a really strong start from VVS, but it just doesn't look like they're able to get much from it now. Mighty's managing to stay alive after picking up those tower kills. This hill now is going to be equalized, but the good damage coming in from Mighty's to try and get that player out of it. The blue pipes push is going to come through, but Mighty's knows he doesn't have to take that fight. He has all the time in the world. He can just play this however he wants, and he has help coming. Seeker does manage to win that 1v1. The push coming in from long haul, though, is going to take down Mighty's, and it's going to be 3 dead for Pippa. Chick, last man standing. He does find the kill into tower, though. That is huge. It means that C control hasn't completely gone out of the favor of Pippa, but this hill player needs to die, and they need to die soon, as the hill is almost capped for VVS.
Try and get their numbers back together. You have a 2v1 from outside of a spiral. They're going to take a step away and let that turbine fight continue on. VVS, they want to get back to sight. They actually take out one man that was trying to dive in from Pippa. That is 3 down. VVS has a chance to open up map 1 point, and it looks like they're going to do it here from Pit. We reset through 5 hills of King of the Hill here on Recharge to go back to batteries with 1 minute and 5 to go. Seal, if VVS turns this into a slay-off, it really will be Pippa that will be chasing the clock.
Yeah, it'll be really hard now for Pippa to get through, especially as 3 of them go down. It's very much still winnable, but they have to get control of pipes, and they have to get it soon. Bantho blocking these spawns means that Pippa is going to spawn as far away as they can get. The A control means that Chick is going to take so much damage trying to get into gold. Even if he makes it, he might have a hard time staying alive there. Mighty's gets taken down. Chick, now the only man in hill. Can Sunrise take him out? This tower player cannot die, but he will get taken down eventually. But the spawns, I think they are coming in gold for the side of Pippa. This Bat Ledge player now has to die, but he isn't going to. Oh, he is going to, but it doesn't really matter because they're back into there. Sika, the only player left standing, looking for this camo. They have 30 seconds here. Enough time to play for this camo, and I like that Sika did. It would have been a big mistake to let that go into the hands of VVS, but they have to get up to gold soon. Damn it, camo died.
Camo's out. So that means that utility is completely gone away. 10 seconds to go. Pippa has one last chance, one last stand. Can they sprint in? Does VVS get to series point before Pippa? They have to dive onto site. These final fights will be very telling. Double kill here for Mighties. He's going to stand strong. It'll be nearly halfway. Does Pippa force a 7th hill? That would be in blue pipes. It's a tough place to live, but that's a tough place to die. Pippa doesn't have a man on site. No, with 0 seconds, they have to keep everyone in, and as soon as the Spartan goes down, VVS will unlock series points as they will be up 2-1, and they won that King of the Hill in very confident fashion, holding out against Pippa. What a way to get themselves in the lead, and now Pippa is in a place they have not been in a while.
Yeah, Pippa now an extremely dangerous situation that they find themselves in, despite strong performances from several people on Pippa. It just feels like they couldn't actually get it together. They couldn't manage to find themselves in the right position. We're going to be loading into that next map straight away, and I think I'm going to have my eye on Jimbo because being more than double negative 2 maps in a row is rough, and even though he did have 15 assists there and presumably quite a bit of hill time, it's just not going to be enough against a team like this. Even though that first map was such a domination on the side of Pippa, we just haven't seen them be able to bring that kind of energy since.
Yeah, no, that the very first map, I like to talk about it when it's other rounds and other esports titles. It's that first map is who was ready first, you know, getting yourself kind of warmed up, who came out of either customs or, you know, maybe just a quick Slayer matchup just to see who's ready to be able to beat feet to the street. Well, since then, this is definitely a team that, you know, was like, all right, you know what? That was not a great measurement of ourselves. VVS have definitely come into their own identity, and they know how to make Pippa uncomfortable. And even if it's just end up being a mental battle, ramping things low against Jimbo, maybe that's how it's going to be. If this ends up going the way of Pippa, not at all surprised because they are very well structured when it comes to oddball. But VVS, that we are basically guaranteed, if that happens, to go to a Slayer Origin. Some back kills by Mighties early on. Early points begin for Pippa.
The good news here for Pippa is that this is a pretty long game time. It means that even though they've been a little bit flat the last 2, they do have time to try and get their head in the game a little bit. Furthermore, it's a streets game, which means it is very fast-paced, it is very aggressive, and that is what we've seen the most success coming from for Pippa so far.
Finally putting Mighties down to the floor. Big kind of mid battles kind of dictate how you overall can kind of rotate this around. This ball is going to be in basically one of the deadliest spots you can really get to, as you have to fight from around this commercial and cafe lane. So VVS hasn't really established a hand on the rock at this point in time, and Pippa knows that they basically have only, what, 5 or to 10 seconds at a time to really kind of work off, and eventually that ends up working out. They got some spawns coming out from Tram, one right across from them from PD. It almost seems a bit unfair when you just kind of see them coming at you. Good call out. They're going to have a couple go down, and VVS, they keep going into the blender, and finally they will get some level of control from the corner, but only thus, as Mighties will see them from behind.
Yeah, it was kind of a weird spawn, but on the other hand, I think Sika kind of brought it upon himself. He just hung around in cafe for so long. And I don't really know why. He saw a teammate spawn back A. He knew he could have rotated that way, but instead, he stays in cafe, that player leaves, and suddenly the whole PD side of the map is open.
VS trying to take advantage of this, and they in fact do so by getting this first round of oddball tied. Remember, they have match point. They don't have to rely on a 5th map. It was the craziest of King of the Hills on our previous recharge. Jimbo will have camo, so away we go for information. Sneaky, sneaky. Does he see anyone in arcade? They'll see one. We get a fat melee. There's at least someone with stalker rifle, but you can get in, get out. When you're a camo player, you don't really have to play to be amazing. You just play to kind of keep this uneven for VVS, and he has done so far.
Yeah, Jimbo playing this camo really nicely. Very, very unfortunate there to get caught out by that grenade, just revealing his position. It is going to be 2 dead now for Pippa. Seeker looking to try and find a trade maybe onto this A-Steps player. He is going to manage to do so. A really big play from him there to make sure that this situation doesn't get out of hand as his teammates push up the D Street.
We go all the way. They maybe want to play towards that PD. It's not exactly been a strong point of kind of defense over the last several months. Heck, all of last year felt like they just basically played away from it, considering the GAs that came through. There is no Bulldog to help you out. The sidekick is there, but no one likes sidekick apparently. Only me. Half the team for VVS falls again, and you're going to 1vx numbers. This is a different manner and mode here for VVS, but it's also because Pippa is playing much more to their concise construction of how they like to go to streets. Not gonna get the stick! Can they finish it off? Every single time they get a trade, it plays so much in their favor.
Yeah, these trades coming in from Pippa have been really detrimental to VVS. It's meant they haven't really had the opportunity to get a proper setup on the go. Mose isn't going to spawn with the rest of his team here. He's going to spawn behind them, and that means that they now need to get a move on so they don't get pinched, and they will manage to do so. Mose now first man up and the last man standing. Camo is coming up, and Mose is trapped over towards the pink side.
Jimbo's having himself a much better time.
The hell did he get there? Bro was schmoving, apparently. I took my eye off him for 1 second and he's suddenly in hollow. But it's 3 dead again for VVS. This last player on the A-Gen, Jimbo, putting out so much damage even though he's absolute bottom mid. Chick with the ball for some reason, even though he has the camo, gonna throw it out towards Jimbo and have himself a little roam with this camo.
An invisible ball holder is actually one of the toughest things in the world to kill. Mark my words, it is so difficult to be able to go and get them. And that's not just because camo, it just feels like they're playing the game ultra differently. A stick from the grave, good find. Jimbo's currently at 11 and 5, completely flipping what they were doing before. Felt like he just kind of took a breath, just relaxed his shoulders and started getting back into the mindset of a champion. So VVS down by 31 points. They've got a neutral clock to work with, 99 seconds, and this is going to be another one that's going to be added in. Killing spree for Jimbo. I like that he's just turned on the killer mentality when his team needs him the most.
Yeah, and I think we saw some really good teamwork there from Jimbo and Chick. Despite the fact it was actually a 3v2 on the map, they managed to find a 2v1 in the actual fight that they were in, which means that they won the fight. And now, Chick doesn't manage to find the trade though, which means it's an opportunity now for Bastos to try and put some points on the board. But Jimbo, while Jimbo appeared, what will Bastos do? Apparently, he'll die.
Throwing the quick ball and saying, hey, tossing you into the Pokemon Center, see you later. So Sika and the gang, this is also the first time across this first round that Pippa will be dragging this one over towards Tram. We've been so far just all this commercial lane, the entirety of it. VVS eventually gets a couple down. Jimbo with the stalker rifle. Don't hear him, they don't see him. Well, eventually they're going to be told that there's at least someone in a firing squad trying to put out some damage, and now it's time for the Wiggles. Oh, but a quick combination will get a kill. Points begin for VVS, and they'll do that from within Tramp. Camo will be up and online. Can they get control of it? Doesn't look like they will do so as they just blender their way through mid.
Yeah, even when a play feels like it hasn't gone well for Pippa, they just manage to find a way to make it work. Like Jimbo there gets taken down in a 2v1. It feels like there should be an opportunity for VVS to make something happen, but it just goes in favor of Pippa anyway.
20 points or 40 seconds, whichever happens first. Pippa wants this first round. We've had a very long opening round of oddball. I'm not at all surprised, and this feels like this is going to be a stamina test for both these teams. Whomever comes out of this will be facing off more than likely against Nemesis on the other side of the bracket, and you got to feel like this is going to be exhausting to have to fight your way through mentally and mechanically. So VVS, a lot of work to be done. I don't think 10 seconds is really enough to do it. Seal, that ball will be reset. If they can really get to it, that's going to be huge, but with the way that these early slays are happening, you'll have some points work right now. It would be an insane steal if they could get it from here.
Yeah, it is winnable, but not when you're you're getting pinched by Chicken Seeker. That is going to be sorry. That is going to be round 1 in favor of Pippa, and they're looking like they're already thinking about that game 5.
Pippa has got Seal all choked up. You know what?
Yeah. It's
We'll
enough
go
to make
around
a grown man cry.
You know, making sure that these guys that were at zeros become heroes, and then everything spins right back around. Who's gonna be on the other side of the better tail of the tape? VVS wants to establish control early. 3 fall out here for Pippa. So now they want to try their hand at having some early points. VVS, whenever they get lethal, it's tough to stop the snowball, and as it goes downhill, Pippa's got to put their hands up and see if they can stop them. Ooh, first one falls. I think Camo's still out there. So is the ball, as Pippa, they'll finally lay down the law.
Yeah, excellent teamwork once again from Pippa, that red gun player, just putting out so much pressure in the middle map. It feels like it should have been a scrappy fight, but it really wasn't. But the Camo player getting caught out in B now. Seeker looking to maybe rotate this towards pink side, but he's getting pushed from either direction. He's going to have to just sort of stand and fight here, try and find a trade. He doesn't manage to do so, and that's why it's so important to push more than one lane in an oddball. If they hadn't been pushing up pink side there, Seeker just rotates it away from them, and he's balling. Literally, he's having a great time. But as it happens, that since they do push both lanes, Seeker is then forced to stand and fight, and that fight went in favor of VVS.
It's funny how you kind of mentioned into that being able to push multiple lanes, and we harken back to the mirror fight that we saw earlier about playing Slayer onto Aqua, where if the timing is off even by a little, then it feels like it just kind of goes sideways. Same thing could happen here, but as long as you have those numbers, it's so tough because you're playing literally a man down into a drop ball situation. So as we play from this A platitude, VVS were able to at least establish some level of a lead. 12 points ahead right now as Jimbo is going to try and help out the team, but it is a full wipeout. Pippa goes down. This is going to be VVS, Viva La Red, I guess, as Pippa will be sent walking all the way back to Tram, but they're going to try and bring this fight right back.
Yeah, VVS really gotten their act together this game, but they have thrown the ball out. They have thrown the ball out to bottom 8, and they aren't going to be putting points on the board in this time, which means that when this fight goes in favor of Pippa, which it does, they're going to find themselves this gap being closed very quickly. Meanwhile, I would have kind of liked to see them trying to put a little bit more time on the board there, try and milk that time as much as they can, because they should be expecting Pippa to break these setups.
I think it was because they had at least one man from the 4 that ended up getting killed from Pippa that died a lot earlier, so he was able to just put some extra extended pressure, and VVS didn't ultimately get a kill, or rather extra points because of that. They felt like they had to put a lot of extra time onto getting some quick slays and delays. Oh my goodness, what a frag that was. Half the team gone for Pippa, same said for VVS. Now the stress factor starts to kick in. They're going to get some extra points. They're going to round this out towards PD, but that was for all of a singular moment as Pantho eventually, or actually, you know, he got cleared out, and so they try to find that mid-fight win. We're only a minute 40 off the neutral clock, so there's actually a lot of time still left into this if they choose to try and kind of extend some of this fight. We're all knotted up again. VVS has done this before, but Pippa had big breakaways last time this happened too.
Yeah, we see another player go down there on the side of Pippa. We've got a tied oddball here with VVS putting points on the board. Pantho now. Just going to be hanging around this A side, trying to see where the attack is coming from. The first pick does go in favor of Pippa, though, so this setup is probably not long for this world. I like the fact that Pantho is still milking a little bit of extra time. That stuff adds up, but it's going to be 2 dead now for VVS, and we're looking... Yeah, I was going to say, VVS were then, for a second, staring down the barrel of a perfect break from Pippa, but on the other hand, now 3 members of Pippa go down, and this camo is going to be down bottom mid. It did not burn. This trade is massive on the side of Chick, and the camo still goes in favor of Pantho. Jimbo here, looking for him. Pantho chooses not to engage, and probably a smart play there. Staying alive with this camo is really important, and as long as he's keeping an eye on this ball, there isn't a whole lot Pippa can do.
Ooh, they're going to get 1. And Pippa, yeah, they've now been separated by at least 25 points. They're going to throw the Shroud onto ball to give themselves a chance to pick it up and maybe renegotiate all the way back to commercial. Or rather, let's see if they can just kind of bring this setup back towards Cafe and maybe even out from PD. They decided to navigate and say, nope, we have played to that too long. We're going to go well away from you. And VVS, as they had committed all their numbers from running out of Tram, they completely run it away from that. Sidekick is not going to get the same value that I would. These are pro players. They know exactly what they're doing with it. So that one falls back to open mid. 2.5 minutes. That's a lot of time in oddball. Big find. Jimbo falls. Pantho has really been ramping up his overall gameplay. They will bring this one to arcade. Pippa might see this one go to a round 3 against them, and that would unlock series point in favor of VVS. They're going to use a splash nade to try and just check down outside of spikes and seal. It is 5 seconds. They've got to get to this ball.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone on Pippa is going to be in a position to do it, and we are going to be going to round 3 of map 4. Pippa has to win this to take us to a game 5.
It would be an unfamiliar situation for Pippa, at least across this early portion of split number 1, for them to go to the lower bracket at the semi-final mark. A lot of extra Halo that's left to be played. VVS, they were able to surprise them, not just from a Slayer, but also from a King of the Hill, and maybe this oddball quick to follow in a gentleman's reverse. However, game 5 could still be unlocked on the other side with a Slayer on Origin. VVS and Pippa playing to an early Slay position just to establish respawns.
Yeah, we've got Jimbo here trying to fight over towards the pink street. Important for him to find a trade, and he is going to. Seeker also picking up a kill on the cafe side. That makes it 2v2 on the map. But an assist will come through for Mose, and that's camo in the hands of BVS. A pretty bad situation here to start the game if you're a fan of Pippa.
That's going to be just ball out towards Pink Street. We could consider that this might end up being... Oh, both of them go down. And a third will follow. One man and Chick will be at the top side of stairs. And as you're sneaking up, Mose will be able to get first contact. And they get that kill. So now they basically upend the entirety and they stagger Pippa. They know they're going to be coming in from Arcade, so they can navigate away finally from Pink Street. If they want to run towards Tram, it's the same play that Pippa did unto them that VVS ended up breaking through. That camo will live out the rest of its life, and so will VVS as they will gain some extra points.
Yeah, almost 20 points on the board now for VVS. Not a huge lead, but a pretty bad situation to find yourself if you are Pippa. This player over towards the Ivy side is going to manage to take down the ball carrier, but Mighty's one shot trapped up there, just about managing not to die, but Bastos with the perfect timing onto Seeker, managing to catch him out. Mighty's wants to find the kill himself, but he isn't going to be able to. Absolute now inside the shroud. Bastos is somehow staying alive, dodging the individual fragmentations of that grenade. He's going to take down Mighty's as well. And Chick trying to play towards that camo side. The help is going to come through. A massive play there from Seeker to find those 2 grenades. 3 dead for VVS, but Sunrise going to sneak away with the ball. He's gotten it back towards A, and the spawns have come through. A massive play from Sunrise there. He stays alive.
It is absurd. We have seen VVS be survivors in 1v1s, consistently keeping Pippa confused and just on their toes, yet unable to sprint. They're going to toss this one right out to them. They're going to at least find a trade. They will reconvene back towards A. Jimbo's hoping that he can catch them as they rotate, and instead he's going to have to just throw some nades and see if that splash damage will catch them. They need to be able to bring numbers. Pippa acting from a position of weakness. They are caught in the splash zone. I hope you brought your parka. Seeing if you're able to get rid of some of the moisture here because the sweat is huge. Pantho will get them to over 50 points. VVS, they have a few team fights to go before this one might end out here.
Yeah, Pippa has 3 minutes on the game clock here. If they can get the ball out of VVS's hands, this is still very much winnable despite being a very scary situation. But the thing is, they just don't seem to be able to do it. Those kills are going down, but they're going down on the wrong side of the map. And that's such a good play from VVS, though, to be taking those sides so far off. It's finally going to be a 3-dead situation for VVS, but Bastos finds a trade. It just doesn't feel like Pippa can stabilize.
Pippa, as soon as they were able to unwedge VVS from a great defensive posture there from A, Pippa just, they had to go chasing ghosts, especially because everyone ended up dying out. They're going to try and wombo combo up into top arcade and keep VVS from having a push-up lane. And it looks like they've at least begun some of their scoring. They were only at, what, 6 before? But like you mentioned, still very winnable, especially from a team of this stature and experience. However, they are dropping out. Jimbo will die outside of arcade. They have a very weak Spartan to be able to take down. There goes Bastos. Hasn't really been the most ultra necessary player. My sidekick, Sika, uses it to full effect. But still, they are not gaining points. 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, Seeker there, a really important kill onto Bastos, and more importantly, he stays alive despite getting shot at from the mid side of the map. These two players trapped inside PD, they are almost certainly going to die here, but the thing is they bought so much time and they managed to trade out a kill. That's a disaster if you're on Peeper's side. You really couldn't afford to trade there, and now this player back A, he is going to get taken down. Jimbo looking for this ball, but he gets caught out. He's going to have to play the ball up here, but I don't think he even gets it out of the section. He's died with camo, and it just feels like nothing is going right for Peeper at the moment.
They are getting at least a few frags, and they are going to be able to get some of VVS just off kilter. Oh, and this is actually a great 1v1. Unfortunate for them, they still get caught on box and can't get to window. So for all intents and purposes, VVS did get that early lead. They still have it. You've got a minute 50 to go. Pippa's starting to really watch that clock, and they're going to have to ramp up some of these big executes, because if they cannot get to that objective, VVS has them exactly where they want them. This is definitely a Slayer-minded group, and if they keep that objective out in open waters, they're going to force Pippa right into their hands. So, with a minute 34 to go, Seal, it could be final tasks and final asks here for Pippa to try and force a game 5.
Yeah, the good news for the side of Pippa is firstly, VVS went 3 dead there, and secondly, VVS haven't actually really touched the ball recently. They haven't had much of an opportunity to do much. Seeker loses the 1v1 against Bastos. Jimbo does manage to take him down, but it's 2-for-1 trade, and Chick not managing to clean up the last kill, doing so much damage, but gets taken down as well. They're going to be rotating that ball away from the spawners, and all of a sudden, there's barely any time left. They've only got 25 seconds. They have to push up now, but they don't really have any advantages to push up.
Which one's less? What's on ball, or what's left to be gotten for this entire map? You've got less than a minute to go. They ended up getting about 15 more points. They have a war on 2 fronts, and they're not winning either. Sunrise will fall as Seek was able to get them. VVS has a chance to do the funniest thing, and that's get an upset here in the semifinals before even map number 5. 20 points, a splash nade. See if they force them back out into mid. They're actually going for the dub for all the points. Jimbo from up on top of A plat. He's looking for targets, but he's losing fights. VVS has 37 seconds to try and take down the number 2 in Europe and really make a vie for the throne.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing now it's not unwinnable for Pippa. There is plenty of time here, actually, especially considering the fact that the clock does stop. Pippa can still win this, but they have to be so careful. Chick going to be trying to play this like pretty loosey-goosey, going to be looking to rotate that ball instead of fighting statically, because they don't have time for ball plays. They're going to be trying to get that back towards C, but they're not going to be able to, as Seeker does get caught out. Jimbo now, the only one with the opportunity to get hands on the ball. He has no option but to get hands on the ball, but the problem is, where is the other team? It looks like the entire Pink Street is open. We're going to be seeing 2 players now flying towards Jimbo. He's going to have to rotate it back out onto the B Street. If he can survive here, it could be huge, but 2 players have gone down for Pippa. Only 10 seconds on the clock. And Jimbo dies as well. That might be game.
They've got to get back to it. Forcing their hand. They're right around the corner. They have to get their hands on the rock. It is a full commit. They will leave them behind, and they have just enough time, but not at all. VVS will bring the upset. Pippa goes down 3-1 in a 3rd round of oddball after what was a 250-0 start in a Pippa win on Stronghold's live fire. 3 maps in a row. VVS will get their first ever berth into the winners finals.
Yeah, absolute I mean, a nail biter at the end there. Mighty's. For a second, I thought they lost because Mighty's didn't manage to pick up the ball. Like, you know, he went to pick it up and didn't, but he died straight away anyway. It wouldn't have made any difference. But for a second, I thought that was the most monumental choke we had ever witnessed in our entire lives. But I think the question we need to now ask ourselves is, are VVS playing really well, or are Pippa playing badly? And I think it's kind of hard to say from that, because I think it's a bit of both. Pippa didn't look like the team that we know them as, but I also think that VVS were looking very, very good. So I think I'll be interested to see the Nemesis VVS match, which I expect we'll have coming up shortly, in order to, you know, to see whether or not VVS really are breaking into that top 2 conversation, or if Pippa just have been really flat today.
Well, you know what? The Kings of Europe and Nemesis always welcome a new challenger to the throne. And so VVS is here in the upper bracket, not a lower final. No, this is going to be in the winners finals. So after a break, we'll be bringing you more of the EU HCS Open number 3. It's going to be a new fight, and I hope you're ready for it. Be back in just a moment.
Unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum. And on the MLG forum, we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions, we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few lands, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, like we just knew we had this. We just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, it will be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to be SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
One more. See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry, it's not happening. But yeah, my man. No, sorry, might be them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine! That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp, or pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on the pro forums because we had access to the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. We're either posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just got, I think we got told there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but obviously it's big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, "Yep, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us." And I think at the time, like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable, like some matches were really close and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of, even though we're one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to just be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
There was another interview somewhere where I got fined for it, and I said they're just a credit, I said they're like a fish with a credit card. They don't think about what they spend. They just sit in a little tub all day, and they don't do anything that demands more of the profile of European Halo or the players. It's just one of the reasons I wanted to play for Fnatic. I know Fnatic were an org that were huge in other esports, and I saw that as my chance to try and it was going nowhere. And then they were like, "Oh, they're gonna start paying their players like £200 a month," but it was for nothing. It didn't make sense to me.
In an article of an interview Baxter had, though has been translated for French Halo forum Halo.fr, where he claimed he couldn't rely on his team anymore, and making the statement he was irreplaceable, and I quote, "I am Walshy." Power Gaming would then continue their legacy and picked up Scottish legend and ex-teammate of the Buck Twins, MVP. Once again, Power had a new team, and they would throw themselves into the deep end by playing their first event together overseas at MLG Combine, Nashville 2010.
We went into that event thinking we were going to win it. Like we knew there'd be good amateur teams in it, but also we knew that we were strong enough as a team, like based on with Baxter as well, like that we could have done well. It was interesting to see Ryan Noob and Blaze and Jerirocky and DeBay, like, and even Ashes and Piggy and those guys. Like, I feel like we underestimated them, and they were really good. Like, I think Adrenaline Rush went on to doing well in the pro bracket and in the next event, because they kind of showed us, okay, these guys are pretty good. Like, it wasn't just like we just got destroyed by a random amateur team or anybody below top 16 played in the combine, and we came third in that with MVP.
Soon after MLG Orlando 2010, after all the practice and after the combine, Power would actually sadly end up getting their worst placement of 21st at the time. Rumors had started to spread on the forums that they had made a mistake allowing Baxter to leave and start a rival team, and how the age of Power was over. Or was it? After a few months in July, we had our first European event where the two teams would end up meeting in the finals at ECL Liverpool in 2010. Once again, Power reigned supreme in Europe. But
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force. It's good to be here. Here's Hair Monkey Man. Mate, I only just got here at the end of that last series, so talk to me, Goose. What the hell just happened?
That was definitely a business meeting by Pippa that went so fast. The memo was like, oh, okay, cool, we'll work on this. And for the next 3 games, decided to just completely ramp up their salary as contractors to something that Pippa could not afford. It was a crazy one. The only thing I miss that we didn't go to the Slayer Origin, but what a way to be able to end it in that oddball.
Yeah, mate, that was really nuts, actually. Like, that was, I picked it up halfway through the oddball. Let's get some rosters, by the way, as we're into a winners final. We should talk about the current game. VVS, of course, Sunrise, Pantho, Moze, Bastos. And on the other side, it is, of course, Nemesis, who are waiting here. Wootum, Glory, Snipe Drone, and SLG. And of course, we have some maps. It is a King of the Hill live fire. It is an Aqua Slayer, a CTF Forbidden, a Recharge Strongholds, and a Slayer live fire. End-to-end live fires, baby. But yeah, man, this is uncharted territory, I must say. A DQ last week to a winners final this week. What a turnaround.
The only thing that can hold them back is the admins. That's the only thing that can stop this team. Or perhaps maybe the Kings of Europe. Nemesis has now met a new opponent. Uncharted territory indeed for VVS into the winners finals. But if there's ever anything for a challenger to utilize, it is the unknown. Can Nemesis upend what was at least singularly an upset and try to deny them a momentum take going into this first map? We've already seen that VVS doesn't care what the first map ends up being, because the next 3 could be theirs instead.
Yeah, that's actually super wild to me. Like, we've talked about so much in week 1 and 2 how big the gap is between like the first 2 teams and everyone else. I'm thinking the gap may be a little more. Oh, that is an insane nade, by the way. I'm thinking the gap may be a little more between number 1 and everyone else, but we shall see. It is Mo's last left alive. Does have the sniper. Is gonna try and peek Wootum. Glory will take him down, and the first hill already jumped on by Team Nemesis.
This was also where they it wasn't the same map as they did it on Recharge, but King of the Hill is where we saw initial footing being held by VVS. But the way that we get these setups by Nemesis feels like it's almost impossible to kind of get them off position. Great follow-up. They always are going to hand off the one-touch weapon to Glory. I feel like there's no reason otherwise, especially because he's just able to kind of patrol and troll. Just continue to get kills, and I mean, they're collecting them into a body bin.
Yeah, it will be Wootum who is on this hill. 2 dead for VVS. And Moze gets his head removed by SLG. It's going to be 1-0 Team Nemesis. And yeah, this is a pretty great start. Although, it has to be said, 2 weeks ago already, I think, it was Team Nemesis that got reverse swept on a King of the Hill by Pippa. So we shall see what happens. The nest shot, the headshot. And so far, it's been pretty ruthless, mate. 4 dead again.
It was a strongholds on this exact same map where they lost in the beginning of that series. So they may just hate live fire, you know. At this point, if I lost like I did in that 250-0, and then maybe what's happening right now, I would also have strong feelings against this map. Unfortunately for them, if they end up going to game number 5, they'll play it twice. Team Nemesis, a fantastic start so far, and finally half the squad falls out. VVS begins putting some points on the board.
Yeah, it will be VVS just getting into that hill a little bit. Sunrise does find Wootum. Glory is going to get taken down as well. SLG finds 1, though. Just trying to find some nades, work out where everyone is. But you can see Bastos over there. Mo's on the hill as well. 1 shot. Mo's going to go down. Sorry, it wasn't Mo's on the hill. Might be Pantho on the hill. The repulse up. And so far, this second hill looking quite even as it goes. The repulse off almost makes it off the map. It did make it off the map. Mind the gap. See you later. Pantho last left alive. And this hill with 4 dead again for VVS. And Team Nemesis, man, they know when to get the correct amount of 4 dead.
I mean, you saw both those players that were hanging outside of the ninja. Not gonna happen. They saw the pixel at the last second. They're like, wait a minute, this invisible boot isn't mine. So they were able to at least take him out of midair. Everyone looking for that medal, except for the guy that didn't want to have it happen to him. But Team Nemesis, they definitely take a very kind of take a deep breath and then reconvene approach. Glories has the second sniper, and if that means anything for VVS, is that they're about to have a bad time.
Yeah, it surely will. It's going to be a no-scope onto Bastos, but it is going to be Moze and VVS, who are on hill number 3 first. Glory 11 and 4, by the way, does get taken down, but does find the assist. Nade coming out, will go down as well. SLG, last one left alive, doesn't have any shields. Gonna be the absolute power slide. That was Bastos finding his way in. There's no way. Okay. Mose is gonna get chunked as well. He's almost dead. But yeah, Team Nemesis just throwing themselves a little bit willy-nilly at this hill. And it doesn't seem to be working right now, just after you praise them, Monkey Man.
I mean, true. They've had a lot of time to look at the tape whenever they did get reverse swept on King of the Hill, especially when they were it was done, I believe, by Pippa. So they're okay. How do we make this better? But I'm also not at all at odds with the way that they are going about this, because they know that this hill is in a tough spot, especially when you deal with kind of just trebucheting nades at it, and they're burning that neutral time, so necessary for deeper King of the Hill map plays. So seeing that they've got it over halfway for VVS, they're going to be consistently chasing down this OBJ, going to use that QT to be able to get out of dodge. But Team Nemesis, they're playing this very close to the cuff, and they're going to force VVS to consistently reset before they even want that third hill.
Yeah, and it is going to be SLG finding by the turbine, just trying to find where Mose is. There he is. He is going to go down. Sees the body fly out the side, but you can see Pantho spawning up near the camo. Camo is going to get taken. I don't think it was used, though. Camo, I believe, still on the ground. Now picked up by Wootem. That is not what you want if you are VVS. You don't want to go for camo, grab it, not pop it, and then let Wootem take it, because you are going to have a straight up bad time if you do that. He sees one. Oh my god. Man, like, the keyboard and mouse, like, movement was real crazy right there, because he was looking at one, and then he was trying to shoot the other one. So, but it's 3-0, Monkey Man. That's more important.
Oh, well, okay, so now this is the part where we start saying and seeing if Nemesis actually took to heart any VOD review of being reverse swept, because this is when it starts. If you can get that first hill. It's been very tough for VVS to complete a hill. The closest that they got was hill number 3. And this open sand situation is not exactly the easiest. You're going to get a nice kill out here by Bastos. He's going to have to re-navigate from this tower position. As they go towards ramp, they're going to have that 2-1 fold and at least look towards that upper side of elbow. Out snipe drone in mid. He's going to be completely weakened, and he will be now taken out. So VVS, even though they've found some of these off-point fights, Team Nemesis is the one that's at least been able to get some actual points, and they are bleeding this clock in a way that VVS can't afford.
Yeah, they sure are. Ooh, Pantho, gets punished. Gets absolutely put in the bin by SLG. 2 minutes to go, but at this rate, I don't think any of that is going to be required. The push coming in here from Bastos and Mose. Bastos gets absolutely shut down. Mose trying to do what he can. Pantho going to go to no shields as well. But all of this time, Team Nemesis are on this hill. All of this time, it's ticking up. And all of this is time that VVS do not have. Pantho is going to get in the hill. It's dead. It's 3 dead. It's just Bastos left alive. And he goes down to a perfect. And this Monkey Man is it. It's 4-0. It's efficient. It's clean. It's 1-0 Team Nemesis.
And it's exactly where VVS wants them. After getting 250 to nothing and getting now 4-0'd, live fire is not their map. They're like, you know what? I hate this map. It's done. I don't want none of that. But honestly, great control by Team Nemesis. They knew when to kind of slow down, speed up, and then they kind of really dismay and delay VVS over time. A lot of great damage and a lot of fantastic kills. Glory obviously didn't even need a ramp up period. They just went in exactly what that little tag says next to their name, hard, as they were winning so many of those snipe fights.
Yeah, it was, look, 18 for Snipe Drone, 17 for Glory, just so good. 11 assists as well for SLG, always with the damage, and we are going to jump straight in to a Slayer Aquarius. That's what I like about these guys, you know. By the time we get up here, it's all about just one map after the other, getting into it as quick as possible. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this goes. You got to bounce back, right? Like 4-0, you just put that in the bin. You you just sort it out, you leave it behind, and then you're like, right, now we just got to kill and we don't have to worry about anything else. Easy done.
And if there's anything that we got to really witness for VVS in their previous series is that these Slayers, they never really let them get too out of odds and ends, but Team Nemesis, if there's anything that they love to do is not let you have any foundation to be built from. And you see him sliding by. Oh my goodness, that camo take. One thing that I was actually going to make mention of is that there's too many times that Team Nemesis has become very effective at baiting other teams for going for power utility, being it for the overshield or for the camo, and I want teams to recognize that they could counter bait into that, but if they do so, Team Nemesis often will be able to kind of move you away and get it for themselves. Thinking that the kill was done, maybe have a double from right behind him. Woodham gets cleaned up, and this is currently a 4-kill lead for VVS.
Yeah, VVS with a hot start, also kind of what you want after what happened in the last map. Pantho gonna go down as well. 6-4 now. Glory. The guys just trying to find their way into this map. Yeah, it's just a bit slow and steady off the rip, but that is going to be huge for SLG. He's going to find a kill, and it is going to be Glory. Does manage to finish off Mose correctly, but still 9-7 for VVS.
Playing this just slow and kosher. I'm not at all surprised that we kind of get these lower scorers happening for the beginning of this. I mean, for as equidistant and just very symmetrical as Aquarius is, you actually can be able to have very just kind of shored up setups, and you actually had that two-man swing. Oh my goodness, a couple of these 1v1 fights traded in either direction for both VVS and Team Nemesis. Pop goes the Weasel. It's going to be stuck in Nadeville in the corner, and Mose some big splash damage as they'll be able to get there perfect. So far so good to keep Nemesis at least a little arm's reach away, and they're putting the hand to the Mjolnir body kit and saying, yo, just stay back, this my side.
This my side indeed, and you can see a little cool picture-in-picture as you see VVS going for that camo. Glory is going to find Bastos, but Sunrise is being sneaky. Does find Snipe Drone. So we'll get at least one out of this camo. He's going to lay some shots down. He's going to chase into Fridge though. He's going to have to 2-on-1.
Oh.
1-on-2 even, and gets nothing. So Mo's last one left alive. Just a little overzealous, I think. Oh my god, how has Snipe Drone won that as well, brother? Like, come on.
It's an unfortunate melee whiff. You think you're close enough to be able to get that lunge magnetism to get to the Spartan, but unfortunately for them, they end up just a bit too far. So they at least clear another. But as we go 50-50, we now have the slightest edge being formed here for Team Nemesis. So can they get that ramp up here to occur for them and maybe start breaking away? Nemesis is very good at that as they force VVS and other like opponents to kind of make mistakes. You're going to get Woodham kind of face checking. They hear footsteps and they're going to have this one isolated fight. Won't be able to find it, and that's something that was very effective against Pippa early on as well, about how they just won their ones, and that kept them reeling. They thought that they would have these huge advantage points. Double kill right now. You have to clamber up. You dodge away. I love the antics and the mech movement that we're getting out of Pantho as he will survive.
Yeah, fantastic work to be able to get away. Wootum with the BR is going to find the head of Bastos, 25 apiece. At halfway, there is absolutely nothing between these two teams. And I think that's a good sign for VVS, right? Like, not getting put down about, losing that King of the Hill 4-0, right? You've wiped it from your memory. You had a bit of a nice start, right? Like you were 4 up, and then, yeah, just trying to get back into it. It is 29 apiece. So the mental is good. And that's what you want to see, Monkey Man. You want to see the mental being good. Pantho is going to find the camo as well. 3 members of VVS in util. An enemy is pinged top mid. And it is going to be all on Pantho to try and find it. SLG is going to get headshotted. Sunrise finds a double kill as well. Wootum last left alive, and VVS have a 2-kill lead as we kind of near, the 3-quarter mark. Where Slays really start.
Yeah, the 30 mark is where your true life begins. Shout out to all my 30 plus gang, but also where maybe some of yours end when it comes to Slayer. Oh, nice bodyguard. They're able to assist their teammate. They will keep maintain this 2-point lead, and this is when it becomes where Scary Terry turns out the lights, and you better not be looking in the mirror, or else you're gonna get cursed for life. Team Nemesis, they want to find you, and they're gonna get at least Moe's. It's gonna be a 2v1 for anyone out in open yellow base, as they are within 15 of finishing out this game. BVS would love to be able to steal this. You see all Team Nemesis now is hunting as a pack, and they take this lead back.
Yeah, Wootum is going to find Sunrise. Planters spotted as well. Bastos down there. Mose gets one, but is traded. Can see Glory on the hunt, trying to find anyone he can. This is like the Incredible Hulk BR. That's what I'm going to call this. Purple and green. It's definitely the Hulk. 39 apiece. Oh my god, he does find Bastos. Can he get away as well? The nade going to come down. He might be able to get out of this situation as well. Pantho's going to go down. Sunrise is down as well. Mose is there. The thrust use, 42 to 39. And Wootum there to provide assistance. SLG going to get a back smack. Camo's up in 5 seconds. And Team Nemesis 6 away with a 4-kill lead. Panther going to take shots as well. Camo up, you can see the cam in cam. Sunrise with a double kill.
Uh-oh.
SLG goes down as well. Camo there, Wootum. Pantho. Oh, he surely gets naded out here. He will. It's 45 to 44. And Bastos has Camo. What can he do? The jump up. The jump up. He's going to spot a lot of people here. He finds one, but SLG and Wootum are in the feed. It's still a 2-kill lead, but you can see Bastos trying to be a menace. You can see the shots going down. He's going to finish off Snipe Drone. Can he find another as well? He gets a great double kill, but Wootum, with a double of his own, is going to finish it off. And Nemesis, they didn't have Camo at the end, but it doesn't matter. It's 2-0, and they are one map away from locking in a grand final.
As promising as the individual camo play started being, and you got to see actually some great crossfire between the two, yeah, what was happening off screen is Wootum was still being a menace to literally anyone that had blue armor. Fantastic work to keep things calm, even with it only being a 1 or 2 kill lead up in differential. They're used to that kind of play, especially when they take on some of the best in Europe, and VVS has definitely been involved, and even more so today, in that conversation. I mean, it pretty much kind of boiled down to a little bit of fall off from Bastos, Mose with the 15 deaths, and that was definitely taken advantage of. Like you said, there is no rest for the wicked, and all these ne'er-do-wells want to go straight to map number 3.
Yeah, trying to speed run any percent a grand final appearance. It is a CTF forbidden. One map away from locking in a grand final, locking in the money, Monkey Man. You know, we talk about HCS points, you know, major qualifier next week before we go to Arlington, Texas. But you do win money, you know, top 2 make money. So, you know, winning this locks in some money. And I tell you what, if VVS, you know, don't manage to win this, right? If Nemesis can close this out, geez, all of his weapons are the Hulk. If Nemesis can do this out, then VVS versus Pippa is going to be another spicy matchup if Pippa can make it that far.
We'll see if they can, in fact, take it that far. And as well as, you said this is Incredible Hulk, I will agree with you, but I also, when I initially saw it, I immediately looked at that and was like, oh, Buzz Lightyear. Does that not kind of, kind of
also
some of that as well?
Yeah. No, I see it too. Yeah. I see it as well.
Okay, cool.
I don't mind it. Oh, okay. Good night. Oh my lord.
Massive follow-ups from all these snipes that are forthcoming. Glory 4-0 right now, looking for a killing spree to be able to start things off. And of course, you had the early pull as they try to walk and roll and lock that one out here against VVS. But they will, in fact, recover their flag a little bit early on. Another fat scope as Wootum has the other sniper. They took it between hands, and another double kill. Team Nemesis is trying to just keep VVS on their heels with another chance for another pull.
Yeah, another pull flag taken again. Mose with a great double kill, though. should be able to stop that dead. Moze will be trying to lay down some damage. That flag looks like it is going to be going back. It will be returned. And once again, Monkey Man, we are at a stalemate.
Which is honestly a huge outcome that we've seen so far here for VVS, considering that an objective play, if anything was to be measured initially, it's that they didn't have the best setup when it came to those first couple of live fires for both the previous series and current that they have been playing now. So going into these other stages and these other kinds of maps, to see Team Nemesis have to take longer than 2.5 minutes to possibly get an actual cap is massive. They're gonna rock and roll with it though. Overshield is gonna push that flag once more towards that sewer position. Can they go to underneath the old railway and make it work? It looks like this one might be completed as a cap, and the key thing that Team Nemesis has been doing is taking away, it's kind of basically sniping authority, not letting them be up top. They will get backsmacked, and then that will be the first cap here for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, beautiful work from them. Glory putting it in. Pantho gonna find Snipe Drone. Oh my god, Glory also gets him done, and yeah, I don't know what that was. I think it was just falling off the edge of the map anyway. Wootum is going to try and hide. Everyone coming to try and kill him. Sniper. Snipe Drone. Oh. Does find the hit onto Pantho. SLG going to clean it up. Sunrise going to get cleaned up as well. You can see the sniper firing off to the side. SLG does get Bastos. Oh! Snipe Drone. Thank you very much. See you later. It's going to allow the flag grab as well. But, oh, that was crispy. Oh. It's a killing spree. The turret is here, and he is going to kill everyone. Oh, my God. And he gets another body shot. And he gets another body shot as well. And Pantho can't challenge. And Snipe Drone's turret has allowed Nemesis to go 2-0 up. That was disgusting, Monkey Man.
That entire life was built for Snipe Drone to live up to his namesake. Wow. Being an automatic sniper in just full capacity and execution. So many Spartans fell at the hands of that 50 cal, that S7. So, will it happen again? They're gonna take it the long up top way for the side of VVS, but 3 will go down before they can really begin work with a Nemesis flag. Goodness gracious. It was also hilarious seeing the lower side of the scope in from Snipe Drone during that time. I swore Benny Hill music was playing as they stole the flag.
Yeah.
And whereas it was just like, what was it? Just like some hardcore montage music in opposite for Snipe Drone.
Oh, man. So great. He's so filthy, man. Like, it's so good to watch, and it is going to be Wootum that does the grab, the little wiggle pre-grab. No one uses this front jump up, by the way. Like, I still don't see anyone using it. Maybe the Americans use it, but I don't see anyone in EU, like, ever using it.
They have one way they want to go. I think we talked about this last week. There's like one way to like truly gets overly used. Snipe Drone will find themselves a double kill, by the way, and it's because it's the fastest, most effective.
Yeah, it's like down to the left and then through the tunnel. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like, oh, let me take this way. Last week, on a Forbidden CTF, we actually got to see in the same map 3 different ways for it to be capped. It went this way, it went top mid, and it went back around base and opposite side sewer. This is looking like it's going to be a cleanup. Team Nemesis with Snipe Drone, who's done a lot of great slaying work, hoping to get this one completed through, and that'll be it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very efficient, my friend. 4-0, 50-47, and then 3-0, and that's done. They're in a grand final. Thank you very much. Money wrapped up. Easy claps. See you later.
It's just how it'd be. I've been hearing a lot of the term bans being used, and apparently it's just cash on stacks on stacks for the side of Team Nemesis. They're guaranteed a minimum of top 2, maybe even more points to super secure their first seed. I believe no matter what, they will be that going into next week for the pool qualifier. But I mean,
yeah.
VVS looking fantastic through today to really try and at least challenge the throne. But they're going to that lower final. We'll see what they'll be doing later on.
Speaking of lower bracket, guys, we're going to throw to a break. I'm going to get the sun out of my face. And when we come back, it is going to be the losers bracket. So do not go anywhere. We will see you soon.
We're not done yet. As they had set their eyes once again on the North American scene. Next up, MLG Raleigh 2010. This event was different. They had enough seeding points to go straight into champ bracket, which is a guaranteed top 32, instead of leaving it up to chance in the open bracket. They would get an easy first round of a 3-0 against Living the Dream, which would place them on to top 16, beating their previous highest placement. But Power Gaming was not done yet. Next up, they were up against 4-seeded Straight Rippin'.
I thought maybe they were just.
I think they're just saying that.
Go one more.
One more then.
One more.
Well. Oh, okay.
Nice bracket addiction. Yeah, nice bracket prediction pocket.
Right on the main stage, UOR Dynasty versus Heaven and Earth. On the Old Spice feature station, Power versus Triggers Down.
We still knew, like, despite them being a bit of a hybrid team or a bit of a mismatch of a team, like, they were going to be good. But literally from game one, I felt like we were just really confident and like really calm around what we did. Like, I felt like it's probably one of the calmest games we played in terms of comms.
From their training.
I'm just going to say this there.
It's custom. What time's custom?
47.
Power had done it. They have both placed top 12 as well as beat the legendary Straight Rippin'. Power secured a 3-0 against Straight Rippin', which is the highest placement at that time for a European team of top 12. This record would last for another 6 years when it was beaten again in Halo 5 by none other than the Buck Twins themselves. Soon after the event, Halo Reach will be released, and the game change caused Reaction to leave, and MVP went on to join a different team as well. The owners of Power Gaming would leave the organization behind to pursue different things within esports, ending the legendary run of Power Gaming. In the end, Power Gaming were the first team to show that international teams deserve to and can compete at the highest level. Power's record may have been broken multiple times now, but I believe their legacy has had an impact on international Halo even to this day, and their story deserves to be remembered. What do you think? Is the reason we have international teams being flown out to America because of Power Gaming? Have you even heard of Power Gaming prior to this video? Let me know in the comments. It would mean the world if you could leave a like on this video as well as a sub if you haven't already. Thank you so much for sticking by this long. This is my biggest project yet, as half the footage of Power is either lost or the most difficult thing to find. So thank you for watching, and peace. Women within esports, similar to esports as a whole, is a growing subcategory. And with that comes pioneers. We've had many talented women in the past, with legacies left by the likes of Xena and Bittersweet within Halo. In Halo 5, no other team fits this title than the most dominant team within the female pro league, Riot Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 talented players in Queen X3, Divine Damsel, Dreamy Dream, and Monza.
Yeah, I remember I was like 16 years old, and I randomly found Jen's stream, and I started watching her, and I'm like, damn, like, this girl's kind of funny, and she's like pretty good, like, kind of want to be friends with her. So I started like watching her a lot, and then I started like matching her, matchmaking a lot too, and we just like started playing with each other, and I don't know, just kind of started from there.
As Divine Damsel and Queen solidified themselves as a duo, they would start their grind. Although a lot of these players knew of each other or have crossed paths previously, they had no reason to play with each other. This was until the release of Halo 5 in October of 2015, and along came the release was the announcement of the FPL, or Female Pro League. This would then force the Divine Queen duo to expand their team of 2 to a 4, and without much thought, they knew who they wanted.
I can't remember what exactly happened, but I remember, I think, Katie, did you DM me? Someone DM'd me at the time, and we're like, hey, do you want to run games?
I don't remember.
And I can't remember. It's been so long ago, but because I was when all this came out, like all these girls were like, "Oh, free agents!" Like all these lists came about, and like I was a free agent or whatever. I just remember that. But I wanted to be a team of two with my best friend, which is Veronica. But that bitch like didn't solidify a team of two with me, and she was like a team of two with Domino, and that like got me. My feelings were hurt. I'm not gonna lie. I'm so salty about that to this day. And so I was like, okay, like I'm only gonna play in this if I have a really good team, and if I team with, or if I team with Haley. And Haley like, she's like, oh, we can run games, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, this bitch thinks I'm shit or something. I don't even remember. But then I remember like I don't know who it was, but it came up like in a DM, like, hey, do you want to run games with me and Jen?
And last but not least, they needed a fourth. And who would they decide? A lonely, young, and talented Australian, Monza.
And then I think there was a 2v2 tournament on Halo 5, like at the very beginning before FPL came out. And I remember we went up against them, and I think we were both in the finals, and then I got to game 5, and then I think I kind of knew that they were the best duo out there, so that was kind of the team I wanted to be on when FPL came out, so I think that's kind of how they found out about me. Well, Katie knew about me, but I don't think anyone else did.
They had their team on paper, but at this point, they all knew individually they were extremely capable of winning. But were they able to put it in practice? Keeping in mind, a few of these players have never really been given the opportunity to play a tournament of this scale.
Because they were all individually good. And then Katie and Jen had like been playing together for a little bit and had like this like duo-ship basically. So they already had like some sort of teamwork. So it was just trying to find our role in the team around that. But I remember when we played scrims against the second place, that would have end up being the second place teams. I was actually kind of nervous. I was like, what if we all fucking suck and they just like plow through us? Like, I was like, I had my message prepared. I was like, sorry guys, can't do this, you know? But no, I had that in the drafts.
Soon after the team was formed, they will be picked up by an all-female organization based in London called Riot Gaming. Thus was the birth of the most dominant Halo 5 FPL team in history.
Can I just say, can I just say we had the best org, and they loved the fact that we were the villains. They actually like signed us because we were the villains. I think they had a COD team that was also like very dominant and like we're also like didn't take shit from everyone type of vibe, and they loved that about us, and that's how we signed with them. Their name was Riot. I don't think they're still around, but they were just owned by like these badass chicks, and like
it was like an
all
female owned org.
Yeah, and they were like European. They were so badass.
Not long after, the FPL would start. The way it worked was they hosted a tournament which had around 16 female teams. Top 8 would qualify to play in the league. The league would span around 2 to 3 months with league matches every weekend. Every team would play each other at least twice. The winner would be the one with the most wins. Then they would have a final tournament in which the winner will be crowned. Riot held nothing back from the start. Week after week, they would slowly rack up wins after wins. But this wouldn't come without drama of its own.
There wasn't like a women community like there is now, like back then.
Yeah. Well, we all kind of hated each other back then.
I mean, yeah,
So,
we're
like,
just
for-
like competitive, you know?
Yeah, we were super competitive, especially our team. Like that's why I said earlier, like we were all hated. But I think it was just because we were all super competitive, and there was this group of women finally forming together, and they kind of like took to heart everything we said. And it
Well,
was
that's the
annoying.
thing. Like, there's no like woman of Halo like there is now, or like whatever, where like people have like more like camaraderie and like support, like a support
Yeah.
system. It was just like you were a female on the game,
Yep.
and we all were like out for each other's blood type shit.
We were like
So,
gunning
like,
for each other.
right, because like everyone wanted to be the best, and like if you weren't, then you were mad about it, and like I think
Yeah.
that's why the competitive nature came out a lot. And I mean,
Well,
we
it was
were
like the
toxic.
first- Yeah. Oh yeah.
We were toxic, don't get me wrong, but like other people were toxic too. Like when I was going back looking at clips and stuff, like there was a clip of me like ragging on someone bad like on my stream, and it was because like she had like just come in and was like said a comment about like how we won or something, or I don't know, I don't remember how it came up, but like it was definitely on both sides. I think people saw that we were the toxic ones because we were at the top. We were like entertaining the hate. And so we were kind of almost held like more accountable to like firing back. So I think that like in a lot of ways maybe hurt our reputation a little bit because like we weren't going to take any shit. Like
Midway through the season, Riot Gaming would go 7-0 in the league without dropping a single map and land themselves the title of OpTic Gaming of the FPL.
Play? No, they're not in this week. But then a lot of people are asking the follow-up question is, what team is the OpTic quote-unquote of the FPL? And that has to go to Riot Gaming.
Their rivals, Excellence, comprised of the legendary Bittersweet, Veronica, OA Cutie, and Dream Cream, were 6-1, which meant if Riot were to lose at any point, they could easily tie up the score within the league. Even though Riot had a huge target on the back of their head, they weren't phased. They plowed through their competition, winning the league 14-0 and only dropped one map. But it still wasn't over. They still had the finals to play, but they were confident as they were going in with first seed. As they would practice, their passion was as high as ever, but arguably this was a double-edged sword. They would get down on themselves when they were down in a game or have heated disagreements, which led to the decision to bring in Rami as their coach in the finals.
Can I get an honorable mention to Rami? He like as an e-girl coach, like that guy is just dedicated to coaching e-girls. Like he has coached in so many e-girl tournaments, 2s, 4s, whatever the case might be. I mean, this guy is just passionate. He knows how to lead the e-girls to victory. Absolutely.
He is definitely for the women. But yeah, I honestly think if it wasn't for Rami, like, I don't want to say we were nervous, but we were like I think we were all pissed at each other that we're allowing them to win. And then Rami was like, just slow it down, take it at a time, like take one thing at a time. And then we started to come back, and I'll never forget that comeback. I still rub it in Haley's face to this day because, I mean, it's my favorite game I've ever played in Halo, and it's probably one of my favorite like moments of Halo 5.
They would once again make a dominating run within the finals of the FPL, and who would they meet at the end with them? Excellence Gaming.
Nice shit, Jen. Underpass one shot. Dude, they suck. Go now. 2v2, one shot. One shot.
Guys, we can't die here. We cannot die here.
There's two in BR.
Play your lives. We can't die. Behind me, long call. Hold this setup.
Stay alive, Jordan. I'm here.
They're pushing me out. Push me out basement.
Another one. Raptors.
I'm watching us. Hold this.
Basement.
Watch out. We just made the fattest fucking.
Orange. Long haul.
Long call, guys.
Holy shit.
Let's go. Oh, what my god.
Victory.
Oh,
They're joking.
Woo, baby.
Riot Gaming won the FPL and asserted themselves as the most dominant female Halo 5 team in history, and in the league and in the tournament only dropping one map. Sadly, as time went on, Dreamy Dream would lead the team due to other commitments. The trio of Queen X3, Divine Damsel, and Monza would pick up Carandapus in the last FPL tournament, which they, once again unsurprisingly, won.
Yeah, but Divine Damsel is waiting. Carandapus knew her teammates had it. She had full trust that Thick Johns had it in the bag. That is going to be game number 4. A 4-0 sweep in the grand finals. Wow.
But this time not as dominantly, as they had to make a loser's bracket run to win it. Although they didn't win it like they did in the league, I don't believe this is due to them being worse, but actually the competition rising to the bar that they had set. As Halo Infinite came out, Monza would sadly slowly reduce her playtime as she had other life commitments as well. And to this day, the incredible duo of Queen and Divine Damsel still compete in numerous tournaments and are still on top and pioneers of the female Halo scene.
Get it? Probably not, because they only need one kill. If the other team wants it, they're gonna have to go out there and go get it, you know. And this could be it right here. Oh, Divine Damsel does grab it right here, and guess what? She ends it on a killing spree.
She does it.
Oh my gosh, she ends it on a killing spree, and Queen and Divine Damsel are your LVT Women of Halo 2v2 champs.
When you watch female competition today, you can really see high-level Halo being played, and I believe this is due to the bar that Riot Gaming had set. As of recent, we have seen some incredible talent come out of the female Halo scene in Infinite, and I believe there is more to come. Whether or not the ladies on Riot Gaming know it, they had the hunger and the drive and went out to dominate the scene in Halo 5, and the rest of the community followed in their footsteps and accepted their challenge. Thus, the competition within the space continuously grew and is still riding off the backbone of their incredible run within the FPL. Although Halo is a male-dominated scene, there is a space for females to meet, compete with, and against called Women of Halo. Please check out their socials, link in the description. They do fantastic work to give women in Halo a community and a scene. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you had enjoyed the video, it would mean a lot if you could hit the like button, and maybe even the sub button, and let me know. How far away are we from the first female to win a Halo event? Thank you for watching. Halo in the past has always been synonymous with montages, especially during the Halo 2, 3, and Reach period, with iconic montages such as Walsh's second Halo 2 montage, Straight Rippin's Team Taj, or Avengers, a lethal and formal dual Taj. Let's have a look back at the history of the rise and fall of the montage scene within Halo. Montages really started within Halo actually at the very beginning with Combat Evolved back in 2002.
Yeah. So Halo 1, there was a ton of different montages. I can't even remember like whose montage I was watching, but I just remember it was of Xbox Connect, which was like Xbox Live for Halo before Halo 2, obviously. So you could play Halo 1 online. But the lag was so terrible because like you had to lead your shot by a huge margin if you were on high ping. Like you would literally swipe your reticle with a sniper and shoot like 40 feet to the right of the guy, but it would still register the headshot. But like the guys that played on it all the time were like used to the lag and like doing that on purpose. And that was what we were watching in the video. I'm like, he's missing all of his shots. This isn't even real. Like, that's why I thought they were cheating.
Although they started in Halo 1, the Halo's montage scene really started to blow up in Halo 2, with both online Halo being more prevalent with the introduction of Xbox Live, as well as the internet evolving to a point where it was way easier to share videos. Keeping in mind, YouTube didn't exist. These videos would be shared via forums and would require you to download them on a different site, such as Halo 2 Forum, which was run by Z, or GamingVids.com, or even the MLG Pro forums.
I was getting pretty good at Halo 2. One of my friends from high school also played, and he invited me over to his house. He was like, he played drums a lot, so I like to like watch him play drums. I don't know, he was really sick at that. And then he was like, bro, I want to watch you play Halo. You're so good at it. So I was like, all right, like, sure. And he pops in like a VHS tape. Like, bro, this is really aging me, right? Like a VHS tape into the VCR and like hits record on it. And he's like, yeah, just play for a while so I want to be able to watch this later. And I was like, what? You want to just watch me play Halo? It was like the first time that anyone wanted to watch me play Halo. And it kind of like, I guess like clicked something in my mind. I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. So then I like try to show off a little bit more because it's being recorded. So then I like go for some 360 like stick for a kill tack or some crazy shit. And he was just like losing it the whole time. He's like, this is so sick. This is so awesome. And then I got home and I started doing some research about like how to record it. And I found it's called a Dazzle 90. It was like one of the original capture cards. And it was kind of cheap online. So I ordered it. I set it up myself. I had it hooked up to my computer that was in my room. I was on like halo2forum.com, I think at the time, and like the MLG forums. And I like made a post like, I'm an idiot. I don't know what I'm doing. Somebody help me set up my Dazzle 90, basically. And then like people knew I was kind of making waves in the pro scene, and somebody hit me up, showed me how to download a pirated version of Sony Vegas and like all these other things. I mean, I'm like 15 years old, so I could not afford like all the programs that I was using. But this guy just like sent me all this shit. He's like, yeah, just do this, use the CD key. And I was like, okay, cool. And all of a sudden I've got all the software to like record myself and then edit the montage. And then, yeah, I just started playing around with Sony Vegas. I just started putting like cool clips in there. And I made my first montage was all just made by myself.
During this time, making montages were like sharing skate videos in the 90s. This was used almost like a display of creativity or talent and was usually edited by the montager himself, with the quality of editing improving as well as the clips either in MLG game types or social games.
Like we were all trying to, I guess, like one up each other in a way. Like we wanted to make like cooler and cooler videos, but at the same time, everybody was super supportive and like just talked about how cool everybody else's montage was. You know, it was kind of a different atmosphere. BXR, Double Shot, All the button combos. People don't notice like the reload glitches that people were using. RRBX was like a mix between a double shot and a BXR. I just feel like there was a lot more individual skill expression in that game, even if maybe things like sniping were probably easier. Like it had such a high fire rate and was pretty generous with the bullet magnetism. But like the BR specifically just allowed for really creative montage clips.
People were constantly improving their videos despite the lack of resources. A big example of a step up in montages was Shook1's montage, Fragging Rights, where for the first time we saw the use of a third-person angle in a montage, which in today's standard is almost nothing, but a milestone nonetheless back in 2005 when it was first released. Although there was almost like a split between the montagers and the pro players, there were a few who did bridge a gap, one of them obviously being Eli.
I can't take all the credit for that because there was like It Was Luck was doing the same thing. It Was Luck was, he played for Exit Wounds, so it was Luck and his brother Bonfire. It Was Luck was like making montages with pro scrims in it, and then Mikowski, of course, my duo, he was making lots of montages with like in FFAs with pro players.
As Halo 2 was coming to an end, Halo 2 left us with fantastic pioneers in the content creation space as a whole, with the likes of impactful montages such as Nakamura, Reed18, Shook1, Eli the Ninja, and Virion, as well as many, many more. But as the release of Halo 3 was coming out, there was one montage that would be a turning point within Halo content creation as a whole. Walshy's second Halo 2 montage.
Yeah, I want to say it hit 1 million views in like 2 or 3 days. Like that's how big Halo montages were at the time. Like there was probably TV shows that were on like national television that didn't get 1 million views in 2 or 3 days. You know what I mean? But Walshy's montage was that huge at the time. Everybody was talking about it. I remember he like teased it for like a few days before, like Walshy montage drops on Tuesday, the whatever, you know, I forget what day it released, but no, everybody was watching it. We would like group up in voice chat and then like have it paused at 0 and then all hit play and watch it together. Like I'm pretty sure that's what we did at the time. Whoever my teammates were and like whatever my online friends were, we would all get into a party on Halo 2, all have the video paused, and then all like count down like 3, 2, 1, play, and we all watched it and like reacted to it together. And we're just losing our minds the whole time. Like,
with the release of a new game also meant a new generation of editors and montagers, and for the first time in Halo history, we were introduced to theater mode. With this tool, editors took montages to the next level.
You may know me as Muggsy. What I've done in this space, I mean, I've made probably way more videos than I should have, if you ask me, looking back. And I mean, that's pretty much it. I've been a Halo player since Halo 3, and I never looked back, so.
Theater within Halo really allowed montages to evolve to more than just a series of clips put together. It almost turned into a cinematic experience that took the viewer through the story the editor wanted to tell. This could range from amazing MLG clips as a farewell to Halo 3, like in Legacy edited by Zola, or even a way to show and remember the good times within Halo, like Honbomb's This Is Halo series. Either way, it became a new way to communicate to the audience and tell a story. Alongside being on a new generation of consoles, as well as the amazing art style Halo 3 produced with beautiful maps that all have different personalities and bright colors as well as different moods.
It's, to me, had like the best art style, and it's just a beautiful game, like so many different colored maps. Right, and in editing as well, like it's kind of fun to mess with like the color correction and color grading, and like that's a fun part for some people. And it's like when you start to do that in a montage and you're like, oh, I can't wait to see what this looks like on Construct with the purple lifts. Like, oh, this is gonna look sick. It's like, I don't know, it's just, that was way more prevalent in Halo 3 because, as you said, each map kind of had its own personality.
Even though YouTube was out and people stopped downloading.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. My name is Captain James Force, and I'm here with a man who has not been here for a long time, but is always appreciated on this desk. It is Outcast. Mate, how you doing?
I'm good. I'm happy to be here. Yes, I've had a little bit of a break from commentating, been perfecting my game in quiet, you guys. And yeah, I'm excited against the Halo. I've been keeping up with the stream a little bit. I saw the big upset earlier on with Pantho's team and Jimbo's team, so I feel like I couldn't really have picked a better weekend to get involved commentating again. So yeah, I'm excited to get back into the games.
Mate, we are in the lower bracket. It is losers round 5. We almost had an all-finish matchup, but Marvies and Crossman choked the biscuit. And here we are. It is Team Nick Senny versus the Lonely Kittens. So sad. No one should have Lonely Kittens. But hopefully we can pull some rosters up and we can show you what's going on in a sec. I'm hearing all the people in the lobby as well, so I can imagine this is going to be a pretty quick process before we get into it. So we're not going to keep it too long. The winner of this game will play Pippa, which sounds super weird to say. Team Nick Senny, Mersu, Roba, and Slink. It's actually Nick Senny, Roba, Slink, and Suspense.
Yes, I like that addition though. I think that is a good addition. But yeah, this team next any team, they always seem to kind of be in the mix in these kind of top 8, top 6 kind of matches. And I think if I'm not mistaken, right, when I looked at the seeding before the tournament, I think they're actually 4th seed maybe heading into this tournament. So,
they are.
I mean, theoretically, if they could just clutch up and get through some of these series and make a bit of a kind of lower bracket run, they are in with a chance of maybe, getting in that top 3 and qualifying for the first LAN. And I think you mentioned it as well in the sauna earlier on that even if they don't qualify for this LAN, if they kind of get those points kind of in the bank, they might have a chance of maybe getting that 4th spot for the LAN after that if one of the EU teams get top 6 at the first LAN. So there is a lot on the line for them in these matches, so I think it'd be good to see if they can kind of keep it going. But I think this Lonely Kittens roster, Pulse, Buffed, Puma, Provocative, I don't know how much experience they have playing together, but definitely 4 very individually skilled players, and I think that they'll probably have a little bit of the kind of nothing to lose factor going on. And they just beat the other Finnish team, right, with Crossman squad, so I'm sure they'll be feeling very confident.
That is very true. Let's have a look at some maps. It is, of course, BO5. We're going to start on King of the Hill Solitude, Slayer Recharge, Live Fire Strongholds, Aqua Bomb, and a Solly Slayer. Again, Solly's... First it was Live Fire at the front and back last time. Now it's Solitude at the front and back. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see this go down. But yeah, you're correct, right? Like, Team Nick Senny, I think it's going to be hard now for them to get top 3, considering like VVS just beat Pippa, right? So they're automatically top 3, so that's going to be a whole bunch of points. But you never know. Next week, major qualifier, I think it's double points. It's definitely at least 1.5. So there is a large amount of points available next week. Just waiting for someone to trip up. But like I said, if I look at this bracket, the winner of this game will play Pippa in lower round 6. So yeah, that's pretty crazy. Final Moss are against Romance right now as well, and the winner will play Surfs Up. So yeah, a lot of Halo still left to be played today. But let's get into this match. It's King of the Hill Solitude.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Halo still yet to be played, and yeah, this will be a good one. King of the Hill Solitude, I think, definitely one of those maps where it starts off very scrappy. You're not usually going to see a team really kind of steamroll another team. It definitely kind of gives you a chance to definitely feel the other team out and just kind of get a feel for things. But yeah, I'm excited against this series. I think in terms of predictions, James, I am leaning towards the Finnish squad, or I guess the half-Finnish squad now with Suspense and Slink. But I think these guys, especially that core 3 of Robert, Slink, and Nick Senny, they've got so much experience playing together these last kind of few weeks that I expect that to definitely kind of play in their favour. And then Suspense, as a 4th, one of those players, really individually skilled, definitely an up-and-comer. So I think they're going to be my favourites, but definitely wouldn't underestimate this Pulse, Buffed, and co-roster.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'm hearing from Ashman, the HCS points person. They were 4th seed, Kittens were 10th, and it's 1.5 times points next week. So, yeah, I don't think, unless something ridiculously crazy happens, that they can qualify for Arlington. But like I said, like you mentioned as well, like I said in the sauna, there's only one open and a major quali for the next major. So if they can put in a solid result this week, if they can put in a solid result next week, and then, based on what we've seen today, Nemesis, I guess, put in a top 6 performance, or, Pippa at LAN, or something happens there. Like, if one of these guys can put in a top 6 performance, then a 4th team should be going, if it's anything like last year. And then Team Nick Senny are really in the hunt for that, which It's kind of crazy, and they got to come up with a better team name, Steve.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I like what the other team is doing, like using the kind of kittens cat branding. I think it's something that's very prominent in EU Halo. I don't want to take too much credit, you know. I don't want to take too much credit with Cat Small Gaming, but I feel like we started a movement there, okay, and I'm very proud of that. But yeah, definitely got to change the team name. But it's been a decent start here on the side of the kittens, as already a lot of kills on the board for them. Unfortunately, though, Slink is going to win the 1v1. Can he get a beat down onto this player before he's taken down? Actually, just chooses to go for the shots instead, but definitely a bit of an advantage here early on in terms of the hill time. And Nick Senni is actually the last player left alive yet again. So yeah, a bit of a rough start here for Team Nick Senni, as he is having to scramble back towards the tram spawn. But you know, luckily for him, he's given his team the spawn. But yeah, a bit of a rough start here for them.
Oh, that was not a good nade by Pulse as well. Naded himself and ended up getting himself killed. Provocative finds a couple. He'll get taken down by Suspense as well. And finally, Team Nick Senni are going to find their way into this hill. Puma, though, finds a good beatdown to trade. Maybe we need chat to come up with a better name for Team Nick Senni. There's a lot of Finns in this chat. We need like a good Finnish name, seeing as Slink is essentially like, you know, part Finnish by now anyway.
Yeah, I always wonder with people watching the stream that may be a bit newer to EU Halo, every time we're saying Slink, like, what are they talking about? There's no one in this lobby called Slink, and it's just like level 50 XD for anyone who's not aware. He's called Slink by everyone, but for some reason his gamer tag is level 50 XD, so it's one of the many mysteries of EU Halo that we can't quite explain. But it has been a really strong start here for Lonely Kittens, and it looks like they might actually get this first hill on the board, so really good job from them to get the first cap. And you can see Puma already thinking about that rotate to the next hill, but he's going to be met by a lot of resistance here as Slink is going to get taken down. Robber's going to be there as well, does get one kill, finds a second. So good job there from Robber. The Suspense now caught scrambling towards the blue truck, and that was his kills kind of trading back and forth at the moment, but thankfully for Team Nick Senni, they're racking up that time in the meantime, getting the kills around it as well, and yeah, very strong response from them off the back of that rough start.
Yeah, Nick Senni, a great back smack as well. Slink gonna come down here as Roba goes down, buffed. He's gonna get taken down by a good nade. Suspense finds one with a nade as well. Slink gonna get around the corner. Gonna allow his shields to come back up as well. Puma pushes in, he's gonna go down. 3/4 of this hill already gone onto the side of Nick Senni, but absolutely nothing on the way back. But Provocative says, meet my shock rifle, it does things. And he's going to take down, but it is going to be one apiece, and that was an impressive hill from Team Nick Senni, given how hard it was in that first hill. Nick Senni himself going to get taken down by Provocative! The double kill onto Suspense. Oh, the triple! Can he go the over? Roba's just to his left! Can he get it done? Oh, he gets pived! Oh, no. Alright, well, he got a triple.
Yeah, that was a really impressive run from Provocative, and I mean, especially considering that shock rifle nerf came in, it's definitely not as easy as it used to be to kind of chain those kills with that gun. So the fact he's able to take kind of back-to-back shots, nearly get the overkill, unfortunately maybe overheated just a little bit towards the end, but he did so much damage for his team. But looking to get the camo as well, as he does get taken down, but despite all those kills going down on the side of Provocative, not really resulted in too much hill time. But I'd say this lower dip hill, arguably the hardest hill to cap on this game type. You can sometimes see a minute and a half go by before anyone actually caps this hill, and then you start thinking about the game clock. So you know, this hill could be pivotal. The first two hills went fairly quick, but you can see both teams are trying to get that full map control before they step in that hill. Provocative doing a good job getting the S4 control. You can see Buffed and Puma now pushing towards blue, and if they can get these kills here towards blue, this could be a chance for them to set up and maybe get some hill time, as they do find 2 kills. Robert gets a stick, so it's 2 dead on the side of Lonely Kittens, 3 dead now on the side of Team Nick Senni, and still no one able to get time in that hill.
Yeah, I was going to say, I looked back at it, and he just got a little windmill trying to go for that overkill, you know? Just couldn't quite get it done. Roba is going to find a kill, though. Slink here, finds Puma in the back of the head. Execution style, Pulse, he's low on health as well. Nade going to come in. First one's not going to do much, but Nick Senni's going to take Pulse down anyway. And finally, with 3 dead, Team Nick Senni might be able to get some time on this hill. The problem is, by the time they get onto it, it's already 4 alive again for the Lonely Kittens. Slink gets taken down. You can see the nades starting to come out. Plasma's, Pulse finds Nick Senni, and now it's a 2v4. And Team Nick Senni having to clear this hill. Is going to find one, though. Puma does get taken down by Roba. Second one taken down by Suspense. So good defense being played here. Another 2 dead for the Kittens. And Provocative finds Suspense. The call out made for Roba. Can he find... the body's still on the wall. Can he find anything here? It's gonna be... Oh, he can't quite get it done. But mate, only 1:45 left on the clock, Steve, and it's one apiece.
Yeah, I really think this game could potentially come down to this hill, but carries on playing at the pace it has. Just seems like both teams are really struggling to get any kind of strong setup going and rack up some serious time. As see Suspense steps in it for a second, but Provocative gets a kill, make that a double. As he is now 18-8, about to be 19-8 if he can find that kill. 19-9 now, as Provocative having such a strong game, and unfortunately, as we keep kind of mentioning, the kills aren't always kind of resulting in the hill time you'd like. As Shock Rifle Camo, arguably the kind of best power weapon combo you can have on the map. And he's holding down the hill as well, and this is the thing, right, about capping this hill. The thing that makes it awkward is you're kind of stood out in the open, but with the camo as well, it's going to make it so much easier for Slink to rack up this time. You can see just how much time he's racked up. They basically nearly capped this hill now, and despite, you know, Provoca having such a strong game in terms of the slays, seems like the OBJ efficiency is here from the Team Nixeni squad as they do now cap the hill, and Slink not able to stay alive, but the damage has been done. It's a 2-1 lead now for them.
Yeah, that was huge, right? And they'll go 3 dead, but that hill was absolutely massive for them, right? Like, just like you said, the efficiency at which they took it was bananas. And then kind of that shot camo. Oops, see you later, Suspense. He gets taken down pretty easily. 1 bullet left is going to hit. Slink might be able to get away. But yeah, it's, yeah, that was genuinely impressive just to be able to sit on that hill. It will be half a hill already to the Lonely Kittens, though. Yeah, time starting to become a factor. Only a minute to go. And yeah, Team Nixeni got to hold on. Lonely Kittens got to find out how to get back into this, because 5th hill, Steve, is the easiest hill to cap on this map.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's so many mind games, I think, especially on Solitude King of the Hill, that go into things, because the clock's always looming. Some of the hills, like you said, are so much easier to cap than others, so there's so many kind of equations you're keeping track of in your head when you're playing this game. But thankfully, I think for the Lonely Kittens, even though they did lose that last hill, they definitely were left with a lot of time on the clock to cap this next hill, and you can see they've done such a good job of already racking up the majority of that time. So just one more round of slays is probably going to be what it takes for Lonely Kittens to potentially tie up this game, but they got to keep in the back of their head as well, you know, maybe trying to get some positioning towards that S2 for the next hill. But I'm sure their first priority will just be making sure they get the cap, and Suspense gets the camo and he stays alive barely on a one-shot. And this is the awkward thing, right? If you're Team Nixeni, do you play time with only 35 seconds left, or do you actually try cap this hill yourself? I think you can kind of argue one way or the other, but you just need to make sure you get the kills, as unfortunately Suspense not able to take down Puma. And it looks like Team Nixeni are actually trying to cap this hill, and we're going to have to see if it does come back to bite them later on, as Pulse gets the kill. Slink trades back. 1 kill for 1. Pulse finds a double. Can he find a triple here? The 1v1. Slink wins it. It's back and forth trades in the moment. It's Provocative now. Flies in the hill. It's 3 dead. And are they now going to choose to play time, or are they going to keep capping it? Only 17 seconds left, James. I think if it was me, I'd play time, but I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think the reason they didn't want to play time was because of like how little there is left for Lonely Kittens to get. But I think they've kind of realized that actually this is the way to be. Oh, it's going to be Pulse that jumps in, but it's not enough. He goes down, and Team Nixeni, they almost fluffed it by getting in the hill. But in the end, I think that was so smart. They actually got in that hill for a little bit. They forced kind of Lonely Kittens to attack. And then just as they were kind of sorting it out, they were like, okay, now we can get some slays. Now we can kind of sort it out. Now we can kind of make sure that we run time down. 21 kills for Roba, 11 assists for Nixeni, 17 assists for Buff, by the way, and 23 kills for Provocative at leading the lobby. But a hell of a close game, Steve.
Yeah, no, I mean, basically, even in terms of the slays, I mean, I'm not mathematician, but I think it's basically even. But, I mean, yeah, strong share from Provocative, unfortunately not enough in the end, but definitely kind of all-round strong team performance on the side of Team Nixeni. And, I mean, obviously, if they wouldn't have capped that hill in the first place, maybe the game wouldn't even got down to that kind of tense ending, but there's just so many mind games to go into King of the Hill, and I think maybe that's one of those things where Team Nixeni, they've got that experience playing together as that core three. They've done, you know, quite a few scrims at this point. They've played quite a few tournaments together, so maybe just gives them that kind of little edge when it comes to icing these games out and kind of clutching up at the end. So, you know, good job from them. You know, on the side of Lonely Kittens, it's still a best of 5 series, right? So no need to panic quite yet. But I mean, yeah, strong showing from them. And I think, you if you'd have told me heading into today that these two teams are going to match up, I definitely would have been heavily favouring the Team Nixeni squad. So I think to see Lonely Kittens put up such a good fight in game one is definitely a good sign for them. But yeah, we'll have to see how this Slayer goes. Definitely one of those game types that usually people would say might favour the kind of makeshift team. So we'll have to see if that does materialise here, or maybe off the back of that win, Team Nixeni might be full of confidence and just all full steamroll ahead. But yeah, Slayer Recharge is going to be the game. And I mean, we saw a lot of damage with that shock rifle last game, so I'm hoping we can see something similar in this one.
That is for sure. And hey, I mean, I did some maths because I'm a mathematician. Lonely Kittens had one more kill in that King of the Hill.
Those stat whores.
Oh,
how could they? Oh.
How could they? One more kill, one less hill. You know?
Yeah. Right, it will look good. It will look good for the Leaf app anyway, and that's the important thing.
It will look good for the Leaf app. You know, as long as the Leaf app is fine, we're all good, baby. But hey, here we are. It is map number 2. It is a Slayer on Recharge, and it is going to be Lonely Kittens who get off to the better start.
Yeah, good start here from Lonely Kittens. Nixeni 2-0 as well to start this game, and I'm very jealous the way he can just scan all these angles in a millisecond as he's moving through tower. But unfortunately, he couldn't account for the sticky to the face as he does get taken down. Pulse as well finds a shock rifle kill, and it's a 7-2 start here for Lonely Kittens. Exactly the start they would have wanted, and we're going to have to see, are they going to continue to try push the pace here and really make things awkward? You can see 3 players on the side of Team Nixeni trapped towards that long haul, and are we going to see a collapse coming in, or maybe Pulse looking to just kind of post up with his shock rifle and find an opening kill before they push? You can see 2 players pushing towards the long haul, and the team collapse is now coming in, as is Pulse going to be the last player left alive, as he does stay alive with the shock rifle. And you know, this is something that Pulse is really good at. I've teamed with him a few times. I've played a lot of kind of scrims with him. He is very good at playing his life and kind of being a nuisance. And when you've got a power weapon in your hands as well, like a shock rifle, it almost kind of maximizes the efficiency. As unfortunately, Nixeni is going to take him down, but damage has been done. It's a 5-kill lead here.
Yeah, also his first death, by the way. 6 kills off the rip and not going down. Buff is going to get shields back. Oh, he got some of them back. I thought that might help him, but Team Nixeni catching up now. Roba is going to get on the board with a good nade on Provocative. Puma's going to find Slink. Nixeni going to come through. That's easy, easy pickings. The flick to mid as well. It's kind of a bit gross. I get it. As an M&K player, you know, it's the fun of what you can do.
They don't all look like this, though. You know, they're not all this crack. So you know, I'll give him that. He is very talented.
Look, I actually have to slow my aim down. It seems like Nixeni and Wootum just speed it up.
Yeah.
To make life easier.
I don't know how they do it tonight, but I mean, while I've been yapping, they have somehow brought this game back to a 3-kill lead. So really good job from them, and Suspense 9-4 to start this game, and I think he's definitely one of those players where when he's playing at his full potential, his ceiling is so high, and he can almost take over these games at this kind of top 8 level. So if he can carry on playing the way he is, it's going to be so difficult for this Lonely Kittens roster. And so you can see the moment the thing's been flipped. They were trapped in long haul early on in the game, the Team Nixeni roster, but now they're trapping this Lonely Kittens roster towards gold. Nixeni does find a double. Can he find a triple? He actually finds the trade. I think Pulse, you know, thankfully was able to trade that one out, but the 2-kill lead now on the side of Team Nixeni as things have slowed down here just for a moment, but Suspense might get caught out here. He's not careful. Buff does find the opening kill, and that could be the point maybe that Lonely Kittens choose to push as Provocative gets to 5 shots somehow into Slink top gold. Does get taken down. It's back and forth trades at the moment. I mean, it's kind of favouring both teams as no one really able to establish a lead, but we'll have to see when we get to that kind of 30-kill mark in the game if anyone's really going to kind of push ahead.
And huge shout out to Jimbo, by the way, dropping 149 people into the channel. We appreciate you, mate. Thank you so much. Obviously, they will play the winner of this game. So, interested to see who that will be. Shock Rifle is up there on the pad. Pulse, closest one to it. Nade's already starting to come out. Suspense going to take a bunch of damage. Provocative finds Nixeni. The back smack from Suspense, though. He's getting shot from 2 places. He finds a double kill. Pulse is going to reply. It's 4 dead for Lonely Kittens. It's a 2-kill lead for Team Nixeni, and still, Steve, that Shock Rifle is on the pad.
Yeah, it's such an awkward position to grab. You can see all the players on Team Lonely Kittens are positioned around it, but 2 kills do go down, and Nick Senni having to run away here on a one-shot. So that might now be the opening opportunity for someone on Lonely Kittens to get hands on that shock rifle. And I think it is going to be Puma who was able to grab that shock rifle. So we're going to see if he can put it to use. We saw Pulse hit and Provocative already in this series, hitting some nice shots with it, but he's like Puma now fighting towards bottom mid. He does get the trade, and yeah, back and forth trades going down. Not quite sure if that camo did get burned. I think it did, so we'll have to see if Suspense with this shock rifle can put it to use, but does he know these players are there? I think he does.
Yeah, he definitely spotted at least one. I don't know if he knows both are there, but he's going to be... Oh my god. Hello.
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Oh, how does he not... Puma is... That is insane that Puma lived right there. And it is going to be Buffed, who does get taken down in the reversal. How did Puma live? Like, double shock rifled and still lived. Robert does find Provocative. He's had a good comeback after being on a goose egg earlier. Robert does get taken down. Suspense also dies. Nick Senni is going to clean up Pulse though. So at least gets that trade. Team Nick Senni, 1 kill up Suspense. 16 kills already. And if I were a betting man, which I can't be because I live in the Netherlands, but I would say that he would probably get to 20 kills. However, Lonely Kittens have found Team Nick Senni 4 dead and suddenly have a 3-kill lead, Steve.
Yeah, are they going to push their advantage here? They know these players are spawning towards A. They should have this intel, and are they going to make a play to collapse? Unfortunately, a bit of a misplay from Pulse. Does get a bit of damage, but does get caught out towards the turbine. So this could be the opening that Team Nick Senni were looking for to push back out. They do find a kill, but Puma finds kills as well. It's trades back and forth as, in the end, I think that situation might have slightly favoured Team Nick Senni, and you know, I looked like they were kind of on the ropes there for a moment, but Lonely Kittens, 1 or 2 mistakes on the push, and it seems like they might have handed Team Nick Senni an opportunity here to get back into this game, but they're all getting caught out towards this triangle. 2 kills go down, 45 to 42, and a new camouflage has just spawned up as well, and you gotta think Team Lonely Kittens should be in prime position to get the grab. As you can see, Provocative does get the camo. Nick, level 50, does seem to be aware roughly of his position, but not able to get the shots. He gets taken down as well. As Provocative is going to stay alive with this camo, 48 to 42, and this should be a formality at this point. They should be able to close out this game with only 1 more kill needed.
Yeah, it looked like it was going so well, and then they dropped 7 unanswered kills. It was 43 to 42. Like, Lonely Kittens just absolutely turning it on. The challenge in bottom pipes as well that went wrong. The nades, Buff with the crossfire from long haul. Like, yeah, just whatever Lonely Kittens had been holding in that bag all through that game, they just pulled all the tricks out at the end and just got like a double team wipe and only lost 1 member. And yeah, it was pretty nuts. And here we are, 1 apiece.
You know, it's been a great series so far. Both games basically as close as you could ask for. But I mean, yeah, it was in the end Suspense 17 and 13. I mean, a really, really strong game. But I mean, Puma 17 and 10. I mean, he won that big 1v1, but back towards C against Suspense. Not after that, it just seemed like he was max confidence on a roll. I mean, Pulse 15 and 11 as well. Had a really strong start to the game. And yeah, on the other side, obviously a bit of a rougher game from Robert and level 50, but they did have 8 assists apiece, so not too bad. But yeah, I mean, really close game at the end. It just seemed to come down to those last few plays. I mean, you know, Team Nick Senni did such a good job at kind of holding off that A collapse and trading out those kills. And I think, like you mentioned, it was only a 1 kill lead at that point for Team Lonely Kittens. But I think after that, the Team Nick Senni all chose to kind of go triangle and try push gold pipes. And it's just such an awkward choke point to be held in when those nades are just flying at you from gold door. So maybe a bit of a misplay at the end, they could argue. But, you know, it is a Slayer. I'm sure they'll be able to shrug that one off. But yeah, 1-1 series. And I gotta say, after hearing that Lonely Kittens were able to beat Crossman's team last series, and now to be 1-1 against this team and be looking as good as they are, I think, you know, definitely a bit of a dark horse team that is, you know, impressing me quite a lot so far.
Check their PCs. That's what we always say, right? It is gonna be map number 3. It is the Strongholds on Livefire. We're back on Livefire. We're back on Strongholds, and yeah, I'm excited to see, you know, in the kind of like the longer game, right? Like, you know, none of this countdown rubbish. There is a camo, there is a sniper. So yeah, more camo sniper shenanigans. 3 in a row with camo and a precision weapon. So I'm excited. We are, of course, also going to have a bomb aqua after this, and maybe we end up back on Solitude, Steve. Who knows? 5 camos.
Yeah, we do love camo in the HCS. We love camo. But yeah, I was going to say we can check their PCs, but unfortunately Pulse is on an Xbox, so we'll have to check his Xbox as well. And I don't think I'm qualified to do that, unfortunately. I don't really know how you pull that one off, but yeah, I mean, Pulse on a PC might be a top 1 million player. He's the best player in the game on a PC, I think. I mean, the fact he pulls off these games on Xbox is incredible. But good start here again from Robber. Does get hands on the sniper, finds 2 kills with it. Can he find a third? Yes, he can. And maybe thinking about getting the overkill, not quite in position, but he's already done quite enough as he finds 3 kills. And you can see he's already thinking about grabbing this camera, but might be here just a little bit early as Pulse is going to be in the window. Narrowly misses the shot. Does hit the second though. Not able to connect onto Puma, but he's done so much damage here off the opening. Has Robber is now Nick Senni is going to be here for support. Might be thinking about getting his hands on that sniper himself as he is able to get a pop on the camo. And it was 3 dead there for a second for Team Lonely Kittens, and Nick Senni gets away with this camo sniper. Only 2 bullets to work with, but it's been such a good start here for Team Nick Senni. As you can see, he's just hesitant for a second to take that shot, but A and B are going to be in their control.
Yeah, and we talked about Roba having a slow start. He's the only person on more than 1 kill at the moment. It is going to be Pulse and Provocative. Oh. Gets away with one. He's going to eat that. No! Hello! No scope removes Buff's head. Sandbags finds a double kill as well. He's going to go down though. But B and C, Provocative, he gets taken out too. There's still 1 more player, Buffed, providing Overwatch. He's going to go down to no health as well. Nades in the nest. Surely he dies. Surely he dies. Surely he dies. And he will. It's going to be a very minuscule trip cap that's not going to give any extra points as A and C are converted between them. But Team Nick Senni in control just at the moment, Steve.
Yeah, a strong start from Team Nick Senni. Good bounce back after a bit of, I'm sure, frustrating loss in that Slayer Slink with some really good shots there to find the perfect kill onto Puma as he is now repositioning towards pillars. I think he's definitely anticipating this rotation towards B, and it's a really heads-up play from him as he finds one, he finds 2. Really, really good plays from Slink as he beats down the wall in celebration. He might have to find another one here if Pulse isn't careful, and suspense with a flank, and it just seems like Team Nick Senni at the moment are just flowing through this map, finding kill after kill, and that lead is continuing to grow, but the camo is going to be coming up here in about 5 seconds time, so this could be a chance now for Team Lonely Kittens if they can get hands on that camo to maybe find a way back into this game and think about scoring themselves. But Robert wins the piv as well, and it just seems like every single POV we go on at the moment on Team Nick Senni is just not missing a bullet, winning those crucial 1v1s. And when your whole team is winning those pivs, you can see what happens is the score now 99-12 and growing.
Yeah, a nice little trip cap, always good, even if you're getting, like 25 or 30 points out of a trip cap. Like, that's super valuable, right? Like, that's kind of those little bursts of points that you need. Slink and Nick Senni gonna find kills. Roba gonna go down. Nick Senni finds another. Suspense gets us 1 as well, and it's just Pulse alive. He's gonna jump on A. Should allow one of Team Nick Senni. I was going to say jump on C, but actually they just kill Pulse. So they take A back. Sniper coming out as well. He's going to be in the hands of Lonely Kittens. Nick Senni on a killing spree. Flying towards C. Buff gets him. Slink going to get this sniper, and it's going to be this A site. Just held. And B. Puma. Ooh, does get tagged as well. B. Gets reset. C's being taken, and this will be another trip cap.
This is heartbreaking for Lonely Kittens. This is so heartbreaking. It seemed like that they were kind of winning those fights there for a moment, but Slink does stay alive, being a nuisance towards the big door, hits a body shot, but it just continuing to score. And it just seems like when you look at the kind of stat board, there's every single player currently on Lonely Kittens struggling to kind of find those kills, and it just seems like everybody on Team Nick Senni having such a strong game individually is. Nick Senni not quite able to secure that kill, but he's holding down A here almost by himself at the moment as he's just kind of keeping these players back. Does find the near shots onto Pulse. Thankfully able to stay alive here for just a moment, but it seems like these damage fights going back and forth. The kills aren't really going down either way, but it's all just kind of favouring Team Nick Senni at the moment. The longer these fights go on and no one's able to kind of secure those kills and make a move, they're just continuing to rack up those points. And 175-12 is such a big lead for them to have at this point. Obviously, not insurmountable. We know how quickly these games can turn around sometimes in Stronghold, but for a kind of makeshift team like Lonely Kittens that maybe haven't got that experience playing together, we're going to see if they can kind of ice up here. And 4 dead is going to be exactly what they need. As you can see some hesitation there from Provocative. Doesn't choose to push the trip cap and try to block that A spawn. Actually elects to let Robber spawn towards A and maybe looking for one more round of kills here before they push that trip cap. And Provocative in such a sneaky position in that vent. We have to see if anyone expects it. But Team Nixeni actually looks like they might just got a grab on that camo basically for free, as it is 2 trades apiece, but still a nice bit of scoring here from Team Lonely Kittens.
Yeah, nice for them to get on the board. Put on like a 30-point streak before they lose C, but A going into the hands of the Lonely Kittens. But it is Robo with the camo, who will be jumping on B. Oh, he's getting spotted as well. Oh, it gets reset. The instant he jumps off. He is going to find the trade, though. And it should allow, with a perfect... Oh, my God. Lonely Kittens keep resetting B. It talks about heartbreaking. Team Nixeni not able to get anything done. Another 3 dead. And has to say, Steve, the tides have turned. The tables have turned. The sniper's about to be up. And will it be Team Nixeni that grabs it?
Yeah, it's been a good few round of kills here from Lonely Kittens as they definitely started racking those points up and narrowing that lead. But, you know, they kind of carry on just holding these 2 caps. It's going to have to be so many rounds of slays before they tie up this game. So we'll have to see if they do kind of take that risk at some point and try push for that trip cap, as Pulse does find a headshot with a sniper. Maybe looking to find a second here. And he does get the body shot. And I think that one's going to get cleaned up as well, as not expecting this player behind him. It's going to be Slink yet again, finding his way towards the sniper rifle. Does get the kill. Double positive in this game is Slink, as he finds another kill as well to make it 15-7. And despite the strong run for quite a while there from Lonely Kittens, it looks like Team Nixeni now going to be in position to maybe resume scoring themselves and try closing on that 200-point mark, because I think you saw a sniper shot off screen is going to connect, and it's going to be A and B now in control of Team Nixeni. As we'll have to see if they choose to back up here. It seems like Slink actually got caught out. Robber got caught out as well. So this could be a good chance now for Lonely Kittens to make that push and try to flip the map.
Yeah, Roba here, Provocative. Oh my God, he actually manages to get away with it as well. You talk about it though, but Team Nixeni's going for a trip cap. That is crazy talk. He's trying for the ninja from the top rope. And they're actually gonna, in their attempt to go for C, they lose both A and B. But Lonely Kittens put on about a 70-point run before Team Nixeni added about 30 points of their own. And now it's a score of 210-105. And what can Nixeni... Team Nixeni just seem to be trapped in C. Nixeni himself going to go down. Suspense hiding in a corner. But Lonely Kittens have moved into triple digits and do have a bit of control of this map, Steve.
Yeah, it's a good hold here on the side of Lonely Kittens, as Pulse playing very confident. Actually takes that 1v1 chow. You can see he's aware of Robber's positioning. Is now going to back down, but that lead is continuing to close, as the slays definitely have been a little bit more favourable these last few minutes. They were getting outslayed by such a big margin at the start of the game, and it was definitely reflected in the scoreboard. But Lonely Kittens now starting to play with a bit more confidence, winning a few of those fights. And it was free down there for a moment on the side of Team Nixeni, as level 50 is going to rotate towards A, but you assume the rotation should come in on the other side of the map towards C, as Lonely Kittens might have a chance to resume scoring here. But we'll have to see what the play call is going to be from Team Nixeni, as level 50 has found himself towards the pillars, does get a 1v1, the trade goes down, but it's 3 dead yet again here. Team Nixeni is suspense, last player left alive, does get the kill and stays alive for a moment, but are they going to be able to get this finishing onto this last player into B? He does actually somehow get the cap, as I thought Puma was close, but it seems like Puma actually elected to back all the way up, and it is now going to be Team Nixeni that resume the scoring.
Yeah, a little 1v1 on the entire map, right? Both teams 3 dead. Suspense having a little whiffy cakes moment. They are 26 points from getting it done. He trusts his teammates to be able to defend these sites. Whether they can or not, that's a totally different question. C getting converted back. A also gonna get converted. Pulse put in the bin. Provocative. Oh my God, Provocative actually beats him as well. And A and B going in the side of Lonely Kittens. Roba won't be able to escape Puma either. So 1-for-1 trade again. 3 for 3. I don't know about you, Steve, but this is getting a little bit close now. It's only 50 points.
Yeah, I'd definitely say that things have swung in the favour of Lonely Kittens. They are still down the game, but they've been kind of consistently outscoring Team Nixeni now for the last kind of few minutes of this game. It was such a strong opening from Team Nixeni, but they've definitely been struggling. There's going to be a trip cap here on the side of Lonely Kittens, and this is crucial moments in this game. Can Team Lonely Kittens, can they find one more round of slays here? As it's going to be a 1v1 on the camo, level 50, not going to be aware of this player's positioning. Provocative is going to help take him out with the help of Buffed, but while that's been happening, Team Nixeni have resumed scoring for just a moment as Nixeni himself, the team captain, might get taken out here, and he does get taken out. It's 3 dead there for a moment. As Suspense yet again has found himself towards B, but the help's coming in from Provocative, and is the Peanut going to come in? Pulse does find that kill, and it should now be scoring resumed, but Provocative's playing with so much confidence. He pushes towards C, finds one, and Puma's going to be able to help. It's 4 dead now for Team Nixeni, and this is getting scary for them.
Oh man, another trip cap for Lonely Kittens, and here they come. They are going to cap A, so the scoring is going to be slowed down, not stopped. Suspense. Oh my god. Puma finds a headshot with the sniper. Buff gets a kill as well. Nixeni, surely he goes down. It's 4 dead again. And they're going to go A again. Steve, look at the score. They're about to take the lead. Oh my god, it's a trip cap again, but they are on C, so it won't be counting. But they are in the lead, Lonely Kittens. They are only 13 points away from victory. 1 set of slays will see them through. 242 and counting. It's 244.
4 dead.
4 dead again, and it is done. Lonely Kittens with the comeback. Steve, how has that happened?
I have no idea how that's happened.
Mama Wootum in the chat being like, please, please, Nixeni.
I can't believe it, honestly. I thought that was in the bag for Team Nixeni. I thought, you know what, they won game 1. They're the more practiced team. They won the objective. Now we're back on the objective. They'll win this one. But yeah, I mean, what a comeback. I mean,
oh my god.
I think it was 180 or something to 20 at one point in favor of Team Nixeni. They were just steamrolling. They were getting those trip caps. They were racking up those points. And Lonely Kittens just they kept clutching up, getting those kills. And Puma 23 and 14. I think it was 17 kills in the Slayer as well, 17 and 10 for Puma. So he is having one heck of a series, and the rest of the team as well, all going positive. Buff going neutral on the other side. I mean, I was talking about how Team Nixeni were really outslaying Lonely Kittens, and were we going to see that change? And it definitely did change. As in the end, you know, they got outslayed by quite a comfortable margin, and just so impressed with this Lonely Kittens roster. The damage as well, fairly consistent across the board, and just seems like all 4 players on Lonely Kittens putting out such kind of strong performances throughout the game. And yeah, been really impressive. We'll have to see if they can close this series out. And I mean, I think this would be quite an upset, to be honest, in this bracket if Lonely Kittens are able to go over the line. And it could be the kind of Finnish boogeyman here if they can win this series.
Yeah, mate, I don't know what Lonely Kittens have found in the Finnish playbook, but something is they've grabbed the kryptonite out of the box, because they are absolutely killing them right now. So, map number 4, it is going to be an Aqua Bomb. I'm excited for this. I think this is going to be a banger, and yeah, I'm pretty sure we're going to get straight into it. But mate, like, that comeback is nuts. Like, I just can't believe that they just got it done. Like, it still blows my mind. Like, that first trip cap, you're like, okay, it went on for a little bit. Like, it didn't get that much. And then just another trip cap and another one and another one. And suddenly they're winning the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was so impressive. I think the composure that Lonely Kitten showed. They had those 2 caps quite often, and they could have maybe got a little bit greedy and went for that trip cap, but they just kept holding, kept getting those 2 caps. Then towards the end of the game, when they kind of saw their opportunity to go for those trip caps, they took it, they executed, and yeah, it's almost a kind of flawless comeback from them. And yeah, it's nice to see them having that ice as, like I say, a fairly new team. There is always that factor, I think, with these new teams that people have, I'm sure, heard of, the kind of honeymoon phase. You know, you go into a tournament, you've not played together before, and everything's going great. You know, you've not had those arguments yet as a team kind of during practices. And sometimes, you know, the honeymoon factor can be powerful. You know, we saw it earlier today, maybe with Pantho and Co beating Jimbo's team. So basically, guys, what I'm saying is don't make a team, don't stick together, don't practice. Just keep making new teams over and over again, farming that honeymoon factor, and yeah, eventually you'll be champions. But yeah, been really impressed with them, and yeah, I'm excited to see how this game 4 is going to go. I'm still going to favour Team Nixeni here to bring it to a game 5, but I'd love to be proved wrong.
Yeah, and if I look at like the standings, right, behind them were IQX, but IQX already went out, right? Yeah, against Final Moss, so they're going to pick up more points than IQX. Who was behind them? Final Moss was about 700 points behind them. And Final Moss are also playing in this same round of the bracket. And they lost 3-0 to Romance, by the way. So, like, if Nick Senni can win this game, they'll solidify that 4th spot going forward. Unless Romance, get really all the way. Who is Romance's 4th, actually? It's not listed here.
I think it's Deco. That's the 4th.
Oh, it is Deco. Yeah. Baxter Design Ninja Deco. But Deco has no points, right? So
yeah. So I don't really know how it's going to work because I think they were meant to have Shock, who definitely did have some points, but yeah, I think Deco's come in last minute, so definitely a very complicated point situation here in the EU. Where people getting disqualified with no points, people showing up with no points because they haven't played in about a year. It's very hard to keep track of, but most important thing is you just keep winning your games of Halo and you hope for the best. As Vocative here off the start is going to be very, very aggressive here towards the camo. It looks like he might just go straight for the grabbers. Usually it's a bit of a risky strategy, but he does actually get it, and it looks like he is going to be able to stay alive as well. So I don't know how he's got away with that, and playing on max confidence here is provocative. As we have to see, is he going to make a move for that bomb maybe with the camos, try and move it out of the map a little bit, or as it looks like he's actually going to go for some slays. As does get some nice shots onto Robber. The help comes in from Puma. Able to get some damage down to Nick Senni as well. Unfortunately, does get taken down, but Nick Senni is going to be the last player left alive, and you think this might be an opportunity maybe for Lonely Kittens to think about moving that bomb out the map a little bit, but seems like it's going to be Puma eventually with the grab. But yeah, bit of a back and forth start, and for anyone that's maybe new to watching bomb, it's definitely one of those game sites where it can be very difficult sometimes to get a bomb cap. You might have to get 2, 3, maybe sometimes 4 rounds of slays. So we'll have to see. Is it going to be one of those maybe stalemate games of bomb, or is one team really going to kind of play with that kind of efficiency?
Yeah, and I mean, I have to say, like, at least it's Aqua Bomb. I feel like Aqua Bomb has a bit more, like, it feels a bit easier than Fortress Bomb. Like, Fortress with the double snipes just can feel so oppressive sometimes. But yeah, Aqua Bomb is still, it's still Aqua. Like, it's a good map. It's a fun mode, and sometimes like they can sort it out and get it to work. But I also learned something from watching NA yesterday. If you have camo and you grab the bomb, oh my god, it's already armed. So it is going to be 1-0 to the Lonely Kittens. What I was going to say is, if you have camo and the bomb, you are invisible, but the bomb has a little glow. So they can see you. But I saw someone yesterday who got into the zone with the bomb and then crouched and put their head down, and you can't see the glow anymore.
Ooh.
So there is a way for you to like hide the fact that you're holding the bomb in the zone, which was pretty nuts, by the way.
No, that is pretty important. I wonder if you could like crouch walk across the map doing that as well and hiding it, or if it's just when you stood still. That could be a strat. I mean, I'm really impressed that Lonely Kittens able to get a cap on the board. And it seems like I keep underestimating this team and thinking, oh, they're a makeshift. They're going to struggle to do the OBJ, but I think someone just found a double kill as well with Sticky Grenade. So it seems like it's full speed ahead at the moment for Lonely Kittens, as Suspense is going to find a kill towards car 1. And I don't think Team Next have actually found a way to kind of get really across this kind of 50-yard line with the bomb. It seems like the slays have been really in favor of Team Lonely Kitten here, as you can see every single player currently positive. 5 assists as well as 7 kills for Pulse, as he's having a really strong start to this game. On the other side, Slink having a bit of a rough start. He does have 5 assists, but we'll have to see if they can kind of find their confidence again when it comes to the slays, because Lonely Kittens are able to outslay quite kind of comfortably in that last game. They're outslaying yet again, and we'll have to see if it's going to continue, as Puma does find the kill. He actually stays alive, and he's already making such an aggressive move towards the middle of this map, and you can see just how efficiently he's moving this bomb. He's going to run into a bit of traffic here in the form of Robber, but the help comes in. It's 3 dead yet again for Team Nick Senni, and if they can find one more round of slays here, this might potentially be a chance. The Lonely Kittens to think about arming the bomb. It's 3 dead for a moment. They're all spawning out towards the P side. The bomb really should be moving in. I think Pulse was taken down. They forgot the bomb, and
oh my god!
They have to, and you guys heard what I was saying earlier about sometimes it can take 2, 3, 4 rounds of slays, and that's why sometimes people forget the bomb. They leave it in the gen, and it looks like it might actually reset here. But no, Nick Senni does get the touch.
Oh my god!
Heartbreaking.
Oh, now they're gonna make a run as well. But oh boys, you left the bomb behind. That's basic bomb 101. Oh no, tragedy. It is going to be Pulse that does find suspense, though. Will be buffed in the corner. That's me in the corner. He does get the kill as well. The bomb will come out. The push coming in. Pulse going to get taken out. Finally. Right, boys, don't forget the bomb. 3 strong. Finds another kill. If they can find one more, they might be in here. Puma, he is no health. He does find one onto suspense. Now they're going to try and find him. But all this time... Oh, he gets the buff, gets the back smack as well, and the bomb once again down. Looks like it might reset as well. But oh dear. We've forgotten bombs. We've missed people. Oh, it's a shambles. It's a shambles, Steve.
I do want to go on a little bit of a tangent at the moment. I will say I'm really happy to see Buffed and Puma especially at this kind of point in the bracket playing as well as they are, because I think Buffed and Puma are 2 players that have been playing at quite a strong level now for quite a while in EU Halo, I'd say, especially the last kind of 6 months to a year. But I said they don't always kind of find themselves on these kind of top AM rosters, so I think the fact they found themselves on this team with players like Pulse and Provocative, who have been quite kind of highly rated in the EU scene for a while. I mean, they're really kind of putting up here to this Team Nixeni roster, as I seem to have jinxed them at just the wrong time, as it is now going to be Team Nixeni moving into the base. They get the bomb arm, but 1-1 now. No need to panic yet, but yeah, Buff 12 and 7 start this game. He's having a really strong game, and I think that's the thing that's really been the key to success so far, at least in this series, is I think all 4 players on Lonely Kittens have just kind of taken it in turns almost to have those strong performances, kind of put up those big stats, and we've seen it reflected in the score so far in terms of the series, but this game neck and neck is going to be 1-1, as thankfully Team Nixeni starting to put a few more kills on the board and maybe starting to grow in confidence just a little bit. As I like this play from Slink. He's getting behind enemy lines here. If he could find this kill onto Provocative, just putting down damage, baiting these players to 1v1 with Pulse. Somehow he wins it, and that's 3 dead now for Lonely Kittens, and this could be a chance yet again for them to move that bomb up the map.
Oh man, that was real nice. And here we go. Slink gonna grab this bomb, but they're running into 3 people. Oh, it's Nade City over there. Slink gonna go down to 1 HP. Can he find the kill? No, he is going to go down. Nixeni goes down as well. And even though Suspense has camo... Oh, it's right there, mate.
Grab it.
Pick up the heat wave. You know you want to. Oh, that's a great little headshot, though, to stop that bomb run. Puma thinks he's safe. Oh, my God. How does he get around that corner? They always go in and check left. I've noticed that. Like, they've done it 3 times. Like, they go in and they always check left when he's, like, jumped out to the right. Good nade. Isn't going to help him, though. And Provocative is there. That bomb. Kind of sitting top mid. And, yeah, just a little bit of a stalemate, Steve.
Yeah, I think when it's tied like this, it just definitely can kind of lend into those stalemates a little bit more, as no one wants to kind of make that mistake, overextending, trying to do a little bit too much on the map, as obviously when you are holding that bomb, you're not really contributing with the damage, but Nixeni here behind enemy lines could be huge, as he does get caught out for a second, able to get a bit of damage, finds the kill, car free. And if he can get this kill onto Buffed as well, the help comes in from Robber, and the bomb now moving into the base, and this could be a disaster now for Lonely Kittens, as the bomb is now army, but Puma finds 2 kills. And he stays alive as well, and I think they're going to have to re-slay here as Nixeni's doing all he can in the base. Puma finds a 3rd kill and almost single-handedly stops that bomb arm attempt on the side of Team Nixeni, and we're going to have to see now if Team Lonely Kittens can move that bomb up the map themselves. New camouflage is going to be coming up here in about 15 seconds time, so maybe that could be what it takes to kind of break this stalemate between these 2 teams, as Slink being a bit of a nuisance here towards P1. Nixeni does find a kill, but Puma being proactive, moving that bomb. But yeah, Camo's about to be up here.
Oh man, I thought they were in for sure. Like, oh man, I really thought they were in. But Robot gets a triple kill, and it's 4 dead. And now the bomb should be able to move. But how close can they get it before the spawns start to come in? Nade's gonna come in from the fridge. They're icy cold. There's lots of people going down. It's another 3 dead. And it's just Buffed with this bomb, though, who manages to get it out. He's going to go down. Nixeni's there. It's 3 members, and they should be able to arm this bomb. The nades are coming in. The bomb's going to get armed, and it's going to be 2-1 to the side of Team Nixeni. But like you said, it was back-to-back, almost to back quad kills to make that work.
Yeah, it seems like despite a really strong start from Lonely Kittens, it's been ever since then. I think Team Nick Senni have looked kind of comfortable in terms of the OBJ efficiency. They're getting those kills, they're moving the bomb up the map, and they've been close to arming 3 times now. Unfortunately, one of them didn't quite materialize, but 2 of them have, and it's going to be a 2-1 lead. And I think this is the point in the game where it gets a little bit interesting, right? As we know just how difficult it can be on bomb to kind of get that point locked in. So we'll have to see now if maybe Team Nick Senni start maybe just kind of overslaying a little bit, thinking about just kind of playing out that game clock, or are we going to see them really kind of try to put the foot down and get that 3-1 victory? Is now going to be Pulse here towards Car 3, does whiff the beat down, the 1v1 with Robber, does find the kill. As you can see, Puma now trying to aggressively move this bomb up. They do find 2 kills here, so this could be a chance now and to move this bomb in. Unfortunately, Buff doesn't get the kill, and you can see Puma really trying to get this OBJ done. This is a very bold play from him. Does actually get the bomb partially armed, but he's going to have to, I think, find some slays here as the bomb does get thrown out from Robber. The kill goes down perfect, as another kill could go down here, but a nice bit of teamwork there from Team Nick Senni, and maybe a little bit of a, maybe a bit of a premature bomb arm there from Puma. I mean, obviously down 2-1 the game, going to be eager to try to tie things up, but you can see how difficult it is, right, when you don't get that kind of fresh forward dead to arm the bomb, and Pulse behind enemy lines here. But yeah, maybe a bit of desperation starting to set in.
Yeah, mate, that was like, they got 2 kills and went for a bomb plant where Team Nick Senni had to get like 2.5 wipes to be able to plant their bomb, right? So, bold strategy, Cotton, didn't pay off. But the Lonely Kittens showing that they still do have some claws in this battle. 2 minutes to go. And like you said, Lonely Kittens maybe starting to hit the desperate edge. Probably don't want to go to another Slayer if they can help it. Although they did win the Slayer, right? So even if it goes to a Slayer, it might not be all bad. It is going to be suspense. Does find the kill. Now the question is, do Team Nick Senni go for this 3rd bomb, or do they play defense? They have 3 dead right now. They are going to start to push in here. Can they get forward quick enough to mess up the spawns?
Yeah, definitely an interesting choice. I think it's one of those things where in the back of your head you're not quite as eager to like move the bomb up the map as you might be if it was a tie game or you're down, but I'm sure if they get maybe 4 dead they'll think about arming it. But yeah, it's definitely awkward because if you're on the side of Team Lonely Kittens, you know, it's in the back of your head, we need to arm this bomb, we need to arm this bomb, and maybe you start making plays a little bit more kind of desperately than you would if it was about 5 minutes earlier in the game. So we'll have to see though. I mean, 1 round of slays sometimes can be all it takes for these teams to find their way back into it. As Provocative does find a kill, it's still a 3v3 on the map at the moment. As you can see, they've got the bomb so far up now towards the yellow gen. If they can just find some of these kills, as the grenade does go down from Pulse, and wait a moment, it's not over yet. If they can just find a few more kills, there's so many players from Team Nick Senni in the back of this base. Pulse able to get the trade. 2 down now on each team. Suspense going to be in a 1v1 here. Provocative, he does get taken down. Just 2 more players left. As you can see, they've done a good job to get that bomb all the way up into the yellow courtyard, but they're going to need to find a way to just get 1 more team wipe. If you are Team Lonely Kittens. Buff 25 and 17 has had such a strong game, but unfortunately it might not be enough here. There's only 20 seconds left, and it looks like we could be going to a game 5.
Yeah, Lonely Kittens got to work something out. They do grab the bomb. Provocative goes down, though. Buffed, shot in the back. 10 seconds to go, and I'm not sure they can do it. There's only 2 members left alive. Bomb should be covered. It's going to be 3 dead. And Steve, you called it. We're going to a game 5.
Yeah, what a series it's been. Team Nick Senni clutching up in that game, getting the 2nd bomb arm, and then making it so difficult for Lonely Kittens come back into that one. But yeah, I mean, great series so far. I mean, it was definitely, I think the OBJ efficiency was a little bit stronger on the side of Team Nick Senni. I mean, it was a really good start right from Lonely Kittens. I think they got that first bomb arm in the first kind of minute or so. So it was looking, I'm sure, a little bit. I'm sure they were oozing with confidence after that one, but it just seems like after things settled down, everyone got comfortable that Team Nick Senni definitely kind of found their way into that one. And yeah, game 5 is going to be, I think you mentioned it right, it was Lonely Kittens that did win the previous Slayer. So maybe that is going to play into their kind of confidence a little bit. But I think whenever you're 2-1 down in the series and you're the team that wins that game 4, you're always going to have a little bit of a kind of mental edge heading into that game 5. But I mean, yeah, Slayer Solitude, we saw the damage some of the players are able to do with that shock rifle, and for me, I can't predict it at this point. I was predicting Team Nick Senni the whole series, so maybe I should stick with them, but I don't know who's going to win.
Mate, I can tell you from the stat bank, it was Team Nick Senni who had 2 more kills in that map as well. So This has been like so super close, like the whole way through. So good for the Leaf app as well. You know, good that the team's kills are so close, because that's the only thing that's gonna matter in the Slayer Steve. We've got rid of the bomb, we got rid of the hills, the strongholds. It is now just point and shoot your gun. First to 50 is gonna move on to play Pippa in losers round 6. The losers quarters, I believe, if I am correct.
It's a big match.
Yeah, it is.
It could basically decide a lot of things for the season. For anyone that maybe just joined us a little bit late, I mean, Team Nixeni were 4th seed heading into the stage tournament, so if they're able to get this victory and secure even more seeding points, it could have a lot of implications, not only for this first LAN qualifier, but just for kind of future LANs, and maybe a chance to get flown over to America. So, you know, a lot on the line here potentially, as we are now getting into this one. And yeah, we'll have to see how the pace this game is going to play. You know, sometimes when you get down to these Game 5 Slayers, there's things on the line, people get a bit nervous. You can really kind of see the pace slow down, but you know, Solitude Slayer definitely has that potential to get very, very fast paced, very snowbally, and sometimes you can see teams open up to quite a substantial lead early on, as it is going to be Suspense finding his hands on that shock rifle. Does get a headshot onto Puma, looking to find a double hit. Doesn't get the beat down, but it doesn't matter as he does connect with a second, and somehow he's not been taken down as Suspense. Doing such a good job staying alive here, and he's going to find a camouflage as well, so really almost a perfect start for Suspense. So we're going to see if they can keep it going.
Bro, that's yeah, that was pretty nuts. It is going to be a 2-kill lead for Team Nixeni. Make it 3. Nixeni. Oh my god. Does find provocative. Is going to get naded and killed by Puma though. So traded out. 4-kill lead as Roba has a shock rifle and finds the brain of Puma. Pulse. Provocative. Everyone just trying to hide away. Nixeni also not going to have much health. The shock rifle in the hands of Lonely Kittens. And they've struck back, Steve. 4 dead, and we're 10 apiece.
Okay, and can they force these spawns now is the question. They got 4 dead all at the same time. They know these spawns coming towards S1. I like this play from Provocative. He's not sitting back kind of nervously. He's putting that pressure on. And the question is his team going to be in support to force this collapse? The Slink does get caught out towards S2. Suspense lifts up as well, and it's perfect plays here from Provocative and the rest of the squad as they get all 4 down yet again. And are they going to choose to try continue to kind of stagger these spawns? It seems like all 4 players here on Team Nixon have spawned up, so it's going to be a bit more of a difficult collapse, but Pulse catches a player out there, still 4 shields as well, so he can play with max confidence. He gets the damage onto Robber. The push is continuing to come in, but it seems like Team Nixon are actually finding a few trades, but Team Lonely Kittens have maintained that lead. Now a 5-kill lead for them, and the camero's about to be up.
Yeah, and again, 5 kills. Lonely Kittens. Are they going to be able to bring this over the line? And, of course, respectfully, what would be an upset, given that Team Nixeni are 4th in these standings? You would expect them to be sorting this out and getting it done. But here we are, Provocative. He's going to take some damage. Roba not able to be traded as well. And he's going to be buffed that gets away. Pulse in yard, trying to go yard. Oh, and it's Provocative in the back. He's going to find a kill, but a double kill for Suspense. He gets traded. The stick onto Roba's foot as well. The reversal, and it's still a 5-kill lead to Lonely Kittens. The shock rifle is coming up. Nixeni going to try and get away. Suspense gets perfected. Where's Nixeni as well? Oh, he's hiding. He's double killed. And this is Lonely Kittens absolutely romping it, Steve.
Yeah, they are playing with max confidence. Provocative finds 3 kills there. Basically perfect shots throughout. It's going to be level 50. Taking down Puma, but buff 10 and 4 to start this game. I was saying last game how he had a very good KD, but unfortunately it didn't quite materialize in the victory. But when it comes to Slayer, all that really matters is that KD, as he is 10 and 4 to start this game. It is now only a 4-kill lead here for Lonely Kittens. I think it was a bit larger just moments ago, but Team Nixeni found a way to find some of those kills and slow things down. This is the thing that's interesting, right? We saw when it was a similar position for Lonely Kittens, they kind of collapsed as a team, and it looks like Slinker's kind of had the same thought in his head here. As you can see now, Team Nixeni are going to be collapsing as a unit. It's a 4v3 on the map, but you can see a perfect play there from Lonely Kittens. They all push out the same side. They find an opening pick, but the collapse still is going to be coming in, as unfortunately Slink just not able to quite connect with these shots. Does actually stay alive, and the help comes in from Suspense. There's a new camo now is about to be up, 28-29. It's basically a tie game again. A Slink, he's not quite connected with his shots, but he's just being such a nuisance, baiting these players out and staying alive as well. And now it is going to be camo in the hands of Slink. Is he going to get the back smack? Yes, he is. He finds the kill onto Puma, and still in such a good position here to rain down damage onto these players if they just show themselves for a second. Buff does show himself to teammate onto Nick Senni. Does get the trade though. Provocative in the hotel, not quite taken down, and what was looking like a comfortable victory potentially for Lonely Kittens is now basically tied up here, and it's getting tense, James.
Yeah, that it is. 33-31. The trade gonna come out. Oh no. Oh no, that's... Oh, you hate it. You hate it for Suspense. Dives into 3 people and has to reload. But Robot is not going to be able to get away. Puma's going to go try find Slink. Can't quite get it done. Nade should be able to deal damage. Buff going to clean it up. It's a 2-kill lead for Lonely Kittens. Make it 3 as Buff finds yet another nade kill. Buff finds one onto Suspense as well, and we're back to 4 kills. Buff finds yet another one. Oh my god, Buff is just carrying this game right now. 16-7. Slink gonna find Provocative. You can see them coming up towards Yard. Wrong place, wrong time. Robot, can he jump in and find something? He's gonna find at least one. They're gonna push around this corner, but there's backup there. Pulse gets one. There's no way that Suspense can find that many kills. He's not even gonna get one. It is going to be Slink trying to find a kill, but look at the score. It's Puma with another, and it's 43-38, and Lonely Kittens are 6 kills away, Steve, from causing an upset.
This is incredible, as it is still, like I said, 4-kill leads for Lonely Kittens. Buff 17-9, but I mean, Provocative as well, 13 assists, 8 as well from Puma. It's been such a good team effort. All 4 of these players have been playing so strong the whole series, but this is where things could get so interesting. The camo's coming up, but it's a great play here from Lonely Kittens. They're making a team push before the camo. They do find an opening kill, and you can see now Lonely Kittens going to be in prime position to get the grab on the camo. The flank coming in as well towards Blue. Provocative and Pulse getting the kill. The jumping up and down strategy. Nick said he does take him down, but it's 47-42 now. I'm not quite sure what happened with that camo. I think Puma, last player left alive, does have the camo here towards Blue Truck, but I like it better. Find him! Puma finds the headshot with the shock rifle to extend that lead. 48-43, finds another one onto level 50. One more kill needed, he's gonna find it. Puma, big kills at the end, 50-43, and they closed the series out in the game 5. Oh my lord.
Woo! Puma just got basically a triple kill at the end to seal it off. Oh my days. Well, I think this blows points wide open for next week, I will have to say, but oh my days, that was crazy. Oh my days. Right, so Lonely Kittens, they are going to move on to play Pippa after getting it done 3-2 against Team Nick Senni. Guys, we're going to throw to a real quick break to swap me out before we jump into Surf's Up Gaming versus Romance. You won't want to miss that one. We're not going to go anywhere. We'll see you in a sec. We'll see you in a sec.
And we're able to just stream it. All of this would still be communicated through the forums, and more specifically, the Halo 3 forums.
Halo 3 forum during my time, and then it became the Halo forum, and then it like changed completely after like different people took control and everything. But when it was the Halo 3 forum, that was something special. Like that place was, I missed that place. You had to be there to actually know why it was so special. But everyone there was just there for montages. I mean, there was other off-topic parts of the forum, but people were there for montages, and there were pages and pages of discussion of like just montages. So like if a new one came out, you would make a new thread in the montages section or whatever, and you would post a link to your montage. You would talk about it. Here's a link to the YouTube where you can download it, and then people just comment on it, and like there would be pages, and like I remember there was only like 10 responses per page or something, so like it was a big deal to be a comment on the front page of the montage thread. And so people would immediately, once a montage, like a good one got posted, they would immediately make a post that was EWD, edit when done. And so they would reserve their spot on that list, on that front page, and then watch the montage, come back, leave their feedback. Oh, this is amazing, this is whatever, just so that they could be on that front page. Because like that's how much people cared back then. Like you would have your, you could give reputation per post. So like it encouraged people to talk and give feedback and just post. So like someone has high rep, they probably know what they're talking about. You would ask someone with more clout than you to post your montage as a way to like vouch. Like I remember asking Dutchy to, hey, can you post this montage that I edited? Because like more people will click the thread if they see you posted it.
To add to this, during this time, MLG was also at its peak, which allowed for the showcase of some of the most insane plays along some of the best players, which also spawned the era of some of the best team Tages in gaming history. With the likes of Frenetic Array to Straight Rippin' to the Status Quo montage, all very different in personality, yet all 100% MLG, and all against some of the best players in the world. Montages were at the height of its popularity, and insane projects were always in production, and naturally, this meant that some projects would sadly fall through.
It wasn't my project necessarily, it was going to be a bigger project. It was called Blacklist, and this was a project that Zola was putting together, and it was 10 different editors, all editing 1 minute, where every part of the, like everyone's edit transitioned seamlessly into the person before and after them. And so I was one of those 10, and it just never, like, I don't know how it fell through. I definitely never finished my edit.
Around the release of Halo 3, YouTube would blow up in popularity, and this allowed people to share their montages much easier than before. This also led to the birth of possibly two of the most important channels in Halo history, FB Walshy FTW and Air Guitar 901. Nowadays what they did would ironically be considered stealing content, but back then it was an honor to have your content on their channel. These channels would almost be like a time capsule to old school Halo today. As Halo 3 came...
Hello, we're back in the European Halo season. Bad words. Anyway, we just had a 5-map banger between those two previous teams, and we're hoping we're going to be kicking things off with another one. I'm Captain James Force. Crikey, mate, it's good to meet you. And I'm here with Outcast.
Hello, welcome back, guys. Yeah, a bit of a quick change back. We are hopefully going to get into this Romance versus, I think it's Surf's Up Gaming is the team name today that I very much like matchup. I think it's going to be for top 4. Sorry, so yeah, definitely a lot on the line here. Two very strong rosters. I mean, I don't know if it's going to quite live up to our last series. I think it'll be hard for it to, but I mean, you know, we'll wait to see what happens. I would take them a game 5, so we'll have to see how both these teams are playing today. But yeah, it should be a good one. We're going to try to get into it as quick as we can, but yeah, it should be a good series. And you know, we spoke about a lot in the last series still about the kind of the implications about seeding, and I think this is definitely another one of those series that there is a lot of potential implications when it comes to these seeding points, especially for this Romance roster, as it is going to be Surf's Up Gaming, Marine, Mister, Zove, and Warlord. Definitely the kind of definition of a makeshift team. I don't think these 4 players have ever played together before, so we'll have to see if they are kind of riding that wave, no pun intended, and kind of having that honeymoon phase. And then on the other side, it is going to be Romance, which will be Baxter, Desire, Ninja, and Deco. And like I mentioned before, in terms of seeding points, I think Baxter and Co are definitely one of those teams that, you know, if they play well, if they get a good placing here today and next week, they might still be in with a chance of potentially qualifying for that kind of land placing in America. So a lot on the line here, I think, especially for them if they can get the victory in this series. But yeah, we'll have to see how it goes. And I guess in terms of the 2 rosters, Seal, you got any predictions?
Well, as you said, this Romance roster has a lot more reps together. Especially, I think Desire, Baxter, and Ninja. I'm not too familiar with Deco, but I think I've seen the other 3 together quite a bit. Whereas, as you say, the other side, a bit of a makeshift team, but there's definitely the skill level there to give this Romance roster a run for their money.
Yeah, I think this one is a series where, I mean, if you look at all 8 players, all very strong players, and I think I'm definitely expecting kind of close games between these teams. But I think, like you mentioned, Baxter, Desire, and Ninja definitely got that experience together. As we are now going to have a quick look at the map before we get into this one. It's going to be a best of 5 series yet again Fortress CTF Game 1, Street Slayer Game 2, Recharge Oddball the third map, and if they are needed, Live Fire King of the Hill and Aquarius Slayer. Fortress CTF should be an interesting Game 1. Obviously, one of those maps with double snipers, so definitely potential for those kind of montage clips, those takeover moments. And when you've got 8 players as talented as the one in this next matchup, there's definitely going to be, there's not really a single player where you don't want to kind of see a snipe in their hands. Definitely a lot of potential for that kind of takeover. As yeah, we'll have to see how it's going to go. And I think for me, when it comes to predictions in this series, I think I'm definitely going to be leaning maybe slightly towards Romance, just because, you know, like you mentioned, I think that core three of Ninja, Baxter, and Desire, they've played a few tournaments together before. I think they might kind of be a bit more kind of consistent when it comes to the game time in recent months. So I think that could maybe give them the edge. But, you know, you can never underestimate 4 players the caliber of this Surf's Up Gaming roster, 4 very strong players, and maybe that kind of brand new honeymoon phase might kind of play in their favor.
Yeah, I think so too. When it comes to this first map, we do have a lot of very strong snipers in the lobby, as you have mentioned. So I think it is going to come down to, I mean, just that top mid control and getting your hands on those snipers is always so powerful on Fortress. These maps can go so fast. It's probably the fastest 3 flag mode we have. This map can be over in a blink of an eye, especially if one team gets their hands on both snipes.
Yeah, I think especially those at that overshield as well, bottom mid, it can almost guarantee a flag up if you play it correctly. So I think, you know, obviously it's definitely one of those cliches on any Halo kind of game type is, can you control the power-ups and their power weapons? But I think especially on Fortress CTF, the snipers and the overshield, just how much impact they can have on the game are almost kind of even more important than you might see in other game types. So that's definitely going to be the main thing that I'm focusing on as we head into this one, as we are trying to load into this game as soon as we can. But I guess, you know, series predictions. Let's talk about score. We'll get specific. So I'm gonna say 3-1 in favor of Romance. What about you?
I think that's a pretty reasonable prediction. I think that Slayer always tends to be a kind of wild card mode. It can go in either direction, just because it's so, you know, it's very execution heavy. No matter how much practice you have, if the other team is just out shooting you, they can manage to come out on top. That being said, I do think I'm going to give a little more credit to Team Warlord and say maybe 3-2. But I do think Romance is still going to come out on top.
I respect that. And to be fair, I think one thing that maybe I could be underestimating or maybe not underestimating is the Deco factor. I think he's one of those players where he did compete, you know, fairly actively in the kind of last year or so. I think just prior to HCS London, he was actually on a roster and then didn't actually end up attending. So it's been maybe quite a while since he's competed. He was always one of those players that put up really kind of impressive stat lines, especially in the damage department. So I guess I'm not really sure how much Halo he's played in the last kind of few months. I don't know if he came back a few days ago or a few weeks ago. So, you know, he might be the kind of X factor, I think, on this Romance roster. I think it was previously Flubzo that was on this team, and we always kind of know how those Flubzo's one of those players that's always quite consistent. But Deco, you know, he's got big boots to fill in the forms of Flubzo, and despite being a very talented player himself, I think I'm really going to be paying close attention to Deco in this series, see if he can kind of show up and kind of put up those performances that we were definitely used to seeing kind of previously when he competed.
Yeah, I do think, though, he has had all day to warm up, to get his eye in a little bit. He's presumably had at least a few games against some solid teams. I haven't actually taken a look at the bracket that they've gone through to get to where they are. But I think they must have done, like I say, he's gotten some reps in now. He's gotten his eye in a little bit. It's not like he's coming out flat from not having played the game before. They did take down Final Moss, another pretty solid team, and Lahazi, who we saw earlier in the bracket. So I think we'll see. I'm hoping that, as you say, even though it has been a while for him, he'll hopefully still have a bit of fight in him.
I can't believe Final Moss is a team name. You say that, maybe
it is. I think it's one of my favourite we've had, to be honest. They did really well actually in the bracket, so I've just had a chance to check out their shenanigans that they've been up to, and they did really well.
Yeah, I've heard rumours that apparently Deco plays on an Xbox Series S, and I feel like he must have overclocked it. He must have put something inside that Series S, because I don't know how he plays as well as he does on the Series S. I mean, Pulse just won a series on the Series S, so maybe I'm just not talented enough to play on Xbox, but whenever I play on Xbox, it's like playing the game in slow motion. I can't hit a bullet, but somehow these players, must just be talented enough and smart enough to pull it off. I always wonder though, when you see these players that are so good on Xbox, if they could just get a PC, maybe we'd see them almost rise another level and maybe see their full potential. But yeah, Deco definitely in contention. In my kind of leaderboard I've got going in my head of the best Xbox players, I think he's definitely up there. He used to be Z-Mighties and T-Banged back in the day, but they both got PCs, I think, so they're out of contention. But I'm hearing word in my ear that Desire is fighting for CSR at the moment. He's really wanting to win that CSR, get that rank up, which, I mean, arguably just as important, if not more important, than getting seeding points in the HCS. And yeah, obviously he's going to be limited to +7, -7, as he is quite a high rank, so we've got to take that into account. But yeah, Desire wanting that CSR, and we've all got to sit here and wait until he wins it.
Yeah, he'd better win that match, otherwise I'm going to be very disappointed. He might as well have left. But he's finally made it into the lobby. Someone check if he won or not, because this is very important information for my mental health. But he lost the oddball, ladies and gentlemen. It's over. I think I've completely changed my prediction. Surf's Up Gaming is going to 3-0 Romance.
Yeah, and you can see how long it's been since Deco's played Halo, as he's still got a Christmas-themed emblem. So we'll have to see how that's going to play a factor here. As we are now loaded into the game, for anyone who got here just now, it is me Fortress Capture the Flag, Game 1 of this Best-of-5 series. This is a lower bracket match, so the loser of this one will be eliminated. I think the winner might get top 4, if I'm not mistaken. So a lot on the line here. And I feel like I do need to mention this, even though I am Warlord's brother. There is a bit of a rivalry here, I think, between Warlord and Baxter. I think it's not quite as prominent as it used to be in recent kind of years. I think especially last season we saw a lot more kind of back and forth beef in the sauna between those two. It has quietened down as of late, but we'll have to see if this series could re-spark it and maybe ignite a few arguments post-game. But yep, we are getting now into this one, Fortress CTF, and we'll have to see who's going to get hands on those sniper rifles off the start.
Yeah, if you guys in the Twitch chat want to contribute to the rivalry, go ahead and keep a tally of who dies more if you want, or who pivs the other one more. Just as a little bit of audience participation there, and it's going to be Marine taken down off the rip by Ninja with the sniper rifle. Zove is next in the sights, but he's going to manage to just about escape. Mister also narrowly escaping with his life, but Zove, can he turn around? Can he get the kill? He wins it! 4 dead for Surf's Up Gaming.
And Warlord's just beat down a body. I'm not sure if that was Baxter's body.
That's not Surf's Up Gaming. We've got the names the wrong way around.
But it's a really good start here from Surf's Up Gaming, as the flag was on the move there momentarily, as Zove finds 2 kills as well, but despite the 4 dead on the side of Romance, they've somehow found a way to delay this flag. But Warlord now is going to pick up that mantle. He's going to continue to run that flag. Actually tosses it towards his teammate, looking to maybe get a few more slays of his own, but I don't think he realizes that player's below him there towards the pillars. He is now going to become aware of his positioning, does find the kill, is free alive on either side, as Warlord does get another touch on the flag, but he is going to be taken down, and what looked like basically a guaranteed cap here for Surf's Up Gaming does get a little bit awkward towards the end. As you can see, Deco though makes the push, does get taken down. 1v1 now, Zove and Desire towards ring 1. Does get taken down. It's 2 dead now on the side of Surf's Up Gaming. Warlord goes for the cap. He gets taken down from a grenade from Baxter. And it's all going wrong here, as it's 4 dead now for Surf's Up Gaming.
Yeah, Warlord maybe jumping the gun a little bit there, going too early. He does get taken down. Mister looking to control tower. I like that play. Not wasting time trying to save a flag that's basically dead. Instead, focusing on trying to gain map control, and the play has worked out for them. It's 4 dead for Romance. Zove already pulling the flag. Marine knows exactly where those enemy gamers are spawning, throwing nades down towards them, but doesn't seem to have managed to do a whole lot of damage. And it's going to be a fight here over this flag that's down on Archers.
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, that's 4 dead again for a moment for Romance, but it seems like Surf's Up Gaming, despite getting the 4 deads, are just really kind of struggling to control those players off spawn and kind of pin them back and keep the flag going, as it looks like it is going to be 3 dead yet again now for Surf's Up Gaming. Mister thinking about a touch potentially, but he gets taken down. Marino gets the kill, but it's Overshield now in the hands of Baxter, and Baxter 10-3 to start this game, not quite able to connect with that 11th kill onto Warlord, but he's just putting down so much pressure here. He's getting more damage onto his players towards the tower, being such a nuisance towards the front of the base. Does barely stay alive now. As you can see though, unfortunately, despite Baxter doing so much damage, being such a nuisance, his team is falling all around him, as it is now going to be 3 dead for a moment. On the side of Romance, Zove finds another kill, and it's been a hectic start to this game, I gotta say. Still, there's been lots of kills going down, lots of 4 deads, but somehow not a singular flag cap.
Yeah, what a back and forth game so far. We've seen more flags pulled in the last like 3 minutes than we usually do in an entire Forbidden game. They're really fighting over this, but unfortunately, as you say, neither team actually managing to get a flag on the board. 2 dead either side now. Marine going to be looking to hide out in ring 1, maybe try and catch someone out. I think he knows that player is over in the courtyard area, but not going to be able to take him down. I think the snipers came up, but I'm not sure who has them.
Yep, you can see Marine here. I'm in a bit of a slow start to this game in terms of KD, but just locking down this ring, putting down kind of pop shots on these players at distance. But unfortunately for Marine, his teammates have gone all down around him. So can he find a trade here before he gets taken down? Unfortunately, he does jump, barely misses the shot as it was free down there again for a moment. But Warlord wins the 1v1 off screen against Baxter. Deco trades it out, and this could now be a chance for Romance to get this flag on the move yet again. As you can see, the 1v1 off spawn between Ninja and Zove. Zove having to back down, and really good job here from Ninja to kind of pin these players back off spawn, and this is a much better job than we saw previously from these teams, as Ninja stays alive in the base, gets the kills, a killing spree now for him. He does eventually get taken down, but the damage has been done. There's a 1-0 lead now in this game for Romance.
Yeah, and that 1v1 we saw between Ninja and Marine in bottom ring there just translated to that flag cap. If he doesn't get that kill, that flag cap doesn't happen. But it's going to be Marine again now with the overshield pushing the enemy base, absorbing that grenade damage, not particularly bothered about it. He'll take down Baxter as well, but will not manage to find Deco. Another player will. Desire is first off spawn. Is he going to be able to get eyes on Zove? It looks like he will, but Zove is going to manage to sneak through that ring with his health intact.
Well, the repulse doesn't quite get the flag all the way up to the base, so he might need one more round of slays here potentially on the side of Surf's Up Gaming, as Warlord behind enemy lines finds the kill, but the flag doesn't go in. Ninja going to be sliding to get the touch. Warlord gets to beat down ring 3, but Surf's Up Gaming, despite getting a flag all the way back, yet again, they're left in a bit of an awkward scenario here as Marine electing to maybe go for that flag return, does put down the damage, but Desire sliding back out, but Marine sticks the return, and actually a really good play for Marine to make sure the flag return does go in, but the flag still yet to be captured as it is stuck on the point. You can see though 2 down here on the side of Romance. Warlord goes into ring, finds 2 kills, and surely that's going to be enough for Surf's Up Gaming to put this flag in. It's a tie game now, 1-1.
I really like the patience we saw from Surf's Up there. They didn't just desperate that flag in. If they had, there might have been the opportunity for a counter cap. Instead, they take their time, they find the kills, and then they put the flag in. Now they're in a neutral position for this next team fight instead of putting themselves at a disadvantage.
3 dead yet again for Romance. There's a chance now to move that flag. I think there's one player actually that Surf's Up Gaming weren't aware of. That was going to be Desire, and the spawn's now coming in, so a bit of a failed flag attempt here potentially as Zove making a very aggressive move towards the front base. Very, very kind of confident players. Unfortunately, not going to be rewarded with a kill for that one, but yep, 6 minutes left in this game. It's a strong start here for Zove and Warlord in terms of the kill column. On the other side, Baxter and Ninja both in double digits, but you can see the overshield's going to be up in about 10 seconds time here, so we've seen how impactful those overshields can be, as I'm sure Warlord now is going to make a play towards the ring. Does slide in. Can they get hands on the overshield? Marine finds a kill. He's not able to get the pop though. The overshield's still down. Warlord goes for it, but I don't think it's going to be enough as he gets taken down as well. Nove finds a kill, but can anyone get the overshield? Deco does stay alive, and this could be dangerous now.
Yeah, and that just tiny mistake of not quite getting that overshield popped might cost Surf's Up massively, as an overshield player is on the map. I don't know where they actually ended up, but they should be able to run this flag in pretty well, especially with Baxter picking up a kill with the sniper rifle. Don't know what happened to the other sniper on the map, but it's 3 dead now on the side of Surf's Up. Can Mister get anything to happen here? No, he can't, and that's going to be 2 snipes on the side of Romance with a flag on the go.
Yeah, really dangerous. When you got players with snipers on this map, they can just lock down these lanes, especially when you're running a flag. It's just so difficult to kind of counter it. As you can see, Baxter, he's hiding all the way back in this corner. Deco's got a sniper as well off screen, so it's double snipers here for a moment on the side of Romance, as they're just finding headshots after headshots. Baxter finds one, Deco finds another. It's 3 dead there for a moment. Deco tries to snap up and hit the shot. Unfortunately, gets taken down, but Baxter, he's just locking down this left side of the map, just going all the way kind of close to the wall and just making it so difficult for these players on Surf's Up to take him out. He does eventually get taken down from Marine, as it is now going to be 2 dead on the side of Romance, and maybe a chance now for Surf's Up Gaming to establish a bit of map control and think about finding those kills.
Yeah, considering the situation that Surfs Up found themselves in a moment ago, they've actually done pretty well to not concede more than one flag off of it, given how fast it can go on Fortress. There were 2 snipes on the other side, and a flag was already on the go. That could have easily ballooned into the map already being over, but instead Surfs Up have managed to keep things close. Warlord picking up a kill now. Even though it's not working out in Surfs Up favor, really, they still haven't conceded too much.
Yep, 2 dead for Surfs Up, and this overshield here could spell disaster, as Baxter looks like he might be able to get a fairly free grab. Actually goes a little bit too early, doesn't get the grab on the overshield. Thankfully, Ninja is going to be there to recover it, but maybe not as much of an impactful kind of play as they might have hoped for with this overshield, as it is going to be Ninja, though, finding the kill onto Mister, as it was going to be Warlord left alive there as the last player for just a moment, but Ninja gets the overshield, finds the kill, stays alive, and he's now repositioned himself towards Ring 3, so going to be in prime position to put down damage onto these players spawning towards the base. They find 2 kills. Warlord towards Ring 1 gets taken down as well. It's all 4 down now for Surfs Up Gaming. This really should be game here, but no, he fumbles the flag. He misses the touch, and wait a second, it might not be over yet.
Yeah, that fumble could cost them, but unfortunately Zove is going to be taken down first. If you're a fan of Surfs Up Gaming, you need to see something happen now, but it looks like that might have been another flag fumble, or potentially a conscious decision by Ninja not to go for it. He does manage to bait Warlord in, but Ninja's going to find himself one shot if that stick goes through, but it doesn't. Deco, last man standing here, needs to try and keep this flag alive. He is going to take down Zove, is going to get the touch to keep it alive, but he's not going to be able to get it moving.
Yeah, and that could really come back to bite them if they can get this flag return on the side of Surfs Up. Ninja does actually go for the touch, but Warlord gets the kill just before he touched it, but Deco's going to be there, but is he going to be able to get the touch in time? The answer is yes, as he does get the touch on that flag. Unfortunately, though, Deco does get taken down in the process. Surfs Up Gaming are hanging on by the skin of their teeth in this game. So close to losing this game 1, but they somehow get the flag return. Zove finds a double. Can he find a triple? Baxter's going to be there. But somehow this game's still going.
Yeah, Surfs Up there, an extremely clutch play from multiple members to find the kills that they needed to send that flag back. 2 minutes on the clock now. Can Surfs Up manage to find a way to equalise off the back of the damage that they've just done?
10 seconds until that last overshield comes up potentially in this game, and this could be exactly what Surfs Up need. They want to think about getting a cap on the board, but it's 2 dead on either side at the moment. I don't think anyone from Surfs Up is going to be anywhere near that overshield, as Warlord does get caught out trying to overextend towards his tower side, and I think it's Baxter who's got hands on that overshield. So we're going to have to see, are they going to try really put their foot down and get that 3rd and final cap and close this game out, or are they going to elect just maybe play Slays just a little bit? You can see Baxter, the overshield's basically gone at this point, but he's found himself very far up the map here, behind enemy lines, looking just to be so sneaky, as he does catch out Mister in the 1v1, gets the kill. Let's get a bit of damage down onto Warlord as well before he is finally taken down, but a minute and a half left in this one still, and it seems like Surfs Up just struggling to kind of push out their base at the moment.
Yeah, Warlord, last man standing, needing to take control of his tower side, but not really going to be able to do a whole lot from that position. A sniper does seem to be in the hands of Romance as well. I'm not sure exactly where from, but I did see a bullet whiz by Warlord's ear, and him getting taken down there could be the final nail in the coffin of Surfs Up's hopes for this game. Desire still controlling top mid so well. He sees the flag down there, but he really doesn't have to go for it. They just have to keep controlling the map, and it doesn't look like Surfs Up's going to have much of a chance here. They still have 50 seconds though.
Yeah, 50 seconds left in this game. Warlord does find a kill, so it's momentarily a numbers advantage, but as I said, that Zove gets taken down, and you've got to think maybe a bit of desperation starting to set in as Mister gets taken down, but Marine finds 2 kills, and it's 2 dead now, but Baxter's going to be in the back of the base. Warlord doesn't win the 1v1. Baxter gets put down to 1 shot. As you can see, he's doing a good job here, just staying alive on the sniper side of the map. Only 25 seconds left in this game, and we're going to have to see a heroic kind of sequence here on the side of Surfs Up if they won't have any chance of winning this game. Zove gets taken down as well. Only 15 seconds, and Baxter making the play to kind of back up towards his base, but he might actually get caught out in the process here, as he does get put down to 1 shot, but such a good job staying alive here, playing towards this pillar. 5 seconds left now, and that should be Romance taking game 1 in this series.
It will be, but it was a lot closer than you might have expected, given the fact that Romance do have so much more practice. A really good game there from several different players. Romance obviously coming out on top in both the slaying and OBJ departments, but a pretty solid showing from Surf's Up as well, and I'll be interested to see what they can get going in the Slayer.
Yeah, it was a really interesting game because it was a really, really strong start from Surf's Up. They got instantly 4 dead, got that flag nearly in, then the return came in, and they got 4 dead again. It seemed like the slays and the momentum was really kind of in the favour of Surf's Up early on to that game, but it seems like the kind of longer that game went, the more comfortable the players got, that maybe the experience is kind of showing out. I mean, I don't think Deco's probably played much of that map, but then I don't think Mister's probably played much either. But in terms of the slays, I mean, Baxter, 24 kills, 19 deaths, 18 assists as well. Really good job from him. Ninja as well, nearly 30 kills in that game. On the other side, maybe a bit of a slower game from some of the players on the side of Surf's Up Gaming. Zove scraping a neutral KD, but apart from that, I mean, the slaying differential definitely quite clear between the two teams, and in the end, maybe that was the difference maker when it comes to getting that objective done. And I think I mentioned it before the series about Deco being known for his damage. He comes back after a year of not playing and somehow is getting the most damage on his team. I don't know how he does it. He's probably on like 25 FPS that game on a Series S, but yeah, most talented gamer I know. On the other side, Zove 8.3k, but I mean, yeah, really good showing from Romance in the end.
Yeah, Deco's just got to hope we don't go to Origin, because I've been informed by my my Xbox playing friends that the frame rate on that map is bad enough on a Series X, let alone a Series S. But you never know. He did put out a really good performance there, especially considering, like you say, he hasn't played the game very much. It looks like Romance are looking poised to take this series if they keep playing like that.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's a very close game one. I mean, in the end, we definitely saw a bit of a margin open up in the slays, but I mean, it seemed like a very kind of back and forth game for the most part. So I think I'm curious to see if that is going to kind of extend into this game too. Here, or are we going to see Romance kind of growing confidence and really kind of show their authority in this series? I can't quite remember off the top of my head what the map is for game 2. I'll have to wait to hear in my ear, or wait till it loads up. Either one works. But I think this is a crucial game, right? In these best of 5 series, really don't want to be going down 2-0, as it is going to be Street Slayer, I'm hearing. So yeah, all 8 players in the lobby, a lot of experience when it comes to Street Slayer. No excuses here, and you gotta say for Surf's Up Gaming, gonna want to get back into this series, tie up 1-1, because being 2-0 down against a team of this caliber is not ideal. But we have just had to have a quick restart on this game. But I guess, Seal, after seeing the first game, what's your kind of predictions for this Slayer?
I think Surf's Up had a really strong showing there, despite the fact that they lost, especially off the rip. If they can have a similarly strong opening here, they can roll that momentum. On streets, rolling momentum is so powerful, and I think Surf's Up has the potential to roll that into a map win. But on the other hand, I think they're going to have a hard time breaking out of it if Romance manages to put that pressure on them. Trying to get out of that is really hard, especially for a team that doesn't have a huge amount of experience playing together. So I think it's going to be a pretty significant, convincing win from whoever wins, because I think they're going to get that momentum and just keep on going.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And I think Street Slayer is one of those game types where, like I've mentioned before, especially in a LAN environment, you really can see it slow down. But I don't really expect that in this series. I think both teams are going to be wanting to really show that they are the better players. And I think if they do get a lead, we're going to see them kind of continue to push the pace and just try collapsing those spawns over and over again. But we're just hearing one player is disconnected, so we're just trying to get this game started as soon as we can. But yeah, a bit of pressure here on Surf's Up Gaming. But I think, we spoke about it a bit before the series. I think there is definitely a bit more pressure on this Romance roster. I think they are still in with a chance of potentially qualifying for America. So you'd say it's probably a must-win series for them if they want to have any hopes of qualifying. I'd say on the other side, the Surf's Up Gaming roster, I'm probably just here to try cause an upset, maybe just kind of have a fun tournament. So we'll have to see if, as the series gets kind of further down the line, if we're going to see a bit of those nerves set in. But yeah, Street Slayer, one of those game types where I'm excited to see who can take over the map. We don't really see a lot of takeover games on Street. Sometimes there's not the Sentinel Beam anymore. There's not all those kind of utilities, no shotguns. So maybe a little bit harder to kind of take over the game as it used to be. But I mean, I was watching Bastos' stream earlier, and that Stalker rifle in the right hands can still really kind of lock down the map.
Yeah, and it's also just a matter of spawn control as well. Like if you can force all the spawns into like PD or something, that's basically another free team wipe for you, because it's so hard to fight out of that situation. If you execute that collapse properly, there's really not a whole lot the other team can do. You have to be controlling those other lanes. You have to be getting yourself space on the map, because otherwise you're you're just asking to get shot in the back constantly. So Streets is that's kind of why I say Streets is such a momentum heavy map, because when you watch these top teams play, when you watch these really good players play, one of these teams is always hunting the other one. One of these teams is always putting that pressure on, and I think it's going to be a question of who can do that and who can keep that going, and whether or not the team that is getting hunted can sort of back down, can sort of play for trades, can rat a little bit, can manage to equalize the situation so they can get back into that kind of neutral position before the brawl starts again.
Yeah, no, 100%. We should now be loading into this game. It looks like all 8 players might be in the lobby, so that is always a good sign. As we are now loading into this one. Street Slayer, I think it might be Surf's Up Gaming, as I've just seen the outline of Marine's shoulder. I think that's his armor. Be spawning on the A side, as it is a correct prediction from me, as we are going to see now Surf's Up Gaming off on the A side here. Some good shots from Warlord early on to back down Deco, as he's making a very bold play towards mid-map. Does get 2 players down to weak, but is the support going to be there? Look eventually Zove is going to be there for the cleanup, as he does come under some fire here with some grenades. Perfect use of the shroud screen here just to kind of extend his life, try to get his shields back, as it's going to be all 8 of these players kind of vying for some nice early map control as they want to get hands on that camouflage.
Yeah, Zove does a really good job to stay alive and get that melee damage in, but unfortunately no one's there to clean up on it. Warlord now and Mister both playing towards that camo side. He is going to manage to find the 1v1 win onto Ninja, and that should be camo in favour of Surf's Up Gaming.
Yeah, big 1v1 win there from Warlord, and as well heads up play from his team to get the grab on that camo. Warlord, and I don't think he realises a potential 1v4 here on the B side if he's not careful, but does back up for just a moment. Gets the assist from Zove as well, and this is a chance now for Surf's Up Gaming to collapse towards these B spawns. It's 3 dead, about to be 4 dead here if Deco does get taken down. Unfortunately, Zove, unable to finish the kill, does eventually get taken down from Marine, but once again, like we saw in the last game, a strong start here from Surf's Up Gaming. We have to see if they can keep it going here as they can see the spawns towards C and a collapse now coming in.
Yeah, that being all trapped towards B side there very much came back to bite Romance as they got themselves completely collapsed on Deco. Managing to find a trade in that situation is pretty impressive, but it still has translated to a 6-kill lead now in favour of Surf's Up Gaming. At this point of the game, 6-kill lead isn't too big of a deal, but if they end up losing by less than 6 kills, then they might be kicking themselves at how this one started.
Yeah, and it does seem like Romance done a good job to kind of stabilise for just a moment. They did find a few kills, but as I said, that Zove finds a kill off screen. The pace of this game definitely kind of maintaining as a fairly fast-paced game so far. Marine does unfortunately get caught out as a nice flank from Deco is going to help them secure that kill. The new camouflage is up, and it is going to be Romance in prime position as they've got all these players on Surf's Up pinned towards the seaside. Desire does find a kill. Zove finds another one off screen. The camouflage is still going to be up, but Mister actually finds the kill onto Deco and somehow stays alive as well. The 1v1 towards bottom mid with Marine and Desire. Mister finds yet again another kill, as that's 3 back-to-back kills from Desire to help Marine secure his second camouflage of the game. That's 2 camos now that have been in the hands of Marine. As you can see, the team collapse now coming in towards the B side. Mister finds a kill. Marine catches out Desire bottom mid, does find a 6-shot kill onto Desire. Warlord finds a kill as well, and it seems like everything is going right at the moment for Surf's Up Gaming. There's a 22-13 lead.
Yeah, when Marine was picking up that camo though, I loved the confidence to keep taking that fight with his teammate on the bottom C player. Even though it was dangerous and he risked dropping that camo, he knew that even if he did die, someone else would be able to pick up the camo. And it's going to be another team wipe in favour of Surf's Up Gaming. Romance now, spawning in the red room. This is such a dangerous spot for them. They're spawning surrounded.
Yeah, it seems like Surf's Up, not only they're just doing such a good job just getting these 4 deads and forcing these spawns into such awkward positions, and I think this is basically the same situation we saw at the start of the game, as they force all 4 players to spawn towards B. They get all 4 kills. Mister 10-3 in this game, 6 assists as well. Now with a red gun in hand, it's 30-13 in favour of Surf's Up Gaming, as they have shaken off that game 1 loss, and they are just playing absolutely lights out Halo here on Streets.
Yeah, this last minute or so has been essentially perfect from the side of Surf's Up Gaming. Baxter here, completely trapped in towards the cafe side, isn't going to be able to survive. Ninja getting shot at top A. Another player in tie is also not going to be able to escape most likely, as another collapse comes in from Surf's Up. That's a 36-16 lead, Outcasted. This game is getting out of hand.
And Warlord with a big perfect there onto Baxter. I mentioned it before the series, a rivalry between Warlord and Baxter. Baxter definitely getting the best of him in the first game, but Warlord here 10-4. And I mean, to be honest, it seems like all 4 players on Surf's Up having themselves a game. 10-4, 10-4, 10-5 from Mr. and Zove is away in 5. I mean, 39-18. And this is the thing, right, in games like this. I mean, there's winning a game at Halo, and there's the way you win a game at Halo. And this has got to be such a demoralizing game here from Romance, down 41-19. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what else I can say. So honestly, Surf's Up just playing incredible Halo in this game.
Yeah, they really are, and Romance just haven't been able to do anything. They just don't seem to be able to break out of this momentum trap that Surf's Up has. Everything they do, they seem to lose a player, and then that pick just translates into a collapse, and then that collapse translates into another collapse. It is textbook streets, to be honest, from Surf's Up Gaming, and Romance just don't seem to have an answer for it.
Yeah, this is a great game for the Leaf app, to be honest. I mean, all 4 players going positive. Basically 2 KDs and above going on at the moment, as it is going to be just 4 more kills needed on the side of Surf's Up before they tie this series up at 1-1. Warlord finds a kill off screen onto Baxter. Marine finds a kill as well. The 1v1 with Desire and Mr. Can he get the kill? Desire's going to be unable to, unfortunately, does actually get the kill. Desire onto Mr. Only 1 more kill needed now as Marine seems to be aware of these players' positioning. The repulse comes in, but that's not a sticky grenade. He actually betrays his teammate. I don't know what's just happened. It is now going to be 2 kills needed for Surf's Up Gaming and potentially the comeback of the century, as momentum has definitely switched off the back of that team kill. Warlord's KD is not going to be happy about that one, as it is now the collapse coming in from Romance towards the PD. 1v1 with Marine and Ninja. Ninja finds a double. Warlord does find a kill onto Baxter. Now 1 more kill needed yet again. And Warlord behind enemy lines, and he is not going to get the final kill seal, as this game somehow isn't over yet.
Yeah, okay, finally. I'm not going to lie, I was getting a bit worried there, and unfortunately, I think cycling in like that was a whole missed stake, because they did, in fact, miss the stake.
True, that was that was an opportunity to have a very, very, very embarrassing scoreline. I mean, I think Romance have definitely salvaged themselves a little bit of dignity there towards the end. I mean, I saw Marine throw a frag grenade and repulse, and suddenly apparently he'd sticky grenade betrayed Warlord. I don't know what happened or how that happened, but most important thing is, in the end, it is going to be a victory for Surf's Up Gaming. Now a 1-1 series between these 2 teams. Warlord 15-7 with 10 assists as well. Marine also double positive in the end, 14-7. On the other side, bit of a rough showing all around, as you'd expect when you lose a game 50-32. But yeah, great performance and big damage as well. I mean, Mr. 4,500 damage despite not being as high up in the kills. Warlord, though, with the most damage in the lobby that game by 5, but still most damage in the lobby. But yeah, really impressive performance from Surf's Up Gaming, and yeah, we'll have to see how this game 3 goes.
I mean, who cares by how much it's by? We take those. If I had the most damage in the lobby, that's going on the Twitter. It's a really solid though answer back from Surf's Up Gaming. I think we I mean, it's just a question of whether or not they can keep that going. Was that a fluke? Was that or was that a sign of how they're looking to be in the rest of this one? Like you say, Romance is a team that's going to have their eye on that NA slot. They're going to be hoping to be able to travel overseas, maybe to play in the open bracket, and they can't really afford to have performances like that against other EU teams if they want to be putting a dent in the North American scene.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a disheartening loss for Romance. Like we mentioned before, you can lose a game, but I think if you lose a game quite handedly, I think arguably it can be easier to shake off a loss when you kind of just get steamrolled. I think if you lose a heartbreaking 50-49, it can kind of take a lot out of you emotionally. But I'm sure the players on Romance, the experience, especially the likes of Baxter and has got, I think he'll be able to kind of tell his teammates, it's a Slayer, it can happen. Let's just lock in for the OBJ games. They're the real games, doesn't matter, as it is still a best of 5 series, 1-1 in this one, as it is going to be a nice game of recharge here, and we'll have to see who can get their hands on that camo off the start. And we can see already Marine e-lining towards the tower. Unfortunately, not going to catch out anyone with that grenade explosion, but the fight for camo going down towards bottom mid. Warlord does get taken down, but Marine's going to be there for the cleanup, as he does now catch up to side towards top mid, but unfortunately the flank comes in from Ninja, and it's all 4 dead for the Surf's Up Gaming, and exactly the start that Romance needed.
Yeah, Romance Ninja even delaying that that camo pop just so he can milk an extra few seconds out of it. He knows exactly where Warlord is and exactly how weak he is. Mister still apparently not ready, but the teamwork comes in. The camo player gets taken down at a somewhat inopportune time. You know, it felt like they had the opportunity there to find a second team wipe, but instead the misplay from the camo player is going to mean that this setup has been broken after only 15 seconds.
Yeah, really good job there from Sussex Game to break that setup fairly, you know, convincingly. Like you said, it was a nice early camo grab from Ninja, but unfortunately did not maybe materialize with as much oddball time as they would have liked. But is some kills now going down for Romance yet again, as it's going to be Zove, last player left alive. The ball in a bit of an awkward spot here, but Desire is going to go for the grab, but he's stuck towards the battery. He's put down to one-shotters. It can be so difficult to get that ball grab, as Warlord does get caught out towards the long haul. He gets taken down from Baxter, as it's just back and forth kind of gunfights between these teams at the moment, as no one quite able to get hands on that ball.
Yeah, I love the synchronized peeking there from the two players in glass. Sorry, just they know Warlord's there and they simultaneously swing him just to absolutely shut him down. But that being said, I mean, we're going to see Zove now having gotten his hands onto this shock rifle. And even saying that, and even with all of the good start we've seen from Romance, they really haven't been able to translate it to ball time.
Yeah, Marine, shock rifle in hand, definitely one of those weapons that we've seen Marine really kind of pop off with. But it's going to be, unfortunately, Ninja finding the kill, and he finds a double as well, I think, Ninja, to extend this KD now to 6 and 3. Mister with some really good shots onto bomb mid to take down Desire. I mean, 2 and 2 to start this game. Mister, he's being a difficult kill, locking down this top A position. Only a 15-point lead early on in this game, is like we kind of mentioned already. Definitely a bit stalemate of a start to this game. Both teams struggling to really kind of get hands on that ball. As it's going to be Baxter now finding a double. 3 dead now and camo in hand for Romance, and this really should be a chance for Romance to get some time on this ball.
Yeah, but even with 3 dead and camo, it's still taken them a really long time to actually get their hands on this ball. Zove, managing to find the kill onto the ball player, will get taken down eventually, and the ball is now down in long haul. They're looking to clear the path so they can rotate this all the way through, get themselves a C setup, but they've got 2 players, Warlord and Marine, hot on their heels, trying to take this fight from the long haul side. Ninja's going to take down Marine, but Warlord is going to take down Ninja. I know Zove, actually.
A really good damage here from Deco, and you know, this is something that he's so good at, is just laying down that damage. And obviously sometimes people can overplay the damage, they can maybe miss their window of opportunity to move up the map and instead just kind of stand still and shoot their gun. But I mean, Deco, when he's in the right positions, when he's just there able to lay down those shots, he's so impactful on the map. As the ball does eventually get played, though, it is now a 35-0 lead. And it's just so interesting seeing how these games are playing, right? I mean, that first game was so back and forth. That second game was just pure domination from Surf's Up. It seems like now that we're back into the OBJ games, that Romance just looking so comfortable on this oddball, as it is going to be 3 dead yet again on the side of Surf's Up Gaming, and a chance now for Ninja & Co to extend their lead even further. Oh my god.
Credit where it's due, though. And a fantastic play from Marine there to catch the ball player out. But even with that, even with all of the effort that Surf's Up Gaming has put in to prevent this from spiraling into an insurmountable lead from Romance, they actually haven't gotten a single second of ball time themselves yet. Romance very much prioritizing keeping Surf's Up off the ball, and they're doing a very good job of that so far.
Yeah, I'd say the only kind of silver lining here for Surf's Up is that lead, only 37 or so points. It's still one of those leads we're not kind of looking at thinking, oh, we've got a lot to do here. I mean, all it really takes is one decent setup, and that should be enough to kind of close that lead and tie things up. I mean, if it was in the 60s and 70s maybe, you start feeling a little bit more concerned, but the long-range ego chow there between Baxter and Warlord, unfortunately for Warlord, the help is going to come in from other players on Romance. It is now a 2v2 on the map, but Marine's actually stole that ball away here for just a moment, so maybe kind of starting to feel the pressure of being down so many points, as he does not get the beat down onto Ninja, and Ninja stays alive and he gets the kill as well, and that is heartbreaking on the side of Surf's Up Gaming. It's going to be 3 dead yet again, with Zove, last player left alive. He does find a kill, but it's not going to be enough. And I was speaking about how it's not dangerous, but this is where things could start to get dangerous, as that lead is now growing.
Yeah, in fact, the fact that the lead, you know, hasn't ballooned so quickly is actually kind of a bad thing for Surf's Up at this point, because there's only a minute 10 left on the clock. If we were at, say, the 50-point mark with 3 minutes on the clock, then Surf's Up would be feeling pretty good about their ability to make a comeback. But now they have to play, maybe not close to perfect, but they can't really afford any neutral time anymore.
Yeah, but it's going to be Mister starting to rack up that time, as he's struggled a little bit in this game, at least in terms of the stats, as Only 4 kills and 1 assist, but the most important stat that we care about here is oddball time, and Mister is continuing to rack up that time. If Zove can just keep staying alive here, unfortunately does get taken down, but Mister with a heads-up rotation now, he does actually throw the ball out towards Battle Edge, so Mister here, if he could just stay alive and if he find a kill, maybe a chance for Surf's Up, but a good play from Desire with a shot with the grapple, to throw him off just a little bit. Only 50 seconds left in this round, but still only a 30 or so point lead here, so definitely not out of kind of contention for Surf's Up.
Yeah, but the ball is back in the hands of Romance now. But Warlord, similarly to what we saw from Marine earlier, already trying to cut off that rotation. And now he's gonna get cut off himself by Ninja, but he's gonna win the fight.
3 dead here. Wait a second, it's not over yet, as it was 3 dead. Desire was last player left alive there for just a moment. He gets taken down from Zove, and wait, it's camo in hand now for Zove. Balls back C, arguably the best setup you can have on this map is a C setup. It's only a 30-point deficit now. And if they can just get 1 round of slays here, 1 more 4 dead on the map, this could be enough to bring this round back. And it's been basically a perfect round from Romance so far. But I mean, I've not noticed that Zove has extended this KD to 17 and 12. As somehow he's still alive. How has Zove not died? Desire does eventually get the kill. The push now coming in, but I don't think Surf's Up going to have time to close this lead, as it is going to be 3 dead on the side of Surf's Up there for just a moment. It's 60 to 52 though, and this round's not over yet.
Yeah, with only 20 seconds on the clock, though, it's a really bad time to be Surf's Up. But one of the players does spawn in goal. That means that they will have the opportunity to pick up this ball. The question is, will they be able to stay alive with it?
There is going to be a trade towards A, as I am struggling to see what's going on here for just a moment. We'll have to see, as it is going to be 2 seconds left in this round. Marine, last player left alive, and it is going to be round 1. Going to Romance. It got a little bit hairy at the end. I mean, it was a really good attempt there from Surf's Up to kind of clutch up and try find their way back into that one, but is going to be a 1-0 lead in this oddball game for Romance.
Yeah, Marine trying to live on these stacks, doing a really good job there not to die, but not going to be able to get that camo just yet. All those players towards Mangler are going to be denying it to him. Desire managing to get down towards it, and there is going to be a trade as Ninja gets away with the camo.
Yep, Zove gets the kill onto Deco. It is was 3 dead there momentarily on the side of Surf's Up, as Ninja now with the camo towards this batteries area, as he is flanking Marine by the look of it. And we'll have to see if anyone can kind of find these kills and maybe think about grabbing that ball, but once again with camo in hand, it's always going to be so difficult for the opposing team to think about grabbing the ball, and Romance here just trying their best to find those kills.
Yeah, Ninja now managing to get away as well, and again, a really good life from him there. And Surf's Up, maybe not quite bringing that same momentum that they had towards the end of that first round, where it looked like they were ready to answer back. But so far, neither team putting time on the board. Deco going to get taken down bottom mid, and it's going to be a play ball before a setup even exists. As Desire taking that fight towards B side, and Mister is going to get taken down, unfortunately for him, as neither team is going to be able to put time on the board.
Yep, Ninja holding down this gold pipes area. Does find some shots onto Warlord. Does find the trade there, as it is 3 dead there for a moment on the side of Romance. As Deco now, last player alive, does actually find a kill onto Mister. The ball does get scrambled the way towards the turbine, but unfortunately for Marine, the pressure's coming in. Baxter gets a grab on the ball, and he's actually trying to rotate it towards the gold pipes. Now it's a really good throw from Baxter. He gets the ball all the way to gold pipes. Ninja finds the headshot. Warlord slides in, gets the back smack onto Ninja. It's pandemonium in the gold pipes, but it is going to be Romance coming out on top of that engagement, and Deco racking up more of that ball time.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with the way the teamwork came in there from Romance in such a scrappy situation. They shot for each other extremely well, managing to prioritize getting those kills, managing to get that ball into their hands with the shock rifle as well. But that being said, 2 players are going to go down now for Romance, but 2 players also going down on the side of Surf's Up. The player on the gold steps is going to get taken down, and that shock rifle and ball in the hands of Warlord.
Yep, Warlord with shock rifle and ball. I'm sure he's going to be thinking about trying to hand this one off potentially to a teammate, but the ball does get thrown out towards the gold door, and it looks like Baxter in a 1v1 with Warlord. Warlord with a shock rifle in hand. He does get a kill actually before he gets taken down onto Ninja, but you can see Marine and Zove get taken down off screen as well, as it is going to be 3 dead yet again on the side of Surf's Up Gaming, and Romance thinking about starting to grow this lead here.
Yeah, Bax now has that ball, taking it towards tower side. Zove going to be looking to try and cut this off. Can he find a kill? No, he can't, and he doesn't manage to stay alive either. That's 3 dead on the side of Surf's Up. Mister now, the last player to try and maybe stop this ball rotation, but he's not going to manage to. That means we're going to see a setup and a lead in favor of Romance.
Yeah, but Desire here with shock rifle in hand doesn't quite connect with a headshot onto Warlord. Warlord flies into tower, does get taken down from Deco, so an opening kill now on the side of Romance. Zove pushing towards the C plat. Zove does get taken down. Deco finds a kill as well onto Mister, as this is a really strong setup, and I was talking about it last round about how just how difficult this C setup can be to break, and we're seeing it here kind of in action as Romance is doing such a good job holding down the C setup. Desire with a shock rifle here, looking to get aggressive. Mister gets taken down. Zovedo finds a kill, and it looks like Warlord and Zove have found their way behind enemy lines as Desire gets taken down as well, and the ball doesn't get played, and that could be a crucial mistake. I mean, they are about 40 points up in this round, but not playing that ball towards back C has given maybe Surf's Up here a chance to get back into this game.
I mean, that's just about the best outcome you could have possibly hoped for as a Surf's Up fan here. As, you know, ball, camo, shock, and the C setup all within your hands. The camo shock player is going to get taken down after trading a couple kills. This lead has been shrunk, but unfortunately the setup has not managed to hold for very long. Warlord playing an extremely dangerous game there and is going to eventually play the ball off the map, but took a massive risk with that fight.
Yeah, good job though from Surf's Up. They racked up about 20 seconds or so of time there, so they're down about 50 points at one point, but they're now brought back to just a 20-point deficit. But this has almost given me kind of deja vu of the last round. It always seems to be Romance who just narrowly have that lead. They keep just finding a way to keep about 10, 15, 20 points ahead. And I mean, you can look at the slays. I mean, Desire is 30 and 18, Deco and Ninja positive as well. I mean, that definitely is a kind of slaying differential between these two teams, and you know you can be as OBJ efficient as you want in these games, but if you're just getting outslayed by such a large margin, it's going to be so difficult to get this ball time that you need to win these games. There's a minute and 20 left in this round, and we're going to see if something can change here for Surf's Up.
Yeah, Marine managing to find that pick means that the whole situation on the map isn't going to be looking too bad for the side of Surf's Up. Mister also manages to find a kill, and that's going to be 4 dead for Romance, with Surf's Up looking to equalize this scoreline with the gold setup.
Yeah, Warlord, really good job to get the ball away, and this is such a big kind of sequence of kills here. If Romance just kind of walk across the map and get 4 dead again, that could spell disaster, but we have to see if Surf's Up can hold off this team push. But it's all 4 players on the turbine here on the side of Romance. Warlord fighting these players towards gold pipes, finds a kill and somehow stays alive. As Baxter, I don't know if Warlord's going to be aware of his positioning. He is behind enemy lines. Baxter, last player alive on the side of Romance. A minute left in this round. Camo in hands here for Marine as he's just trying to pressure this player towards the back ledge, stay alive, but Marine with this camo has potentially got the game in his hands here.
Yeah, less than a minute on the clock. Marine here needs to try and catch someone out. Needs to find maybe a little cheeky back smack. Warlord with the stick is going to find a pick for Surf's Up Gaming. Marine camo and shock now. As you said, game in his hands. If he can find value here, then it's a win for Romance, for Surf's Up. But he might not be able to. He finds himself one shot trapped in the whirlpool side. A player's going to hunt him down. They are going to find the kill. Ninja rotating that ball towards Stacks, but isn't going to manage to survive with it. Mister now on the C-plat side, the closest player to the ball. Will he be able to get it in his hands? What will he choose to do with it? It's still a 1-point lead now for the side of Surf's Up Gaming. Zove grabbing hold of it, stopping that ball from resetting. There's only 5 seconds on the clock, but it's such a small lead. Marine going to throw the ball off the map, and that will be the round in favor of Surf's Up Gaming.
Yep, huge clutch there from Surf's Up Gaming. I mean, it was basically Romance in the ascendancy all of round 1, majority of round 2, but Surf's Up, they find a way to clutch up there in the dying moments on the brink of going 2-1 down in the series, but they extend it to a round 3, as we're going to have to see if maybe the manner of that loss in that round 2 is going to maybe impact Romance just a little bit in the confidence, or are we going to see him come out strong here? As we've seen Romance take the lead quite kind of comfortably at the beginning of round 1 and round 2. We'll have to see if we see something similar here.
Yeah, the level of ice we saw from Surf's Up there was quite impressive. Given how scrappy that situation got, they didn't absolutely just make the plays that they needed to. But Romance now once again putting the first points on the board, and Baxter's going to find the shot with the shock rifle. He also finds another one for a double kill reversal. Will he take down Mister as well? Can make it a triple kill. It's not going to be an official triple kill, but he does find 3. Warlord maybe going to be thinking about trying to clean up the damage onto Baxter, but not going to be able to. I think he's decided to try and stay alive, but Deco's wise to his cunning tricks and is going to be able to take him down.
Yeah, and almost like deja vu here. It's been such a strong start to this round from Romance. Arguably the strongest start they've had, right? I mean, the game clock's barely even gone down. It's already a 38-point lead and rising here on the side of Romance. Zove does find a kill and get behind enemy lines there for just a moment, but still, the kills go down in the favour of Romance as it's 3 dead now. Last player left alive is Mister in the 1v1. He does find 2 kills, though. Mister with a big double, and that could be what Surf's Up Gaming need. They want to try break back into this one, but a 55-0 starts this round here for Romance.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if Zove there was actually wanting to grab the ball, but he doesn't manage to get his hands on it, and it's going to be another 2 dead, though, on the side of Surf's Up. It feels like no matter what happens, even when they're the ones who break the setup, a bunch of them seem to go down to nothing. I'm not really sure what happened, but it's going to be 2 dead now for Romance, and now it's going to be, as you say, deja vu, the opportunity. Once Romance hits about 50 to 60 kills, 50-60 points, sorry, the camo and ball go in the hands of Surf's Up and a C setup, but on this occasion the camo does get taken down by Ninja. A beautiful grenade from him there to deny them that advantage. The ball is probably going to get played off the map here. Yes, it does. They don't want to risk it falling into the hands of Romance, because if it does, then this lead will get out of hand.
Yeah, good job there from Romance to make the push towards C. They break that setup. Only 22 points accumulated in the end for Surf's Up on that C setup. The 1v1 with Warlord, he actually bounces off the wall. I don't know if that was intentional, but that was very, very nerdy as he bounced off the wall to kind of throw off Ninja's aim and does find the 1v1 victory. But unfortunately for him, it doesn't matter as it's going to be 4 dead yet again for Surf's Up Gaming, and Romance going to be in position to get the ball. And I got to highlight Deco in this game. I don't think he's played the game for about a year. And he's 39 and 26, and he's on Xbox Series S. I mean, this guy might be the most talented EU player of all time, to be honest, because yeah, he's having an incredible game.
Yeah, Wootum who?
Yeah, exactly.
But, and another 4 dead for Surf's Up. I think, you know, as you say, there has been a recurring theme here between these oddball rounds, but Romance seems to have found the solution, and that's just not to give 50 unanswered points to Surf's Up after their first setup gets broken. You know, they did concede 20 points, but they managed to get the ball back into their hands, and now they're finally going to go 4 dead again. The grapple in the hands of Marine might give him the opportunity to either fight these spawners or try and pull the ball into a setup. But he's not really going to manage to find anyone. Deco over there in the trippy box corner, Marine just getting tagged from all these different directions, doesn't seem to know where to go, where to look. Is probably going to get taken down by this red pipe player, and he is, and it's 4 dead again for Surf's Up. Unfortunately, for Surf's Up, it feels like Romance has just found the solution this round.
Yeah, and it looks like, barring a miracle, it should be a 2-1 series lead here on the side of Romance. There was a very heroic attempt from from Surf's Up. They won that round 2. They brought us to a round 3, but with an 89-22 lead now for Romance in this 3rd round, it's going to have to be some incredible Halo gameplay from Surf's Up if they want to try and find their way back into this one. Zove does get the ball. I think he thought he was safe there, but the camo player in the form of Ninja does put down the damage. Warlord does get the kill, stays alive for a second. Deco wins the 1v1 against Marine. The double kill now as Warlord's in a 1v2 into A. Can he find one more trade? That would be massive. He can get the beat down. The help does come in from Mister, though, as it's just wave after wave of players flying into this bottom A position. It is going to be Zove to get the perfect onto Ninja. And wait a second, the game's not over yet. They've stabilised here for just a moment, and maybe a chance for Surf's Up to bring this game back.
Yeah, maybe an opportunity now for the players on Surf's Up to catch their breath a little bit after an extremely tense few moments there. 89 points is a very dangerous scoreline. Mister doesn't play the ball. Okay, the ball does eventually go off the map. Potentially a bit of a misplay from Romance there, as if it hadn't gone off the map, Ninja would have been in a position to finish off this game. But as it, since they have such a big lead, there's not much point in taking those risks, as as Surf's Up is going to continue to put points on the board for the time being. Can they clutch this up? It would be an absolute miracle if they do somehow manage it, but it is going to be 4 dead. That'll get them at least to 60, I'd expect, as this Gold Steps player out on his own, but he is going to win the 1v1, but Zove's going to find the cleanup.
This is incredible. I mean, Warlord finds a kill, and they're trying to rotate the ball to C, and this is such a heads-up play from Surf's Up Gaming. That C-Sup we spoke about so many times is so strong. But are they going to have to hold it? The answer looks like no, as the pressure's already coming in. Marine holding up on the edge. Maybe he thinks differently, but Warlord gets taken down. He actually elects to take the 1v1, gets the kill. It's a 2v2 on the map at the moment, as they've narrowed that lead down. I think it was 89 to about 20. Now it's 89 to 68, but Ninja gets to grab on the ball, and he's got camo as well in hands. Gets put down to 1 shot. But he stays alive. The grenade takes him down. The ball flies towards the gold stairs. It's not over yet, but I think it is now going to be over as Desire. He gets the last few seconds. Things got a little bit hairy there towards the end, but it wasn't quite enough as Romance take game 3 and extend their leads 2-1 in this series.
Yeah, Surf's Up there with a hell of an attempt given the circumstances, but not quite enough. That being said, though, it does, it's really good to see those signs of life. It means that they're not going to lay down and take it. They're not going to go down without a fight. And I think going into this next map, I want to see them continue to bring that energy they have at the end, that tenacity, that never giving up. Even though, getting outslain across the board, they made those games so close.
Yeah, I mean, Deco 48 and 33. I've got to see the damage in a minute. I mean, Desire 42 and 30 as well, with the most ball time as well. On the other side, I mean, I think Warlord he had some good ball time, scraped a neutral, but it just seemed like overall Surf's Up really as a team was struggling to keep up in the slaying department in that game. It was a comfortable kind of outslaying performance on the side of Romance and the assists as well, not just the kills. Deco though, 13,696 damage. I mentioned his damage before the series. He just seems to find a way to shoot everyone before they shoot him back, and yeah, really impressive performance from him. And like we mentioned, I mean, I don't think he's played the game in nearly a year. So for him to come back into some EU Halo action and to already be performing back at this level, I mean, really impressive stuff from him, and puts his team now only one game away from taking this series and securing that top 4.
Yeah, as you say, Deco very much impressing me with how he is playing, given the fact that he doesn't have that many reps in recently. I'm quite looking forward to seeing what Il might cook up next week, to be honest, once he's gotten a little more practice under his belt, if he is continuing to play. But we're going to be up to Live Fire King of the Hill, one of my favourite game types in Halo Infinite, and I'm personally really hoping we see a Game 5 between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, you got to think, right? I mean, Deco's playing at this good Halo on a Series S. If he gets a Series X, he might find himself on, maybe like Nemesis or something. If he gets a PC, he might find himself on OpTic. I mean, the sky's the limit for this guy, to be honest. And King of the Hill on Live Fire is going to be our Game 4. As you can see, Zove instantly recognizing the importance of this B side of the map, and he's already found himself all the way towards B. Warlord's going to be here as well, so obviously the camouflage is going to be important. Both teams are going to recognize that, but maybe a chance here for Surf's Up to secure a little bit of early scoring on this hill as Zove takes down Baxter. Marine grabs the sniper. Unfortunately, the trade is going to go in. Zove finds the kill. Desire, last player left alive, and he gets taken down as well. So Surf's Up, they win the initial team fight, and they are going to be rewarded with some nice early hill time.
Yeah, I really love the opening strategy from Surf's Up there. So many times I think people try and be a little bit too clever on when it comes to Live Fire King of the Hill. They try and take all these funny angles. They go all over the damn place. Surf's Up just goes to the hill, and then they stand in the hill, and then they shoot people, and now they've almost capped the first hill off the rip without letting a single tick even go in favor of Romance. It's such a well-played strategy, even though it seems so obvious, and it's going to get them a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, really good job there from Surf's Up. They score that hill nice and early. There is going to be camo in the hands of Ninja, and it is going to be full C control now for Romance, so putting themselves in a perfect position to think about capping this next hill already. Ninja does catch out Marine on the cuts, gets the 3-shot beatdown, as it is going to be 3 dead on the side of Surf's Up, and was basically a flawless hill on the side of Surf's Up Gaming. It looks to be replicated here potentially on the side of Romance, as they are already close to tying this game up at 1-1.
Yeah, the Ninja camo there coming in very handy, even though he doesn't, put a huge amount of kills on the board. What he is doing is just making it so Surf's Up can't comfortably push anywhere. There could always be this invisible player ready to strike, and Zove has finally managed to find it, but it's going to be 3 dead again for Surf's Up. Unless this player on the boxes can make a hero play, it's going to be the hill in favor of Romance.
Yeah, really good response there from Romance as Ninja 6-2 to start this game, and he looks to already slide towards A, take this 1v1 against Marine. Both players put down to one shot as thankfully Zove is going to be there with a help to get that cleanup. And you know, we're seeing some really strong setups from both these teams. I mean, we saw the B setup basically not get broken, we saw the C setup basically not get broken, and are we now going to see a similar story on this A hill, or are we going to see maybe the push come in as Baxter wins the 1v1 against Marine across the map? He is going to be sliding in now towards the screens. Warlord going to be here to try to shut him down, but Baxter, good job to stay alive, and despite the early scoring on this A hill from Surf's Up Gaming, it's going to be Romance now in control.
Yeah, Marine there in the hill. Honestly, it's got to be said, getting averaged a little bit. Can't really afford to die in a situation like that. It is going to put a little bit of time on the board for Romance, but fortunately, another break comes in for Surf's Up Gaming, trading 4 kills for 3. Warlord is going to be putting more time on the board.
Yep, great job from Surf's Up. They find their way back in this hill, and it looks like they should be going 2-1 up in this game, but the next hill going to be towards the river, and as a result, that should be Romance in position to potentially secure some early scoring on that hill. But Deco and co still being aggressive towards the A side despite the hill being towards the river, so they've not quite found scoring yet onto that hill. But Warlord flies very aggressively out towards B, finds a kill onto Deco. I thought that was a little bit adventurous, but somehow actually gets away with it. Does find a kill when he is not dead yet. I have no idea how Warlord got away with that play, and somehow he's stayed alive here. It looks like he might find another kill. That is an incredible sequence. Trust me, I'm not biased, but oh my lord.
Warlord playing that phenomenally, not only managing to cap that previous hill, but because of him it meant that Romance didn't even really have a chance to get into this one yet. What should have been, you know, early hill time for Romance with the B spawns that they got, instead turned into several of them dead now, 3 dead again, and more hill time for Surf's Up Gaming. They're going to have half of this one capped. It's going to be a triple kill for Marine. Can he find another one? Unfortunately he cannot, but the damage is done as 75% of the way through this hill. Romance has yet to touch it.
Yeah, Marine with a sniper here, his favourite weapon in the video game, as he does find some shots onto these players, not quite able to connect with a headshot, but I think the damage has been done as it's going to be 3 dead yet again here for Romance. Make it 4 as they go 3-1 up in this game. And I've got to say, you know, for anyone that plays Halo Infinite, you are going to recognise 3-1 in Live Fire King of the Hill with nearly 4 minutes left on the clock is such a dangerous scoreline. The amount of times I've seen people come back from this score is insane. I don't know if people just start mentally feeling like they've won the game already. You know, we're 3-1 up, surely we're going to win this game, and maybe they start thinking about playing time. But you know, for 3.5 minutes left in this game, you'd be a little bit crazy to play time. But Zove already somehow gets a double kill onto Ninja. Big plays from him, and he stays alive as well. So big plays from Zove, and if he can find this kill onto the dummies player, might be able to think about getting the camera for his team, as Zove does just enough damage, causes just enough distraction, and that is going to be camo in hands now, I think, for Surf's Up Gaming.
Yeah, and Romance there looking to show exactly what you're talking about. 3-1 up on Live Fire. Got to be the most losable lead in Halo. I don't really know, like you say, I don't really know exactly what it is about it, but it just seems to happen a lot. And you know, so far Romance, you know, having mostly captured this hill now, 3 of them are going to go down, and Surf's Up has the opportunity now to close this out here and now, take us to a game 5, not give Romance the opportunity to replicate what's happened to us in so many matchmaking games, as Marine is going to be forced to back out of the hill. Mister going to be looking to try and deny it, but with 3 players in the hill, he's not going to be able to do so. He just needs to try and stay alive. Hopefully he'll have another opportunity to, but he is just going to give this hill up.
Yeah, good job from Romance. I mean, hardly any time even came off that game clock, and it's already a 3-2. But we're back to the B hill. We saw how comfortably Surf's Up Gaming were able to cap this hill first time around, but Ninja with sniper in hand, and you can see all these players on Romance just kind of slowly collapsing onto these players on B. Ninja's going to actually elect to back up for just a moment, but you can see his teammates have found those kills towards B, and it is going to be a comfortable set of kills now on the side of Romance, and already they're racking up some time, and this next round of slays, the no-scope connects for Ninja. He narrowly misses on the second, but Warlord does find the opening kill. Mister finds another as well, and now maybe a chance for Surf's Up Gaming to collapse onto this hill.
Yeah, but Romance already got this one half-capped. Ninja does not manage to find the snipe onto pillars. I don't think my heart could have taken it, so I'm somewhat glad of that fact. But this player in Nest now going to have the responsibility of trying to shut down the hill.
Ooh.
But he's going to find 2. Can Ninja find the 3rd onto Zove? It doesn't look like he's going to be able to. But once again, damage is done. Marine, the last player alive now, needs to try and find his way over towards tower, but Desire and Deco already over there. Going to be blocking his path, and we might see a comeback here from Romance.
Yeah, some huge shots from Ninja with that sniper rifle. I mean, there's one thing getting your hands on the weapons, but Ninja just hitting back-to-back shots. Even the body shots he was hitting before those headshots were absolutely insane, and just doing such a good job securing that hill for his team. The repulse doesn't quite send Ninja off the map. Is Marine going to be aware of that? He does eventually get the trade, but it's 3 dead now for Romance. As Desire is going to be last player left alive. Warlord in the 1v1 towards the cuts. He does back down. But it's going to be some early scoring here. Zove somehow finds a perfect kill from the hill. That looked a little bit laggy on my side, but I mean, that is a huge set of shots from Zove. The 1v1 now with Baxter and Zove. Zove gets the win, and that's 2 big kills as Marine finds another onto Ninja. And while all these fights are going down right, the most important thing is they're continuing to rack up this time, as it was 2 dead aside there momentarily, but it all comes down to this hill. If Romance cap this hill, they win their series and they progress to top 4. But Surf's Up Gaming trying to keep this game alive and keep this series alive and force that game 5.
Yeah, making them fight for it here. Romance, despite the fact that they had the early rotation for this hill, didn't manage to put any time on the board. And instead, Surf's Up broke that setup with a clean 4 dead. And Romance, as has been the story of this game, just haven't been able to break it. I don't think they're even going to get to the hill in time.
Oh.
Okay, they did.
Oh my god.
It's going to be 3 dead now for Surf's Up. Zove, last man standing, and needs to stay alive. They can't afford to start cycling. They can't afford to just do exactly, let Romance do to them exactly what they just did to Romance. But Zove's in such a good position. No one knows he's there. He's going to find the hill player. Damage onto top mid as well, but 2 players went down for Surf's Up. Can he find the kill? Yes, he can. This hill player, though, still alive. Zove now
oh my god.
looking to live. Mister manages to get into the hill, but the hill player does eventually die despite the fact that it takes down Mister, and it is going to be a win for Surf's Up. But boy, did Romance make him sweat.
Bro, that play from Zove was incredible. Like, that is actually insane. Like, the fact he made that jump under pressure, got the kill on the player in the hill, then went to top tower, got another kill, then stayed alive, backed up, bought time for his team. I think it was actually like a 4v2 at the end at one point, because I think Marine and someone else died, and Zove just single-handedly clutching up, making the plays, and that is absolutely incredible plays from him. And, I mean, Surf's Up Gaming on the brink of being eliminated from this tournament, they found the way to force the game 5, and yeah, it's going to be another Slayer. I mean, we saw what happened in the Slayer last time, but it's anyone's game now.
Yeah, incredible mental resilience there from Surf's Up as well. You know, no matter how many times it happens to me in matchmaking, it's still very it still can be very, very nerve-wracking when you do lose that 2-hill lead and get taken to that final hill. It's dangerous, it's scary, and it's so easy to start choking, but Surf's Up do not. They clutch up, especially Zove, but everyone on Surf's Up doing their part towards the end there. And that's going to have brought us to a game 5.
Yeah, what an end to that game. I mean, we both kind of mentioned it about how you can be 3-1 up in a game and suddenly things get scary, but I mean, you know, credit to Surf's Up. They kind of quickly lost those last 2 hills, but in the end, they captured that C hill, they clutch up, and yeah, I mean, it's the thing we all wanted. I mean, before the series even started, I was saying, I don't know if this series can live up to the last one. You know, we did get a game 5 last series, but lo and behold, it's another game 5, and we wouldn't have it any other way. As yeah, I mean, what a series it's been. Like I say, the winner of this series will find their way into top 4, and just to kind of put everything in perspective just a little bit, I mean, I think Romance, as far as I'm aware, still in with a chance potentially of qualifying for America. If they were to get top 4, somehow secure a top 3 or above, maybe a chance for them of qualifying. I think on the other side, Surf's Up could be a little bit out of contention, but you know, you never know. The tournament's not over yet. You can still win the tournament, technically speaking. So we'll have to see how good they're feeling. But I mean, first of all, this game 5 is going to be absolutely everything for these 2 teams, and we'll have to see who's got the ice.
Absolutely, and I think it is probably going to be, as you say, it's just going to be a case of who's iciest. Game 5, being good at Slayer and being good at Game 5s are 2 very different things, in my opinion. I don't have a huge amount of experience with Game 5s myself, but the ones that I do, they're nerve-wracking. You know, they make you get a little bit shaky, and in the case of this this Romance roster, they do have those reps. They have that teamwork. Presumably, they've played these situations before. Or at least, hopefully for them, they have, and hopefully they've got that confidence going into this. Meanwhile, on the other side, as we've mentioned, something of a pickup team, a little bit of a new slapdash squad. Maybe not going to have the same level of ice, but you never know. We saw that ice coming through for the side of Surf's Up then, and maybe you could argue we saw a bit of a lack of it on the side of Romance. So I think it's going to be close either way.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think there's a few players resetting their game. They're trying to get every edge they can before we head into this game 5. People are going to the toilet. I mean, you got to do whatever it takes when it comes to game 5s. As it all comes down to those clutch plays. I mean, we'll have to see what the map's going to be, as I'm the worst prepared caster of all time, as I keep forgetting the maps. But we'll have to see if maybe that could favour either of these teams. I mean, we saw the way that Street Slayer game played. I mean, I think it was like a 30-11 lead or something at one point. I mean, Surf's Up was absolutely just kind of forcing those spawns, collapsing on spawns, just kind of repeating it over and over and over again. And it was such a one-sided game. I don't expect we'll see that in the game 5. I'd be very surprised if we did. But we'll have to see if that is going to be a kind of similar case. But it seems like in the objective games, at least, they've all been very, very kind of closely matched.
Yeah, well, it's always going to depend on the map with that sort of thing. Your sort of bigger maps, it's generally harder to play that way. You obviously do still find yourself collapsing on spawns, but it's harder to just sort of roll it from, collapse here, kill those 2, then 2 more spawn, you collapse there, you kill those 2. It's a little bit harder to sort of get that string of collapses going on most of our bigger maps, whereas Streets and Aqua do tend to be like that, and that tends to be how it goes. Although, if you remember back to some of our Halo World Championships matches.
Yeah, we'll have to see how this one is going to go, as we are just now waiting to get into the lobby. I'll just have a quick look at my feed to see if people are in the lobby. I see every player is in the lobby now. They're all switching to the correct teams, and it is going to be Aquarius Slayer as our game 5. And this one's interesting because I'd say similar to Streets, it definitely does have that potential to get very, very snowbally and very out of hand. So if one team kind of has that strong start, gets that camo and really kind of snowballs things, definitely I think a chance for the game to really kind of get out of hand. But yeah, the camouflage top mid, the thruster pack P1, they're going to be the kind of main 2 things, right? I mean, the Heatwave is of course GA'd by most people, but I will say I have heard a few rumors of some people using the Heatwave in today's HCS tournament. So you never know, if things get a little bit dicey, maybe people might grab the Heatwave. That would cause some great drama. I'm all for it. As we are now loading in to Aquarius Slayer, game 5 between Romance and Surf's Up Gaming. Let's get into it.
Yeah, as we were sort of alluding to earlier, Aqua Slayer is one of those that can go very fast, but it can also go pretty quick. It can also go pretty slow. We are in a game 5. These players won't want to be giving away too much, but on the other hand, they also might want to get into that flow state. These guys might be, especially probably the players on the side of Surf's Up, having just won that game in the manner that they did, might be feeling pretty confident and might be wanting to fly at these guys and take those 1v1s. So we'll just have to see how it plays out as we kick things off with Marine.
Yeah, Marine already making a play towards this car side. Does pre-nade the car jump, but unfortunately for him, there's going to be no one on this car side. And he's going to get caught out. It looks like the answer is yes, as Baxter finds the kill onto Marine P2. It's a nice early start here for Romance, as I think it is going to be Surf's Up Gaming potentially going 4 down here, as Zofe gets taken down, as well as it's some staggered deaths now on the side of Surf's Up. As you can see, Ninja already put pressure in towards these spawners in the yellow base. Warlord with the grenade onto Ninja, does eventually find the kill as well, and somehow Warlord stays alive. Surely he gets taken down eventually. No, he doesn't. He actually stays alive and comes back for more, and he finds 3 kills. Warlord 3 and 2 to start the game, but it's not going to be enough, as despite their kind of big individual play, at least, when it comes to the team fights, it just seems like Romance doing such a good job, as Ninja gets taken down as well, though. So back and forth trades, but Romance narrowly having the lead here.
Yeah, Romance managing to get the better of this opening strategy. Surf's Up maybe needing to recognize that and, try and reset the map a little bit. Instead, they're going to be flying straight into Util, and it's going to be 2 kills going down on either side. Make that 3 from Surf's Up, as they're going to bring the game within 3.
Yep, good job here. They've kept the game fairly close, and we spoke about what the pace of this game is going to look like. As you can see, all 4 players on the side of Romance trapped towards the P side. Warlord being very aggressive towards the P side, but I don't know if he's going to have to support, but he does. The grenade from Zove across the map does help capitalize on that damage from Warlord P2, but unfortunately for them, it is still going to be a 3-kill lead here on the side of Romance, as Deco making a sneaky play now towards car 3, but the grenade from Mr. perfectly timed, a bit of luck potentially, but that's what you need in these game 5s, as Ninja does find the kill, but it is now a 2-kill lead, but that new camo's coming up.
Yeah, you call it luck, I'm sure Mr. would call it game sense. But we see only a 1-kill lead now on the side of Romance, as you said. Warlord once again finding another kill that maybe he had no right to, as he did get caught out there a little bit. He's going to be finding shots now towards that player over on the P side and going to be taking the fight in util, but he knows that that player is going to have help and doesn't really want to get involved. But Zove is going to fall in util now, and it's Warlord and Marine looking to try and find some kills into this blue base. The players are all trapped in here. Marine finds a trade. Can Warlord take down this util player? Yes, he can, and Warlord playing this so well, maybe baiting his teammates a little bit. He's out of ammo, but he's managed to stay alive here, pick up kills, and he's gotten his team the lead.
Yeah, this is a big momentum switch here in favour of Surf's Up Gaming. It was a really strong start from Romance, a 3-point lead for them, but Warlord with a thruster pack actually doubles back and he catches Ninja out. And like you mentioned, I mean, he's staying alive, baiting the team a little bit there in the util, but wins the big 1v1 against Ninja to use that thruster pack as well. I mean, we spoke about how there's not a lot of power weapons and power-ups on this map, but the ones there are can be used to absolute kind of danger, as not only gets the shots, he stays alive. Mister with a big help there, as they are now going to extend their lead 24-20, but Warlock could be running into danger here. The 1v1 with Desire, the help comes in yet again. Great teamwork from Surf's Up Gaming. They're on their surfboards, they're helping each other. It's 3 dead. Deco going to be last player left alive in the blue base, but he's spawning his teammates there, and is Warlock going to be aware of this? He's being very aggressive. He might be running into a bunch of danger here. I don't think he realised all the players going to be here, and good play you got to say from Romance to slow things down and catch the opening kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Though it's also got to be said that Romance Warlord did a hell of a lot with that life, as he I don't even know how many kills he found, at least 4 I think it was, as he is going to get caught out again unfortunately, but it's still a 4-kill lead for Surf's Up. They need to keep trying to play like that. They need to not get complacent in the fact that they have a lead, but unfortunately they keep getting caught out on their own.
Yep, good help though. Warlord puts down the shots, Marine with a cleanup, as the new camo's going to be up and Romance in prime position, but the kill goes down P2. Camo in the hands of Ninja, but he gets taken down, and it is going to be Deco here, P2, left to try to lock things down for his team, but it looks like Zove potentially might have got hands on that camo. We have to see who got hands on the camo potentially. It looked like Ninja did get taken down. Marine being very aggressive individually here towards the fridge does unfortunately get taken down, but it's going to be Zove now here for support. Gets the double kill onto Deco. Mister gets taken down P1. As it is now still a 5-kill lead here for Surf's Up with camo in hand. Great plays from Zove, he's just being so masterful with his camo, just kind of catching these players out one at a time. The staggered spawns coming in now as Zove's camo just runs out, but thankfully for him gets away into cover.
Yeah, and we're going to see a pretty substantial lead for Surf's Up, but it's not been a very stable lead. It's still it keeps fluctuating between 4 and 5, and that's kind of a dangerous position because it means one team wipe will narrow it, and now it's dropped down to 3. Romance looking to answer back. It felt like such a good start from Surf's Up, but it hasn't actually translated to that strong of a lead. And even though we see some players pretty significantly negative on the side of Romance, it's going to still be up to Surf's Up to try and close this game out.
Yep, and great plays here from Romance. All the spawns coming in on the P side here for Surf's Up, as Romance do find 2 opening kills, and they've narrowed that lead now down to 1 as Mister and Ninja in the 1v1. Mister, unfortunately, not going to be able to get the kill, as Ninja with a thruster pack just being such a nuisance, as you can see he's just staying alive so well as Marine gets taken down. But Warlord does find a trade off screen. It's 39-38 now, as the lead has now switched in favour of Romance.
Yeah, beautiful teamwork there from those 2 players in Fridge, baiting and switching one another. It's a 1-kill lead for Romance. Can Surf's Up manage to recapture what was working so well for them at the beginning, or are they going to keep on getting caught out on their own like Zove did there? Mister once again finds himself on his own on the stream steps, and it feels like Romance are in the driver's seat now.
Yep, 3-point lead, make it 4, make it 5. As Romance, they find the big kills when it matters the most. I'm not quite sure what happens to that camo, as it looks like now Baxter looking to be aggressive, flanking these players, but it looks like he might be a little bit late here, as it actually might have miscalculated those spawns there. Surfs Up do find 2 kills to narrow that lead now down to 3. So what was once a 5-kill lead, now only down to 3. You can see all these players on the side of Romance. Warlord does put a player down to 1 shot. The 1v1 on the shroom stairs, he does put down the damage, but are the players going to be there to follow it up? As you can see now, Surfs Up Gaming, they've got all these players trapped towards the fridge, but can they execute the play? All 4 players going out towards the P side. So much damage has gone down. Warlord gets taken down. The collapse now coming in as the trades do go down. It's 48 to 43, and this should be a win for Romance.
Yeah, it felt like Romance walked straight into Surf Up Gaming's trap there, but Surf's Up didn't seem to be expecting them to walk into their trap, because they just weren't ready for all 4 of them to just run out P-side, and unfortunately, despite the fact that that seemed to be exactly what they were hoping for, they just didn't manage to get any of the kills that they needed. Marine, it does manage to stay alive towards the car 3 side, and all of a sudden, it's still only a 2-kill game. Can Surf get this kill? Yes, he can. It's a tied game!
49-48 though. And I think there's 1 player still left in the util, and it's a 1v1 between Marine and this player on the shrooms. He does get put down to 1 shot. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay alive here. He does actually get support. And all these players are trapped towards the base, but there's 1 player actually out towards P1. That's going to be Zove, and can they isolate that kill onto Zove towards P1? You'd assume that's going to be the players. Ninja does do it. Warlord, though, gets a trade, and it is going to be Romance, 50 to 49, taking the victory. It got a little bit hairy there towards the end. You got to say, Zove making the play out towards P1. Yeah, clutch plays from Romance. They win 50-49, and I think that's top 4 secured now for them. So they keep their hopes alive by a skin of their teeth of maybe qualifying for that open pool play spot.
Yeah, they put a hell of a fight there. Did Surfs Up, considering the caliber of team that we know that Romance is. An excellent start from them on that Slayer, but unfortunately just not quite good enough to win the map. A pretty good game from Warlord all around, but I think it's actually the assists column that we see the thing that really separated the 2 teams there. 11 assists from Deco, 9 from Ninja, really meaning that those team shots were coming in really nicely, and I think that's what edged it out in the end.
Yeah, big victory. As we have a look at the stats, Desire 16-11, Baxter 16 as well, Warlord 16. In terms of the damage, I mean, Warlord nearly 5k damage in the end. On the other side, Desire, Baxter and Deco all in the kind of mid 4k sections. I mean, pretty similar stats all around from both teams, similar damage, similar kills. I mean, it's a 50-49 Slayer. I don't know what you expect. I just noticed a 5k damage taken as well from Warlord, so he was definitely getting stuck in that game, but unfortunately not quite going to be enough, as it is going to be Romance progressing to the next round. And I think in terms of the seeding situation, I think we're all a little bit confused, but I think, yeah, it should be interesting. We're just going to go to a quick break as we do get our next series prepared, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Of both quality of clips as well as the skills of an editor was at an all-time high. Alongside the popularity of Halo just being out of the world is something I doubt we'll ever get to experience again, as the stars just aligned so well for the montage scene.
Like the height of the scene for me, I think it has to be like the tail end of Halo 3 into like early Reach days. But I think like if like I had to show someone one Halo montage to be like, hey, this is why Halo montages are fucking sick. Like you need to watch this one. It's probably something Zola made for sure, but probably Legacy. Halo 3 Legacy. Because that one, it's not only competitive, it's like some social stuff, but it like perfectly encapsulates like what a montage is and should and could be.
Halo Reach, although not the most popular game in the competitive sense, and by far the most dull-looking game when it came to MLG montages, as the maps were all grey, still had a very high-quality and healthy montage scene, with MLG montages from a lot of the top pros coming throughout its lifespan, such as all of Ninja's montage, Straight Second Prototype, as well as a new generation montages coming in with the likes of Axillo, Cause of Hell, Trank, and your usual people such as your Dutchy, your Campy, etc. Reach as a whole did a good job at writing off what Halo 3 gave it. As Halo Reach was nearing the end of its life, it did end with a bang. Avengers, a montage edited by Muggsy and CJ New for Formal and Lethal, was released. The energy around this montage alone was comparable to the excitement of some movies' releases, and will forever be in contention as one of the best montages ever made. Sadly, the downfall of montages would start when Halo 4 was released. This could be a combination of the population just leaving Halo or other external factors. Nonetheless, we saw a major step back.
I think it really started declining when the Halo forum as we knew it changed. And I know that's probably a weird answer, and I have more answer, like another reason, but to me the first like, damn, this isn't what it was anymore, was when we were no longer like on the haloforum.com. When it like changed to I don't know, like it, the way it looked and everything changed, the way it worked kind of changed. And then in that transition, I think a lot of members didn't go over either, so it kind of like just became a shell of what it was. And so people stopped like really posting their videos there. But that was also at the time when like Halo as a whole was losing popularity, which really sucks because making montages in that game I think was could have been really good because the theater mode was great. I think there's like green screens you can put into the like there's things like that was.
During the lifespan of Halo 4, a lot of montages will end up going back to Halo 3 and make content there, with brilliant montages such as Trank or Chris Q still producing content when Halo was at its most dead. We still had Ninja making montages, but the scene would find it hard to recover from this setback. Old Halo players being filtered out for new ones, or even online culture just being uninterested in making them as a whole. Not many people would pick up the mantle of montagers these days. As Halo 2 Anniversary, Halo 5, and Infinite would release, the population would continue to grow. We would still get gems from the pro scene, such as brilliant montages with Spartan the Dog, Ace, or even Frosty, but it's still sadly not as popular as it was to both watch and make montages.
I think it's a few different factors. I think that the best players in the world are mostly just focused on competing, and there's almost like a stigma among the teams themselves. Like if your teammate is more focused on editing videos and like making TikToks or YouTube videos than he is focused on like the scrims, then I don't know, it can cause some like internal turmoil in the team, right? Like, oh, you care more about getting your stupid views than you care about us winning the tournament. Like, so there's kind of like this stigma between the teams that stop them from doing anything but like focused on winning. But on top of that, I think just culturally, people have shorter attention spans these days. I don't know. I feel like the TikTok and Vine era, like people just want to, and then shorts, like just looking at the numbers of how popular like YouTube shorts and TikToks are compared to long form videos, it's like, man, the vast majority of the population just want like instant dopamine, and like they want to be in the video, they want to be out of the video.
As Halo continues these days, there are still brilliant people making montages, with the likes of Noob Slayer 343 releasing trailers for the newest project, Stockholm, to build hype around it like it's 2010. Or the likes of Furion and Reed18 making montages like it's 2006, or Hyena still finding new and creative ways to kill people on a 20-year-old game and making it into a montage. I do believe we won't get back to what it was, due to the nature of the internet, but I don't think these people care. It's a creative outlet to have fun on, and they clearly don't do it for the money or views, but they do it because it's fun. And in a day and age where the online space seems to be very money driven, I think it's a breath of fresh air, and it's something that I will always support. Hey guys, Looney here. I know there were a lot of super important montagers and editors that deserve way more, and I didn't get to mention properly, such as Campy, Mint Blitz, Fat Rat, Snipetality, Hastings, and Dutchy, and even many more, but I just couldn't fit them in. All the montages shown have a little title on the top left of the screen, so please check them out. They are truly brilliant, and I have linked both Eli's and Muggsy's channel in the description. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next video.
Welcome to Grill the Pros. We've rounded up some of your favorite Halo players to test their knowledge on the pro scene. They have been given the names of major and regional events from the most recent in Arlington all the way back to the first major at Raleigh in 2021. And all they have to do is guess the correct team. Now, let's see how our pro players fare. Arlington Major 2024.
Well, that was Space Station. I remember that one. That was a couple of months ago.
SSG? Space Station.
I think OpTic. No, I think SSG won that one. I can't remember. Yeah, I think it was SSG. Yeah.
SSG. Space Station.
SSG.
Space Station.
SSG. That was SSG.
Space Station.
Space Station.
Halo World Championship 2023.
OpTic. Oh no, Phase. Sorry, Phase.
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Oh, this is really bad. Once we get knocked out of tournaments, I don't really pay attention. Was it Phase?
Phase Clan.
Phase.
Fort Worth Major 2023.
What did it? It was a Phase didn't do a 3P or a 2P, right? We're gonna go Space Station. That'd have been
OpTic.
OpTic. Was it OpTic?
Was it OpTic?
OpTic.
That was us. OpTic. That was OpTic, wasn't it?
Space Station Gaming Invitational 2023.
That was SSG.
SSG.
That one was SSG. The SSG Invitational was won by SSG.
SSG. Space Station.
SSG.
Arlington Major 2023.
That was the event I didn't get to go to. That's when it happened. So, it's a bit of a rough spot, Was it Phase?
We're gonna go with Phase.
It was Space Station, wasn't it?
Phase?
I'm gonna say OpTic again. Oh no, Phase actually.
Phase.
OpTic.
Phase. That was Phase.
OpTic.
Dallas Invitational 2023.
Was that OpTic?
No, it's Phase.
I believe Phase won that one as well.
It was Phase, wasn't it?
That was Phase.
Phase.
Also Phase.
Phase again.
Phase.
Charlotte Major 2023.
Because I think OpTic only won one major that year. I think I'm gonna go with SSG.
OpTic. That was OpTic because they won the
For some reason that was OpTic.
OpTic.
That was us.
Charlotte was OpTic.
Halo World Championship 2022.
Was OpTic.
OpTic.
That was us.
OpTic.
Orlando Major 2022.
Was OpTic.
OpTic as well.
OpTic.
OpTic. Easy enough.
That was OpTic. That was us.
OpTic as well.
OpTic.
Australia New Zealand Regional 2022.
I know two of the names, but I don't think either of those teams. Actually, it might have been. Was it Mind Freak?
It's either Mind Freak or it's Chiefs, because those were like the two big ones, and I want to say it was Chiefs.
Sure, we'll go Mind Freak.
I'm gonna assume it's like Divine Mind or from Mind Freak, because they're like the only two orgs that I remember from Australia. I'm gonna say Mind Freak.
I'll say Mind Freak.
Barcode. The Chiefs.
Barcode was on that, right? Yeah. Mind Freak. No, was the Chiefs?
Mind Freak.
Chiefs.
Mind Freak.
The Chiefs.
Oh man, how could you do this to me? What was her name back then? Nah, I'm drawing a blank on this one.
Yeah, I really don't know that off the top of my head. I mean, that was probably Mind Freak or something like that, maybe.
Mexico Regional 2022.
God, I don't know the name of the team, but it was Tapping Buttons team, I believe. Yeah, I don't remember what organization they're representing at the time.
Luminosity or Noble Gaming?
Pittsburgh Knights.
I'm just gonna say like SWAT.
I'll say whatever team Tapping was on.
Pittsburgh Knights.
Luminosity?
Knights.
LG.
PK.
Luminosity.
LG.
Pittsburgh Knights, right?
Knights?
I know they were Space Station for a little bit, right? Didn't they? Yeah, it wasn't for that tournament though. Dang, no, I'm out on that one.
European Regional 2022.
Ascend.
I mean, I have to go with Navi because I don't remember the other team name.
Ascent.
No, it was Ascend.
Quadrant.
Oh, wait. Quadrant?
It was Ascend.
Ascend
at the time?
Yeah. Next question. Ascend.
Ascend. Valencia. Ascend.
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 Kansas City Major 2022.
Kansas City was won by Phase.
Sentinels.
That was
Sen.
Oh man, I don't even remember. That was Sentinels.
That was Sentinels.
This is back when I never went to any of these events, so this one's a bit harder. For the sake of it, I'm gonna say Cloud9.
That was Sentinels, right?
North American Regional 2022.
Oh wait, was this maybe a Cloud9 at the time win? Yeah.
C9. Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9 was won by Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Cloud9.
OpTic. That was C9.
Raleigh Major 2021.
That was Cloud9 as
Wow. Cloud9 again.
That was Cloud9 as well.
C9.
Cloud9, yeah.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9.
C9.
Cloud9.
Cloud9, right?
Also won by Cloud9.
Now, it's time for the results. In first place, Legend, Druck, and Septify with a score of 15. In second place, Jimbo, Bound, Lucid, Scoobmeister, Barcode, Glory GGs, and Soul Snipe with a score of 13. In third place, Wonderboy, Boo Boo Doo Boo, and Millsy with a score of 12. And in fourth place, Ryan Noob and Royal 2 with a score of 11. Welcome in! Once more, we've got some Spartan-based fun for you, this time with EHL's Halo History Exam. We invited a few of your faves to test their knowledge on the deepest of Halo lore. Feel free to test yourself alongside them to see who really knows the most about Halo. Let's get started. Activated on January 7th, 2530, a third-generation AI, and deployed as the AI ship administrator, what is the name of the Spirit of Fire's AI during Halo Wars 1?
Isabel. No, not Isabel. Stop.
Oh.
I was literally watching the cutscenes the other day. This is really depressing.
Oh my goodness, it's on the tip of my tongue. I literally just like rewatched those cutscenes like so recently.
Give me a few seconds.
No clues? No clues.
I don't know.
Serena.
Hello, we're back at it again with the European Halo action. This time we're going to be coming on with Romance versus Pippa. We just saw Romance manage to win a really close 50-49 Game 5 Slayer, and we're going to be tracking their journey as they now try and take on our second seeded team.
Yes, hello, I'm not outcasted either, if that's not obvious. I thought I'd hop on for one series, give Steve a little bit of a break, and then we'll bring him back out to close out the show, because, you know, we know you love him, so we'll bring him back. Yeah, you're right, Adam. We have Pippa. Pippa, they're not in the losers finals automatically. This was a bit of a surprise to me when I came on board and had a look at it, but let's take a look at who we got playing, and then maybe we can discuss that during the match. So, back to Desire, Ninja, and Deco. We just saw them play. What a nail-biting series that was. Honestly, I thought they were going to lose at the end there just because of that massive comeback we had. And then we have Pippa. Do you want to talk for these guys quickly?
Yeah, I mean, they don't really require much introduction. Jimbo, Sika, Chick, and Mighty's four of our best European Halo players. But, as we mentioned earlier, knocked down to the losers bracket maybe a little sooner than we would expect it, I think. Personally, I'm going to be hoping to see a very strong performance from them, show us that previous game was a fluke, and they're here to compete.
Honestly, I want to see us get to a map number 4, because I said this last week, even though I've been casting for the last 2 weeks, I've not managed to cast yet an Origin CTF, and I'm excited to get onto that. So hopefully we can see them drop one of these maps, maybe the Slayer, and we might see us get to that. But I've been told the game is going to be ready very, very soon, which is great. And we're going to be hopping straight into this one. So Strongholds on recharge. Adam, we've seen this a few times today. Should be a ball in the park here for Pippa. I mean, we've seen them just dominate on this game mode so many times, but the form we've seen from like Baxter and the gang, honestly, like they could put them a little bit under fire here.
Yeah, I think they can maybe make Pippa sweat. I can't see them really threatening them, but you never know. Like we said, Pippa maybe not looking quite as strong as we expect from them earlier today. So if Baxter and the gang do come out really hot, we might see an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, what I was gonna say was that normally when the guys on Pippa are like waiting around for their next match, they're sat there in losers finals. They're waiting, 2, 3, like sometimes even like if we look about last week, sometimes even 4 hours for their games after their match finishes for the match to continue as they get dropped into the losers bracket. But because they got knocked out a little bit earlier there by VVS, if I got that right, yep, VVS. They've not been sitting around. They've been having to play people. I mean, we saw them. They took on Lonely Kittens last time. They did 3-0 those, and now they're back in here. So, in theory, then they should be warm. So, like, that's not even going to come into it. So, honestly, yeah, I think I'm going to have to agree with your prediction there.
Yeah, Lonely Kittens actually did have to forfeit, so they haven't played
sorry.
any matches in losers bracket so far.
So ignore everything that I just said then. I was not aware of that.
Yeah.
And that means that it could be a little bit cold if they haven't been playing. I mean, I assume they might have been playing MM or practicing or something, but hopefully this game's going to reset and we can see actually how they're going to be performing.
Yeah, I think it's hopefully. I assume that was just a texture bug. Hopefully, we'll be back into it, as you say, nice and sharpish. See how Jimbo and the gang are looking. But it is going to be sort of a warm up game, I guess, for Pippa. They're going to be probably more having their eye on the next match that they have to play, which is against the team that knocked them down. Probably going to be looking to warm up a little bit, get their eye in, and get their sort of chemistry flowing, because it certainly wasn't earlier.
Yeah, so give me a little bit of a reflection on that. Were you casting that match or watching that match?
I was.
You were casting
So
that match.
map 1, absolute massacre in favour of Pippa, 250-0 in strongholds, and then the Slayer was really scrappy, and the 1v1 gunfights just ended up going in favour of I think it was VSS or VVS, one of the two. Then the next two objective modes were pretty close, but Pippa just didn't seem to have that ice to close them out. And they certainly have the fire to start off this game, as they are going to get 3 dead. Going to be trying to shut down this camo player, but Seeker is going to lose the 1v1. And that's going to be camo, I think, in the hands of Romance, if I am not mistaken. I think that will be Baxter going up towards speed with the camo.
Yeah, so that's a pretty decent start for them. We did see a slight advantage to Pippa just from those initial slays, but that counter after the respawns from Romance was really well played. I mean, Ninja's sitting here with 4-0 currently, sitting on backplat. They have an A-B stranglehold. If they can get some good presence over towards the ledge, have someone stuck up here in gold with, some kind of vision, they might be able to hold on to this A-B setup for a little bit and continue racking up points. But, first point on the board go to Romance, and you can't really underplay that.
Yeah, I think we kind of need to see here from Pippa that them playing their process of breaking out of this setup. It really doesn't look like that's what's happened here. The players pushing into B here were really delayed compared to the players pushing into A. They do manage to convert the stronghold, but how long are they actually going to be able to stay there for? It seems like they have actually managed to solidify themselves, which is really good news if you are a Pippa fan. And 3 are going to go down for Romance. Hopefully, they're going to be threatening that triple cap soon to try and really start getting some points on the board.
Yeah, it looks like spawns are coming in over towards the gold side of the map. They're going to be putting a little bit of pressure over towards B. So as A gets converted to Pippa, B does turn towards Romance, and now it's all on Romance here to get a couple slays and take down some of these players over towards A and Whirlpool. And if they can make it happen, they may be able to go back to the AB, but it looks like that double kill over here from Seeker will shut that down completely, as they are 4 dead temporarily, Adam.
Yeah, these players over on Romance trapped towards gold. It's a slightly awkward spot for Pippa, but they don't want to push it because I feel like they just decide to go for the camo instead. The problem with having them all in gold, though, is that it's such a good place to threaten both A and C from. It means that you do have to be prepared for a push on either of them, and maybe have to swing yourself around to rotate the map. But 4 are going to go down inside of Romance again. Are we going to see Pippa now trying to catch that B stronghold? We do see them step into it, and now it's going to be Seeker and this other player looking to jump up in towards that A player. Bax is going to manage to capture it and take down Chick. Can he take down Seeker as well? No, he can't. But both points are being converted on the side of Romance.
Yeah, see, that was a huge win there, but A will get converted here unless Seeker has something go terribly wrong. B and C will get converted, but there's no pressure to hold this. So we're just going to see the guys on Pippa link up, join together, keep Romance spawning back gold, retake C, and they're back to this AC hold, which is not one we traditionally see, but maybe the call from Pippa has been that a team like Romance has played less scrims together. I mean, they're a little bit of a pickup squad together coming into this season, right? So they might not be as well versed at how they break a setup like this that's not necessarily running along the main grain of the meta. And we're seeing a nice hold here, but it looks like we did see Romance break out into A. They've converted A, so they want to now trap the guys from Pippa in tower over towards long haul. And if they can do that for long enough, they may be able to kind of even out these scores a little bit. They are only down about 30 points right now, so still anybody's game really at this point.
Yeah, but 2 players going down make that 3 for Pippa means that this setup is going to continue from Romance, which is somewhat surprising to see Pippa failing to break this setup. Once again, you know, this is one of our best European teams. We expect them to have a very strong showing here, but right now the Romance is threatening to take the lead.
Yeah, and it looks like we have this call here from Pippa to focus here on camo. We have Z-Mighty's there grabbing that, gonna be able to try and use it to some advantage. Desire over here with the shock rifle trying to make something happen, doesn't unfortunately make it happen. But with Z-Mighty's over towards A and Deco, the last player, up towards Romance, we may see a good few point conversions here, and it looks like Seeker read this completely correctly, saw those fresh ones coming into long haul, getting his team in position to get a lot of damage down across to them. And if they can just keep them away from B, which they are doing with quite a good amount of success currently, they may be able to hold this triple cap for a little bit longer, but unexpected player there on the pizza, I believe.
Yeah, really good work with keeping that triple cap going for as long as it was. It's not very often you actually see a triple cap stay a triple cap for that long, and that has given them now about a 30-point lead. But with Seeker going down first there, Ninja is probably going to be able to maintain control of A and B, and a push coming in towards the C side, catching out Chick as well, means that it's going to now be a triple cap in favor of Romance.
Triple cap indeed, and the reset tries to come through and they managed to tap that one out, so they are still about to even up here. So if you're a Pippa fan, you should start getting maybe a little bit worried. It looks like Pippa is struggling to hold these counter pushes that Romance are able to kind of push across. And like, Jim shouldn't really be getting caught out there. He should have the information to know there's either not a player in gold or be ready for that push.
Yeah, I feel like we're seeing some uncharacteristic errors on the side of Pippa there. We saw Seeker just jump into C with no regard into B, sorry, with no regard for who might be around him. And then once again we see Jimbo cross-mapping there when he should know that there's a player in gold. These are mistakes that we don't really expect to see from these Pippa players, and it's going to be costing them, as now Romance in the lead, and you know, not an insignificant one either.
No, and we are not seeing really any good responses here from Pippa. They do have a little bit of presence over towards A, but Jim got pushed very hard there, down to one shot. He did win that piv, so he has managed to stay alive on A, and we may see them actually have a pretty good job at changing this around, but it's very scrappy, and that's quite uncharacteristic for this Pippa squad.
Yeah, and this camo player taking down the bottom mid player from the side of Pippa, they are going to stop the scoring for a little bit, but with Ninja converting this stronghold already, it's not going to last very long. It's going to be, once again, this 30-point lead for Romance reasserting itself, and it's going to be getting even larger.
Yeah, 2 players left up for Romance. They do still have this hold, and they're getting a few fresh spawners in. If they can stop this push from long haul and hold onto A as well, we may see them just continue their lead and make it quite scary for Pippa. But one thing we've traditionally seen from these top European teams, both Pippa and Nemesis, is they're really good in tight situations. Much better than maybe our 3rd, 4th, 5th tier teams, that they don't let a scoreline like this put them off. They're able to kind of, you know, hold that composure, lock in. You know, they've done this against OpTic, they've done this against the top players in the world. They know exactly how to react, and they may still be able to come back. So I'm not going to call it out just yet, but we are breaking 200 points here for Romance, and not a massive amount of response coming through here for Pippa.
Yeah, it really does feel like Pippa just not quite firing on all cylinders. It feels like we're watching 4 individual players instead of 1 full team, you know? And A now converting, but C is also flipping. Mighty's up here, trying to win that 1v1, but it feels like that's all we're seeing from Pippa. We're seeing them take these 1v1s, and no matter how good you are, you can't win them all.
Trying to work out exactly what this response is going to be. I mean, Pippa have managed to maintain a little bit of control over here towards B. They've got some nice positions on A ledge, maybe possibly preventing this push from tower. It looks like we're getting a little bit of a think through here from Romance. They're trying to work out exactly what they want to do. Are they going to go for B? Are they going to go for A? Sorry. But a little bit of movement is not really going to do much. A good use of the green gun there. Not much what we've seen come out this game at all, but it does go towards Seeker. And that is a nice stick there from Chick. And it looks like they're going to dare and go for the triple cap. This may just be enough. And they correctly called these spawns as well, Adam.
Yeah, going for the triple cap here, probably the right decision actually, because it forces these long haul players into an awkward spot. I really like how Seeker got out of that hill and then came back to it. It's going to be 4 dead. They're spawning them towards long haul again, but Desire has already managed to make his way into gold. He's given them those gold spawns that they need, which means Mighty's is going to get caught out, unfortunately, because there was no one in glass to stop them.
Yeah, that back smack was dirty. I imagine he was probably sat there on back ledge, watching towards C-Plat, waiting for that shock headshot. Or he doesn't even have a shock at this point, maybe a DMR. And he just couldn't make it happen, and that back smack was absolutely huge. It's opened up this entire A side of the map, and if they can get a few more players down, if Jim can live up for just a little bit longer. Ooh, Seeker is now last alive. Does get taken down, so it's just Baxter. Baxter gets dropped by Z-Mighties, and it looks like Pippa may have hold on to A for just a little bit longer. And what a nade we see there. I mean, it was looking pretty scary for a moment there, but that was kind of on the teeter of the knife edge there if A was going to get converted. We are now 10 points away-ish here from Pippa taking this one, and they do hold 2 points, and they are converting a third. This might be it, Adam. We may be seeing the end of game number 1. It was looking hairy there for a little bit, but that is 250-211 to Pippa. And this Slayer is going to be the important one.
It is, yeah, but it is also, you know, it was an uncharacteristically shaky game from Pippa. It just isn't exactly what we're expecting from them. We expect an absolute domination, you know, from these players who are playing on, you know, against these international teams on a regular basis. You know, we expect it to look more like the first stronghold we saw from Pippa with a 250-0, not a genuinely close match, which that was, with Romance being very solidly in the driver's seat for quite a while.
Yeah, it's not terribly comforting. I mean, we saw quite a few, like, 1v1s, which is not what we traditionally see from Pippa or Nemesis. We see them to like to move as a team, or at least have sightlines to each other to make sure they can take them down. I mean, there's one point that I kind of have in the back of my mind where I want to say Seeker. It could have been one of the other players. I'm not particularly sure. Just made a push straight from tower, through into Whirlpool, onto gold, faced a player there in the gold door, and was just in the 1v1 and a couple shots down, so he just died. And there was no response there from Pippa at all. And then Pippa just continued to lose points as that 2 cap held was held there by Romance. So I really want to see some difference come out of here, because if we're going to go into this next game, let alone against VSS or VVS or whatever they call themselves, and then onto Nemesis, they're really going to have to look a lot more solid.
Yeah, like you say, it's not as if 1v1s never happen within competitive Halo, but they're sort of the thing that happens sometimes, as opposed to something that the players are looking for. Whereas that game, it really did feel like the players on Pippa were just sort of walking around looking for 1v1 gunfights and hoping that they won out. And eventually, obviously, they did, because they started shooting together a little bit more. But it felt like the comms and the teamwork just wasn't quite as solid as it usually should be. It makes you wonder if there's something behind the scenes that's sort of chalking the mental a little bit, because we know that the players are better than that.
Yeah, but let's focus in on this there, because we said this is the important one. You see some good movement here by Pippa. They're moving together, they're moving strong, they're in a 3-0 lead, and they have camo. This is exactly what you want to see from these guys. It's pitch perfect. Let's see how they can continue, if they can make efficient use of this camo, which it looks like they will do, because you just have Deco there all alone back B. They could really run away with this one at the beginning. They know where these players are now. They've seen the 3 of them. They're going to try to make an approach. This camo is doing exactly what he needs to do. He is sneaking up on the player top tower. If he can get a back smack here onto Desire and get rid of that sniper, that's absolutely huge. He isn't going to quite do it, but he gets a lot of damage down.
Yeah, I actually really like the way Romance played that. I know it's probably still not going to work out in their favor just because it was such a disadvantageous fight, but they take it so aggressively. They know that there's 3 of them. They know that the other team has camo, so they play so close together, and as soon as they spot a target, all 3 of them dive on it. They make sure to trade as much as they can in an extremely disadvantageous fight. And even though obviously it was an extremely disadvantageous fight, and it does work out in their favor, it is going to be a 6-kill lead for Pippa. I do really like the way they played that.
Yeah, it was incredibly risky, but I agree with you. It was kind of all they could do in that situation, or else they just sit there and get taken down by the camo player, which would have happened, right? As we saw, he was seconds away from back in Desire. But we do have a little bit of an engagement going on here towards bottom tunnel. A few players getting stuck out between some plasma nades, but that will be a bit of a trade back and forth. Deco gonna try and take on Seeker here in a 1v1. Oh, I completely got rid of that. I did not know Ninja was behind him, but luckily Jim's here to get a couple one-shots taken down. He will get taken down for the pleasure. We are now on a 7-kill lead, and Baxter will just about clean up that gunfight.
Yeah, it's going to be, as you say, a 7-kill lead here for Pippa. Jimbo challenging that fight back tower is going to manage to find the kill, and then another player, though, coming from behind, trying to trade that player out. Jimbo's going to find the melee, hopefully going to be able to clean that up as well as the Z-Mighties on the sandbags. And Baxter now trying to pick up that camo, does not manage to burn it. It might be camo and QT in the armor of Mighties in a second, but Deco is looking to deny it.
Yeah, Deco is stuck between Jimbo and Seeker. Jim will go for the trade. That will be cleaned up. The camo is back in the hands of Pippa. We saw Baxter attempt to go and get the camo straight away, but he just didn't have that slaying kind of, team wipe there necessary against a team like Pippa to get hold of camo. They really should have held back a little bit, tried to get a little bit more damage before they could go for it. Or, alternatively, let Pippa think it's safe, grab the camo, and then try and take them down before you lose vision of them. But anyway, that was how they played it. We are now at basically a 2-to-1 kills here. Basically double the amount of kills going here to Pippa. Camo has now been completely used up here by Z-Mighties, but he's trying to spot out Deco. Does get sightlines, goes to the trade. He's happy with that trade. They're up so many kills. They can go for trades for days right now.
Yeah, this is more the kind of performance that we're used to seeing from Pippa. But that being said, 3 of them did go down there. And this lead, once, as you said, a 2-to-1 lead, is now only a 2/3, or 3 halves, or something, higher than Romance is. Z-Mighty's here looking to try and get towards the top tower. But missing those body shots is Ninja, not managing to hit the snipes, but he's wasting the ammo, which is good because you don't want this sniper in the hands of anyone on Pippa now. With only 1 shot left, he's going to be looking to try and find a trade, isn't going to manage to find it onto Mighties, but that repulse is going to be huge for taking out one of those players. Or perhaps not, actually, I stand corrected.
Yeah, I mean, that's quite uncharacteristic there from Ninja. He's one of the kind of top snipers in this top 10-ish players that we see in Europe, right? He's known for being an absolute demon with it. So I was surprised to see him falter a little bit. But, against a team of this caliber, as we've said time and time again, blah, 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 you can't play exactly the same as you would just hopping into an 8's lobby. But we are, 8 kills here away from this game being all tied up. There's basically nothing we could see Romance do here. We'd have to see Pippa completely drop the ball if they were going to change this. Good thing they are still pushing it to the wall. They do not want to get staked here. They are 8 kills away from making that not happen. And I'm really hoping we don't see it because, you don't really want that to happen here in the losers semi-finals. But a nice position from Seeker. He's going to get so much damage down. Wonder if he would get the triple. He does get absolutely flanked there by Keydor. So a nice flank push in there by Desire and Deco, but nothing... Or rather, not enough to make it happen. A good nade from Chick. Really well timed.
Yeah, and this camo here, I mean, I would say it's sort of a victory condition for Romance, but it's more a case of they cannot afford to let it go into the hands of Pippa. It isn't going to matter anyway. The stake will be consumed, and it's going to be a 2-0 lead here for Pippa. That was much more confident from them, and maybe they just needed a bit of a warm-up game, and this is more like the Pippa we're going to see for the rest of the night.
Yeah, I think you called it out. I got it wrong, but yeah, they did have that forfeit win in the last series, so they have been waiting a little time to kind of get into this one. They probably weren't playing MM on the lead up to that next match, watching our stream, thinking, oh, well, when they finish, they'll then be playing us, and then they got a forfeit win. They just had a little bit of time sitting and waiting around. We have Baxter in chat claiming he's got 90 to 100 ping, so that might have something to do with it, but hey-ho, we'll see.
That's what they all say.
That's what they all say. Seeker here, though, with 18 to 5 as his KD. That is absolutely insane. He's ran away with that one. We've seen Seeker. He could be a highlight on this team many times over. Let's see if he can carry it through into streets.
Yeah, I think Seeker is probably the player on Pippa with the most to prove going into this season. He was dropped from that old quadrant roster in favor of Wootum this season, and sort of left out to be with the other players. And I don't think it's necessarily fair to say that he had a bad previous season, but they obviously felt like they would do better with a different fourth. So I think, last season we kind of saw the Jimbo Mighty's revenge arc, and Chick as well. So this time around, I think it's really Seeker who's got to prove that it was the wrong decision to get rid of him.
Yeah, I think either of these teams had the potential to really make it. I mean, it's not really known, like, I guess, by most players, how much of an impact having an org does. I mean, just having that backing to know that you can commit more time into practicing, you know you're going to get that coverage to get to an event, you're going to have that extra support to make things happen. That just really gives you such an extra boost, and I think that's why we're seeing Nemesis be so dominant here in Europe. It doesn't mean that it's not any potential for Pippa, but it does make it just that little bit harder for Pippa to prove themselves. But
yeah, there's a pretty big difference between being a pro level player and being an actual pro player who plays as your job. Like these guys on Pippa, they can't dedicate that same amount of time because they need to actually make ends meet. And that is, a pretty significant disadvantage. But on the other hand, everyone else, all the other teams at our event today are also just sort of running on pure passion. So I think it is a case of having to see now whether or not Pippa can make it happen based, just on their passion alone. But it is going to be a relatively even start here as Pippa picking up an early lead, but probably not too big of a one as we see a lot of players pushing down the pink side of the map. Already into C, taking down Sika. Going to be looking now to grab this ball, rotate it away from those players pushing, but they might get cut off on the B pillars, but Mighties is going to take that player down.
Yeah, nice bit of back and forth. Ball in the hands of Pippa. They're going to try and rack this up. They're going for the old traditional A setup. This is one we like to see because you can get that ball straight down the middle if you need to. Camo is going to be coming up, so we'll probably see Romance just let Pippa gain a little bit of time here as they focus in on this power play. But actually, they might not need to. They might have enough presence here to contest both the ball and the camo. That will be picked up by, I'm going to say Baxter. I can't get vision over who that was. I think it was Baxter, maybe not. He's got camo in hand. He's going to be able to use that to cover this entire B side of the map, just to keep Z Mighties here away from his ball carrier. And, the movement there by Ninja. He was holding down Laundry. That is nice, but we do have a heavy B presence here by Pippa, and they're going to put a lot of pressure onto Romance, so much so that ball does get played.
Yeah, I do want to shout out Mighty's ball rotations on that previous life. He might only have one kill, but he took that ball from trash, rotated it all the way through A, then rotated it down Pink Street, and finally left it back where it started originally. And even though the ball did eventually end up in the hands of Romance, the lead that Pippa has probably wouldn't be quite so significant if it wasn't for his ball rotations.
We will keep this one going, and we are breaking 50 points here for Pippa. They've not really got a solid A hold here, but they don't really need one. There's an overkill there in the chat for Mighties. Come on, Obs, we didn't even know where that happened, but he's going to be absolutely thrilled with that one. That will be a nice, cool, clean B wipe there by Pippa as they're trying to establish some sort of setup. I'm not quite sure how he got the overkill because there was a couple players over towards back A, so it must have been a respawner getting taken down as well. So unfortunately for that player, he may have just been wiped out twice by Z-Mighties. Anyway, we are seeing ball just drop down here in mid and a little bit of back and forth by these teams, so try and get a little bit of control.
Yeah, still a solid lead here for Pippa. Jimbo staying alive, trying to anchor those A spawns, but getting shot in the back, presumably by a PD player. And now it's going to be that B side of the map in the control of Romance. Jimbo looking to try and rotate that ball up the C steps maybe, but not going to be able to as he gets caught out. The ball now down on the pink steps. Camo going in the hands of Romance, and this might be their opportunity to strike back in this game.
The Empire strikes back indeed. That ball is now alone, and there is double kill there by Seeker, which has cleared it completely out. Jim, he's going to probably go for a bit of a grab. Ninja's the last one alive for Romance. He wants to put a bit of pressure over here towards C, but Chick knows where he is. Or at least I thought he did. It turns out he did not. So Ninja will probably win this fight, and that indeed he will. That gives him enough presence over here to really contest this ball hold and stop him from racking up any more ball time. That was absolutely huge and a really good job by him as the last player alive on Romance.
Yeah, ball now down bottom C, should be able to get a setup of their own. The Chick here looking to take down Ninja. Ninja can't really afford to die in this situation. He has so many places to go. He does manage to stay alive. I thought he might die to Chick there, but fortunately he does not. Mighty's picking up a double kill in the feed, though. This ball is going to have to get played out. It will be. And these players, though, still managing to stay alive. Mighty's finding his 3rd kill. Not going to be able to find the 4th, as it's going to be 3 dead for Pippa.
3 dead, and time is ticking up for Romance. They are actually not that far behind. They could easily make this up if they can just keep these guys trapped over towards B or stop their progression down B ramp. But the rotation is actually the way they're going to try and play this one. So that ball has made its way to bottom C stairs. Jim is in a position to really get in the way, and the Mighties as well, pushing down from C, is going to do a pretty good job. It'll be a double kill for him. The red gun, man, it's such a power weapon on this. I really do love it when it gets used to its full ability. As we just saw, it was there. Z-Mighty's already getting himself ready for this B push. He doesn't quite know where all those players in Romance are. It looks like they're going to go for a bit of a mid/cafe push, but with camo up in a couple seconds, that might be where their eyes are veering towards.
Yeah, I think the red gun probably got to be the most powerful not GA'd weapon that we have on those that isn't a power weapon, obviously. Now that all the shotguns are gone, it's certainly a very, very impactful weapon on the map. That player going to get tagged up again. Mighty's has done so much work with this red gun so far, as you said. So when used to its full potential, it is absolutely devastating, and that's going to be the first round going. Maybe a little bit scarier than Pippa would have been hoping for there, but Romance is eventually going to fall in round 1.
Okay, so we're here now into round 2. Pippa did clutch that one out, but not over yet. Adam, this really could change. We have Seeker just trying to, I was going to say maintain a bit of B presence, but he just sent himself down mid. He's going to try and back up Chick. He tries, but it does not deliver. Z-Mighty's managed to get his hands back on that red gun after the respawn, and it is only 1 kill he gets taken down, so Ninja's going to rack up some time here, and this is the start we kind of want to see from Romance.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Seeing this early ball time come in for Romance it's good, because the thing is, Pippa have so much pressure on the map most of the time. You need to manage to get that ball away from them. And even though the camo, I think, went in the hands of Jimbo, and he is dead now, so your camo might be off the map. No, it wasn't actually. It was Mighty's who has the camo. He's still going to be alive, going to take down that top A player, and those 20 seconds of early ball time are absolutely crucial.
Crucial indeed. Z-Mighty's, I'm trying to work out exactly where he's trying to make the move here. Looks like they're going to collapse onto this player in PD, but they don't really need to. All they need to do is get a couple of slays on the side, but Romance, they get 3 kills, so Seeker is the last player alive, but he's getting more ball time. This is absolutely huge. That last trade managed to just open up a little bit of space, and now Baxter is going to try and work out with his team where they want to make this setup, where they want to hold, and where these fresh spawners from Pippa are coming from.
Yeah, picking up the ball there from Seeker, though, might have been a bit of a mistake. He clearly knew that he wasn't in a great position because he was trying to kind of hide, but by picking up the ball, he completely gives away his location. He could have instead ratted in a corner, tried to bait the ball a little bit, but unfortunately he gets taken down. It's now 32 points on the board for Romance. Baxter finding himself as the last man standing, but they know where he is.
Yeah, I mean, that ball just slipped away from him. The rotation's coming through again by Pippa, just bringing that ball all the way back to C. The camo is going to come up again. They're not really in a position to take it on, but with ball time ticking up, they really need to try to even this one out, and I think they're going to be able to do it here, Adam.
Yeah, I absolutely... I think Pippa will manage to answer back, and it is a shame because we saw such a good start from Romance. Well, Pippa now, that rotation through towards the C side, now they're going to be rotating it back again. They don't want to tangle with this red gun player bottom C, apart from Mighty's, because Mighty's does want to tangle with just about everyone. Going to be looking now towards collapsing towards these PD side players. It's so dangerous being all on the same side of the map, but Seeker has apparently rotated it back to C whilst we weren't looking.
Yeah, no, that was a great fake rotation. I think when Z-Mighty's made the call that they've already rotated, he just thought, well, I'll bring it back. And now Jim, he's on for a little travel. He's taking it all the way back towards A. These players from Romance, they will spawn on the B side. It's going to take them a long time to get back over there. And a couple of players over towards Cafe should be able to shut down any rotations via flowers. I mean, you've got Z-Mighty's and Chick already in position to respond. Jimbo's a little bit alone here back tower, but... Oh, sorry, back A, rather. But he's not really got much that he can get attacked by. I mean, the players come sliding in from Cafe. They managed to get a few kills, and we do actually have a bit of an advantage here, I think, in this... I was going to say in this slay by Romance, but Chick, he comes flying from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, Jimbo, as you say, managing to rotate all the way through to back A. To be honest, after Seeker picked up the kill in C, he might have been better off rotating it back that way. But even so, it has resulted in a pretty substantial lead for Pippa, over double the points of their competitors, and ball is back in the hands of Mighty, while the camo is coming up soon.
Yeah, Baxter, he's somehow going to get himself trapped here in PD. That's not going to do much for Romance. Looks like Z-Mighty is getting sufficient pressure, though, from Shotgun side that he is going to play it out. So that ball is now a little bit by itself. The camo is up, and I'm not quite sure who's going to be able to get there. There's quite a few players from Romance. They may be able to sneak through just before those fresh spawners on B side get into position. Not quite sure who did pop the camo, but no one died, so it should still be in play here, Adam.
Yeah, it does seem... I don't see it down. So it could be that someone has picked it up. Jimbo is finding himself as the last man standing on Pippa. Might encounter that camo player, but using the shroud screen, he is going to try and escape. He won't manage it. So despite the fact that Pippa put so many points on the board through their rotations, the ball is going to be back in the hands of Romance, and they're going to have the opportunity to try and tie this one up.
Yeah, Nin showing off there with a little bit of a 720 spin. You'd love to see it. I'm loving the position here by Desire. He's waiting for these players to come from B. He's trying to work out where they're going. He spots the player in Arcade. Maybe a little bit too aggressive there. There was not really much need to fly out there completely. That was a little bit of a misplay in my mind, but he tries to make it happen and tries to work for his team anyway. There's a killjoy there for Jimbo. We have 3 players dead from Romance with just Deco, last player up, and not really able to respond as Pippa again racking up points. And Adam, this could be the end.
Yeah, Romance here have put up a really good fight, all things considered, but I think it's going to be basically impossible for anyone to put a stop to this scoring now. Mighty's whipping out the assault rifle, breaking GAs, and now they get disqualified, and Romance goes through.
That's how I wish that was how it worked. Sadly, we don't have that power here, Adam. We're just here to watch. Anyway, that is map number 2 going towards the side of Pippa. We're going to go into map number 3. I may not be getting my wish. I may not get to cast an Origin. Damn it.
No.
We're going to be moving.
Wasn't that map 3? That was map 3, wasn't it?
That was map. That was map. It was
that was
an
an oddball. It couldn't be map 3.
I don't know why I was thinking that was a Slayer. I'm absolutely insane. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, that is map number 3. Oh, damn it. Well, we're definitely not seeing my map number 4 then, are we? Oh, well.
No, unfortunately not. No Origin CTF. We can ask them if they want to play map 4 anyway, if you want, Reed.
Again, I don't think we have that power.
No, I don't think we do. You're right. But still, ended up being a pretty convincing win from Pippa, but probably a shakier one than we're used to seeing from them when they're not playing their most hated Nemesis on Nemesis. But a win is a win, and we're going to see them going back to play the team that knocked them out of the previous of the upper bracket, and see if they can strike back and prove that previous time was a fluke.
Yeah, I mean, but let's just say we saw over 7k damage here from Seeker, Chick, and Baxter, with Jim only dropping a 4.5. That may cause them some troubles going into this next series, but he was holding the ball quite a lot, so an oddball doesn't necessarily give us that kind of information, but still, it was a good showing from both sides, and I think Romance, they weren't far off pushing that over the line. They did play incredibly well. They are going to be out for now, but there's a good amount of points for them racking up. I mean, we saw them fight really, really hard in that last series to get to this point, so they should still be happy that they got here. But yeah, let's hop to a quick break, and then we're going to be hopping in with Pippa and VVS.
Serena.
Yeah. Damn.
Fun fact, she decommissioned herself as part of her 7-year protocol between Halo Wars 1 and 2. The Covenant's holy city, which we visit for the first time in Halo 2, was a gigantic space station. What construct was the central altar of High Charity? And here's a clue. It was also the main power source for the space station.
I knew this would happen.
A foreign key ship.
See, I know this stuff, but whenever I'm under pressure, that's when it all goes wrong.
The key ship.
The answer? The Forerunner key ship. How about a bonus point? What was its name?
I cannot name that key ship. Yeah.
The Anodyne Spirit.
All right, I wouldn't have got that.
Bonus answer? The Anodyne Spirit. Spartans are given designations based on their effectiveness. What designation was given to Spartan B312?
Damn, these are hard.
That's Noble 6, right? Something lethal.
It's like a part of the lore that I have never really looked at, to be honest. Man, I'm not sure, to be honest.
Hyperlethal Vector.
Hyperlethal. Hyperlethal. Yeah, let's go.
The answer? Hyperlethal. Including the Master Chief, there's only 2 Spartans with this designation. And fun fact, you get to play as Spartan B312, also known as Noble 6 in Halo Reach. The Spartan 3 program was a top-secret project initiated by the Beta 5 division of the Office of Naval Intelligence's Section 3. What happened to the 300 Spartans of Alpha Company?
The 300 Spartans of Alpha, were they blown up? Were they blown up by Cortana? Maybe I'm getting mixed up.
Alpha Company were killed in Operation Torpedo, I believe.
They were sent on suicide missions.
I'm not sure. My big knowledge is like not very good.
Operation Prometheus? Yeah, I always get Torpedo and Prometheus mixed up. God damn it.
The answer? Alpha Company was deployed on Operation Prometheus, a mission to destroy a Covenant shipyard, but unfortunately, all Spartans deployed were KIA. 343 Guilty Spark is the monitor of Installation 04. There's an extensive amount of lore surrounding Spark, which is still ongoing. However, we'd like to know, where did 343 Guilty Spark come from? And more specifically, as a slight clue, who did 343 Guilty Spark used to be the mind of?
Oh man, I have heard this one.
Was he born Stellar makes eternal lasting?
Why does the brain just go like into like overdrive when asked a question? Like you know the answer, but you just can't think of the answer. I'm a yapper.
He was a human called Chakas, who was, I believe, born, I actually can't remember, was it meant to be Earth, I think? I can't remember what planet it came from, but it was a human called Chakas.
Chakas. Was it Chakas? It was an ancient human from Earth.
I'm not sure.
The answer? An ancient human named Chakas, born on ancient Earth and known to the Forerunners as Erd-Tyrene, the political center of the Forerunner Ecumene, more commonly known as the capital, is called what?
I can see it.
Is it Madrigal?
Does a bro get a hint? Like the first letter? I thought it was M. Yeah, oh, that doesn't help me.
Maythrillium.
Okay. Maythrillium.
Yeah, I'm not sure then. I hate not knowing because it's like it's there in my brain, but it doesn't want to.
The answer? Maythrillion. But for bonus points, which precursor construct was it built around?
I do know this. It's been a long time since I read these books. Okay.
Abaddon.
For a Promethean construct. I don't know.
The bonus answer? Abaddon. During the events of Halo 3, you are assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? And what is the motivation of this character for helping the Master Chief?
Assisted on the Ark by which ancient character? Guilty Spark? Oh, the Gravemind? I'm guessing at this point.
Mendicant Bias.
Mendicant Bias.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The answer? 05032 Mendicant Bias helps the Chief from behind the shadows as explained in the terminals found in Halo 3. Even more, he explains, he is there to keep the Chief safe, even if it won't absolve him from what he's done. And to quote Mendicant Bias, one life hardly balances billions. The ancient Sen-Shayum, more commonly known as the Prophets, are a species native to Genjir-Kom. They are believed to be nearly extinct. However, this isn't the first tragedy to befall their species. After their loss to the Forerunners alongside their human allies, what happened to their homeworld? And here's a clue, this event eliminated the entire population of their planet.
Well, they were isolated from the rest of the galaxy, right? As to what, I can't quite remember.
So the homeworld was put into a quarantine shield of three worlds, I believe. There's 3 worlds and 2 moons, and the foreigners oversaw it and allowed travel between the 2 of them, or the 3 of them, but they didn't let them spread outside of their 3 homeworlds. Is that the right answer? Oh, sorry.
Didn't they put like a shield or a bubble or something around their homeworld so they can't escape further?
I feel like I've never heard of this before, to be honest.
Was it Omega Halo was fired in the region?
Did they nuke it?
I'm gonna guess it was blown up.
Yes!
The answer? The Sanshayum elders, correctly suspecting that a catastrophe was imminent, launched a short-lived uprising against their forerunner overseers, but then were wiped out when a halo was fired on a low-power setting nearby. In 2559, which faction planned to fire the halo array from Installation 00?
Oh my god. I'm blanking.
The Covenant. What faction? The Banished. That was 0, because that was the Ark as well.
Oh my god, I'm blanking.
Was it the Banished? Was it the Covenant?
UNSC, because they wanted to beat them to it. Because it wasn't a completed array at that point.
Keepers of the One Freedom.
Yeah, I didn't finish that one.
Okay, I've never heard of them in my entire life, so.
The answer? The Keepers of the One Freedom, as seen in Halo Shadows of Reach. The precursors based their existence around the philosophical concepts of the mantle, living time, and a meta-technological mechanism known as neural physics, which enabled them to manipulate the very fabric of the universe. My favorite character, the Primordial, was believed to be the last surviving precursor. Where was the Primordial detained when found by the Didact, and what was it also known as?
It wasn't the Palace of Pain, was it? It was on Zeta. Was it on Zeta Halo?
The Cryptum?
Charum Hakor, and it was known as the Timeless One.
Luke would get this right. This is his bread and butter. Was it Maithrillian? I think they'd know if it was on Maithrillian.
I don't know. I don't know.
Hello, welcome back to the European Halo League coverage of this HCS European Cup. We are now in the losers bracket final, as far as I'm aware, between Pippa, a great team name, and it is going to be a rematch versus, Sunrise, Moes and Co. I actually can't remember what their team name is this week because they change it every single week. We won't mention what happened last week with their team name. BVS. Okay, well, I'm gonna hope that is a very wholesome, nice team name with no bad connotations to it. And I mean, they've been playing some great Halo today. Obviously, they've had quite a wait. Beating Pippa earlier on in the bracket. Now the rematch is here about 6-7 hours later. So we'll have to see if we do get a different result. And yeah, it should be a good match. Obviously, Pippa, Jimbo, Mighties, and Seeker, and on the other side, Sunrise, Bastos, Moes, and Panther. We'll have a quick look at the maps before we get straight into this match. It's going to be another best-of-5 series. And do you want to take us through these ones?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting off with an Aqua CTF, then into a Solitude Slayer, a Recharge Koth, a Li-Fi Stronghold, and a Street Slayer. This is a really nice series layout, I gotta say. I really like this series. I like all of these maps.
Yeah, no, I think this will be a great series. Aqua CTF, definitely a great one to start off on. We'll have to see if we do go the distance in this one. Obviously, for anyone that missed it earlier on, it was a 3-1 victory on the side of VVS against Pippa. I think most people are going to consider Pippa the favourites in this series, despite the victory early on. I mean, Pippa and Nemesis have been basically, top 2 the whole season round, even dating back to last season. I mean, a combination of those kind of 8 players have basically been dominating the top 2 of EU Halo. So if we were to see a different team break into that top 2, maybe today is the day, considering what happened earlier on in the action. But I'm sure Pippa are going to be coming out strong here, looking for revenge, and we'll have to see how they're firing.
Yeah, I absolutely. I think if you're it's either VSS or VVS, and I can't remember which now, but whichever one it is, this is your opportunity to strike while the iron's hot. This is your opportunity to get yourself top 2 at one of these events. Not to say that they've never had that chance before, but now, coming into this series, they've already beaten Pippa. They know what they have to do in order to win. They're coming out really hot this map, 3 for non-trade at the start of this game. Bastos is going to get taken down, but Mose is already going to be looking for this flagpole.
Yep, and for anyone that's maybe wondering about the implications, the kind of impact of this series, I mean, all these players, all these teams, they're still battling to try kind of qualify for NA, to get that travel coverage, to get that accommodation coverage. Big series of Halo where it's not just pride on the line in these matches, it's thousands of pounds worth of kind of compensation and getting these coverage. So, I mean, for VVS, I think if they were to win this series, they would be putting themselves in a very, very strong position to kind of secure that open bracket coverage. But if they were to lose, I mean, maybe there could be an opportunity for the likes of Baxter and co to still make it. So yeah, a lot on the line this series, and like you mentioned, I mean, pretty fast-paced start from both teams. We do see a flag there on the move for just a moment, but it's going to be now the trade. I thought it was going to be the trade, but Jimbo does actually get taken down. As you can see, Chick now moving on this car side of the map. And he is going to be using this threat seeker to try maybe spot some of these players out towards the base, but doesn't actually catch anyone on that, so might not be expecting this player towards the flag to push him. Does eventually get taken down though, and it is going to be 3 dead there for just a moment on the side of Pippa. And if Mose can win this 1v1, and yes he can against Jimbo, going to continue to pile that pressure onto this VVS roster, or sorry, onto this Pippa roster, and might now put him in a position to make a push towards the base.
Yeah, it's looking like a fight here in the back base is going to give VVS the opportunity to pull a flag, but Jimbo managing to find that kill, really important there to shut that down. 3 dead now on the side of VVS. Jimbo not going to bother trying to return that flag, going to be fighting towards the other side of the map, let that one go back on its own. Mighty's pulling that a long way now, didn't quite manage to get it into the bottom mid area, but Seeker should be able to yoink that away with this camo whenever he needs to, although he might let this free go in.
Yeah, but the flag in a bit of an awkward spot here, but they do actually end up getting the grab, and like you said, but camera in hand here for Seeker. 4 dead there for a moment on the side of VVS. It should be a nice comfortable flag going in. The Seeker hits a nice 5-shot, and maybe a chance here for a double cap as Jimbo already in position to get that next flag on the move, and Seeker, if he could just stay alive, could maybe hold those players off, but the damage might have already been done as Jimbo expertly kind of reroutes there towards car 1 to front base. Cut those angles off behind him, and he's already run the flag all the way up the stream stairs, and this looks like a lot more the kind of Pippa we expect to see at this kind of stage of the tournament. Already 2-0 up in this game and not even 3 minutes gone.
Yeah, that makes I mean, that was a very, very fast turnaround. You blinked and you missed it. It was 0-0, and then all of a sudden it's 2-0 in the favour of Pippa. They're coming out pretty hot this game, and that's kind of what we want to see from Pippa. As much as it's great, I do want to see an upset between VVS and Pippa. I also want to see Pippa looking on good form. I want to see them looking like the team that can challenge Nemesis, which recently they really haven't. But right now, 2-0 up against VVS. Can Pippa continue to score these flags, or can VVS manage to regain?
Bastos in the 1v1 doesn't connect with a beatdown. I think Jimbo might have been shooting some bodies there, maybe. I'm not quite sure, but that is very, very mean of Jimbo. I can't believe he'd do such a thing. But yeah, good job from Jimbo. Secures the kill. As you can see now, Chick in the base, just kind of locking things down. It is 2 down here, about to be 3 down by the look of it on the side of VVS, and already that flag on the move across the map does get shut down by Mose and Pantho, so they're going to have to look to reslay here, as Chick, actually last player left alive for a moment, does find a beat down onto Mose, and if he could lock down this P2 position, might put his team in a decent kind of situation to think about grabbing this camo, but he gets taken down as well, and maybe a chance now for Bastos and the rest of VBS to think about his camouflage.
Yeah, this camo, though, is still going to be up. No one really having a particularly good position onto it at the moment. A player for Pippa over towards the P side, and a player for VVS over towards the car side. We do see Mighties get taken down, though, and that is the camo in someone's hands, but I'm not sure whose.
Yep. You can see Seeker just trying to stay alive here as Sunrise.
We just saw it get popped in the
pushing.
fridge.
Oh, yeah, Mo's got camo, so 2-0 down in this game. Mose, you really want to see him make a play with his camo, as just seems like the moment VVS, obviously you look at the scoreboard, Mose Journey player actually going positive with his team. He played double digits as well in the kills, so maybe a chance now for Mose if he can find this kill onto Mighties, and he does find the kill. It's 2 dead, make it 3 dead if he can win this 1v1. Yes, he does, but the spawn comes in towards the util. I don't think Mose quite realised that for a moment, actually somehow stays alive, as it is still a few players down on the side of Pippa. That flag does actually get moved, and that play from Mose staying alive here, if he could get this kill, this could actually result in a double cap potential. If he could maybe get another kill, but You can see the players on Pippa were aware of his position, do turn around, get the kill, and surprisingly, this flag still not yet been put in.
Yeah, 4 up on the map now for Pippa. But they are going to start falling again, but they do manage to get the flagpole, but it doesn't... Oh no, it has been thrown out, So Jimbo now, over towards the P2 side, needs to be denying the re. He is going to manage to take down 2 players, running this flag through to bottom mid, accidentally picks up the heat wave, throws it on the ground. I feel like Jimbo's dedication to sportsmanship there might have cost him just a little bit, because he does get taken down whilst just after throwing that heat wave away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that was heartbreaking from VBS to get that flag all the way back. It almost just looked textbook, like everything was going perfectly. Somehow Pippa get the touch, they get the flag return, and what looked like a really good opportunity for VBS to come back into this game is now turned into a 3-0 lead already in this game for Pippa. I mean, you look at the stats, Pippa not really outslain by a massive margin, but they've been clutching up in these kind of crucial situations. They're icing up, and I mean, 3-0 already. Still 5, nearly 6 minutes left in this game, so no need quite yet to panic from VBS, but it's just looked like kind of textbook Aqua CTF at the moment, and Chick now with his camo in hand could really make things even worse for VBS.
Yeah, CTF has basically always been a strong mode for Jimbo teams, and well, Jimbo and Mighties really. It's a game type that they seem to understand very well, and even though their best CTF, which was Pit, is no longer in rotation, they still are good at this game type, and they are showing it now against VBS.
Yeah, it looks like this 4th flag could be going in here as Chick just going to hold off these players on the P side. Does get taken down from player towards the court, and that flag hasn't quite gone yet, and maybe a chance here for a counter cap potential, but as I say that, Mighty does barely put that flag in just before he's taken down. You can see the flag now on the move towards the util side as Mo's predicting these players to spawn towards the fridge. Does catch one player out, not quite able to hit the shots, does barely get away with that kill before Mighty's is going to take him out. That flag still on the move towards the car side, but maybe a chance here for Pippa to think about stopping this flag. Chick seems to have an infinite supply of grenades as he's kind of delaying that flag, but with Sunrise getting that kill onto Mighty's, you think this flag should be going in eventually, as I think Chick may be trying to just relocate towards the car side, giving that flag up, as it looks like surely this flag is going to be going in and should be bringing us now to a 4-1 scoreline. As you can see, Bastos does finally slide that one in, and yeah, game not over yet.
Yeah, I think it's interesting there on the side of Pippa how we see the equation shift a little bit when you're so far ahead. Normally, when you've got that flag on the stand and most of your team is dead, you do kind of want to like maybe try and slow things down a little bit, try not to give away a counter cap. But in the case of Pippa there, Mighty doesn't really care. They're so far ahead now, getting a point on the board, both teams getting a point on the board is massively more in favour of Pippa than it is in favour of VBS.
Yeah, and still 4 minutes left in this game. Against the point now where the game clock could definitely play a factor, but really good job from Chick here to get into the base, and I like that he's run it towards car 1. Definitely the fastest route you can take, except for maybe bottom mid, as it is going to now put the pressure straight onto VBS to have to quickly make a move into the base and try to cut this flag off, and they do actually find 2 kills, make that 3 as Mighty's last player left alive in the 1v1 here against Mo's. Who's going to get the kill? Looks like Mighty's actually slides away and stays alive there for a second as Jimbo off spawn does get the touch, but he gets taken down, and Mo's actually finds a double out of that situation. That should now put VVS in a little bit of an advantage state and maybe give them an opportunity to, you know, get a second cap on the board if they can continue to put this pressure on and find these kills as it's 2 are down yet again. Bastos finds another kill, 1v1 now against the player in the util, is going to chase, finds the kill again, as it was 3 dead there for just a moment, but still VBS struggling to get this flag return. As you can see, Pippa doing such a good job, just continually kind of picking up this flag and moving it away and kind of towards their new spawners, and looks like just kind of making it a bit more of a stalemate.
Yeah, the problem for VBS here is though they really don't have the option of being in a stalemate because it's 4-1. Like they don't get any overtime for having this flag ball. They can't just play the neutral here, you know, forever. They can't really try and play for the overtime either. They have to basically they have to get a touch on that flag and then send all 4 forwards and hope to win this fight and then get another flag on board. Because the thing is, even if they do, even if Mose gets the re here and they get the cap, which is looking like he might, as he does manage to find the trade with very little time left on that flag before someone has to touch it, and it is going to get reset, unfortunately, for the side of VVS. But the point is, even if he gets the re there, they still have to cap 3 more flags in order to, well, 2 more flags if they manage to get that one. in order to equalize this game. They don't have the luxury of playing like this. They have to get everyone up on the map. Bastos can't really afford to go back, but he's going to go back to try and get that touch. But what they really needed to do was play forwards with his camo, play aggressively. They just don't have the option of not doing so.
Yeah, only a minute 40 seconds left in this game, and despite, I think Mo's playing this situation quite well with his camo being a nuisance, putting down that damage, does lose the 1v1 though to Seeker. And with only a minute and a half left in this game, like you said, this standoff is going to continue to really suit these players on Pippa. They've got no kind of urgency to have to move up the map and even think about getting that flag return. As you see, the return does come in, and that is going to be game 5-1 in the end. A convincing victory from Pippa, and exactly what they would have wanted after the loss earlier on in the bracket.
Yeah, that being said, that we did see a very convincing win from them in the first map of the previous series, so I wouldn't get too complacent if I was the players on the side of Pippa. They're actually in a weird situation in the losers finals here, where they're the team that's just had a warm up series, and their opponents have just been sat here. So, slightly awkward situation for them, unusual. But we are going to see Pippa winning that map pretty convincingly, and it did feel a bit like I've already forgotten which one it was now. I think it's VVS. Fell into the habit of kind of playing not to lose then.
Yeah, and we are going to go straight into this next game by the look of it. And yeah, strong start, but like you mentioned, kind of shades of the series earlier on. I think it was 250-0 in the first game for Pippa, and then we obviously saw VVS win the next 3 games in a row. So, and it's going to be Slayer Solitude yet again, which is the Slayer that they were able to take against Pippa in the first kind of series on the winner's side. So I'm sure, VVS had to shake that one off, be like, let's just repeat what we did earlier on. And like you mentioned, I think Aqua Flag has been a very strong game type for kind of Jimbo, Mighties, and Go for a while now. So we'll have to see on Slayer, maybe a little bit kind of less intricate, a little bit less going on. These players, they've got such strong gun skill on the side of VVS, they can kind of just take over and play with confidence. And yeah, we'll have to see if VVS can bounce back in this series, or are we going to see Pippa continue to ice up and speed run their way to that grand finals against Nemesis as we kick things off on board here with Jimbo.
Yeah, and looking at this position from Jimbo, he's really looking to try and deny this camo, but he has been forced to back down by the cross-map shots. And I think that was Mo's there hunting him down like something that hunts things down. And it's going to be a 4-1 kill lead here in favour of VVS, and camo in the hands of Bastos.
Yeah, and you can see here Bastos does find a kill onto Jimbo, and it's exactly the start VVS would have wanted, as Bastos with this camo just doing so much damage. I mean, the jiggle peek from the player S4 definitely really good to kind of delay that kill from Bastos, but the collapse is continuing to come in here as Mose pushes from the hotel side, does unfortunately get taken down, but Bastos with this camo still electing to play sneaky. Unfortunately has to reload that shock rifle, not quite able to secure that kill onto the player towards top mid. But Bastos, this is the player we want to see really pop off for this VVS roster. I mean, arguably the kind of superstar of this team, or at least the up-and-coming superstar. Oh my lord, as he hits the headshot onto Chick. But I think, Mose alongside him has been just as strong, at least statistically, as Bastos. Just, when it comes to his pure aiming ability, he's almost second to none in the EU Halo. Just barely misses a bullet, hits 2 shots onto that player, gets taken down, and seal a 12-6 lead here for VVS. Exactly the bounce back they needed.
This is the first mode we saw VVS take off of Pippa, and it seemed to really damage their mental. And seeing a somewhat similar story here from VVS once again, as you say, a 6-kill lead, a really solid start from them, doubling up Pippa's scoreline right now. And the question is, have Pippa had chance to go, hey, what went wrong on that previous match? Can we regain? Can we come out better than we did last time? It's going to be Mighties on that ledge, looking to take down the player in the hotel side. Camo is up, but no one's currently in a position to look at it because Mighties is denying it.
Yeah, but the camo here could be crucial. I mean, we're so early on in this game, but you gotta think if VVS can get this camo and stay alive with it and continue to extend this lead, it's gonna put Pippa in already such a difficult position in this game. As a 6-kill lead so early on, the Slayer can be so dangerous, as Mose with this camo does find a nice back smack. And is now going to be continuing to kind of inch up this map and try to get behind enemy lines, as he's behind 2 of these players into Tram. Does elect just to shoot his gun straight away. Gets a lot of damage, but his teammates aren't going to be quite there in time. But he has, the damage has already been done. He's put both of his players to one shot. Pampo does come in, gets the kill. Sunrise does find a third. There's a 23-15. It was 4 dead there for a moment. And this is dangerous. As you can see, the spawns coming in towards Snipe. Are VVS going to be in position to collapse on these spawners? Bastos already has gone S4. He's in perfect position. Such a good play from Bastos to be above all these players as they're weak. To extend his KD to 10 and 2. Make it 11. No, gets taken down. But just does so much damage as Bastos finds those kills and extends the lead. But as I say that, a few more kills to go down in favour of Pippa, so they close it a bit. But the pace that VVS are playing this Slayer is really kind of suiting them. Mose?
We're gonna see an 8-kill lead now in favour of VVS. The shock rifle in the hands of Mighties though might give them the opportunity to regain here, but still a pretty significant lead here, and Mighties is going to get backsmacked by Sunrise. A 9-kill lead now in favour of VVS, and it's just got to be said, it doesn't seem like Pippa are really in a position to make much happen. They've finally gotten 4 up on the map at least. But what is the play here? Jimbo going down first means that they're not going to have much opportunity, and we're seeing a very, very close repeat of what we saw last time, except for the fact that in the previous game, Pippa went up about the halfway point, which doesn't really look like it's going to happen.
Yeah, but Pampo here does find a nice 3-shot beatdown, and I think the main factor in this game has definitely been the camouflages. I mean, I think we've seen basically every camo, or the last 3 camos at least, go into the hands of VVS, and whenever Hippo even think about trying to come back into this game, they're just met with a camo player. And the thing is, as well, as VVS, all these players, I think it's Pampo, and it was Mose, we saw Bastos with camo as well, they've all just been playing these camos so kind of intricately and kind of smart. They're not just kind of rushing in there with camo trying to get overkills, they're kind of slowly moving up the map and just picking these players on Pippa apart, and this is a really kind of impressive performance all around. 10 kills up in this Slayer. They've had the lead basically the whole game, and they've not kind of wavered at all and even given Pippa even a thought of getting back into this one. But Mighties does find an opening kill, and maybe if they can find a few more, maybe a chance to flip things back the other way.
Yeah, the side of Pippa here, he's managed to find a pick there, but it feels like every time VVS seems to find some sort of advantage to play off of, they push it really hard and they find those kills. Meanwhile, on the side of Pippa, even when they have a pick, even when they have an advantage, they just don't seem to get anything for it. And then Seeker just getting caught out there by several players on the other team. Jimbo now trapped towards the S1 side. You can bet they know where he is, and they're going to be looking to collapse on him.
And Bastos 13 and 5 in this game. This is playing lights out Halo as he finds the beatdown onto Seeker to now put VVS within 10 kills of closing out this game and tying this series up at 1-1. But you can see Pippa do find a few kills. They close that gap just to 7 as the pace of this game is really slowed down here for just a moment. And with that new camouflage coming up in about 10 seconds time, if Pippa can just find 1 or 2 more kills, maybe a chance for them to finally get their hands on the camo. But as I say that, Mose and Pampo find 2 kills off screen. The 1v1 here on the driveway, and somehow Mose with a thruster pack gets the trade as Bastos finds another kill as well, and what looked like an opportunity maybe for Pippa to finally get a camo and get back into this game has heartbreakingly flipped the other way as Bastos finds yet again another camo, and there surely should be the conditions they need to think about closing this game out.
Yeah, shock rifle in the hands of Mose as well. I think this game is all but over, unfortunately. And, you know, another repeat, essentially, of what we saw previously. This is a map that Pippa really needs to work on. They just don't seem to know what to do on it at all, which is strange because we know for a fact that they're pretty good at King of the Hill on this map. But when it comes to the Slayers, they just look completely lost both this time and the last time. It's only 3 kills now for VVS to close out the map.
Yeah, only 3 kills needed. Does get a little bit hairy here for a second as we can see Pippa do find a few kills. All it's going to take is one good team push here on the side of VVS. They are all trapped towards blue, but you'd assume eventually a push towards Yard is going to be coming as actually a player has gone towards low dip. So he might get caught out as the opening kill, and yes he does. Mose gets caught out, but Sunrise with a flank finds the backsmack onto his players. All these players now scrambling. 1 more kill needed as Bastos is smelling blood in the water. He finds that last kill to extend his KD to 19 and 7 as VVS close it out 50-43. A lights out performance from Bastos, and they tie the series up at 1-1.
Yeah, there was a moment there where it looked like people might have been able to get back into it, but it wasn't going to happen really. It was too big of a deficit, and now we need to see whether or not Peeper can can regain after that. You know, we saw them in the previous series against this team. To be honest, they kind of crashed out after they lost the Slayer. They really just it almost looked like they stopped trying at some points, and we can't afford to see that again. Otherwise, they're going to be out of this tournament.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, I love what I'm seeing finally from this team. I mean, obviously, we like I mentioned before, we're so used to seeing Nemesis Pippa. Last season it was Quadrant, you know, ITB, and you're seeing like these top two teams going back and forth, and very rarely would you really see that kind of third seeded team in Europe just kind of really kind of put up a fight. So to see, you know, not only them take a series earlier on today, but looking competitive yet again in this series, I mean, it's great to see. And you know, you got to give credit. Obviously, you know, Bastos is playing amazing, Mose and Sunrise. We're kind of used to seeing those three players kind of play the level they are, and you know, unfortunately for them, obviously not able to play with Shad this season. But you know, for Pantho to come into this team, I mean, I wouldn't say he's been putting up the craziest stats, maybe compared to some of his teammates, but obviously he must be having an impact because they're able to take that series earlier on. They're looking strong so far, and it'd be such a statement victory so early on in the season for VBS if they could take this series again and take 2 series in one day against this Pippa roster. But we'll have to see if they can keep it going, as we are now straight into this recharge King of the Hill, and we'll have to see who can get hands on this camo.
Yeah, you know, now you mention it, I think the last time that we really had a solid third place contender that was seriously threatening the first and second team was probably back in season 1 with Navi, when they were third place, because they would take maps and even series off of Quadrant back then.
Yeah.
But it's been a while now since that has been the case. So we're gonna have to see if this VVS roster is actually going to be able to be that team.
Yeah, I think it's great to see, like I say, our third seed finally kind of show up, and I mean, if they can carry on playing the way they're playing today, I mean, I was a bit worried with the kind of big break between series that we might see them kind of slow down a little bit. Obviously, a bit of a slow start to that first game, but now we're into this series, and they won that second game. They seem to be firing on all cylinders, as Bastos is just so comfortably getting time in this hill, and those aren't easy shots to hit. Or maybe I'm just bad at the video game, but to be all the way at the back of B and kind of get those perfect shots onto players crossing towards C, it just continues to put that pressure on these players, as Jimbo's going to be the last player left alive towards C, and you can tell he's already thinking about that next hill, as it's basically been a perfect start to this game for VBS.
Yeah, these 2 players back C, I think there might be 3 of them there now actually, really need to stay alive. Unfortunately for them, they are going to find 2 kills. Seeker using a magical grapple hook to get himself into tower, and it is going to be a clean 4 dead for Pippa, and now is their opportunity to tie up this map.
Yep, good job here from Pippa, just to kind of slow things down for a second, get some map control. Sticky grenades and plasma pistol in hand is going to make this push ever so difficult for VBS. You can see this player going to try to relocate towards bottom mid, as Mighties does find a nice double, which should really help stagger this push on the side of VBS, and Pippa already nearly capped this second hill, and I mean, it's been a very comfortable hill cap from the first and second hill from both these teams, as Pippa looks to be tying this game up already at 1-1, but the question is who's going to have that rotation towards the next hill. It is going to be in the turbine. We're going to see if anyone has got positioning in top A. It's 3 dead there for a moment, make it 4 as Jimbo finds the kill, and this should be a nice early control yet again for this hill on the side of Pippa.
Jimbo there picking up a really important kill, but the spawns for VVS do come in on the gold side. That's definitely not the worst place to spawn for this hill, but unfortunately they lose control of the gold, they lose control of A, and it's going to be a collapse into that A setup from the side of Pippa. Jimbo finding another kill on the cross map, and it looks like he doesn't want to be in gold anymore. He's getting out of there, maybe considering going back now, looking for this player in red pipes actually, and he is going to find it.
Yep, good job from Jimbo, and despite a really strong start from VBS, you gotta say Pippa have looked very strong as I was wondering what gun that man had just pulled out, but that is a commando with a very interesting skin. There's some nice cross-map shots from Seeker to keep these players back, and you gotta say Pippa just being so disciplined with these setups. Mighty's playing so far back into A, being such a nuisance, and it does put some shots down onto this player on the turbine, gets the kill, and Mighty's having such a good game. 10-4, nearly 11-4, can't quite connect with those shots, but this has been a flawless setup already from Pippa on this turbine hill, and already so close to extending their lead 2-1.
And Jimbo and Seeker going down there means that VVS has an opportunity to get into this hill. Something interesting about this hill is that I think it's probably the most sort of lockdownable hill, if that makes sense. It's probably the hill you most often see just one team completely dominate. But now that VVS is through to this A side, they have an opportunity to be the ones dominating this hill. They've managed to get 3 dead on Pippa again. These 2 players over towards the Whirlpool side, one of them is going to get taken down. Jimbo now going towards the back ledge, trying to find this kill onto the camo player. He isn't going to manage to do it though. That is camo in favor of VVS. This player is going to be going bottom A, but they predict the rotation. Chick, with a perfectly timed remote detonation onto those grenades, is going to take down those with the camo and destroy VVS's hopes of reversing the fortunes of that hill.
Yeah, and you can see here, Chick already with such a heads-up rotation towards this back C position, as that's going to put him in such a good spot to prevent these players on VVS from getting in that hill for free, as he does put a player down to 1 shot on the blue pipes. Teammate's going to be there for support, help get that cleanup, as Chick, thinking about maybe getting this hill for a second, takes the 1v1, does win it, does eventually though get cleaned up from Bastos, as it is going to be 3 dead there for a moment, as Jimbo now going to be getting some nice early time in this hill, does elect to get out and take the 1v1 long haul, but it's going to be met with 2 players towards long. A really good job from Jimbo to back down here, and with a 2-1 lead in this game, the C plat hill can be so difficult to capture, but the pressure is going to be on VVS to get towards this hill. Ampho wins the 1v1.
Jimbo not quite managing to take down that player in the long haul. That is going to facilitate the break in this cell, but Mighties is going to take down Mose. Bastos now finds himself as the last man standing. I'm not actually sure where he is. He's over towards the Mangler side of the map. Mighties playing into tower again. We've seen that a few times from him, and it's always been a pretty effective play as he takes down Bastos. Chick looking to trade out some more kills. Seeker now rotating back towards them to help his teammate. He is going to find the damage and force that player to back down, but instead of chasing the kill, he's just going to hop back in the hill. He knows that all the time that matters is the hill time.
Yeah, there's 1v1 here in the tower, but Chick's going to be there for support, and you know, we speak a lot about, you know, how good individually some of these players have been on VVS. You know, Bastos especially has been looking lights out, but I think the thing that's going to separate Pip here, especially with their experience, is a teamwork, and we're seeing so many good kind of bait and switches and uses of teamwork from this Pippa roster, and almost kind of cancelling out that individual skill kind of hot hands that VVS might have when they're playing against them. I mean, you got to imagine, right? This is VVS's cup final. They are so fired up for this series. This is everything for them. On the other side, Pippa may be thinking, oh, you know, we should be beating this team. It shouldn't be as difficult as we're making it. Probably a little bit tilted about the fact that it is as back and forth as it is. So I think if they can just stick to the fundamentals, keep the teamwork going, that is probably going to be the route for success for them. As Mose does whiff the beat down for a second, thankfully able to get the second, but with this camo in hand, it's put down to 1 shot, and this is such a crucial hill here. VVS can get this cap and tie up at 2-2. So it'd be absolutely massive for their confidence.
Yeah, and it looks like that's going to be the case. There doesn't seem to be anyone on the side of Pippa who's going to be able to stop this hill from going through. It is going to be tied up 2-2, and now we've got a bottom mid hill. And here's the thing about that C-plat hill. You also want to control C-plat for the bottom mid hill. You're in such a good position to start getting time on the board from the C-plat hill once it goes through and the hill moves to bottom mid. It's a really dangerous situation to find yourself in if you are Pippa, but fortunately for them, VVS don't seem to be managing to capitalize on that quite so much. But even so, Seeker is the first to go down.
Yep, there's Sunrise here towards the long haul area, and both teams yet to score on this bottom mid hill. It'll definitely be one of those hills kind of alongside the batteries hill that can be so difficult to rack up time unless you've got a kind of solid setup. As you can see for a moment here, Jimbo just down towards this blue pipes area does put down some really good damage onto these players, as both those kills are going to get cleaned up, and that now should be the opening point potentially for Pippa to finally start racking up some time in this hill. As you can see, 2 VVS players have found their way towards back C, but one gets taken down with a nice grenade from Chick. But it's going to be 3 dead there for a moment, as 4 is going to be 4 down on the side of Pippa, and now a chance for VVS to score up some time themselves.
Yeah, the camo grab there is huge. He burns it, which is much better than letting it get into the hands of VVS, which it almost certainly would have done if that player hadn't managed to get their hands on it. But Bastos still controlling this C-plat side. A player in long haul going to be looking for him. Bastos, caught reloading at a really bad time, is going to manage to escape though, as Jimbo picks up a double kill. Bastos going to clean that up, but he's going to fall down as well, and it's going to be hill time now.
Yeah, this is coming absolutely down to the wire. You couldn't ask for a more kind of important situation in this series. 1-1 in the series, tied. This hill game tied 2-2. Basically, even on the hill progress as well. This is going to be such a big mental kind of victory for either of these teams if they can get over the line and extend this series to a 2-1 victory. It was VVS that won this game type earlier on between these two teams. So is history going to repeat itself, or are we going to see Pippa flip the script here and take a 3-2 lead in this game? As some really big kills on the side of Pippa, as Chick is just finding kill after kill after kill. Can he find another? It doesn't matter though. He gets taken down, but the damage has been done. Pippa now extend their leads 3-2 and have put so much pressure on VVS to have to cap this hill.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pippa, VVS are already in this hill. Mighty's goes down first. That was 2 dead for Pippa. And all of a sudden, it's not looking completely unrealistic for VVS to cap it. The hills always seem to go so quickly when it's Drew who needs to break them. And currently, Pippa just don't seem to have anyone in a position. Finally, Jimbo manages to take down, I think, that hill player, but is probably going to get taken down himself as the hill players are back. And the player goes down in tower. It's Mose who loses the 1v1. But the hill time is still coming through for VVS, and it might be time for Pippa to start rotating towards C. Forget about trying to stop this hill. This is a killing spree for Bastos. Fortunately for them, one of the players on the side of Pippa does spawn over towards the tower side. Jimbo now has to stay alive, but for some reason he's going towards A, looking for this kill onto the Mangler player. I don't really know why he took that challenge so far away from the hill. Another kill is going to come through though. Mighties has to stay alive over towards this seaside. They cannot afford to go down here. They have to maintain this position that their spawns have given them. But unfortunately, they're not really going to be in a position to do a whole lot. A player now hiding in that corner. Mighties manages to catch him out. Really good awareness from him there to check that corner. But we still don't have any time on the board from either of the teams.
Yeah, Bastos, by the way, I've just got to highlight it. 20 kills and 17 assists. This man's damage count must be absolutely through the roof. As I mean, I was saying about how it's 2-2 and it's all going to come down to this. Never mind, it's now 3-3 and it's all coming down to this. As it is going to be overtime in this game. Whichever team can cap this next hill, going to go 2-1 up in the series. And every single gunfight, every single situation is going to become so crucial. As Seeker barely misses that shock rifle headshot, but it doesn't really matter as they do get the kill, but 2 down here on the side of Pippa. Could be 3 down if Seeker's not careful as he gets in the 1v1. Doesn't get taken down though and actually recharges his shields. That's a huge play from Seeker as he's now in a 1v1 on the stacks. Pamfo gets the kill. And we're seeing a lot of kills go down, but no one quite able to finally get any of that hill time as Mose wins the 1v1 cross map, but it's just back and forth trades between these teams. And no one able to kind of get a solid footing yet on this hill.
Yeah, Pippa now finally in a position they can start putting time on the board. Jimbo has those grapples as well, means he should be able to play his life if he gets pushed. He's clearly expecting the push to come from tower side, but VVS still isn't 4 up yet. They don't want to start pushing yet. They only have one real attempt at cracking this hill now. Because those players went down too early, Mose cannot afford to waste it, but unfortunately, you know who it is in tower. It's Seeker taking down 2 players. Mose now answering back with 2 of his own, but Jimbo is still in that hill.
Oh my God.
2 players in the hill. He finds the triple kill. He can't find the over. He will lose it, and that might be the map win for Pippa, but unfortunately for them, Chick has to back out. He's absolute, getting chased by that C player. No one knows where he is. He's still absolute. What the hell is he doing? He's over on the Fox. Finally gets taken down. Surviving for way longer than he probably should have done. But he is going to... The other team now, VVS, are going to manage to get into the hill themselves. But one of the players from Pippa has already taken down that hill player to go down for VVS. Mose gets taken down as well, and that should be the game for Pippa.
Wow, that was an incredible ending to that game. Heartbreaking for VVS, doing such a good job bringing it back to 3-3 in the end. I mean, Bastos was having an insane game. Mose as well at the end made a huge kind of sequence of plays to give his team a fighting chance. But in the end, the experience, the ice from Pippa is going to be enough to get them over the line and extend that series 2-1. I mean, it's been a very back and forth the last 2 games, very close, but heartbreaking on the side of VVS, and they're gonna have to dig deep now if they want to win this series. 2-1 down. They're gonna have to win. They have to win another OBJ game if they do want to force that game 5. But yeah, you got to say credit to Pippa showing that composure and closing that one out.
Yeah, they did manage to really strike back there. You're definitely feeling a bit of that clutch factor coming through for Pippa. They are very good with those close games just because of the level of experience they have. A really good stat line from everyone across the board there. Not really anyone on the side of Pippa absolutely popping off. Meanwhile, Bastos, as you drew attention to, an incredible number of kills and assists for his team. But we're going to be going to a live fire strongholds now. If there's going to be a game mode that... well, it's weird, right? Previously, I would have said that if there's going to be a scrappy game mode that VVS could win, it would be this one. But on the other hand, last series we saw them get 250 to 0'd by Pippa on this very mode. So, if you're VVS going into this, you might not be feeling super confident.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you got to say for VVS is it can't really get any worse than it already did last time. I mean, they lost 250 to 0 last time they played this game type, so if they could just get 1 point on the board, that'll at least be a confidence boost. But yeah, I don't expect to see a game that one-sided again, as we are kicking things off on board here with Z-Mighties, as he already found his hands on that sniper rifle. Does shoot the moon, unfortunately, by accident, but is now going to back down and look to relocate towards this camo side of the map, as the camo is going to be coming up here in about 10 seconds time. So Mighties can lock down this side of the map, might put himself in a nice position to help his team grab that camo, as not quite able to connect on any of these kills yet, but is putting down some decent damage, help keeping these players back. The 1v1 with a player on the cuts, and he doesn't unfortunately get the kill, as Mighty's just so unlucky not to secure any of those kills, but he's going to be 3 dead now for a moment, and it looks like VVS might got hands on that camo.
Yeah, but Sika already flipping that other side of the map. Mo's there looking to take him down, I think, but it's going to be A and B going now in the favour of VVS. C as well, although that is being converted, as this player back B manages to take down the B player, and somehow, despite the fact that almost all of them went down, I think all of them did go down, Pippa still finds themselves in scoring position.
Yeah, really good job, as Mighties does now move towards this A-plat area, as he's looking to cut these players off rotating towards the screens. Unfortunately, doesn't quite catch that player out, but it is going to be a momentary trip cap, as Mighty's boldly looking to challenge the 1v1 here, but I don't think he realises there's going to be a second player there for support, as he does get taken down towards the dummy door, and maybe that opening kill could give VVS a chance to make a play now towards A as well, and try flip the scoring in their favour. Bastos, with the support of Mose, does find that kill onto Jimbo, and it is now going to be VVS with the A and C hold, but already C's getting converted, and VVS is really struggling to get any kind of foothold in this game.
Bastos now working to try and push towards this back B. Currently, we're looking at a 300 to 0 points lead in live fire strongholds between these two teams. Not that the first 250 really matters all that much, but it's going to be good for bragging rights on Pippa if they manage to win this mode yet again without VVS putting any points on the board, which so far isn't looking unlikely.
Yeah, Jimbo with his quantum translocator, such an underrated power-up. I mean, you can just do so much damage. If you get a good chain going of kind of teleports, you can just be such a nuisance on the map and just bait out so many players. As he is now late flanking towards C, does catch a good timing on this player towards the dice, not quite able to get a kill yet, but has nearly capped C, but is forced now to teleport back towards B, as Sunrise actually gets the kill on Seeker, doesn't get traded there for a second, as Mose does find that kill onto Jimbo. So despite the quantum in hand, it is now going to be finally VVS scoring, and not only a double cap here, looking to secure the triple cap as well. C does get contested for a second. Bastos does lose the 1v1 to Mighties. The beatdown does come in, but what was such a good opportunity there for a moment, maybe for VVS to find that trip cap, has so heartbreakingly gone the other way, and it is now Pippa resuming scoring.
Yeah, in fact, to be fair, we do have points on the board for VVS, which is pretty monumental given the state of the previous live fire strongholds. That being said, though, Jimbo over towards the tower side, he has the sniper rifle. I was wondering why he was using his bandit, but it turns out that player was one shot, so he didn't want to waste the sniper bullet. And honestly, the snipes from Pippa this map so far have not been the best. They really haven't gotten that much value out of it. But even so, having that sniper in your hands is just so valuable in terms of the pressure it puts on the other team, because it means they always have to respect it, especially when it's in the hands of any of these pro players. You can't just walk out into sightlines, because you are going to get made one shot, which I think is exactly what just happened to Sunrise there. Panther going down to the sniper as well, and it is still going to be scoring in the hands of Pippa.
Yeah, and you got to say, I mean, despite the 8 points on the board, this game is definitely in risk of looking eerily similar to the game we saw earlier on between these two teams. I mean, 127 to 11 is a very commanding score to have at this point in the game, but Mose does find that kill towards back B, does ego chow the player towards Nest, both back each other down, but Thankfully for Moze, B is going to be in his control, A is going to be in his control as well, and he is taking these 1v1s, somehow wins the gunfight onto that player on the A plat, and that is going to continue VVS's scoring as they are narrowly racking up these points. Unfortunately not going to be a trip cap, but he wins another 1v1, the killing spree for Moze there, before he is eventually taken down as VVS now do capture C, but Chick already has found himself into B. He's going to have to try buy some time here for some support as he is by himself, but he does get the kill onto Chick, and now the cavalry's coming as the players are all collapsing onto B. Mighties does find a kill. It's a 2v2 now as Mighties finds another. There's 3 down now, and there should be a chance for Pippa to convert B back in their favour.
Yeah, Mighty's looking for a triple cap here. Is going to have to deal with this player bottom tower. He does get taken down. A bit of a bad death for Mighty's there. Really, he absolutely had the opportunity to back away, but instead he did keep chowing it. Chick manages to find a kill here though, which means that points are still going to be going on the board for his team. A and B though, both getting converted, and Moze has the camo. This is a massive opportunity for VVS now. If Moze can find value with this camo, they may even be able to start closing this lead.
Yeah, really big 5-shot there from Moze. Does get a kill with camo. Unfortunately, though, does get traded out quite quickly, and VVS with this 2-cap were able to close that gap a little bit, but it just seems like Pippa just doing such a good job of breaking out of these kind of holds and flipping things back in their favour so quickly. I mean, there is a little bit of a differential in the slays, but nothing kind of massive. But you got to say, when it comes to the strongholds points, such a commanding lead as it's going to be A and B in their control. C getting converted though, but the collapse coming in. It's 2 down, make it 3 down on the side of VVS as Mighties is just flowing through this map, hitting these slides, catching these players out from behind. I don't think they had any idea he's going to be behind them so quickly, and already it's 3 dead again on the side of VVS, and this could spell curtains here.
Yeah, we saw Mighty's there find that kill onto the player's scoreboard, immediately turn around predicting the C spawns. That's what he was looking for. Pantho here might get caught out. He does manage to survive whilst one shot. Bastos coming to the rescue is going to take down that Nest player. That's 2 dead now for Pippa. Pantho, living on a slither of health, is going to manage to stop the bleeding and end the scoring from Pippa for the time being.
Yep, sniper rifle here in the hands of Sunrise. Does hit a nice body shot on this player on the screens, but that player being such a nuisance does unfortunately not get that final shot out as Jimbo finds a double and is going to find himself a sniper as well. Not quite able to get the kill onto Moze, but 210 points now and rising on the side of Pippa as they're so close to closing out this series 3-1. It was a hard loss for VPS in that previous game, and you know, you hope that they could kind of shrug that one off and come out strong in this game, but it just seems like when it comes to certain game types between these teams, we saw it in the Aqua CTF, we're now seeing it for a second time on the live fire strongholds. Might just show maybe a little bit of a weak map pool potentially for VVS, looking so strong in certain game types, but Pippa just looking levels above when it comes to others, and this looks like, unless we see a miracle, it could be a commanding victory in this game and this series for Pippa.
Yeah, it has got to be said though, VVS did do much better in this game, not just in the sense that they actually put some points on the board, but Pippa had them in an absolute blender the entire time in their previous live fire strongholds. It was like it was heartbreaking. It looked like last time I had Warlord in one of my ranked games. It was disgraceful, but unfortunately it's not going to translate to a win in this map, at least not yet, although points are being racked up. But the point is they are managing to fight back here, which is a big improvement over last time.
Yep, not over yet, as VVS did find some more points, but you can see here Seeker on such a sneaky flank. Jimbo's going to be there for support anyway, and camo in the hands of Jimbo now is going to make things so difficult for VVS as they're forced to have to make a play. That score is ticking against them. Jimbo, unfortunately, does barely miss that headshot, so that is going to now give a window of opportunity here for VVS to get in those strongholds and stem that bleeding for just a moment. But Jimbo now behind his player on the dice gets the perfect 5-shot into the back of Bastos as he's left C for his teammate. He's flying towards B, finds the shot onto Mo's back B, and unless we see a few kills go down here, this should be the game in favour of Pippa. It's 3 dead there for a moment, and the VVS, they have to find a way to get their feet in one of these strongholds or there is going to be game, and Pippa take the series 3-1. They advance to the grand final. Great showing from VVS, but maybe just ran out of steam a bit towards the end.
Yeah, Pippa there really cementing themselves as the better team, even though they did lose earlier. I think it's still a very interesting situation though, and it's a storyline we're going to be probably watching with great interest going forwards. There's kind of been a case for a long time where it was barely even worth the top 2 European teams rimming those lower level teams because it just didn't really do much for them. But now VVS has proven that they can threaten Pippa, they can actually make them bleed, and now I think it's about time they started getting taken more seriously.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, Seeker, great performance in that game. I mean, all around, all 4 players having a strong showing, kind of comfortably outslaying VBS in the end. But yeah, good damage all around on the side of Pippa. A comfortable victory, gotta say, in game 4 and game 1. I mean, game 2, obviously, good showing from VBS. Game 3, all the way down to the wire. But I think, like most of us would have expected before today, Pippa are going to be advancing to the grand finals against Nemesis. We are going to go to a quick break as we just get our grand finals ready to go. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Timeless One, which was found on Cherim Hakor, the home to the capital of humanity's prehistoric civilization and by extension their alliance with the San Shayum. They were then moved by the Forerunners to Installation 07, also known as Zeta Halo.
I tried.
Dude, those questions were so difficult. That was insane.
Thank you very much. That was fun.
So, how'd your test go? Feel free to leave a comment about a question that stumped you or even your favorite fun fact of the Halo universe. Also, please like this video and subscribe to Atlas GG for more Halo content.
Before we had Quadrant in Halo Infinite, and before we had Infused in Halo 5, we had to have the first European professional Halo team. And that team, Power Gaming. Comprised at the time was 4 young and up-and-coming talents in Reaction, Baxter, and the legendary twins, Buck 20 and Buck 57. Before Power was formed, the new kids on the block for Halo 3 was a group of young and talented players comprised of the Buck twins, MVP, and Cons. They were known as Crack Clan. Due to other commitments, Cons had to sit their first event out of I-37. And this was when they picked up another player who was also young, talented, and a well-known trash talker in the community, Baxter. As they announced they were going to use Baxter as a stand-in for Crack Clan's first LAN, other top teams believed this pickup was a mistake, as Baxter up to this point hadn't even broke top 12 in an event, as prior to the event, Crack Clan was predicted to place first at I-37.
Before this event, right, Dignitas were rubbing their hands together, and this is back in the day of like the forum, and they're saying any chance they had of winning is now gone, evaporated, blah blah blah, because they picked me up, right? And I'm sitting there thinking, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Crack Clan went on to win that event, beating out their rivals Dignitas in the finals, and other top teams such as SK and Infused. Despite winning the event, Crack Clan would go on to pick up Cons again, forcing Bax to look at other options, landing on Reaction, Ziknex, and Fragtail. This team would have played under SK Gaming.
We all wanted to go to Major League Gaming event at some point that year, and it's all leading up to it, and it's like, then for one reason or another, MVP and Cons were like, oh, we're going to go team with Fragtail and Ziknex, I think it was.
Ziknex and Fragtail would leave Baxter and Reaction and join half of Crack Clan, MVP and Cons, with the promise of SK Gaming giving them the opportunity to compete at MLG Anaheim, wanting to make what they thought was the best team possible. By doing this, they would unintentionally make the best team possible by forcing the 2 leftovers to join forces and quite literally creating Europe's first Halo Pro Team, Power Gaming. Power Gaming's first event together would ironically be MLG Anaheim 2009, while SK were unable to attend. This MLG event will be a big deal to the European Halo scene, as in the past we had sent Halo 2 players overseas and we were unable to perform to a well enough standard.
Because we had the Halo 3 forum and then we had the MLG forum, and on the MLG forum we would go on and we post, because you get like the team seeds and predictions, and when we were added to the team seeds and predictions, we were slandered. What's the point in coming? Do you know what I mean? And a few people have played us in matchmaking, but that was about it.
To add to the pressure, these were 15, 16-year-old kids who have barely been to more than a few LANs, and some have never really been more than 3 hours outside of their hometown, let alone a different country to compete. The odds were stacked against them. As Power was an international team, they had last seed, which put them up against Team Active Rush in the open bracket in round 2. To add to this, Active Rush had previously placed 13th at the last MLG event, as well as this series was meant to be played on split screen. Power Gaming lost 3-0, which sent them to the losers bracket really early on. It was not looking good for Europe.
Soon, like we just knew we had this. We just wanted to get free split screen. We knew as soon as we get off split screen, we'll be much better because no one practiced it. Like even me and Will didn't practice it much in ourselves, despite being in the same house. But it was a nightmare, and I feel like I'm so glad that we're kind of beyond those days now.
Power would go on to smash and trash talk their way through the losers bracket and make it the champ bracket. Of course, with Bax's trash talk, there were obviously some people who couldn't handle it too well. Power went on to place 19th out of 256 teams, breaking 2 MLG records. Highest placing team with last seed, and highest placing international team. This landed themselves the pro status, and upsetting the team they lost to earlier, Team Active Rush, and barely missing out on top 16 to take respect, losing a Game 5. Power Gaming would come back to Europe as heroes, but not without bringing any drama with them. Power Gaming had yet to beat SK Gaming on LAN. There were talks about how SK would have placed top 16 while Power could only get the 19th spot, so in both teams' eyes, there was unfinished business. Luckily, not so long after Anaheim, Insomnia 38 rolled around, and this was it. SK and Power finally had a chance to meet in the finals.
See that? Power Gaming. Remember the name. King of Heretic Connor? Nah, mate, sorry. Not happening. Oh, yeah, no, right, this is my man. No, sorry, remember them 19 assists. Let's go! It's mine! All mine. That's what you let.
After beating SK, Power Gaming would set their eyes on MLG Orlando 2009. They've had plenty of time to practice, and they were not the new kids on the block anymore. They've had multiple LANs under their belt, and they knew what it was like playing at the top, and they were hungry to beat their last placement of 19th. Riding off the success of Anaheim, they had earned enough respect from top team at the time, Straight Rippin', and were fortunate enough to actually get invited to go to the Straight Rippin' Gaming House for a boot camp, or a pre-LAN as it was called back then.
I can't actually remember how like it came about. I think we basically I think it was either we posted on like the pro forums because we had access to like the MLG pro team forums because we were pro players by then. Like, so like it's like we're either like posted on the MLG forums back then or at the time, or we just said like we're coming out early to America because we knew from previous events like coming out early is such a big deal in terms of jet lag and preparation, and being able to play on LAN in America against any team, whether they're the best in the world or kind of half decent, was useful. So we literally just I think we got told like, yeah, there's a spare day in our diary to come where Straight's going to be there and maybe another team in the Straight Everything house, and like if you're in the area, come and play. And we literally turned up at some random house in the middle of not middle of nowhere, but like obviously in this big in America, some random house where they were still staying, and like they've obviously been landing for a couple of days, and they're like, yeah, you guys can come in and jump on and play against us. And I think at the time, like Snipe Down was like in his prime, and I can't believe he's still playing competitively even nowadays. But it's like we never like, even though like we played against pro teams and good teams all the time, playing them on LAN and when they're really comfortable. Like some matches were really close, and other matches we got destroyed. And I think it was just a good reality check in terms of even though we were one of the best teams in Europe, there was still a massive gap. Even just in terms of like the movement and spawns and like teamwork, and yeah, sometimes it's almost like you had to watch stuff back in theatre to be like, what the hell just went on? Like, how did that happen? I'm pretty sure we got spawn killed by Snipe Down at least twice or 3 times on Narrow's CTF.
In the end, for Orlando 2009, Power Gaming ended up placing 17th, which is still an improvement to the 19th place, but couldn't break into the top 16 spot. Fnatic, previously SK, would go on to place top 24 at that event too, settling the debate SK would outplace Power at an American event. But then, the unthinkable happened. Arguably one of the biggest team changes in EU Halo history, Baxter will later go on to leave Power Gaming to start rival team, the new and improved Fnatic. Baxter believed it was time to mix things up, as well as ideologies within Power's management just didn't line up.
Hello, welcome back, and it is time for the grand finals of today's EU HCS Cup. Of course, incredible coverage of always, brought to you by the European Halo League. And I am joined by Mr. Seal. And Seal, obviously, it's going to be Nemesis versus Pippa. And let's just get straight into it. How do you think this one might go?
I mean, to be completely honest, I don't think Pippa have looked like a team that can really threaten Nemesis today. As great as they are, and as much confidence as I do have in those players and their abilities, it's just not looked like they have that level. It hasn't looked like they're bringing that level today, unfortunately, and so I think it is going to be a pretty convincing win for Nemesis.
Fair enough. I think I definitely can't combat you too much on that opinion. I think definitely looked a bit shaky at times. Obviously, it's always tough in these situations to know, like, is it Pippa looking shaky, or is it just VVS, for example, just playing very, very good Halo? But I think, heading into this series, Nemesis, I think they've been champions each week. They're definitely going to be the favourites kind of before today even started. But I think, like you mentioned, we've seen signs of weakness from Pippa today already. I mean, the only thing maybe you could kind of play into their favour is that Nemesis presumably have kind of been sat around for many, many hours kind of watching, just kind of hands going cold, whereas on the other side, Pippa have played back-to-back series. They've got a few wins under their belt, so maybe we'll see them come out hot in this game one. Obviously, they are coming from the losers' side in this grand final, so if they were to win this tournament, they would have to win 2 back-to-back best-of-5 series. On the other side, Nemesis only got to win the one, so we'll have to see how this game one goes, and yeah, it should be a interesting series.
Yeah, as you say, I think that warm-up might come into play maybe first map, maybe a little bit of the second, but I can't see that carrying them through, 2 whole best of 5s against this team.
Yeah, let's have a look at the map, shall we? Before we get into this grand final, is it going to be a best of 5? So we'll have a quick look at the layout, as it is going to be Aquarius Neutral Bomb Game 1, Origin Slayer Game 2, Live Fireable Game 3, Recharge King of the Hill Game 4, and Solitude Slayer Game 5. And I, for one, am happy to see these maps because, we've got a few things in here that I've not actually had a chance to cast today. Obviously, Origin I've not had a chance to look at once, and Live Fireable well, so I like the layout of this one. I think Aquarius Neutral Bomb Game 1 is a very good game type for Nemesis. I mean, it's one of those ones where a lot of the time these Neutral Bomb games can go all the ways to kind of time limit, so I think that gives Nemesis a good chance to kind of find their foot and get into it. But do any of these game types stand out to you for either team?
Well, we've seen a lot of Recharge Koth today. Pippa have played it twice already, I believe, both of which were against VSS. So they've had the sort of warm-up reps against the top team. So hopefully that means that they'll be pretty hot on that game type. But we'll have to get there first. We'll have to see whether or not any of these maps, we might very well see a 3-0 in either direction. As you say, if Pippa are coming out really hot, and Nemesis are cold, we might even see a swift 3-0.
Yeah, I think I'm really kind of curious to see this series. I mean, as you know, we've seen a lot, I've seen a lot today of Pippa and especially VVS, and I've not quite had a chance to commentate Nemesis yet, so I'm really excited to see how it goes. I mean, looking at scrims, it does seem to be Nemesis kind of getting the better of Pippa a lot, and we're obviously seeing that reflected in the tournament. So I think this is going to be an interesting one. I think for Nemesis, right, it's probably getting to the point now where it's not even about just getting over the line and winning these series. They probably want to be dominating these series. I think Nemesis, obviously, they have now the support of an org. They're 4 players that are putting the work in. They're getting the scrims, and not just EU scrims as well. They're kind of scrimming internationally as well. And I think they're going to be a team that has their sights set on a really strong performance internationally and breaking into that top 4, not just top 8 and top 6 like last season, but breaking into that top 4. And I think for them, they're going to want to be just really kind of handedly kind of dominating a team like Pippa.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Last season, we did see, 3/4 of this Pippa roster sort of consistently breaking into that top 8, top 6 area, which is where the EU Halo scene has been for a while now. Even in Quadrant's sort of, triumphant season where they got top 3 they then pretty quickly settled back down to that top 6 area. So I think both of these teams do want to be the team that can kind of break that. That can kind of break through that barrier that I think EU Halo has had.
Yeah, and we should be getting this game started, guys. We have now got all the players in the lobby, so any moment now we should be getting into this game 1. I'm sure the players on the side of Nemesis want to just make sure they shot a few extra bots, make sure they're all warmed up as they do head into this grand final, and I'm sure they want to be closing this one out in a nice 3-0 fashion and getting a nice early bedtime. But Pippa on the other side, it's been a bit of a kind of tumultuous day. They've had a few game losses. They've had some close maps. I mean, even the series against Romance, they were very, very close to losing that first game. So it's one of those, right? I mean, that they could just kind of come out flat here and low in confidence and maybe just kind of get swept. But I think the players they've got on this team, the likes of Jimbo, Seeker, Chick, there's so much experience on this roster, so many high placings that hopefully the pride will kick in. They'll reach a new level against this kind of higher level opposition, and maybe we'll see a kind of a war of a series like we all kind of expect between these two teams. But like we mentioned, Aquarius Neutral Bomb is going to be our game 1. It looks like we're getting into it.
Yeah, I think we did see Nemesis on this mode earlier. I can't remember who it was against now, but it was a very, very convincing win for them. I do think it is going to probably be a stronger start for Pippa, just because they are, as you mentioned, warmed up. But I do think Nemesis, I do favour them. I think they've won this mode in scrims. They've won this mode against other teams today. It is a good mode for them, and I think, as you say, it's the mode I favour Nemesis on.
Yeah, as already off the start here, Jimbo does find a kill onto the player towards P1, but it was 2 down there for a moment, as lots of back and forth trades between these two teams, as you see already that bomb getting moved up as Snipe Drone has found his way behind enemy lines, does catch a player out towards the car jump, but wisely he's going to back down here, looking to reposition and just kind of buy his time. And like we spoke about a bit earlier on, these Aqua Bomb games, I mean, Bomb on Fortress especially, sometimes you can need at least 2 waves of kills before you can even think about arming that bomb. As the bomb is now arming, it was a triple kill for Jimbo, but it's not going to be enough as Wootum arming the bomb, and he's got the luxury of turning around at quite a fast speed. The beatdown comes in, Mighty so close to securing that kill, but it's not going to be enough, as already Nemesis hot off the start here, 1-0 up in this game.
Yeah, we were completely wrong there about Nemesis maybe coming out a little bit flat, as it's been a very strong start from them, already managing to put a bomb on the board. Pippa here, though, with an opportunity maybe to answer back, with a couple kills going on the board for them. But the Glory already in the Nemesis and the Pippa base here, going to be looking to get some shots in the backs of these players over towards the car side. They should be expecting this, but they don't seem to know he's there. This player now on car 2 taking so much damage. Glory backing down. He does get caught out eventually, taken down, but that's time. That's time that should have been spent fighting towards the Nemesis base. It was instead fighting back towards their own.
Yeah, as it is going to be 3 dead there again for a moment on the side of Pippa. There's Snipe Drone here looking to secure the kill onto the player car. Does take down Chick, as this has been a really strong start here for Nemesis. And not only are they slightly ahead in the slays, but they're being so proactive and continuing to move that bomb so far up the map. And with camo in hands here for Snipe Drone, and 3 dead yet again for Pippa. This is a perfect start to this game for Nemesis, as really it should be 2-0, but over the camo player nearly gets taken out. Snipe Drone here behind enemy lines, not quite able to secure the backsmackers. It looks like Nemesis going to look to get another round of slays. A Snipe Drone so patient, finds the double, not quite able to find the triple, but does get the beatdown to continue to keep the pressure on. It's maybe a bit of a fumbled kind of bomb push there from Nemesis, but still for them, they're keeping that pressure on.
Yeah, so not quite that 2-0 lead that Nemesis really seemed like they were pushing towards, but they are going to have another chance at planting this bomb. Unfortunately for them, though, they're pushing at it from the P side. That's a slightly awkward situation, because any player in util can shoot straight at the bomb site from there, but they've got a player pushing up into util anyway. No one's going to reach it in time.
Oh.
They are going to reach it in time. Literally could not have gotten that bomb any later and had it not detonate. But 3 dead now on the side of Nemesis. This last car 3 player should fall soon as well, but maybe not, as Seeker runs out of ammo. He's going to get taken down, and that's util control now in favor of Nemesis, despite the fact that Pippa had such a good defensive play.
Yeah, and Jimbo just trying to lock things down in the fridge here. Does actually have most kills in his team this game, so Jimbo having a hot start to this one, but unfortunately still the slaying power on the side of Nemesis just so strong. I mean, you look at this roster on paper, there's just not a single weak link on this team. A Snipe Drone already double positive, Wootem, SLG and Glory as well with the assist for the support. Nice shots though from Seeker, does take down Snipe Drone, and now finally this could be a chance for Pippa to move this bomb. And we're nearly 4 minutes into this game still, but I don't think we've seen this bomb across the halfway point once for Pippa, as they do finally kind of break that barrier and get that bomb across the map.
Yeah, as you say, the clock has gone down quite a lot, but there's still plenty of time left to go. Chick now taking top mid control. Unfortunately, the bomb is also moving back towards the Pippa side of the map, but 3 go down for Nemesis. Unfortunately, that last player alive takes down, I think it was Seeker who dies there, which is a really bad situation for Nemesis. It means that 3 dead just didn't really translate to a whole lot. That's the second time Glory has sneaked into the enemy util and made a nuisance of himself, and they really can't afford to let him get away with that.
Yeah, Seeker is rotating back towards the P side, but you can see those players overextending towards P1, but the bomb was actually arming in the base for a moment. Does seem like that was stopped, so and it is now going to be 3 dead on the side of Pippa, so looked like a potential bomb on there for Pippa. They did such a good job to get that bomb all the way into the base, but these players on Nemesis get those crucial kills, and they now throw that bomb all the way out towards car 1. The Snipe Drone with some nice shots there, wants to play towards the car side. It's going to maybe get the cleanup, but no, Chick finds the kill onto Snipe Drone to slow this pressure down for just a moment, as it looks like it's basically a stalemate here in terms of kills, and Pippa now trying to move that bomb yet again.
Yeah, bomb's still down car 1, and the thing is, there is a lot of time on the board here. Nemesis can't get comfortable with the lead that they've got. It's only 1 kill. Glory's been taken down, which means at least he can't shoot them in the back from util. Unfortunately, someone else can. Wootem, making a similar play to Glory there, sneaking through to the enemy util, is going to be moving that bomb up the map, but shut down by the player up there, but still, it's a bad situation for Nemesis now. If this player goes down, it's going to be 3 dead. Bomb already in their util, and Jimbo has to stay alive on his shrooms.
Yep, Glory so far pushed up the map at the moment. It'd be such a nuisance behind enemy lines here, as he puts down some really good cross-map shots on that player towards the fridge. I mean, you can see why he's got all those assists. 12 assists in this game already from Glory, as he puts down even more damage against this player in the base. Trying his best to stay alive here towards the shrooms, not quite able to get the kill. The Z-Mighties does get the better of that engagement. The bomb's starting to arm here for just a moment as Snipe Drone backing down this player towards the P side, camo in hand as well. Could maybe be what it takes to get this bomb arm. There's the bomb in such a good position, but really good heads up play. I think that's from Jimbo to throw that bomb out and just continue to make things difficult here for Nemesis.
Yeah, I love the fact that Jimbo does manage to get that bomb away there. He really played that well, managing to pick up a double kill inside his base and get the bomb out. A game-saving play, really, when you consider the fact that Snipe Drone had camo right behind him. But it's not really going to translate to anything on their side of the map. That's the biggest problem. They haven't, even when they've had strong defense, they haven't been able to translate it to strong offense. We've only seen 1 attempted plant this whole game from Pippa, and it got shut down.
Yep. Seems like Pippa really favouring this P side of the map off the break here, and Seeker has now pushed all the way through, and you know that's always an interesting kind of decision to make when you're playing these bomb games, especially on Akka. Is do you try push all the way behind enemy lines and kind of leave the bomb in your wake and hope one of your teammates can kind of pick it up as you're slaying in the base? And it seems like Seeker did do a good job getting behind, did find a kill, and maybe might have kind of opened a lane up for his teammates to think about moving the bomb, but unfortunately a few players did get taken down in the process, and it looks like Nemesis now have thrown that bomb back out. And you know, we're getting to that point now in the game with only 5 minutes left. It is still a 1-0 lead for Team Nemesis, but maybe that time might start kind of pressuring Pippa to start getting a little bit more desperate and playing with a little bit more kind of urgency, as the game clock can always kind of play in the back of your mind.
Yeah, Chick here trying to control his own util, but once again, we've not seen a huge amount of progress. Then, again, right as I say that, 4 dead for Nemesis. They have to get a move on now. Chick and this ball player really have to get this bomb planted immediately. I'd really like to see someone holding that bomb. They are doing so now. This top mid player might be able to shut them down. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. The bomb is down. Jimbo finds himself as the last man standing. Not going to be able to get the bomb on the board. Unfortunately, it was so close, and I think that second that there was some indecisiveness there where they dropped the bomb, unfortunately cost them.
Yep, and some good kills going down. I was going to say Jimbo does get taken down, but the response from Mighties is he finds a double, and I think it was all 4 dead there for just a moment on the side of Nemesis, as the spawns are now coming in towards the base. But this could now open up an opportunity for the players on Pippa to move that bomb up even further and think about the arm. If they can just find one more wave of kills, but Wooten finds one. Still hasn't been taken down. The snipe drone as well going to be in the 1v1 towards the courtyard. The help does come in from SLG as they hold off this push yet again from Pippa. And it just seems like Pippa just really struggling just to get over the line with his bum arms. With now 3.5 minutes left.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes, still plenty of time, but it is getting to be a dangerous situation now for Pippa. They've had two attempts, and one of them really should have gone through. But hopefully now they can regain a little bit. They do have a numbers advantage on the map, but Snapdragon manages to stay alive. He's going to be guarding this bomb, taking quite a lot of damage though. If a grenade comes in, it will be able to take him down, but he's not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to take him down. 3 dead now on the side of Nemesis. They have to start getting this bomb moving.
Yeah, Woodson was the last player left alive for a moment, putting down some nice shots towards the courtyard. As we are seeing a bit of a kind of difference in the slays. I mean, at least Wooten and Sniper are both positive at the moment. Glory having a little bit of a slow game in terms to KD, but 16 assists is definitely more than enough to make up for that one. As you can see the thought process here now from Wooten does actually throw the bomb out into arguably a more awkward position for himself to grab. With 2.5 minutes left in this game, maybe in the back of his head is thinking, we'll just kind of slay around the bomb, make this hard for Pippa, and I think definitely a respectable decision as Snipe Drone does find a kill onto Seeker. The stick though comes in from Mighties, and it's going to be 3 down now on the side of Nemesis, and camo in the hands of Mighties, and maybe a chance here to make a good push towards the base here for Pippa.
Really important live there from Mighties with camo. Unfortunately, he does expose himself, taking so much damage there. He's going to Gandhi hop himself away, is staying alive. But now the bomb is still down T1 and this camo is running out. It might have been nice to see Mighties attempt a camo bomb run, although I suppose that's not a super reliable strategy against these other top teams. 3 dead on the side of Nemesis. Snipe Drone though finds a double kill in the last moment, and that's the kind of thing that really puts the nail in the coffin of the game.
Yep, only 1.5 minutes left in this game. All the pressure is on Pippa and it's growing by the second as they need to find a way to get this bomb towards the base and get a bomb on, but you can see Nemesis just being such a nuisance, continuing to move that bomb towards the side of Pippa, just putting the bomb further and further away from where Pippa needs it. As Mighties though does find a kill, so it's 3 dead there, make it 4 dead now on the side of Pippa and Nemesis. They need to find a way to get this bomb up the map. Mighty is in perfect position to continue to be a nuisance behind enemy lines, as it's going to be one more round of slays could be the difference between Pippa losing this game and tying it up at 1-1. The opening kills do go down. Glory and SLG find kills. The push towards a gen, perfect teamwork, and they've shut it down almost expertly. All 4 down for Pippa, and that should be game.
Yeah, there's just not enough time here for Pippa to now get any progress up the map, I don't think. Even if they win this fight, which they are going to, they would have to play absolutely perfectly here in order to get that bomb to the bomb site before the time runs out. And unfortunately, I don't see it happening.
Yep, 3 dead yet again. Pippa, Mighty's last player left alive, but Nemesis, they've thrown that bomb even further out. I don't even think they're going to think about arming it, as all they've got to do is just kind of play keep away, continue to get those slays. 3 dead yet again on the side of Pippa and Nemesis. They got that first bomb on the board, looked strong, maybe thinking about a 2-0 or 3-0, kind of shutting this game out, but in the end they've kind of expertly just kind of played around the time, kept Pippa away from the bomb, and it looks like they are going to be taking a 1-0 lead in this series.
Yeah, Pippa though, not a bad showing from them. I think there were some questions asked about Pippa's performance against the previous teams, but they were keeping up in the slays department. It was obviously an advantage in favor of Nemesis, but not an overwhelming one, and we didn't see a complete blowout. So I think Pippa will be looking at that maybe and saying, we need to improve that game type, we need to improve the way we're playing it, but it's not so much a case of Nemesis just being straight up better.
Yep, no, totally agree. I mean, in the end, in terms of the slays, I mean, Wootum 29-18, Snipe Drone +5 as well. SOG and Glory with some decent assists, and in the end, obviously a bit of a slaying differential between the teams, but you got to say some really strong play from Nemesis, some good play, getting that bomb on the board, getting a nice early arm, and then just kind of holding that lead. 8,000 damage, by the way, from Snipe Drone. I mean, usually it's the MNK players that get the top damage, but 8,000 from him. Glory as well, nearly 7k, despite the kills not being there. I mean, the assists were there, and overall, I mean, I'd say nothing too significant in the stats, but just really good job from Nemesis. Get that bomb on the board, hold out that lead, and yeah, despite the long wait, they've been sitting around waiting for the kind of bracket to catch up. They do still come out hot game 1, get the win, and now already Nemesis only 2 games away from being our champions today, as we are now going to be going into an Origin Slayer.
Yeah, unfortunately for Pippa, sorry, I feel like this mode really benefits Pippa, really benefits Nemesis, because it rewards aggression so heavily. It rewards that kind of slaying and collapsing mentality, especially since most of the fighting tends to happen over on that sniper side of the map. I think Nemesis's playstyle here, especially the kind of sentry gun of Wooten, is going to be so effective on this map, and I do worry that Pippa is going to go down 2-0 in short order.
Yeah, I mean, I've not had a chance to kind of like watch too much of Origin Slayer, at least in Halo. And obviously, I did watch a lot of it in Halo 5, but when it came to Halo 5, it was definitely one of those Slayers that could be very, very snowbally, and one team could really dominate the other if they got the right conditions for it. So I'm curious to see if it's going to play out similar in this one. I think the sniper rifle definitely could play a big factor, as it just gives you there's so many good sight lines in this map, especially towards the kind of sniper ramps and the elbows. So we're going to have to see how this one's going to play out. As already it's been a kind of a nice start for both teams, a lot of back and forth trades, as we are currently tied 5-5, but it was momentarily all 4 dead on the side of Pippa, as the sniper rifle, I'm sure, has been claimed by one of the players on Nemesis. You gotta think maybe Snipe Drone might have that one in hand. There's a nice pre-nade towards the maze, doesn't quite get to kill, and yes, Snipe Drone is going to be the player with the sniper. The trade does go down, and Snipe Drone has probably got about 10,000 hours on this map, to be honest. He's played so much Halo 5, now obviously plays a lot of Infinite, so he's going to be so aware of all the angles on this map as he connects with a headshot, blocking these spawns as well towards the cave, and this is where things could get dangerous for Pippa.
Yeah, and Snipe Drone looking to recreate that Royal 2 clip where he absolutely disassembled an EU team on this map back in Halo 5, except this time it's EU on EU violence. Snipe Drone with this sniper rifle in hand. He still has ammo in it. He's taking this fight with his bandit. Probably the smart thing to do there. And he's not going to be able to take down this player on the maze with the sniper, so we'll do it with the bandit instead. It's going to be a 7-kill and 6-kill lead for Nemesis.
Yeah, really good job from Snipe Drone, getting that sniper rifle, staying alive with it, hitting some shots as well, and just kind of making such a nuisance for himself on the map, as he does get some really good damage towards S1, but a nice bait and switch from Pippa is going to be enough to take down Snipe Drone, as Wootemno going to be there for the cleanup. So 5-kill lead early on in this game for Team Nemesis, as Glory does find a kill, and it's free down here for a moment. Chick going to be in the 1v1, does get the kill onto Glory, but it seems like quite a fast-paced kind of back and forth game at the moment. A lot of trades going down, but the 6-kill lead that Nemesis have, these trades are going to continue to favour them, as Pippa, they're going to have to find a way to get a clean kind of slate of kills and maybe get some spawn kills on the go.
Yeah, Wootem here, 5, 6, and 1. A really good start to the game for him, just putting down so much damage, so many kills, so many assists, and so far he's only fallen 1 time. It's still a 6-kill lead here for the side of Nemesis, sorry, as the rockets come up.
Yep, and this is such a good position, like you mentioned. I mean, the kind of playstyle that Wootem has, the ability to turn on the dime and put down so much damage. I mean, if he can find himself in these S3 and top rockets positions, he's going to have so many kind of sight lines available to him and kind of positioning to kind of respond to those quick callouts. And see, Pippa, they have narrowed the lead just a little bit. It is now down to a 3-point lead, but IEs with these rockets in hand could really open things up here on the side of Pippa, as he is now collapsing towards the base. Sometimes it can be a bit of an awkward shot, but he does get the rocket off, he gets the kill, and he stays alive as well. As you can see, they've done such a good job to close this lead. Now only 2 kills of difference.
Yeah, it's a pretty big swing now in favour of Pippa, although that player with the rockets isn't going to manage to survive. It's a 2-kill lead now for Nemesis, and if Pippa can manage to regain that momentum a little bit to keep on swinging, then they might just be able to retake the lead.
Yep, as Glory now found himself towards this elbow, but sniper rifle going to be in the hands of SLG. Does attempt the quick scope, a bit of a kind of heat check there for a second, see if he can kind of rip that player's face off, but does get back down, and I think SLG definitely one of those snipers where he's almost like the polar opposite Snipe Drone. I felt Snipe Drone's always kind of playing the angles, kind of playing safe with it, whereas SLG's almost, he's kind of all or nothing. He's either world starring you and hitting every single shot, or he's like missing a few quick scopes in a row. And definitely one of those things where it might open up an opportunity if he does miss those shots for Pippa to get back into this game, as it is now 30-30. It's a tie game here, but just over the halfway point as Glory still with a sniper rifle in the back pocket is going to swap the Bandit. Does get a nice 5-shot onto Chick Bar mid, but it's a 1-kill lead now on the side of Pippa. They brought this one back.
Yeah, I was a little bit concerned there when I saw Nemesis all turtling up on that base side of the map, and it was rightly so. I think they were hoping to provide an opportunity there for SLG to use the sniper, but instead they just gave up so much space, and that has resulted in Pippa not only closing that gap but taking the lead.
Yeah, and you can see Seeker now collapsing towards the elbow. It's going to be where this player put down to 1 shot. Doesn't even need to get the kills. His teammate's going to be there for support, and it is now a 2-kill lead on the side of Pippa. Make it 3 as they're looking to extend this series at least one more map to that game 4, as despite a really strong start on the side of Nemesis, Pippa just played the second half of this game so well, and of course Seeker, part of that famous end of Halo 5 roster with the likes of Legend and Shady, just so dominant on maps like this, and he is arguably having his best game I've seen all day from the side of Seeker, as he finds that 11th kill, 9 assists as well, a positive 5 KD from him, and we got to see if Nemesis can find a way back into this one, because it seems like Pippa are just full flow at the moment.
Yeah, everyone on Pippa now hitting really hard with some solid kill numbers. As we're getting towards the latter stages of this game, it's not completely over from Nemesis' point of view. A 6-kill lead is you know, comebackable, but the problem is we're going to have to see some untraded kills. We're going to have to see them soon. Jimbo is going to find himself out of position though, trapped inside this cave side. He needs to buy as much time as he can. He does get a solid amount of damage considering it was a 3v1, but no one's going to be in position to follow up on it. Chick going to stay where he is, maybe looking for this Chow, but he gets pinched from both sides and doesn't manage to escape. It's now a 4-kill lead in favor of Nemesis, and it's now a 4-kill lead in favor of Pippa, but Nemesis has crossed the 40-kill mark.
Yep, they've closed that gap just a little bit here. Glory putting a bit of an awkward position towards the Silver Bib. A bit of an overextension from Mighties does get punished. A player weak towards the maze as well, as Nemesis arguably in a decent position here with his snipe control to think about bringing this game back, as it is now a 3-kill lead. The 1v1 towards the outskirts. That player does get cleaned up from SLG. Nemesis now closed this lead to 2. The new sniper rifle as well is going to be up, and if someone from Nemesis can get their hands on that and start connecting with some shots, that could be the difference maker, as SLG does hit the headshot. And can he make up for a few of those missed shots earlier on, as he narrowly misses the body shot? You can see he stood all the way out towards S3. He's looking for those angles towards the elbow. He's going to get descoped for just a moment, but Wootum as well, top rockets. Nemesis have just got all these players trapped towards the base, but they're not actually finding the kills. The players got out towards bar mid. The shot goes down. The player top rocket take it down as well. It's 48-47, as SLG with a sniper rifle is going to be in prime position to win his team the game. He narrowly misses the shot onto the player on the sniper ramp and does hit the body, and this could be the game here.
And it's 48-49, 49-49. Unfortunately, Mighties is going to be the last to fall. A colossal choke there from Pippa, it has to be said.
And yeah, what a closeout in the end from Nemesis. I mean, heartbreaking from Pippa. They had the lead for such a long time in that game, just holding on 3-4 kills the whole time. But Nemesis, they clutch up towards the end. SLG with a sniper, he hits the shot, and yeah, heartbreaking in. And you got to say that Wootum clutching up with that final kill. I don't think we quite caught it on the stream, but 50-49. I mean, you couldn't really ask for a closer game. And yeah, heartbreaking for Pippa. They've got to find a way to reverse sweep this series and win a second if they want to win the tournament. But I mean, you look at the stats. I mean, we were highlighting Seeker a lot, right? I mean, had a really strong game, 13 and 9, 11 assists as well. But on the other side, strong performance all around, solid damage from Snipe Drone as you'd expect in always, and yeah, just the ice in the end, the clutch factor.
Yeah, and you know, after a choke like that, it might in fact be Jimbova. I don't know if we'll see. If we will see the players from Pippa manage to regain in this oddball, but I really hope we will. You know, it's a longer game type oddball. You know, we have these multiple rounds. It means there is a little bit of time to shake off that previous game and hopefully get themselves back into the swing of things.
Yeah, oddball on live fire. That well, definitely one of those maps where it's hard for me to really pick a kind of favorite. It's one of those game types. It's one of these game types been around since day one, so all 8 players going to feel more than comfortable on it. Not quite as snowbally as some of our other modes in the rotation, as Glory already has found that sniper rifle in his hands, does find the kill onto the player bottom mid, and that's 3 dead already onto the side of Pippa, but the grenade comes in here from Seeker to slow things down for just a moment. The 1v1 bottom mid, Sniper Drone's going to get it better at that one, and does finally get away with that sniper. Have to see if he can put it to use here, as he connects with a nice body shot and the instant headshot as well, with the bandit onto Jimbo to secure that kill. I'm not quite sure what's happening with that camo, but seems like Sniper Drone here just trying to stay alive with a sniper.
Yeah, 4 back up on paper now. Going to be trying to catch out this player on the rat tunnel. They are going to manage to do so, trying to break this setup as Mighty's swings in with the. He has the sniper rifle in his hands, and it should be time on the board here for Pippa. But the question is, can they actually hold a setup? They don't seem to be doing a great job of it so far, as they're making so much progress up the map. But this player should die to the grenade. It's 2 dead now for Team Nemesis, and that should be more time for Pippa.
Yeah, Mighty's here, done a good job to stay alive, and he's got his hands on the sniper, and we know Mighty's one of those players that can take over a game with the sniper in his hands as he hits a nice quick headshot onto Sniper Drone. Looking for the second player now, a bit of a ring around the rosies through this pillar. The beatdown comes in, and somehow Woosum gets that kill, and he stays alive for just a moment, does eventually get taken down, but it's not going to matter as it's 3 dead yet again for Team Nemesis, and Pippa continuing to rack up this time.
Yeah, Seeker putting some time on the board himself. It's now a roughly 30-point lead as the players on Team Nemesis look to be pushing mostly on the B side, but Seeker gets caught out by that one player who had gone there seemingly specifically to catch out that rotation. 3 are going to go down now on the side of Pippa. Mighty's looking to trade out more. He isn't going to be able to, but finding that trade is huge because it means that these spawners will probably be able to get some progress on the map, especially since they've managed to catch out SLG first.
Yeah, nice heads-up rotation here on the side of Team Nemesis, rotating that ball around, and that's going to be the kind of key to victory if you want to really kind of rack up those serious kind of points. Is you can't just kind of hold the ball and just hold off the waves of zombies over and over again. I think if you can rotate that ball around the map, yes, that's when you can really start racking up those kind of big point streaks. And unfortunately for them, though, despite the kind of heads-up rotation to be, it is going to be a nice kind of set of kills there on the side of Pippa. As Seeker really continuing his strong performance from last game. I mean, he had a really strong game in that Slayer. Unfortunately, didn't kind of materialize in a victory. But a 7-2 start to this game for Seeker, and he is going to have the ball in hand as well. But a camo here from Sniper Drone could spell disaster if Pippa are not careful. But there's so much kind of angles here on the side of Pippa. They shut down that camo player so seamlessly, and that should now give them a chance to extend their lead.
It does look like Pippa's ball rotations and just general objective efficiency have been stronger so far. And it's also got to be said that the slays have really been coming in for them as well. It's been kind of the story of this series so far that Nemesis Nemesis very much dominated the slays category in that first map. It's something we expect to see from them as they are all such strong players mechanically. But Nemesis not managing to do so far this map, but they're not going to manage to break the setup as it happens. Both of those players go down. It's more ball time in favor of Pippa, and we're seeing a very different game 3.
Yeah, this is domination so far in this oddball game from Pippa. I mean, you look at the scoreboard and it really does tell the picture. I mean, 7-2 of 8 assists from Chicken. 3 players currently going positive. Jimbo, the only one kind of struggling a little bit. But as I say that, all 4 down for Pippa. It's 82-20, but this round is not over yet. And if Nemesis can put some kills together and start kind of performing just a little bit stronger, maybe in the slaying department, be maybe a thought of bringing this round back if you are Team Nemesis. I mean, I definitely wouldn't put it past a roster of this caliber, as Wooten does find an opening kill, and Sniper Drone continue to kind of hold this ball in the back. Glory finds another kill, and are they going to think about maybe rotating this ball out to the B side if they can find a few more kills? As I think Sniper Rifle in the hands of one of these players as well, so maybe in position to think about this.
Yeah, this ball time's ticking up very quickly. Nemesis needs to try and find themselves a break here. On the other hand, we don't want to see them start to desperate towards it. 2 of them go down, make that 3 on Pippa, and it's going to be more ball time for Nemesis. They're probably going to be able to equalize this, and it seems like Pippa are just getting done to them what they were doing to Nemesis.
Yeah, but it's Glory 11-7 in this game. Make it 12-7 with a perfect kill, and he's been such a nuisance using this pillar to play the cover. And look how many points they brought back into this round. I mean, it was 82-20 at one point, now 82-66. And you got to think, if you're Pippa, just how heartbreaking it would be to lose the round from the position they were once in. There's Camo, though, in the hands of Seeker. He single-handedly has the potential here to make the play to win his team the round, as he is now slowly sneaking up to these players towards A. Does mark that first play, doesn't even take a point of damage as well. That's a clean opening pick from Seeker. It's 3 dead, about to be 4 dead on the side of Nemesis, and that should be round 1 going to Pippa.
You would hope so, although it's not impossible for the side of Nemesis to get up to this if they get some advantageous spawns. It doesn't look like that has happened though. Seeker gonna find another kill, and that should be the round, but they've dropped the ball. Figuratively and literally.
Yeah, Novi sniper drone pushing to the big door, but doesn't get the trade onto that player, and it looks like Chick now should be securing his team those last few points. And despite it getting a little bit dicey there towards the last few minutes, it is going to be Pippa taking round 1 of this oddball. I'm going to see if Nemesis now can bounce back in this round 2.
Yeah, Jimbo here, jumping up towards the C plat. Going to be looking to try and grab that sniper rifle off spawn, although he is going to back down from all of the grenades. Now, pushing up towards this top mid, he's going to be looking to maybe find some kills with it. If they can find some kills, they can hopefully put some time on the board. Unfortunately, that player is going to QT away, and Jimbo doesn't really want to just sit there looking at that with the sniper. He's got better stuff to do. The camo is coming up. Can he manage to find the kill onto this player? He's going to find an assist. As this player over towards the key door, though, going to be looking to deny it, and Jimbo gets taken down. The camo goes in favor of Nemesis, despite the early rotation from Peeper.
Yep. Oh, big kill from Glory there. He gets the kill and he teleports out as well. In a great position to now grab this ball. And Wooten with sniper camo in hand could really take over this map, as he does narrowly miss the no-scope. SLG does get taken down as well, and Wooten with his camo sniper is going to be looking to get involved now in the action. Does miss another no-scope, very uncharacteristically of Wooten, but somehow finds the kill as well with a 3-shot beatdown. You know, who cares about hitting a flashy no-scope if you can just punch someone in the face when they're weak? There's Wooten. Can he finally connect? He does connect with 2 back-to-back no-scopes. The killing spree now for Wooten. 8 assists as well as 13 kills in this game. Some solid damage output, as we always expect from a player like Wooten, as he is now positioning towards the B. Narrowly missed a shot to pillars. Does get taken down with some nice teamwork there on the side of Pippa. But Team Nemesis now 34 points on the board in this round.
Yeah, something that's been a bit of a theme this oddball so far is the fact that both of these teams have really struggled with breaking setups, and especially with breaking them decisively. Both teams doing a really good job of making sure that even when the setup gets broken, it tends to be pretty scrappy. And we see that here from the side of Nemesis. They go 2 down and they throw that ball out A plat and just focus on making themselves as inconvenient as possible. It's finally going to be 3 dead on the side of Nemesis, but Seeker is already taking damage as he tries to grab that ball from the players who spawned over towards OS side.
Yeah, and the thing that's so interesting about this game as well is the whole game is taking place towards A and B. I don't think we've seen a single oddball get all the way to C or a single C setup, which definitely interesting. I think the C setup is arguably the stronger side to set up, but it just seems that the ball just happens to keep ending up towards A, and it means sometimes that can suit certain teams, and certain teams kind of feel more uncomfortable with it when the ball's at A compared to C. And obviously that first round did barely go into the favour of Pippa, but it seems like in this round at least Nemesis having a bit more success, as it is Glory having a strong game himself at 17 and 13, Wooten as well with 17 kills. The beatdown doesn't quite connect, but the BR is going to help do the job as Glory finds a kill towards A. It's going to be 2 down now for Pippa for just a moment, so maybe a chance to rotate this ball towards C, and we might finally see our first C-side setup of this game.
Yeah, as you say, I've noticed a few times actually that our top EU teams really seem to like that window setup. I think it's probably because it's easy to get into and easy to play the ball out rather than, you know, your tower setup, which is kind of harder to get because of how exposed you are on that rotation. The ball, and even though you have the ability to play the ball, it just feels a little more, you know, high effort. Whereas you can get it in and out of that window position pretty easily. That being said, though, Peeper did manage to get the ball off the map over on the tower side, but it's not going to do him that much good. Another tower setup is going to be coming through from the side of Nemesis, but the ball's gone off yet again. Peeper finally getting 4 dead on the board. Glory's going to be the first spawner. Looks like it's probably over towards the A side. Now, where's Jimbo going to decide to take this ball?
Yeah, but it's a really strong start to this round now, you got to say, for Nemesis. I mean, there was a really kind of strong start from Pippa at the start of that round 1. Nemesis definitely looking stronger towards the end, but they've been dominant so far in this round 2 and opened up a fairly substantial lead. We are now finally seeing this ball towards the C side for Pippa. We'll have to see how kind of confident they are with this hold, as they do find a nice opening pick onto Wootum. Jimbo finds us a double onto SLG as well, as it's going to be a 3v2 on the map at the moment in favour of Pippa, so that should put them in prime position to continue to racking up this time. The spawn from the teammate does come towards the OV side, so that might now give Jimbo a heads up kind of play to think about rotating it out, but does actually elect to play for the Slays instead. Does find the kill onto Glory. The ball is still left towards the cut side, and no one quite able to get the grab yet.
Yeah, that flank from Woosum could be huge. It means that the ball can't be rotated back towards tower like Jimbo was probably hoping for, so it's going to have to just stay in cuts for now. Pippa are going to be putting time on the board, but it's not going to be a proper setup. It's just going to be a sort of transitory thing whilst they try and get some map control, and with 2 going down, we might be about to see a tower setup coming in from Nemesis.
SLG here does find the kill onto the player towards the cuts, looking for a double here. A bit of a kind of confident ego chow there, not able to get the kill. And it is going to be 3 down now on the side of Nemesis. Glory, last player left alive in the 1v1, is going to be down shield, so very, very hard fight to win, but he actually somehow stays alive. No, Chick gets the kill, as he is going to get taken down. SLG finally is going to be there for the cleanup, as we do now see Mighties staying alive towards the A side. And it is a narrow lead here still for Nemesis, but Pippa still looking to maybe get back into this one.
Yeah, this is the last player that needs to go down on the side of Nemesis. They will get taken down, and Pippa are going to be able to put this ball back in the setup they seem to like over on this A side. It looks like they're considering a rotation over towards B. A really nice grenade there from Chick. This player is going to get taken down. It's a reversal from Chick, and this lead is suddenly dwindling pretty massively. It's only about 15 seconds now, and the ball is back in A.
Yeah, you can see now Chick back towards A minute and 10 seconds left in this round. Nemesis still with a narrow lead here, as it is going to be 2, make it 3 down for just a moment for Pippa, and that should put Nemesis in great position to continue to rack up this time and extend this lead even further, and they're putting themselves in such a strong position to potentially bring this game to a round 3 and put themselves within 1 round of being today's tournament victors. Seeker though is going to be very pushed up in a good position here. It is a 1 kill advantage in the current situation for Pippa, so maybe a chance to collapse onto this setup. Sniper Drone with a sniper rifle in hand, doesn't even have to hit the no scope, as he does hit the beatdown. Still with the sniper to play with here. Can he find any more kills? The ball has been rotated out. A really heads up play from Nemesis. Sniper Drone hits the no scope, not quite able to get the finish there, but the ball has been rotated away, and Nemesis maybe about to close out this round.
Yeah, only 10 seconds on the clock here for Pippa to break this setup, and even if they do manage to, they also have the game clock to worry about, which is exactly what's going to happen. The ball is going to get played, but now, even if Team Nemesis don't manage to get their hands on this ball, which they are doing already, Chick has to take down this ball player. He is going to manage to do it, but there's so little time on the clock. He's been forced to play the ball off himself by that player on cut and another player on overshield side. Jimbo here can't really afford to get stuck into this gunfight, but he is going to be able to find some kills. But the ball has been stolen away. Glory is about to win this round with a sneaky ball grab.
Yep, huge plays from Glory, and they bring it to a round 3. Despite the strong start from Pippa, it's Nemesis now only 1 round away of Oddball being the champions of today. As we've got to see how this one goes. It's been a really interesting game of Oddball so far, I'll be honest. I mean, seeing how much of the kind of play has taken place towards the A side. We did see a little bit more kind of play towards C in this kind of end towards the round, but I mean, I'm taking notes. I'm not a great Halo player, but I'm seeing a lot of the ball towards A, and I am kind of curious to know if that is just kind of coincidence or if the meta has shifted towards kind of A side setups a bit more. I'll need someone in the Twitch chat to tell me, but yeah, definitely an interesting game so far.
I remember when I casted Quadrant ITB on this map and mode last season, they were constantly taking it to that A setup. It seems to be that these 2 teams at least just really like it. I'm not entirely sure why, but that it's a recurring theme I've noticed in matches I've watched between these 2.
Yep, as we're going to see Sniper Drone does get the beat down, unfortunately. Is going to be taken down as Scrappy starts this game from both teams, as Chick though does have sniper rifle in hand, connects with a headshot, and I think he's telling Jimbo, grab that ball, I've got a sniper, bring it towards C, and looks like it could be a solid start here on the side of Pippa, as sniper rifle in hand, ball at C. It's almost a textbook Oddball setup you want on this map, as we're going to see if Chick can connect with these shots. Does find a nice trade onto Snipe Drone, but the ball does eventually get played, so maybe not as much time accumulated as they would have liked on the side of Pippa, as only 19 points is going to be what they have to show for it. But Mighty's, though, has found himself towards this new ball.
Yeah, it's going to be Mighty's there, taking that fight bottom mid, not able to win it. Slight lead in favour of Pippa, but not really particularly significant unless this Pillars player can take down Glory, which he won't be able to. It's going to be 2 dead now for Pippa. A ball set up for Nemesis. Glory. I think Glory also has the sniper, though. Probably doesn't want to be the player holding this ball.
Yep, Glory with a ball in hand. He's going to be racking up that time. They have now just overtaken the lead that Pippa did have, and Glory does choose to drop that ball and actually threw it a little bit too far forward, so he's not going to have the option to play that ball at the moment, but does use the repulse. Actually ends up getting a kill, so it might have actually worked out in his favour, as it is now going to be 2 down on the side of Pippa, as Glory continuing to use that repulse, and it's all 4 down now for Pippa, and this could be dangerous as they're going to better rack up so much time.
Yeah, it's going to be at least another 10 seconds before anyone on Pippa has an opportunity to force this play ball out of Glory. A clean 4 dead and a tower setup. That player over on the nest isn't really going to be able to do a whole lot. Only 2 people here now to try and contest this camo. If the camo goes in favour of Nemesis, then you got to say this is a very, very bad situation for Pippa to find themselves in.
Yep, Snipe Drone is able to get that kill before he might get taken down, but somehow he's continuing to be such a nuisance. There's 55 points and rising now for Nemesis. It was such a strong start to this game on the side of Pippa, but it just seems like Nemesis are continuing to grow in confidence and kind of grow in stature in this oddball game the longer it progresses. I mean, 32 and 24 with 23 assists for Wootum. He's having a lights out game at Halo. I mean, surely he's got to be in the 13,000 damage mark or above by the time this game ends. He is just putting down so much damage, and you can see it's reflected in the scorers. Nemesis already about to close on 70 points so they can find some more kills.
Yeah, I'm not really sure who picked up that camo in the end. It looked like Chick had it, but he seemed to drop it, and I heard another player pop it, but I don't know where that was. But it doesn't really matter that much, as it seems like Pippa has really let this game get out of hand. Only 25 points now needed for Nemesis to close out this map and close out this series.
Yep, Snipe Drone has got the sniper in hand. There's nothing more dangerous as an EU Halo player when Snipe Drone is looking at you with a sniper rifle. Unfortunately, though, doesn't quite connect with the shots, but he is continuing to kind of keep these players back at a distance. He's putting down the damage towards the nest. SLG finds a kill off screen as well. It's 2 dead now for Pippa. Make it 3 as Jimbo gets taken down as well. And Nemesis are closing in on this victory. They're going to win this game. They're going to win this tournament. Yet again, another tournament victory. Another grand finals has gone in their favour. They 3-0 Pippa. And that is going to be the series. Wootum shooting bodies as well. I mean, what a performance from him.
I mean, what a performance from everyone on Nemesis. It was a decisive series, it has to be said. Even though the Slayer was very close, and Pippa did manage to take that first round, sorry. They didn't really look particularly close to winning anything else, unfortunately for Pippa, and unfortunately for us, because we like to see close games. We like to see a EU scene with multiple teams competing, but I think it's pretty fair to say at the moment, right now, Nemesis are by far the best team in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, credit to Pippa. I mean, you look at that game 2, it could have went either way. That game 3 as well was a very close game, and they won the first round, obviously, Pippa. So, I mean, they can definitely take some confidence, I think, from that grand finals. But, I mean, like we mentioned, players of this caliber, they want to get the victory. They don't care about close games. They want to win the tournament. So, I'm sure Pippa have to go back to the drawing board. But in the end, like we mentioned, it is going to be Nemesis, our champions, taking the series 3-0, and yet again, winning another tournament.
Yeah, let's just take a quick look at the scoreboard. I mean, the first thing that jumps out of me, Chick and Wootum, over 10,000 damage each. Really nice there. We see Glory and SLG also with 9,000. Mighty's also crossing that 9,000 damage threshold. But it's obviously going to be Nemesis who emerged victorious despite the strong slaying and damage stats from the side of several people on Pippa.
Yeah, great performance from Nemesis, taking it 3-0. They're going to be our champions for today, and yeah, absolutely incredible run all around. Had some big upsets today, some great matches, but appreciate all you guys watching. Make sure you follow the stream if you haven't already. Drop some subs and donos if you're feeling nice and generous, and yeah, appreciate you guys sticking with us for the whole day, and we'll see you again next week for the final qualifier for the first LAN. See you guys next time.